In the year 2024, within the remote confines of a city located in the Blue Star Daxia Kingdom, a scene of chaos unfolded. Have those people lost their minds? Liamo stood by the window of his rental apartment, terror gripping him as he observed the individuals below viciously tearing at one another. Upon awakening that day, Liamo found the world had transformed dramatically. The outside had morphed into a nightmarish apocalypse. Once loving couples were now engaged in brutal attacks, and the elderly neighbors who often chatted at the entrance of the community had become monstrous zombies. Those who had yet to succumb to this fate were relentlessly pursued by the undead. Liamo noted that these zombies moved at a relatively slow pace, unable to catch an average adult, yet their sheer numbers posed a dire threat. From every angle, they emerged, and soon many found themselves overwhelmed, their strength depleted, becoming prey to the ravenous horde. This is truly terrifying. Liamo drew the curtains, opting to momentarily retreat from the horrifying spectacle outside. It was then that Liamo awakened his extraordinary ability, known as the Five Elements. As the name implies, this power granted him the ability to manipulate the elemental forces of nature, a capability of remarkable potency. As for how Liamo came to know this, a flood of information regarding his newfound ability surged into his mind during its awakening. He realized he had mastered an aspect of the Five Elements elemental manipulation. Furthermore, the knowledge revealed that he was not merely an ordinary ability user, but an exceedingly rare chosen one. With the awakening of his powers, Liamo felt a newfound resolve. The terrifying zombies outside appeared to him as mere trifles. He promptly drew back the curtains, for evasion was not in his nature. Indeed, he was quite adept at changing his demeanor. However, Liamo first intended to familiarize himself with his abilities before venturing outside. He needed to gather supplies, as he was but a man accustomed to surviving on takeout, and his home held no provisions. The refrigerator contained nothing but a few bottles of soda and a couple of instant noodles. Leaving him in despair, he had even resigned himself to waiting for death in his rental. Yet now, the emergence of his powers had altered the course of his fate. Elemental manipulation let me experiment with its effects, Liamo mused, eager to uncover the true nature of this newfound ability. After a series of trials, he discerned that elemental manipulation indeed allowed him to control objects related to the Five Elements. Besides the basic manipulation, Liamo contemplated other potential applications of these elements. However, his current limitations prevented him from fully exploring their myriad possibilities. His experiments left his apartment in disarray. The faucet bent, soil from flower pots scattered everywhere, and even the toilet tank had burst due to his water manipulation. Yet, Liamo possessed the power of earth manipulation as well. He deftly used it to seal the damaged toilet tank with soil from the flower pot. This ability is indeed intriguing, he mused after some experimentation, recognizing the vast potential yet to be unlocked, though he remained unsure of its full extent. Observing the tumult outside, Liamo realized that if he were to venture out, he would need to equip himself with a suit of metal armor. From his previous experiments, he had discovered that his metal manipulation ability allowed him to melt and reshape metal at will, quite a formidable skill. Surveying his surroundings, Liamo focused on his pots and stove, invoking his Five Elements ability. The metal swiftly transformed into a pool of molten liquid. He then began to shape it, though this process required considerable energy. Liamo felt the power within him waning, specifically the essence related to metal. Suddenly, he sensed a decline in his earth energy as well. As it diminished, the other elemental energies followed suit, yet the metal energy surged back, ultimately achieving a balance among the five forces. Why do I feel as though my power hasn't diminished significantly? Liamo furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. Could it be the cycle of the Five Elements? He contemplated, arriving at a possible explanation. Indeed, the energy of metal was depleted first, followed by earth, and then the others. As he reflected on the changes within, he swiftly validated the theory of elemental interdependence. With this understanding, Liamo completed the shaping process, albeit with limited skill, resulting in only a crude breastplate and a helmet. Admittedly, they were quite hideous, despite his best efforts to envision a more formidable armor design. Given his limited imagination, he considered this an achievement. Well, I suppose I shall have to make do with this, he sighed, though recognizing its potential as a life-saving asset. Liam was confident that the zombies would not be able to breach his armor. He was prepared defensively, and he had offensive measures at his disposal as well. A fireball manifested in Liam's hand indeed. He could now conjure fireballs at will. While he could also summon the other four elements, their utility remained limited for the time being. Moreover, the information he received upon awakening indicated that his powers would be enhanced in environments corresponding to the respective elements. I suppose I have become a figure akin to a mage. Liam chuckled softly, realizing he had fulfilled a childhood dream. Now, to test the potency of this fireball, Liam opened the window and casually conjured a fireball, aiming it at a zombie engrossed in devouring its meal. With a whoosh, the fireball struck the zombie, exploding and reducing it to a mass of charred remains, flames still licking at the remnants. It appears the true strength of the fireball lies in its destructive capability, rather than in sustained damage through burning, Liam observed thoughtfully. With this, I should be able to venture out with confidence. This place is hardly suitable for prolonged habitation. He surveyed his cramped rental. Shaking his head, it offered little in the way of resources, and staying here was not an option. Liam retrieved a backpack. Slinging it over his shoulder, it contained the remnants of his meager supplies. He had formulated a plan. First, he would raid a convenience store within the community for additional provisions. Then ascend to the rooftop of a nearby building to survey the surrounding area before determining his next course of action. To his surprise, he discovered that the emergence of his abilities had seemingly enhanced his physical prowess despite the weight of the armor and backpack. He felt no burden. Liam briskly approached the stairwell, where the heavy iron door remained firmly shut. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and pulled the door open. Upon doing so, the conspicuous bloodstains on the door caught his attention, indicating that a horrific event had recently transpired here. Witnessing this scene sent a shiver down Liam's spine. After all, he had merely been an ordinary office worker until now, and such sights were enough to instill fear within him. Nevertheless, he steadied his resolve and prepared to proceed. The further he ventured, the more alarmed he became. This dilapidated complex had a relatively low foot traffic, yet the ground was soaked in pools of blood. Not far off, he spotted several zombies gnawing on something, the air thick with the stench of blood. Ugh! The metallic scent caused Liam to gag involuntarily. Having lived in a peaceful environment all his life, he had never encountered such a gruesome sight. Ugh! The low growls of zombies echoed nearby, prompting Liam to turn and scan his surroundings. The undead were drawn to the scent of human flesh. Are they dogs? Liam wiped the remnants of bile from his mouth and muttered under his breath. Chapter 2. Journey to the convenience store. The surrounding zombies, having caught the scent of human presence, converged towards Liam with the same fervor as dogs drawn to a foul odor. Typically sluggish in their gait, they quickened their pace upon spotting their prey. As Liam observed the approaching horde, he inhaled deeply, conjuring 2 fireballs in his hands, significantly larger than those he had previously summoned. A deliberate choice aimed at maximizing destructive potential. With a swift flick of his wrists, the fireballs soared into the throng of zombies, detonating with resounding explosions. The unfortunate creatures at the epicenter were obliterated into mere fragments, while those on the periphery were severely scorched, rendered immobile. The acrid scent of blood was momentarily eclipsed by the stench of charred flesh, which provided a slight reprieve for Liam's sensitive nostrils. As the metallic tang of blood was overwhelmingly pungent. There are still a few survivors? He noted several flaming zombies on the outskirts still exhibiting signs of life. Without hesitation, he hurled additional fireballs, effortlessly extinguishing their existence. This was unexpectedly effortless. A smile crept across Liam's face, revealing a row of pristine teeth. His mastery of elemental cycles endowed him with remarkable endurance. With the zombies dispatched, the vicinity was rendered secure, at least for the moment. Without a second thought, he hastened towards the entrance of the convenience store, which stood ominously closed. Liam surmised that the proprietor might still be alive within. Having left in haste, he possessed not a single cent to his name. It was at this moment that he resolutely decided to resort to theft, having determined the fundamental approach to looting. Liam dispensed with any pretense of civility and directly employed his metal manipulation abilities to destroy the door lock. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror pierced the air. Liam turned to see the convenience store owner, Aunt Wong, peering out from beneath the counter. Upon recognizing Liemo, her anxiety dissipated almost instantaneously. I just need to grab some food and drink, Liemo remarked nonchalantly. Aunt Wang made no attempt to obstruct him. However, had she chosen to intervene, a glint of coldness would have flickered in Liemo's eyes, and he would have shown her the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Before the end of the world, Aunt Wang had not been the most honorable person. She had once attempted to swindle Liemo while he was commuting on his electric scooter, resulting in a loss of 5,000 yuan, equivalent to an entire month's salary. Reflecting on those unpleasant memories stirred a burgeoning fury within him. In the former society governed by law, he had been unable to act, but now, amidst the chaos of rampant zombies, the restoration of order seemed uncertain. Just as Liemo contemplated his next move, Aunt Wang began to chatter incessantly. Little Li, what is happening outside? Has the government started the rescue operations? Clearly, the apocalypse had not yet shaken her to the core. She remained blissfully unaware of the gradual disintegration of societal order. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Liemo's mouth. Rescue? What rescue? Surely, amidst such calamity, our government should have commenced rescue efforts long ago. Aunt Wang, oblivious to the sarcasm in his tone, continued to dwell on the notion of salvation. Liemo chose to disregard her, focusing instead on gathering supplies. His priority was to select compact provisions that could stave off hunger, particularly the energy-rich Snickers bars. Alongside, he also grabbed a few bottles of mineral water and Coca-Cola. He accumulated a considerable amount of instant noodles and snacks, which constituted a commendable stockpile in these apocalyptic times. After all, he could procure hot water at any moment. Liemo collected various other types of food, filling his backpack to the brim. Aunt Wang, observing the abundance of items Liemo had gathered, was unable to suppress her laughter. She rarely sold so much in a single day. However, Liemo had no intention of settling the bill. Instead, he strode directly towards the exit. Hey, stop. You haven't paid. Aunt Wang's words were abruptly cut off as Liemo hurled a fireball at her. Boom. She was obliterated in an instant, and the convenience store ignited as a result. Gazing at the blazing establishment, Liemo contemplated for a moment before conjuring a water sphere to extinguish the flames. I truly am a good person, he remarked with a faint smile. After a moment's reflection, Liemo retreated to the chair behind the convenience store's counter. He needed to assess the current situation before proceeding. He pulled out his phone to check the time, 5:37 p.m. Nightfall was approaching, and venturing outside at this hour would be imprudent. Shaking his head, he resolved not to explore further. He positioned himself at the front of the store and, employing his metal manipulation ability, sealed the door securely. Residing in the northern city of Anqing in Great Xia, the early winter brought early darkness and a chill to the air. There was no necessity to venture out into the night. Upon opening his mobile phone, he found that data connectivity remained intact, preventing him from reaching a point of complete disconnection. The zombie crisis had merely erupted that morning, and most of the infrastructure of human society should still be functional. However, Liemo was acutely aware that this situation was likely temporary. Should this crisis escalate to a national or even global scale, the city's infrastructure, without maintenance, might only sustain itself for a month or two. Prolonged neglect would inevitably lead to widespread water, electricity, and internet outages. In modern society, the absence of these three essentials would render it exceedingly difficult for humanity to endure life in a contemporary city. Furthermore, given the already dense population of the urban area, the number of zombies would undoubtedly be substantial, making survival for ordinary individuals within the city an even more arduous endeavor. With this realization, Liemo's thoughts crystallized. He must swiftly seek out a sufficiently secure location to establish his stronghold. As the internet was still operational, he opened WeChat to ascertain the perspectives of others regarding the zombie crisis. In the community group chat, a resident from Unit 301 of Building 9 had posted a plethora of images. Liemo squinted at the screen, recognizing that these were indeed scenes from his own encounters with the zombies, captured by others. As he scrolled further down, he was met with a cascade of astonished remarks. Goodness, is this fellow a fire mage? How is he conjuring fireballs? The line between fiction and reality had blurred, prompting the question, could humanity awaken extraordinary abilities akin to those of fictional survivors? If only I possessed his strength, otherwise my parents would not be. My condolences. Is that little girl from next door? Yes, Uncle Zhang. My condolences, Xiao Su. By the way, do you need any assistance? I have plenty of supplies here. Dong Mingfeng. Do you truly believe that others cannot discern your intentions? That girl has just lost her parents. What are you attempting to achieve? Let us set aside these trivial matters and identify the individual in this photograph. I recognize him. He is a tenant from Unit 301 in Building 8, named Liam, and he should also be in this group. Unit 301, Building 8, is that you? Come forth. Everyone awaits your assistance. Do you have his Douyin account to see if he is online? I do. Let me check. He is online. Not responding to messages? Liam, do you wish to provoke a rent increase? This remark comes from Liam's landlord. Liam expressionlessly shut his phone. Evidently, those individuals have yet to grasp that in this world, strength dictates authority. As for that landlord, should he dare to act brazenly in front of Liam, he would undoubtedly come to regret his very existence. This is the formidable confidence that possessing extraordinary abilities has bestowed upon Liam. Chapter 3. The ruthless Liam. Having gone for quite some time without sustenance, Liam felt a pang of hunger. Fortunately, the convenience store was equipped with a kettle, allowing him to boil water and prepare a hearty serving of braised beef noodles. The combination of hunger and the enticing aroma of the noodles stirred his appetite, compelling him to devour the meal voraciously. He added a marinated egg and a sausage, both of which were regular companions in his noodle dish. Once I establish a base, I must secure a chef to cater exclusively to my culinary desires. Liam mused as he relished his meal. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he glanced at the time and realized it was still early. He took out his phone and began searching for useful information online. His first stop was the official news platform, which had released an announcement around 2 in the afternoon to the people of the Great Xia. Our nation and indeed the entire world have plunged into an unprecedented crisis. We urge all citizens to stockpile sufficient supplies at home, secure your doors and windows, and prepare for a prolonged period of endurance. Let us support one another and refrain from preying upon the vulnerable. We believe that together we can weather this storm. Liam scrutinized the announcement, reading it word for word. Notably, the statement made no mention of military assistance. It seems the authorities are in disarray. He muttered to himself. Upon further reflection, it became evident that the zombie crisis was not confined solely to civilians. The military could also be susceptible to such an outbreak. Given the high density of personnel within the military, the likelihood of transformation was significantly increased. Liam shook his head, previously harboring a glimmer of hope that the military might still be operational and capable of rendering assistance. Ultimately, he realized that he must rely on himself. Nevertheless, this situation held its merits. Liam perceived the apocalypse as a hell for the weak, yet a paradise for the strong. He believed that his unique elemental abilities would suffice to elevate him to the status of a true powerhouse. Liam was convinced that he would not be the sole possessor of such abilities, and that others might emerge, perhaps allowing him to eventually assemble a team of extraordinary individuals. However, those thoughts were for another time. Continuing to scroll through his phone, he watched videos, noting that the majority of survivors were pouring their despair and thoughts on how to proceed into the online realm. Only a select few maintained a composed demeanor, even imparting survival techniques to those in a state of panic. The entire cyberspace was shrouded in a palpable atmosphere of dread. A trending video about the apocalypse garnered substantial likes on Douyin, prompting Liam to click on it. The footage displayed a scene from a surveillance camera at a zoo, where a mutated tiger was frantically attacking its fellow creatures. Those bitten quickly succumbed to mutation, joining the tiger's ranks. Could animals also become zombies? Liam stared in astonishment at the video, realizing that humanity's struggle for survival had become even more arduous. Truly, fate seemed to offer no respite for the ordinary. He shook his head in disbelief, pondering the state of the world. Would his extraordinary physique be immune to the zombie virus? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice suddenly echoed in his head, proclaiming that extraordinary beings could not be infected by lower-level zombies. What was this voice? The voice that emerged when Liam awakened his abilities had previously conveyed fundamental information about his powers. Now, it revealed the crucial fact that those with abilities would not succumb to infection. Liam dismissed these thoughts with a shake of his head, deciding not to dwell on trivial matters. In the face of the unknown, it was best to maintain a sense of reverence. After glancing at his phone for a while, he surrendered to slumber. The following day, Liam was roused by the sound of someone pounding on the door. Listening intently, he discerned voices outside. It seemed they were not zombies, but rather humans. Liam sprang up. In this apocalyptic world, not only the undead posed a threat, but humans could also be perilous. He felt that in a modern society grounded in law, human hearts were often treacherous, let alone in an apocalypse. Boss, do you think there are people in there? Come on, what is there to fear? I recall that this convenience store was run by an elderly lady. Are we two grown men truly afraid of an old woman nearing the grave? But, boss, if order is restored, won't we have to face the consequences? Don't even mention restoring order. Let's first consider how to save ourselves. We have no supplies left at home if you don't come out to gather provisions. We won't even have a drop of soup to drink. And you're still thinking about restoring order? Have you seen any official announcements? Did they mention a word about rescue? No. Why waste time on such frivolities? Hurry up and lend a hand. Why is this door so stubborn? Oh, here comes the boss. Liam-O listened to their conversation and nodded. It seemed these two were indeed perceptive individuals. However, their audacity was remarkable. Daring to venture out in search of supplies on merely the second day, Liam-O, feeling no inclination to ponder over the nature of these individuals, resolved to eliminate them entirely. How dare they encroach upon his resources? Did they wish to forfeit their lives? His hand rested upon the iron gate as he began to manipulate the metal with precision. The surface of the iron gate erupted with numerous deadly spikes, piercing through the hands of the two outsiders. Boss, what is happening? I can't pull my hand out. One exclaimed. I don't know. Wait. This gate is collapsing. Oh. With a resounding crash, the iron gate, adorned with lethal spikes, fell. What fate awaited those struck by such a grotesque object? The answer was a transformation into mere flesh with gaping holes. The two men cried out in agony, but soon fell silent. Blood seeped from the gate, pooling on the ground. The collapse of the gate was a spontaneous decision by Liam-O, and indeed, caught off guard, neither managed to escape. Stepping over the iron gate with his backpack in tow, Liam-O could even hear the squelching sounds beneath his feet. As he walked, he reflected on his recent mental state. His aversion to killing was waning. Perhaps he was inherently a brutal individual, merely restrained by the confines of a lawful society that had previously suppressed his true nature. So be it. Only through this means can I ensure my survival. Liam-O covered his face and laughed heartily, the apocalypse liberating his demonic nature. His next destination was to repair the vehicle. Last night, Liam-O meticulously examined the map and discovered that the nearest repair shop was here, owned by the father of one of his colleagues. A few days ago, he had boasted over drinks about a powerful off-road vehicle that was undergoing modifications and was now ready for collection. At that time, Liam-O could only feel envy. But now he resolved to acquire the off-road vehicle, knowing it would greatly facilitate his endeavors and the transportation of necessary supplies. He hoped his colleague would be sensible, otherwise, bloodshed might ensue. Chapter 4. The reborn Yi Chi. As the apocalypse commenced, it unfolded just as it had in the past. In a grand villa in a city, Yi Chi gazed at the chaos outside, murmuring to himself. Fortunately, he had utilized his spatial abilities to stockpile a considerable amount of resources before the apocalypse. To his surprise, even after his rebirth and the reduction of his abilities to the lowest level, his spatial storage remained intact. Elemental King, this time I possess the advantage of rebirth. Can you kill me once more? Yi Chi clenched his fists tightly. In his previous life, he had been slain by Liam-O, but by a twist of fate, he had been reborn. This time, he sought vengeance for himself and his beloved. Yi Chi was a spatial ability user from a future era, where such powers had become commonplace, and the strongest individuals had all earned the title of king, with Liam-O being one among them. Possessing an extraordinary ability related to the 5 elements, Liam-O could dominate any terrain, drawing upon the endless cycle of these elements to achieve an almost infinite endurance. Even the exceedingly rare spatial ability user, Yi Chi, found himself no match for Liam-O. However, now he has been reborn. Will history unfold as it once did? It is noteworthy that the 5 elements king, Liam-O, also seemed to have risen from City in his earlier days. Yi Chi meticulously recalled the accounts of Liam-O's life from his previous existence, one of which indicated that Liam-O had indeed operated in City during the early apocalypse. It is imperative to eliminate him while he remains vulnerable. Otherwise, this individual could become humanity's greatest adversary. Yi Chi's reasoning stems from the fact that in his former life, Liam-O was the most tyrannical of the several kings, known for his capriciousness and a propensity for bloodshed, leaving many to wonder what had transformed him into such a being. Armed with the advantage of rebirth, Yi Chi was confident that he could vanquish his greatest enemy from Liam-O's past. As Liam-O traversed the streets, he discovered that he could manipulate the concrete surface beneath him. He utilized massive blocks of concrete, shaping them into hammers to shatter all nearby zombies, while summoning fireballs to incinerate those that managed to evade the onslaught. Amidst the carnage, however, one zombie stood out. Its speed was markedly superior to that of its counterparts, and its strength was significantly greater. Liam-O's self-crafted metal chest plate withstood several of the creature's strikes, but was soon rendered nearly unrecognizable. It appeared that this particular zombie excelled in both speed and power. Liamo squinted, arriving at a conclusion that not only humans, but it appeared that zombies were also undergoing continuous evolution. However, to him, they were all mere refuse. He unleashed his elemental powers, and robust plant roots surged from the ground, charging towards the peculiar zombie, which had no means of evasion and was ensnared by Liamo farewell. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a fireball spell, igniting the plant roots and reducing the zombie to a charred remains. Upon completing this task, he noticed a glimmering crystal within the corpse. Approaching, he extracted the crystal and gently blew away the dust that clung to it. It was an evolutionary crystal, capable of enhancing one's powers upon consumption. Once again, that familiar voice echoed, suggesting that something was persistently meddling. Liamo furrowed his brow, the unknown indeed proving irksome. In truth, this was a unique privilege bestowed upon the chosen ones like Liamo, granting them access to information unknown to others. If the chosen ones were to exploit this informational advantage against other ability users, the latter would find themselves utterly helpless. However, in the era preceding Yi Chi's rebirth, an official chosen one had opted to compile and disclose all the information he had acquired to humanity, significantly boosting their chances of survival in this apocalyptic world. Except for a select few and the chosen ones themselves, the majority remained oblivious to the existence of chosen individuals among the ability users. Could this be the distinctive trait of the chosen ones? Liamo harbored doubts, primarily due to his lack of encounters with other supernatural beings, leaving him unable to make comparisons. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed and see for himself. Following the guidance of the voice in his mind, he ingested the evolution crystal. The outcome was rather promising. His overall supernatural capacity had increased slightly, and his abilities had been partially restored, accompanied by a noticeable enhancement in his physical attributes. Upon consuming the evolution crystal, he felt a significant lightness in the backpack upon his back. Indeed, this substance proved to be quite beneficial for him. However, he reflected on the fact that despite having dispatched numerous zombies, there remained only this solitary mutated one, rendering the evolution ratio somewhat disappointing. Liamo's remark, however, was made without consideration of the gravity of the situation. Each evolved zombie posed a terrifying threat to ordinary individuals. While a sparse number might allow for survival, an overwhelming horde would undoubtedly suffocate any chance of existence for the common folk. Time was of the essence. Liamo continued to eliminate the zombies obstructing his path. The scattered nature of the undead on the streets made his task relatively effortless. After his metallic armor was destroyed, he repurposed the metal from nearby vehicles to forge a new suit of armor. This time, he had sufficient material to craft a full suit of armor. Preserving his life was paramount, and there was no need for him to test the sharpness of the zombie's claws and teeth with his own flesh. Upon defeating the evolved zombie, the surrounding undead fled from Liamo, too fearful to approach. After the demise of a high-level zombie, the lower-tier ones refrained from drawing near for a considerable duration. In the absence of control from higher-level zombies, lower-tier zombies could indeed accomplish this feat. The voice in Liamo's mind resurfaced once more. Was there truly such good fortune? A spark of hope ignited within him, making his journey to the repair shop considerably more convenient. Harnessing the power derived from vanquishing higher-tier zombies, Liamo traversed unimpeded to the vicinity of Brother Kai's repair shop. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The windows of nearby residences were firmly shut, devoid of any sign of life. The repair shop itself was securely locked, located within a rather spacious area, with a large garage situated behind the building. The parking area lay in the backyard, and Liamo, employing his metal manipulation abilities, unlocked the heavy gate. Upon entering, the scene was desolate. No human figures or remnants of the undead could be seen. Liamo proceeded cautiously towards the parking area, the ground beneath him firmly within his control. Should any hidden zombies emerge, he was prepared to unleash an assault from the very earth itself. Upon reaching the parking area, not a single soul appeared. Still, Liamo remained vigilant. One could easily be lurking in the shadows, poised to strike when he least expected it. His instincts proved correct when, suddenly, a wrench hurtled towards him from a distance. Liamo instinctively tilted his head, narrowly evading the blow. Indeed, this repair shop was abundant with metallic objects. A cruel smile crept across Liamo's lips as he contemplated the fate of his assailant. "Come out, stop hiding," Liamo stated coldly. A rustling sound emanated from within the garage, yet no one emerged. "Are you not coming out?" Liamo sneered, surrounded by an array of metallic objects. He harnessed his ability to manipulate metal to its utmost potential, commandeering an abundance of repair tools. "I'll come out, I swear. Please, don't kill me." A frantic voice echoed as a man in a mechanic's uniform, gloves donned, raised his trembling hands in surrender. It was evident that Li Mo's display had instilled considerable fear within him. Is this man a monster? How can he control metal tools? Li Mo remained silent, releasing all the metallic items from his grasp. He cast a fleeting glance at the mechanic before him, who stood with hands raised, and inquired nonchalantly, "Have you recently taken on a significant job?" "Yes, I recently accepted a modification order for a Mercedes-Benz G-Class." "Perfect. Where are the keys?" "Hand them over," Li Mo demanded, extending his hand without any desire for further discourse. The mechanic's expression shifted. It was clear that this unfamiliar man harbored ill intentions, intent on seizing the vehicle. Initially, he had hoped to utilize the car for scavenging supplies. Should he truly relinquish it? In this apocalyptic era, the original owner might never return to claim it, presenting him with a chance to possess a vehicle he had never dared to dream of owning. Li Mo observed the changing emotions on the mechanic's face, recognizing that the man was likely concocting some devious plan. A fireball materialized in the palm of Li Mo's hand. "You have two choices. Either you perish, or you present me with the car keys." His expression remained impassive as he issued the threat. All right. I'll get them for you right away. Please, don't kill me." The mechanic was startled by Li Mo's fireball. He had not anticipated that the individual before him possessed such a myriad of abilities. In a flurry of anxiety, the mechanic hastily retrieved the car keys. Trembling as he extended them towards Li Mo accepted the keys, squinting at them. "Ah, a key for the Mercedes G-Class, surely. This man would not be audacious enough to present a counterfeit. Very well, you are of no further use to me. Perish." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Li Mo launched a fireball straight at the mechanic's astonished visage. He would likely never comprehend why, after surrendering the keys, Li Mo still sought his demise. As Li Mo tossed the keys of the Mercedes G-Class into the air, he reflected on how, in the past, this vehicle had been an unattainable dream. Now, however, it was entirely within his grasp. Such is the allure of power. Li Mo had begun to revel in the formidable strength bestowed upon him by his elemental abilities. Gazing at the car keys, he was inevitably reminded of his past. He had acquired his driving license during the summer following his high school graduation, harboring hopes of soon owning his own vehicle. Yet, despite the passage of time since graduation, he remained without a car. The reason for his parents' refusal to purchase him a vehicle was straightforward. Li Mo had grown up without parents, raised in an orphanage. According to the orphanage director, he had been discovered near a bus station, and out of compassion, the director had brought him to the orphanage. The director, a remarkably kind-hearted elder, had taken the necessary steps to adopt Li Mo, treating him as if he were his own flesh and blood. Perhaps due to feelings of abandonment, Li Mo exhibited a reclusive disposition from a young age, forming a close bond solely with the director of the orphanage, while remaining distant from others. The benevolent director invested in Li Mo's education, and in turn, Li Mo did not disappoint, gaining admission to university. During the summer break of high school, Li Mo initially intended to work to earn some pocket money. However, the elderly director intervened, saying, "I hear your classmates are all learning to drive? My child must not fall behind either. Do not worry, I can still afford your university tuition. Go ahead, learn to drive so you can take your grandfather on trips in the future." At that moment, the director gazed at Li Mo with such kindness. Li Mo silently vowed to purchase a fine car one day to take his beloved grandfather on journeys. Unfortunately, this sole pillar of support departed from the world shortly after Li Mo graduated from university. With the loss of the director, the orphanage soon faced closure. Before Li Mo could repay his filial piety, the director passed away, leading to a profound transformation in Li Mo's character. He became increasingly melancholic and ruthless. The director met with a tragic fate, struck by a vehicle while en route to visit Li Mo, the driver fleeing the scene. The driver could have easily called for help, potentially saving the director's life, yet he chose to escape instead, resulting in the director's demise. When Li Mo arrived, he was confronted only with a lifeless body draped in a white sheet. In that moment, he did not weep. Instead, he reflected on the director's kindness, allowing the seeds of vengeance to take root within him. He contemplated seeking retribution against the perpetrator before he could be apprehended, but ultimately, Li Mo remained an ordinary individual, constrained by his limitations. The police acted swiftly, apprehending the reckless driver and sentencing him to labor at a sewing machine. Yet, What purpose does this serve? The person dearest to Liemo has already perished. No one will henceforth concern themselves with his well-being, whether he has eaten sufficiently or dressed warmly. All that remains is the chilling reality. He now possesses a vehicle, but the one who fervently wished for his happiness is no longer present. One wonders if that driver still draws breath. If not, perhaps he has succumbed to a fate akin to that of a zombie. Liemo wiped away the tears that had escaped from the corners of his eyes, murmuring to himself. Never mind, he mused. He likely has transformed into one of the undead. Shaking his head, he resolved to abandon such thoughts. Should the driver still be alive? He would personally exact vengeance for the old man's demise. Now, let us examine the vehicle I possess. Liemo opened the door to his Mercedes G-Class. This off-road marvel boasted exceptional performance and ample space, more than sufficient for Liemo's necessities. He tossed his backpack onto the rear seat and rubbed his hands together, eagerly grasping the steering wheel. Quite impressive, indeed. Liemo, like a country bumpkin experiencing the world for the first time, excitedly touched various components, adjusting this and that. Perhaps he should take it for a spin. It had been years since he last drove, and he wondered if he had grown rusty. Fortunately, this vehicle featured an automatic transmission, rendering it quite user-friendly. Before long, he was circling the parking lot with ease. It seems I ought to modify this vehicle. Gazing at the gleaming off-road machine, Liemo resolved to enhance it according to his vision, ensuring that it would be better equipped to confront the undead. Here, an abundance of metallic tools lay at hand, and at this moment, Liemo's extraordinary ability to manipulate metal proved invaluable. Through rigorous training and the transformative effects of the crystalline essence, Liemo had significantly enhanced his proficiency in elemental powers. He was now capable of executing more intricate metal-shaping tasks. Initially, Liemo melted all the metal tools into a substantial mass of liquid. He then began to mold it meticulously around the vehicle's frame. After expending considerable amounts of his metallic energy, he successfully completed the modifications. The revamped off-road vehicle exuded a rugged wasteland aesthetic, appearing more formidable than its original form. A reinforced bumper adorned the front, while Liemo incorporated protruding spikes reminiscent of those seen in apocalyptic films, ensuring that any zombie struck would be utterly incapacitated. The doors were fortified with a robust layer of armor, and the side windows were outfitted with wire mesh to thwart any attempts by the undead to shatter the glass. The vehicle's armored exterior was further enhanced with an array of sharp spikes, guaranteeing that any approaching zombies would be impaled. As for the energy expended, it was quickly replenished under the harmonious cycle of the 5 elements. Gazing at the transformed off-road vehicle, Liemo nodded in satisfaction. This was the epitome of a true man's vehicle. Chapter 6. The Obstructor. After thoroughly scavenging the repair shop, Liemo placed a toolbox into the vehicle. Though he lacked mechanical expertise, he reasoned that with the internet at his disposal, he could learn to manage basic repairs. He also took the liberty of stowing 2 spare tires in the trunk, with an additional tire affixed to the rear of the vehicle. Once fully prepared, Liemo set out on his journey. Before departing, he checked the fuel gauge, which indicated a nearly full tank, ample for his rugged vehicle to indulge for quite some time. Inside the car, Liemo activated the onboard navigation system, meticulously scrutinizing the map as he contemplated his next destination. Aspiring to establish his own faction, he understood the necessity of securing an appropriate location to construct his base. Given Liemo's extraordinary abilities, this task would not pose a significant challenge. As a major city in the central region, Anqing boasted a high population density in its urban center. Fortunately, Liemo resided in a relatively secluded area, where foot traffic was modest and the number of zombies was manageable. This allowed him to traverse the streets with relative safety. The city was rich in resources, yet fraught with peril. The outskirts, while less resourceful, offered safety, ideal for establishing a base and recruiting survivors. Ultimately, Liemo opted for the suburbs, recognizing that survival was paramount. Reluctant to confront the throngs of zombies in the city, he resolved to develop his stronghold in a satellite town surrounding Anqing, where the undead would likely be fewer. Resources necessary for development could be procured by assembling a team to venture into the city. Moreover, the nearby farmlands, recently harvested, suggested that local farmers likely had substantial stores of food, making it a more suitable locale for his base. With his decision made, he set his sights on Yunjin, a town near Anqing. After a period of contemplation, Liemo identified his next objective. He oriented himself, started the vehicle, and prepared to explore Yunjin. As he drove along the winding roads, he initially swayed unsteadily, but gradually became more adept at maneuvering the vehicle. As Liemo traversed the highway leading out of the city, he encountered only a handful of zombies, occasionally one or two obstructing his path, which he effortlessly dispatched by ramming them with his modified off-road vehicle, an unstoppable force rendering the undead mere playthings. After traveling a considerable distance, Liemo passed by a gas station. He assessed the fuel gauge and resolved to fill up the tank completely, additionally securing several barrels of gasoline for the journey ahead, which promised to be extensive. Upon entering the gas station, he found only a few scattered zombie attendants, devoid of any living souls. After swiftly eliminating them, he began to scavenge the available supplies. Liemo acquired 3 40-liter barrels of gasoline, placing them securely in the trunk of his vehicle, the fuel properly sealed within the station. He also collected several fuel hoses. Subsequently, he filled his tank using the station's pump and thoroughly rummaged through the convenience store, gathering 3 cases of canned fish and 3 cases of luncheon meat. In addition, he stocked up on bottled water and instant noodles, ensuring his vehicle was brimming with provisions before he departed. Satisfied with the ample supplies, Liemo resumed his journey, soon leaving Anshin behind. Beyond the city's confines, the number of buildings lining the roadside diminished significantly, and the pesky zombies became increasingly scarce. Relishing this newfound tranquility, Liemo anticipated a swifter arrival at his destination. Suddenly, he spotted an approaching vehicle. On Liemo's inevitable journey, a man with binoculars observed Liemo's vehicle and exclaimed, "Where is it?" "Oh, I've spotted it." "Quickly, stop that car. We must leave this cursed place at once." By the roadside, a young couple had noticed Liemo's vehicle from afar. They were overjoyed. After such a long wait, a car finally passed by. Initially, they had planned to embark on a motorcycle adventure, but their motorbike had broken down midway. To make matters worse, they found themselves amidst a zombie crisis, forcing them to flee to this desolate spot. They had considered heading towards a more secure rural area, but without any means of transportation, reaching it in the short term was utterly unfeasible. In a desperate attempt to halt passing vehicles, they had set up various obstacles along the road, placing several large stones to block the way. "Hey, stop! Help us! Hey, stop!" The man shouted loudly, hoping to attract Liemo's attention. "Do you think he will stop to save us?" the woman asked anxiously. "One can only hope." Liemo also noticed someone in the distance waving at him. Initially inclined to ignore it, he soon realized the road was obstructed, blocking my path. A cold glint flashed in Liemo's eyes, sensing the impatience of these 2 individuals. He gradually brought the vehicle to a halt and lowered the window. "Hey there, my friend. I'm sorry to trouble you, but my wife and I have encountered a breakdown with our motorcycle. Would you be so kind as to give us a lift to Qingtown? I assure you, your reward will be generous." The man smiled as he pulled out a stack of money. "What do you say, brother? Sounds fair, doesn't it?" The vehicle was devoid of space, and furthermore, "Please relocate that obstruction. This is my final counsel to you," Liemo remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Brother, please don't be like this. My wife and I have been famished for quite some time. We hope you might lend us a hand." As he spoke, the man exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, who cautiously attempted to open the door of Liemo's car, only to find it locked and utterly impenetrable. She shook her head in dismay, and the man's expression darkened. Liemo's vehicle had been modified. Even with the windows lowered, a layer of wire mesh remained, rendering a direct assault on Liemo impractical. Brother? As Liemo slowly raised the window, the man grew anxious, intent on tearing it down. Yet the wire mesh thwarted his efforts to reach Liemo. "Do not depart, do not depart," the man pleaded, clutching the wire mesh. However, instead of starting the engine, Liemo engaged the handbrake and exited the vehicle. "Brother, I am immensely grateful." The man was elated, believing that Liemo had come out to acquiesce to his request. Liemo stepped out, observing the couple in silence. "Brother, we are on the brink of starvation ourselves. Seeing your ample supplies, could you spare us something to eat?" The man, emboldened, pressed further, reasoning that Liemo's descent indicated a possibility for negotiation, and surely such a modest request would be met with compliance. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Liemo, this seemingly simple couple concealed a small knife, poised to strike as soon as Liemo approached. However, upon witnessing the armor adorning Liemo, they abandoned their initial plan, waiting to deceive him into the vehicle before launching a lethal strike. Liemo, disregarding the 2, discreetly maneuvered one hand behind him, conjuring a fireball. Brother? The man observed Liemo's indifference, prompting him to utter a few more words. In response, Liemo swiftly unleashed the fireball, obliterating the man in an instant. "Ah!" The woman behind him gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how effortlessly her husband had fallen victim to Li Mo's wrath. Fear compelled her to flee, but could she outrun Li Mo's fireball? With a swift whoosh, another fireball followed, reducing her to mere fragments as well. Taking a deep breath, Li Mo gazed skyward, reflecting on a world that seemed intent on driving him towards the path of a relentless killer. To survive, this was the only course. A voice within him continuously affirmed this truth. Indeed, it was the right choice. Chapter 7. Arrival at Cloud Town. After dispatching the couple, Li Mo activated his powers to clear the obstacles in his path, revving the engine to continue his journey. The remainder of the journey unfolded without incident, and he reached Cloud Town unimpeded. As dusk approached, the town had succumbed to an eerie silence, each household shrouded in darkness, fearful of attracting the attention of the undead. Not all residences remained inhabited. Some were mere prisons for the trapped zombies, scratching at the doors in vain. Upon arriving in Cloud Town, Li Mo sought out a darkened house, effortlessly using his powers to dismantle the door lock and stepped inside. The living room is adorned with a warm ambience, yet the persistent scratching at the bedroom door disrupts this tranquility. Ah, the pitiable, mindless zombie. Li Mo shook his head, conjuring a fireball with a flick of his wrist before opening the door to send the creature to its demise. The remnants of the zombie were scattered everywhere. A grotesque sight. Li Mo promptly formed a water orb to cleanse the bloodstains that marred the room, absorbing the remaining liquid once the task was complete. In no time, the room was revitalized. Oh, this is indeed the abode of a couple? Li Mo noticed a wedding photograph in the bedroom. Curiously, there was only one zombie in the house, a female. It seemed the male occupant had yet to return, and given the current state of the world, his safe return was far from guaranteed. Li Mo opened the refrigerator, finding it stocked with food. After 2 days of consuming only instant meals, he yearned for something warm and nourishing, and this was fortuitous. He ventured into the kitchen, discovering it still functional. Li Mo prepared himself a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, savoring every bite before contentedly burping. He resolved to scour Yuntown the following day and aimed to consolidate the local survivors to establish a preliminary base of operations. With a casual flick of his metallic abilities, he sealed the doors and windows, ensuring his safety, before succumbing to a deep slumber. In the village district of Onqing, leveraging his unique spatial abilities, Yi Qi has successfully consolidated the resources of the entire area. The security personnel and the affluent residents, those pampered young ladies and gentlemen who remain unturned into zombies, have all gradually come under Yi Qi's command. Why is Yi Qi able to accomplish this with such ease? It is because he had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies a month prior to the apocalypse, even bringing along a private militia secretly cultivated by his father. Each member of this militia is armed with a handgun and a commonly used AK-47 from the Middle Eastern battlegrounds. Some even possess fragmentation grenades. The ammunition is sufficient for their needs. While the firearms may not be particularly advanced, acquiring them in a country like the Great Xia, where gun control is strict, showcases the considerable influence of Yi Qi's father in this regard. This force consists of 12 well-trained individuals, and Yi Qi successfully utilized this team to swiftly integrate the Villa district after the outbreak of the apocalypse. In my previous life, at this moment, I was cowering in my own home. Observing his accomplishments, Yi Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. The advantage of his rebirth lies in his ability to integrate resources ahead of time, allowing him to foresee certain future fortuitous encounters, thereby seizing the initiative. What are you talking about, Brother Yi? A voice emerged from behind Yi Qi. It was his childhood friend, Zhou Ming. Nothing much, Xiao Zhou. Have there been any unusual movements among your people lately? Yi Qi raised an eyebrow, shifting the topic. Rest assured, Brother Yi, you know my methods well, don't you? After dealing with those few troublemakers, they have become quite obedient. Regardless of their wealth or power, individuals must ultimately bow before the inevitability of life and death. Upon mentioning this, Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement as he spoke. Indeed, you are performing admirably, Yi Qi remarked with a smile. Sensing Zhou Ming's potential to serve as an aide, particularly for tasks he found inconvenient to undertake himself. By the way, have you experienced any fluctuations in the abilities I previously mentioned? Yi Qi inquired suddenly, recalling that in his past life, Zhou Ming had awakened the elemental ability of Earth. He wondered whether there had been any alterations in this current incarnation. Indeed, I have, Brother Yi, Zhou Ming replied, extending his right hand, which was entirely enveloped by a rich, earthy substance. Excellent. This is splendid. Yi Qi's face lit up with a glimmer of joy. He had successfully identified an Earth elemental ability user. The next step would be to locate the corresponding elemental users for the other 4 elements, as well as an individual possessing alchemical abilities. Together, they could forge these abilities into a powerful elixir, the 5 elements pill. Should they find an array master, they could also employ them to form a 5 elements array, temporarily amplifying one individual's power by drawing upon the strengths of the other 4 without any adverse effects. However, this would result in a temporary weakening of the other 4's abilities. The 5 elements pill could be deemed a true treasure for those lacking elemental attributes. Consuming it could significantly enhance their regenerative capabilities and overall strength. Conversely, individuals with singular elemental powers risk explosive repercussions from its consumption, as the elements are inherently antagonistic. The alchemist from his past life speculated that an individual endowed with all 5 elemental attributes would experience no negative consequences from the 5 elements pill. Rather, they might even acquire a unique ability. The sole individual endowed with the quintessence of the 5 elemental powers is none other than Liemo. However, in his previous life, Yichi was oblivious to whether Liemo had indeed consumed the 5 elements pill. He merely knew that in this lifetime, Liemo yearned to partake of it. Zhou Ming was but a pawn in his intricate scheme. His awakening of the earth element power serendipitously aligned with Yichi's intentions, destined to metamorphose into the 5 elements pill that Yichi sought. It is undeniably ironic. Liemo gradually regained consciousness, discovering that the sky remained shrouded in darkness. A glance at the clock revealed that he had only slumbered for a little over 4 hours, yet he felt invigorated, entirely restored. It appeared that his abilities were progressively transforming his physique. Stretching his limbs, a surge of strength coursed through him. He resolved to peruse the internet for any new intelligence. Liemo activated his smartphone once more. It was the early hours of the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and the network was still operational. He decided to scour the web for pertinent information. As he navigated through various prominent video platforms and official media outlets, the prevailing sentiment was clear. Chaos had ensued, and the authorities seemed impotent in their efforts to eradicate the zombies. Notably, the existence of supernatural beings had been officially acknowledged, and these individuals had become humanity's beacon of hope against the undead. However, such beings were far from common. Only a select few possessed the ability to awaken their powers, and the strength of these abilities varied significantly. Numerous ordinary people yearned for the protection of these supernatural beings or the military, yet such aspirations were evidently fanciful. The internet is permeated with an atmosphere of despair, and most individuals do not stockpile excessive supplies at home. Now, 2 days have passed, and the depletion of resources has undoubtedly become an urgent issue for those residing in the city. Some individuals have even promised on various online forums that they would pay handsomely for someone to deliver supplies to them. Curiously, there are those who have agreed to such propositions. Liemo speculated that these individuals are either ill-intentioned opportunists or simply gullible. In a world on the brink of collapse, what use is money? Is life not more precious? He also observed statements online such as "I am a petite girl of 1.6 meters, desperately in need of a big brother's protection." To Liemo, such words seem purely baiting. Those who attempt to manipulate the Na'vi could be met with unforeseen dangers. A truly defenseless girl would not dare to express such sentiments online, for that would be inviting peril into her sanctuary. As he surveyed the myriad of opinions circulating on the internet, Liemo could not help but feel a sense of superiority as an ability user. Indeed, he was a formidable power in this chaotic world, capable of carving out his own domain. This was far more advantageous than being a mere office worker in peaceful times. Chapter 8. The imposter. Contentedly, Liemo closed his phone. After all, he was simply a young man brimming with vigor, and such feelings were entirely natural. However, while his heart was at ease, the tasks at hand still required attention. Liemo sprang out of bed, and after tending to his personal needs, he gazed out the window, which was still shrouded in darkness. Venturing outside at this hour would be rather unwise. Seizing the fleeting opportunity of connectivity, Liemo downloaded an entire suite of offline maps onto his mobile device, ensuring that even in the event of an internet blackout, he would have navigational resources at his disposal, provided he could locate a power source. In a similar vein, he connected all his rechargeable devices to electricity, uncertain of when the power might be cut off, and thus felt compelled to take precautionary measures. Within the confines of the dwelling, Liemo also scavenged 2 substantial power banks, charging them fully with the intention of taking them with him once they were replenished. After consuming a modest meal, he resolved to wait until dawn before embarking on any further actions. However, the stillness of the night was abruptly disrupted by unsettling noises from outside. Were there zombies? Instinctively, Liam heightened his vigilance. It was unlikely that any living soul would dare to venture out at such an hour. Grasping a powerful flashlight, he illuminated the source of the commotion through the window, only to behold a strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in a flowing white gown. Her every expression exuded an allure that captivated the male gaze. Liam's wariness intensified. Could it be that someone truly dared to wander about at this late hour? The woman, with a playful smile, cast a flirtatious glance through the window before gracefully approaching the door. She lightly tapped on the entrance. The sound gentle and distinct from the clawing or pounding typical of the undead, it was the conventional knock of a living person. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. Liam found it hard to believe that his charm had drawn attention so swiftly upon his arrival in Town. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, such an odd occurrence surely bore a hidden agenda. With one hand poised on the doorknob and the other gathering energy for a fireball, Liam abruptly flung open the door. Before the woman could fully comprehend the situation, he unleashed the fireball directly towards her enchanting visage. The fireball unexpectedly did not shatter her as it usually would. Instead, it merely clung to her, enveloping the woman in flames. The fire scorched her exquisite visage, and she emitted a series of piercing screams. Those sounds were undeniably inhuman. Liam silently marveled at his own discernment. Grateful not to have been blinded by her beauty, observing that she had not perished, he swiftly conjured a metallic spike and drove it directly into her heart. To eliminate any possibility of her survival, he even commanded the spike's surface to sprout numerous barbs, which erupted within her body. A faint, reluctant groan escaped her lips, and thus she succumbed to her fate. In death, her beauty faded, revealing an unsightly zombie. Liam's earlier conjectures were indeed valid. No one in this apocalyptic world would dare to wander the streets at night or knock on a stranger's door without ulterior motives. This zombie possessed some remnants of power, but it was scant. At least her feeble tricks could not deceive Liam. He dissected her brain and, as anticipated, discovered the evolutionary crystal akin to that found in advanced zombies. He casually tossed the crystal into his mouth, feeling a renewed surge of his own abilities, and nodded in satisfaction. He wondered when his new powers would manifest. He believed that as long as he consumed enough crystals, it was merely a matter of time. Once back indoors, Liam secured the door and sank into the sofa, deep in thought. Had zombies evolved so swiftly? They had now mastered the art of disguise. Gazing at the shattered corpse of the zombie he had vanquished, a weight settled heavily in his heart. The stronger the zombies became, the graver the threat to humanity. Let us tentatively designate this type of zombie as the impersonator. Liam retrieved a notebook and began documenting the zombies he encountered. The ordinary zombies exhibit no special abilities or intelligence and possess an insatiable thirst for flesh. Their ferocity is provoked upon encountering the living. The advanced zombies demonstrate significantly greater strength and speed than their ordinary counterparts, and they possess evolutionary crystals within their brains. Consumption of these crystals can enhance their extraordinary abilities, while the effects on ordinary humans remain unknown. The impersonators have the capacity to alter their appearance and possess a degree of intelligence, yet they remain mute. Whether they comprehend human language is uncertain, and their combat prowess is inferior to that of advanced zombies. Liam closed the notebook, knowing that it would soon contain a wealth of information on zombies, serving as invaluable intelligence for the future development of his faction. As for Town, he pondered whether new advanced zombies might emerge. Observing the twilight outside, he resolved to wait until dawn before taking action. At daybreak, Liam prepared his belongings and set off in his vehicle towards the target he had meticulously planned the previous night. Near the town center stood a sizable supermarket. Liam decided to investigate. A supermarket signifies resources and suggests a considerable number of survivors. He intended to use the supermarket as a focal point for gathering the surrounding populace to establish his base. Throughout his journey, Liam encountered numerous zombies. Yet his vehicle's horsepower rendered him impervious to these ordinary foes. When faced with obstructing cars, he pressed the accelerator and plowed through them with ease. His reinforced off-road vehicle, enhanced by the powers of gold, proved resilient. After such a tumultuous ride, only the hood bore a slight dent. Liam charged recklessly toward a supermarket near the town center, a place that typically attracted a considerable number of visitors. It was reasonable to assume that the number of zombies here would be substantial as well. Upon arriving, Liam exited his vehicle, secured the doors, and commenced his exploration of the supermarket. This establishment, though not excessively large, possessed 2 floors of merchandise. The shelves on the first floor were laden with a variety of food items. Observing the zombies obstructing the entrance, Liemo deduced that this supermarket had yet to be frequented by anyone, at least for the moment. The only individuals capable of handling the zombies with ease were those endowed with special abilities like himself. However, how many such individuals could there be at present? After dispatching the zombies blocking the entrance, Liemo ventured inside. A feral roar echoed through the air, prompting Liemo to take notice. Could this be an advanced zombie? As he suspected, a multitude of metal objects, pots, stoves, and the like, were hurled in his direction, attempting to crush him. The force behind these projectiles was considerable, causing a tremendous crash upon impact with the ground, indicating that the assailant possessed significant strength. Throwing metal objects? Was this creature seeking its own demise? Liemo smirked disdainfully, effortlessly commandeering the airborne metal with his golden abilities. The tiled floor of the supermarket also fell under the sway of his earth manipulation powers. With a swift motion, he raised a wall of earth to shield himself. Regrettably, his capabilities were somewhat limited. He could not sculpt a canine visage, or else it would have become an earthen barrier. The advanced zombie was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the fact that this human was not like the feeble creatures he had encountered previously, who would merely flee in panic. Little darling, in your next life, learn to be wiser and refrain from using such things against your grandfather. Liemo conjured 2 large fireballs and hurled them forth. The advanced zombie, intent on evasion, found the confines of the supermarket too restrictive. No matter how nimble he tried to be, the limited space offered little room for escape. With a thunderous roar, the advanced zombie was severely impacted by the fireballs, which exploded and tore through his flesh, the subsequent flames inflicting endless torment. Gradually, his movements diminished. Yet Liemo remained uneasy. He melted down various metal objects into a formidable spike and thrust it with precision. The advanced zombie was pierced cleanly from head to tail. Even with extraordinary abilities, survival was now beyond his reach. Liemo approached to extract the crystal from this advanced zombie, which was significantly larger than those he had previously encountered. Upon examining the corpse, he noted its size was also considerably greater. Oh, it seems the deterrent effect of slaying high-level zombies had re-emerged. Observing the nearby zombies that had previously been restless, they now retreated, wary of Liemo's prowess in dispatching the advanced foe. Chapter 9. Exploring Yuntown, Liemo casually tossed the evolution crystal into his mouth. This one proved superior to the previous acquisitions, enhancing his innate ability slightly. Deep down, he sensed that the threshold for his first extraordinary power was approaching. After thoroughly scouring the supermarket inside and out, confirming the absence of any zombies, he commenced fortifying the defenses of this location. After a period of practical experience, Liemo discovered that his golden elemental ability extended beyond merely manipulating molten metals. He could also externalize his power to form the metals he had previously controlled. However, he had not yet manipulated rare metals, thus rendering him unable to manifest those through his energy. Nevertheless, Liemo was confident that as he mastered an increasing variety of metals, his golden elemental ability would eventually become exceedingly powerful. Utilizing the metallic objects within the supermarket, along with his own energy, Liemo reinforced the doors and windows of the establishment, aspiring to transform it into an impregnable fortress. The main entrance was barricaded with 2 massive iron blocks, ensuring that even if zombies clawed at it, they would be incapable of breaching the door. To facilitate human passage, Liemo installed 2 iron gates, which, though sealed, could not be opened without his energy, rendering conventional means ineffective. Subsequently, he employed his powers to create an abundance of iron bars, fortifying all the windows. Upon completing the reinforcement of the supermarket, Liemo nodded in satisfaction. The abundance of supplies within would undoubtedly attract capable individuals from Yuntown. Those brave enough to venture out were likely to possess some degree of courage, which Liemo needed for the development of this place. Furthermore, it was possible that others, sharing similar thoughts with Liemo, might escape from the bustling metropolis of an city, where the dense population was indeed unsuitable for human advancement. Liemo could seize the opportunity to gather those who emerged. But first, he needed to completely secure control over Yuntown. Liemo meticulously assessed the supplies within the supermarket and discovered that the stock remained largely untouched, likely replenished just days before the impending apocalypse. The fine cigarettes he had previously been reluctant to purchase were now displayed prominently on the shelves, available for his taking. However, his cravings for tobacco had diminished, especially since gaining his extraordinary abilities. Yet, while he had no need for them, there were plenty outside who would desire such commodities. They were valuable resources that he could later distribute among his subordinates. As he passed by the canned goods section, He casually opened a can of fish and another of oranges, indulging in a hearty meal. After this simple repast, Liemo resolved to continue his exploration of the surroundings. After utilizing his powers to securely seal the iron gate once more, he set off in his vehicle. Perhaps I should stockpile sufficient medical supplies, he pondered. Driving towards the nearest pharmacy in Yuntown. The establishment was of considerable size, brimming with an array of medications, and it appeared that a single trip would not suffice to clear it out. However, he reasoned, making multiple visits would solve that issue. Outside, a number of wandering zombies lingered. With a few deft gestures, he hurled fireballs their way, dispatching the undead with ease. After parking his vehicle, he alighted and prepared to force his way inside. Did you see that? He can actually conjure fireballs. Goodness, am I seeing things? How can someone create fireballs? One of the figures murmured in disbelief. Heavens, this is utterly insane. What has happened to the world? Zombies and these fireball-wielding freaks? Inside the pharmacy, a man and a woman clad in white lab coats huddled in a corner, watching the entrance through the surveillance monitor, whispering amongst themselves. They have been famished for 2 days, and the pharmacy holds only a scant supply of food. Fortunately, in the early days of the apocalypse, they had the foresight to pull down the roll-up door and secure it tightly. Should we let him in? What are you thinking? Would you dare to admit such a creature? Yet it appears he has already gained entrance. The woman trembles as she points to the surveillance screen. What? The man peers intently, and indeed, the roll-up door has been breached by Liemo. How did he manage that? Before the man can fully register his astonishment, Liemo has already entered. Hello? Is anyone there? Liemo calls out twice, seeking to ascertain if anyone remains inside. The woman is about to respond when the man, with a wary expression, silences her with a hand over her mouth. In such a precarious moment, it is best to avoid unnecessary risks. No one? Then we must tread carefully. Liemo raises an eyebrow, sensing that this place may either harbor zombies or be devoid of life. Or perhaps it is inhabited by the living who dare not make a sound. The pharmacy is quite spacious, containing an extensive array of medications and a cashier's area, along with 2 small, interconnected rooms, where a man and a woman are concealed within the monitoring chamber. Liemo is not keen on the idea of scavenging only to be ambushed by a zombie, thus he thoroughly inspects both rooms and, as anticipated, discovers the pair. Come out. Liemo commands in a low tone, addressing the 2 within the surveillance room. Please, do not harm us. We will come out immediately. The duo, displaying a commendable sense of self-preservation, raise their hands and emerge. Liemo observes them in their white lab coats, a thought of recruitment crossing his mind. Would you be interested in working under my direction? Meals and drinks will be provided, and safety is assured. Liemo observed the visibly poor condition of the 2 individuals and presented his offer. The pharmacists within these apothecaries may not boast extensive medical expertise, but they possess some utility. At this nascent stage, Liemo was open to all newcomers. Can you provide us with food? The man and woman's eyes sparkled with hope. Having been famished for 2 days, they could barely walk, and the prospect of food ignited their spirits. Liemo nodded slowly and inquired, Do you possess any medical knowledge? Not much. After all, we are not professional doctors, the woman replied, her voice tinged with apprehension as she lowered her gaze, fearing Liemo might rescind his offer. That is acceptable. Even a little knowledge will suffice. Liemo was in urgent need of assistance. As long as they were able-bodied, he would welcome them. From now on, I shall be your leader. You may address me as boss. Now, partake in some nourishment and assist in loading the supplies onto my vehicle. Liemo instructed, tossing each of them a packet of chocolate. The sight of chocolate sent them into a frenzy. They devoured it eagerly, with tears welling in the woman's eyes. Thank you, boss. The man mumbled through mouthfuls of chocolate, expressing his gratitude with a garbled voice. Enough to quell your hunger. Let us proceed with the work. Liemo waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from further conversation. He then handed each of them a bottle of water to prevent choking. After consuming the chocolate, the 2 finally regained some strength. And it was then that Liemo asked for their names. The woman introduced herself as Wang Kiki, and the man as Zhao Gang. With the tantalizing allure of Liemo's provisions, the 2 worked diligently, amassing a considerable collection of various medications from the pharmacy, filling every available space in the off-road vehicle to the brim. Only 3 spots remained for passengers, yet an abundance of pharmaceuticals still lingered within the pharmacy. Liemo contemplated that perhaps next time he should procure a pickup truck. However, he was uncertain where to acquire one at the moment. The off-road vehicle had proven capable of transporting a substantial load, and if necessary, he could always make a few additional trips. Driving back to the supermarket base with the 2 companions, Lee took the opportunity to introduce them to the facility. This supermarket had once been overrun with zombies, all of whom I have eradicated, transforming it into my stronghold. The doors and windows have been fortified, and only my abilities can unlock this place. By the way, my capability to eliminate zombies stems from my status as an ability user. Have either of you awakened any powers? Lee employed his abilities to open the iron gate, ushering the two inside the supermarket, leaving the door ajar for further transport of supplies. He then turned to them, a glimmer of hope in his gaze, and inquired. Zhao Gang and Wang Kiki exchanged a glance. Zhao Gang nodded at Wang Kiki, who then spoke. Boss, I have indeed awakened an ability, though it pales in comparison to yours, seemingly just a supportive power. Oh, what kind of ability is it? Do share, Lee responded, intrigued. In times like these, any ability, regardless of its nature, might yield unexpected benefits. It's a perception ability. Chapter 10. The Lickers and Their Perceptive Abilities. What was your awakening process like? Do share, Lee inquired with keen interest, as this was his first encounter with a supernatural being, providing invaluable insights. He was eager to discover whether other gifted individuals experienced a similar internal voice as he did. It was on the second day of the apocalypse when I suddenly awakened this ability, and relevant information about my powers materialized in my mind, Wang Kiki reminisced. It appeared that during the awakening of their powers, individuals were indeed privy to information about their abilities, Lee mused. However, he was curious to know if others experienced similar phenomena when they acquired evolution crystals. It seemed imperative to procure an evolution crystal for Wang Kiki to ascertain if she too heard that voice echoing within her mind. What specific capabilities do you possess? He probed further. I can sense the intensity of biological signatures within approximately 100 meters. The pressure you exert on me is significantly greater than that of Zhao Gang. She replied. Is that all? Lee pressed on. That's all. However, I noticed that my strength has considerably increased, and my physique has improved when handling medications. She added. I have experienced similar changes. It appears that those endowed with supernatural abilities not only gain powers, but also undergo enhancements in their physical attributes. Lee noted as he retrieved his notebook to document these observations. The individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities are a result of human mutation, bestowing upon them unique powers and significantly enhancing their physical prowess. They can consume the evolutionary crystals produced within the brains of the undead to further augment their abilities. Wang Kiki and Zhao Gang were peering over to discern what Lee was writing, but as soon as Lee lifted his gaze, they hastily averted their eyes as if caught in wrongdoing. Enough of the peeking. The information you need to know will be revealed in due time. For now, help yourselves to some food, and later, we shall unload the supplies from the vehicle, Lee remarked, having noticed their furtive behavior. Understood. Zhao Gang and Wang Kiki complied without complaint or protest, well aware that Lee's fireballs were not to be trifled with. After a period of diligent work, Lee resumed contemplating their next steps. Suddenly, Wang Kiki and Zhao Gang rushed in, panic etched on their faces. Boss, trouble is brewing. I just sensed a formidable presence approaching. Lee straightened, alert. A powerful presence? That could very well indicate the arrival of a zombie. Just when he was in need of evolutionary crystals, they were seemingly delivering themselves right to his doorstep. Where is it? He inquired. It's coming. It's right at the door, boss. It's already started banging against the iron barricade. Wang Kiki exclaimed in terror. The sound of thudding collisions echoed from the iron blockades, suggesting that the zombie outside was quite robust. If it were any smaller, it could easily breach the iron door. Stay calm. You two head to the second floor. I will confront it. Lee remained composed, instructing the two to ascend to the second floor while he dealt with the intruder. Take care, boss. They acknowledged, recognizing their own ineffectiveness in this situation, and promptly complied. Once they departed, Lee placed his hand upon the struck iron block and resorted to his previous tactics, delivering a vicious strike to the foe. Enjoying the collision, he grinned malevolently as he manipulated the surface of the iron, generating a multitude of metallic spikes that pierced the encroaching zombie. With a roar, the spikes inflicted considerable pain upon the creature, which appeared to become increasingly agitated. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the iron block was violently dislodged. Taken by surprise, Lee stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Damn, is this zombie truly that powerful? He cursed inwardly as he raised his gaze to assess the approaching menace. A licker? The zombie before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the lickers from Resident Evil. standing nearly 3 meters tall with its limbs sprawled on the ground, appearing exceptionally robust. The structure of its human-like fingers and toes had vanished, replaced by webbed appendages, and its skin appeared unnaturally smooth. Its facial features were grotesquely distorted, with only a gaping slit suggesting a mouth. Has this damn zombie evolved so rapidly? It is only the third day of the apocalypse. Liemo marveled at the swift evolution of the undead, yet now was not the time for contemplation. Sensing the imminent attack from the creature, he resolved to strike first. Liemo decisively conjured 2 small fireballs and hurled them towards the creature. Yet their impact proved to be minimal. The fiery explosions seemed to inflict little damage upon the zombie. However, the lingering flames still managed to elicit anguished cries from the creature, which, despite its smooth skin exhibiting a curious secretion, swiftly extinguished the fire. Enraged, the licker forcefully slammed its left forelimb onto the ground, causing cracks to splinter across the hardened concrete, sending shivers of terror through Liemo. In a swift motion, the licker tossed its head, unleashing a long, whip-like tongue that shot towards Liemo with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, he found himself ensnared by the tongue, which coiled tightly around his waist before retracting with alarming swiftness, aiming to drag him into its foul, gaping maw. The licker's mouth yawned wide, appearing more than capable of swallowing a person whole. Liemo's adrenaline surged to its zenith. He had to devise a plan swiftly, or he would surely be devoured. Then, inspiration struck. Observing the gaping maw of the licker drawing nearer, he concocted a bold idea. Liemo summoned a fireball and launched it directly into the creature's mouth. The effectiveness of this fireball exceeded his expectations. Racked with pain, the licker relinquished its hold on Liemo, wailing in agony as it thrashed against the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Liemo's eyes lit up with determination. He activated his earth elemental abilities, causing 4 earthen walls to rise from the concrete street, effectively trapping the licker within. The creature, possessing immense strength and currently in a state of furious rage, soon began to crack the walls with its relentless force. Taking advantage of the fact that the licker had not yet escaped, Liemo summoned a metallic spear, directing it towards the creature's head and thrusting it with precision. A roar erupted as its innards were seared by flames, and its skull was pierced, signaling the gradual end of the licker's existence. Slowly, the creature ceased to breathe. Liemo then conjured a metallic knife, extracting the licker's evolution crystal. This crystal, resplendent in a deep crimson hue, exhibited sharper facets than any he had previously encountered. Radiating an exquisite beauty, Liemo resolved to conduct an experiment. Curious if the voice that had echoed in Wang Keek's mind during her first encounter with an evolution crystal would resurface, he activated his metal elemental abilities, retrieving all the metal from the scene. However, he soon discerned the presence of a metallic object within the licker's abdomen. Carefully, he sliced open the creature's belly and retrieved a slick, mucus-covered metallic artifact. Remarkably intricate, it remained intact despite its prolonged confinement within the licker. This appeared to resemble a locator. Liemo managed to identify its nature, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. The origins of this licker seemed rather suspicious. Grasping the locator, he pondered silently. Without hesitation, Liemo crushed the device, absorbing its metal components to convert them into his own elemental energy. Upon returning to the supermarket, he conducted tests and confirmed that the voice was solely manifesting in his mind. Wang Kiki had no knowledge of what he had obtained. Excellent. It seems I too belong to a special group. Upon confirming the uniqueness of his situation, Liemo consumed the evolution crystal of the devourer. At that moment, he felt a barrier within him shatter, and familiar voices echoed in his mind. The first awakening of his supernatural abilities was complete. Chapter 11. The arrival of the military. Liemo pondered over this phrase, realizing that there would likely be a second and perhaps a third awakening. Referring to it as such seemed cumbersome, so he decided to simplify it and call it a first transition. He casually transformed the terminology of his initial awakening into a term from online gaming. After completing the first transition, Liemo discovered that his most significant enhancement lay in the increased proficiency of his control over his powers. For instance, he could manipulate flames to envelop his body without suffering any harm. Additionally, his previously inconspicuous wood and water elemental abilities had also been fortified. Absorb for me. Liemo invoked his water elemental power, and the corpse of the devourer before him was swiftly transformed into a desiccated husk. However, this exertion consumed a considerable amount of energy, depleting nearly 2/3 of his water elemental reserves. Yet, for Liemo, who possessed the ability to cycle through the 5 elements, this was hardly a concern, as his recovery rate was remarkably swift. The enhancement of his wood elemental ability was particularly significant, as it began to exhibit healing properties and alleviate fatigue. Liemo drew a metallic blade across his skin, creating a wound, and in an instant, a soft green glow enveloped the injury, allowing it to heal rapidly. Moreover, a substantial increase in his overall energy capacity was evident. In summary, after the first transition, Liemo had successfully transformed into a versatile warrior and sorcerer. What, pray tell, is the nature of that locator? In a surge of excitement, Liemo began to contemplate the locator discovered on the Devourer. Who, in their right mind, would affix a locator to a zombie? Liemo pondered the origins of this peculiar device. However, he decided to dismiss such idle thoughts and return to his tasks at hand. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on trivialities any longer. Given that I have vanquished a high-level zombie and instilled fear in the lesser ones, it seems plausible that I have absorbed the essence of the advanced undead. With this notion in mind, Liemo focused on the Devourer he had rendered into a desiccated husk. He procured a sturdy iron chain and a hook, enhancing them with his extraordinary abilities, and subsequently hung the lifeless Devourer upside down at the entrance of the supermarket. After all, it had already been drained to a crisp, so no unpleasant odors would arise. The deterrent effect was indeed impressive. At the very least, zombies weaker than the Devourer dared not approach the supermarket. The previously restless undead in the vicinity were suddenly dissuaded from causing further disturbances. As for the damaged door, Liemo reinforced it with a hefty iron block, planning to replace it with denser metal when the opportunity arose. Once these tasks were completed, Liemo returned to the supermarket, directing Wang Kiki and Zhao Gang to transport medical supplies inside. The supermarket was spacious enough, and Liemo cleared several shelves specifically for the storage of various medicines. Meanwhile, he leisurely poured himself a glass of wine and opened a tin of fish, indulging in a relaxed meal. After all, he was the master of this domain, and his word was law. As Liemo savored his drink, the distant roar of a helicopter pierced the air, instantly invigorating him. He rose and made his way to the rooftop of the supermarket's second floor for a better view. The helicopter descended, seemingly destined for this very location. Liemo observed in silence as the military aircraft landed, noting its imposing exterior. A well-trained 5-member team disembarked, each soldier fully armed and assuming their respective roles. Some wielded submachine guns, others assault rifles, and one was equipped with a large sniper rifle that appeared to be an anti-material variant. Most striking was a soldier burdened with a flamethrower, encased in heavy gear that exuded an air of intimidation. The leader, surprised to discover a living person present, approached Liemo and saluted. "Greetings, comrade. Have you encountered a crawling zombie in this vicinity? It measures approximately 3 meters in length, with webbed limbs. I killed it. The corpse is right over there," Liemo replied, gesturing towards the area where the liquor lay. The leader's skepticism was palpable. He suspected Liemo was jesting. "Please, young comrade, if you've seen it, direct me to its whereabouts. This is no trivial matter. Captain, it truly is the body of that crawling zombie," a soldier who had gone to investigate exclaimed incredulously. "What?" The captain was taken aback, astonished that the individual before him was speaking the truth. This was the very liquor that had killed 2 of their soldiers and escaped. Could he have single-handedly vanquished it? Then he is a supernatural being? "Comrade, are you a supernatural being?" the captain inquired. "I am a supernatural being," Liemo replied, taken aback. Recognizing there was no need for deception, anyone capable of single-handedly vanquishing the Devourers must indeed possess such abilities. "I see. No wonder," the captain reflected, recalling the figure he had previously witnessed freezing hordes of zombies into solid blocks of ice, his understanding now complete. "That locator device belongs to you, doesn't it?" Liemo suddenly asked, although he already suspected the answer. At the mention of this, a shadow of sorrow crossed the captain's face. He spoke despondently. "Yes. One of our soldiers was consumed by a crawling zombie. The locator remained within the belly of that creature. I'm sorry. Please accept my condolences." Liemo had not anticipated the origins of the locator within the Devourer's stomach. "It's all right, comrade. You have avenged him in a sense." The captain gestured for Liemo to refrain from further words. "Do you wish to join the military? With your abilities, you would undoubtedly make a significant impact at this time." The captain gazed at Liemo with fervent eyes, recognizing that individuals capable of slaying Devourers were rare in these dire times. "Apologies, sir, but I am not one for constraints. The military environment is not suited for me." Liemo declined, his words resolute. "In these exceptional times, we have exceptional methods of management. We will not handle talent as we would in peacetime. Our military truly requires someone of your caliber. You would receive excellent treatment here, and your family would be well cared for, the captain implored earnestly. Apologies. Liemo once again declined the captain's request. Observing Liemo's resolute demeanor, the captain did not press further. Comrade, what is your name? The captain inquired suddenly, eager to remember the name of this formidable abilities wielder, as he might have the opportunity to recruit Liemo in the future. I am Liemo. I am Zhang Shua. Very well, comrade. Since you have dealt with the crawling zombie, we shall take our leave. I wish you the best in navigating this apocalyptic world. Zhang Shua intended to say survive, but reconsidered. For someone as powerful as Liemo, living seemed more fitting in this cataclysmic era. Good luck to you. Liemo replied courteously, and with that, Zhang Shua gathered his team and departed. The military still upheld the order reminiscent of peacetime. Liemo gazed at the retreating helicopter and remarked calmly, I wonder how long this order can be maintained. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts, knowing they were beyond his concern. It was the third day of the apocalypse, and there were no signs of military rescue. It was likely that this crisis had surpassed their capabilities. Liemo's zombie journal. Lickers. Length of 3 meters, immensely powerful, with long and strong tongues. Their limbs resembling webbed structures, and their skin extraordinarily moist. Power level. Slightly weaker than the first transition. Chapter 12. Hunting the mutated spider. Day 4 of the apocalypse. Inside the SUV, Wang Kiki was driving while Zhao Gang remained at the supermarket, where the presence of liquor corpses served as a deterrent, ensuring their safety was guaranteed. Responsible for organizing supplies, Liemo sat in the passenger seat, biting into an apple while listening to the military broadcast. Our forces have established a survival camp in the outskirts of Anqing. Survivors are welcome to seek refuge here. We urge the public to join hands during these perilous times, striving for hope for humanity and for themselves. The precise location of the survival camp is. After quietly absorbing the broadcast, Liemo promptly turned it off. The location of the survival camp, as indicated by the military, was not far from Yunjin. It was likely that a significant number of survivors from Yunjin would flock to the camp, as the military's credibility remained considerable among ordinary people. Liemo felt the urgency to accelerate his expansion efforts. He needed to swiftly gather the survivors in the area, particularly those with special abilities. The purpose of his drive today was to eliminate zombies within Yunjin and identify nearby individuals with extraordinary powers, as well as some survivors possessing unique skills. Having completed his first transformation, Liemo faced the zombies with increasing composure. The temperature of his flames had risen significantly, enhancing the explosive power of his fireballs. The maneuverability of the off-road vehicle, combined with Liemo's high burst damage, made the task of clearing zombies remarkably effortless. He unleashed fireball after fireball at the zombies lingering by the roadside, who were utterly powerless against his onslaught. At the same time, as a reincarnated being, Yichi also completed his first transformation. The space blade, just as in his previous life, manifested itself. Yichi clenched his right fist, and an invisible blade materialized in his hand, marking the emergence of his new ability following the transformation. However, the consumption of this supernatural ability is rather excessive. Yichi furrowed his brow and subsequently dissipated the spatial blade. In such a brief span of time, he had already expended a considerable amount of his powers. It is insufficient, far too insufficient. In my current state, I am utterly incapable of avenging myself against that detestable 5 elements king. His endurance far surpasses my own. Yichi recalled the terrifying stamina of Liemo from his previous life and could not help but grit his teeth, realizing that in his present condition, vengeance was an unattainable goal. The villa district of Anqing, along with its surrounding areas, had already fallen under his control, including himself. There were now 3 supernatural beings at his disposal: his close friend Zhou Ming and another supernatural being he had recently recruited, a lightning-type ability user named Ma Enrue. Among these 3, only Yichi had completed his first transformation. The other 2 remained in their initial phase. Given the current circumstances, their faction could undoubtedly be considered a formidable assembly, equipped with firearms and supernatural abilities, reigning supreme over the area with all bowing to Yichi's formidable presence. Yet, a profound sense of urgency weighed upon Yichi. He understood that a confrontation with the 5 elements king was inevitable. That individual was frightfully powerful. In his previous life, he had fancied himself a lone wolf, possessing formidable spatial abilities and the strength to wander the world with his beloved. However, Reality has taught him that there are always those stronger than oneself. The world is vast, and the five elements king exemplified this truth. Yuchi donned his gear and summoned his two subordinate supernatural beings, intent on swiftly elevating their powers to the first transformation. I recall that there is a mutated giant spider in the nearby shopping mall. Its evolutionary crystal would undoubtedly serve as excellent nourishment. Moreover, its silk serves as an exceptional textile material, which we can utilize to craft a few garments of spider silk armor. Our mission this time is to hunt down that formidable spider. The one who performs best shall claim its evolutionary crystal, remarked Yi Chi to the two individuals. Of course, regarding the distribution of spoils, Yi Chi harbored a hidden scale in his heart, one that undoubtedly favored Zhou Ming. For Zhou Ming is to become his future source of medicinal materials. Understood, boss. The two responded with respectful bows. A rugged vehicle emerged from the villa area, heading towards the nearby shopping mall, now infested by the mutated spider. Once a place aglow with lights, the mall now lay in ruins, its interiors draped in webs, filled with cocoons of various shapes, some humanoid, others resembling different creatures, all remnants of prey captured by the mutated spider, preserved for sustenance. Yi Chi and his companions tread cautiously upon the web-covered floor, striving to approach the mutated spider without arousing its attention. At that moment, the mutated spider had spun an enormous web in the air, straddling the second and third floors of the mall, effectively sealing off the space between them. Its colossal form shattered their previous perceptions of spiders. Yi Chi, however, remained unfazed. He had encountered far more terrifying creatures in his past life. In contrast, Zhou Ming and Ma Onrui, having never witnessed such a sight, trembled in sheer fear as their legs quaked beneath them. Yi Chi also noticed the fear in his two subordinates. He refrained from saying much, recalling that when he encountered these monstrous creatures for the first time in his previous life, he had been no better off than they were. In any case, Yi Chi had no intention of having them serve as the main fighters. Rather, he intended for them to assist while he delivered the fatal blow to the mutated giant spider. He possessed immense confidence in his spatial abilities. With short-range spatial movement combined with the space blade, he was certain he could slay this giant spider, which had yet to complete its first transformation. Old Zhou, create a platform beneath the web. We shall engage the giant spider upon it. Old Ma, once the platform is established, promptly use your lightning abilities to clear the webs from its surface. Yi Chi first directed Zhou Ming to construct a platform beneath the web, ensuring that even if the web were destroyed, they would not plummet. He then utilized lightning to eliminate the webs above. The webbing environment was ill-suited for human combat. Once ensnared, without absolute strength, one could easily become a meal for the giant spider. Zhou Ming and Ma Onrui diligently followed Yi Chi's commands. The rumbling sounds of platform construction and the crackling of electricity soon rousing the giant spider. Enraged, the giant spider howled in fury, astonished that the previously feeble humans dared to provoke it. This infuriated it further. The three of them then leaped onto the platform, preparing to confront the giant spider. Zhou Ming reinforced the platform and intermittently commanded spikes to erupt from it, aiming to harass the giant spider. However, the spider was highly perceptive, rendering such spikes largely ineffective, serving only to distract. In retaliation, the giant spider unleashed a stream of venom towards Zhou Ming, its mutated venom now more fearsome than ever. Yi Chi directly utilized his adept spatial abilities to teleport the spider venom a short distance away. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Onrui, who promptly unleashed a torrent of electrical currents, rendering both himself and the colossal spider paralyzed. The giant spider writhed in agony, its powers merely enhanced its venom, offering little resistance to the onslaught of electricity. Hurry, boss. I can't hold on much longer. Ma Onrui gritted out through the pain, still struggling to master his abilities. To completely incapacitate the foe, he had to endure the electric charge himself, although his resilience to it surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Right away, Yi Chi executed a short-distance teleportation, appearing directly before the giant spider. With a swift motion, the spatial blade manifested in his hand, plunging into the creature's head. The blade was exceedingly sharp, piercing the spider's skull as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. With a final, mournful wail, the giant spider succumbed beneath Yi Chi's spatial blade. All right, let us commence the collection of spoils. Yi Chi dissipated the spatial blade and began issuing commands to divide everything left by the fallen spider. The mutated silk was a valuable resource, renowned for its remarkable strength, making it ideal for crafting lightweight, yet effective protective gear against sharp weapons. Additionally, The venom sacs contained lethal poison for both zero-level and ordinary zombies. The giant spider was a treasure trove, and Yiqi's hunt this time was indeed bountiful. Among the spoils, the evolution crystals held the potential to assist ability users in advancing to the first level. Yiqi's notes, mutated spider, proficient in venom spraying and web weaving, yet its strength is relatively feeble compared to a first-tier ability user. The venom sacs it possesses hold considerable value, and its silk serves as excellent textile material. Strength level, slightly weaker than first tier. Chapter 13. Steel zombie Li Mo and Wang Kiki arrived at the entrance of a steel factory, the backbone of Yuntown's industry, employing nearly 3,000 workers. This location is not far from Li Mo's supermarket base, just a 20-minute drive, making access quite convenient. Li Mo pondered how many employees might have survived the onslaught of the zombie crisis, yet, given the vast population base, he felt there must still be a fair number remaining. This place harbored numerous items Li Mo desired, such as large trucks for transporting steel, along with smaller pickups for hauling minor cargo. He urgently needed these vehicles for scavenging supplies, and the factory buildings were perfectly suited for expanding his base. As Li Mo and Wang Kiki exited their vehicle and approached the factory's entrance, the once bustling steel mill now lay in eerie silence, devoid of life. A few zombies in security uniforms meandered at the entrance, which Li Mo swiftly dispatched with a few fireballs. The factory's sliding gate stood firmly shut, but this posed no challenge for Li Mo, now a first-tier user. He concentrated and conjured a powerful fireball, which detonated upon impact, blasting the sliding door open. "Follow me, Kiki, and stay alert," Li Mo called to Wang Kiki, leading her through the gaping hole created by the explosion. Wang Kiki followed closely behind, accustomed to her boss's remarkable abilities. Upon entering the steel mill, the first thing that caught her eye was a prominent phrase: "Development is the hard truth." Nearby, a flower bed adorned the area. Next to this phrase was the layout of the steel mill, which Li Mo approached to memorize the basic orientation and ascertain the location of the living quarters. Li Mo had entered through the south gate, while the living quarters lay to the west. This was his destination, as it housed the employee dormitories, the cafeteria, and the parking lot. Both essential elements of sustenance and shelter were present. The two navigated around the flower bed, making their way towards the living quarters. The extensive bloodstains on the ground were shocking, accompanied by numerous fragments of bone and flesh. Several bloodied bones littered the path. Clearly, a horrifying event had transpired here. Li Mo observed calmly. He was no longer frightened by such sights, having become desensitized to the gruesome reality. However, Wang Kiki was still struggling to adjust to this grim environment, yet she persevered. In this wretched world, one must adapt to survive. Those unable to acclimate or lacking the ability to alter their surroundings were destined for extinction. Li Mo led her toward the living quarters at a measured pace. Finding the steel mill eerily quiet, he sensed something amiss, suspecting the presence of a high-level zombie within these walls, and resolved to proceed with caution. Wang Kiki's perception was limited to a nearby area, rendering her unable to cover all bases. Therefore, Li Mo had to exercise caution. If they were to acquire some evolutionary crystals later, perhaps they could enhance her abilities. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies seeking trouble, including an advanced zombie. After successfully obtaining an evolutionary crystal, Li Mo casually handed it to Wang Kiki, urging her to consume it. Without hesitation, she swallowed it, fully aware of its value, as Li Mo had previously enlightened her on its significance. After ingesting the crystal, Wang Kiki felt a noticeable improvement in her physical capabilities, and her perception range expanded considerably. As they continued their journey, it wasn't long before Wang Kiki's expression shifted dramatically, clearly sensing something extraordinary. Boss, there is a powerful aura nearby. It must be a mutated zombie," she exclaimed urgently to Li Mo, who was leading the way ahead. "A mutated zombie, you say? Understood. Remember to keep a low profile." Li Mo replied, realizing that his suspicions were confirmed. The presence of a high-tier zombie was indeed evident. He assessed that the current high-tier zombies were likely only at the first transformation level, something he felt confident he could handle. "Approximately where is it located?" he inquired. Knowing that the best defense was a proactive attack, he intended to confront the zombie directly. "In that warehouse over there." Wang Kiki pointed toward a warehouse to the east. "A warehouse, you say? Very well, I understand. You should find a place to hide for now." Li Mo gestured for Wang Kiki to take cover while he dealt with the hidden zombie. Once she complied, he made his way toward the warehouse with determination. The warehouse door stood ajar, serving as a repository for steel, a setting particularly advantageous for Limeau's elemental abilities. Upon entering, he found the space cluttered with steel, yet a peculiar grunting noise echoed throughout. As he approached the source of the sound, he was taken aback to discover a mutated zombie. Its body a striking shade of iron, muscles bulging. To his astonishment, it was consuming steel? While Limeau stood in disbelief, the metallic zombie had already noticed him. It glanced at the half-eaten steel in its grasp, then back at Limeau, shaking its head dismissively before tossing the discarded metal aside, its gaze now fixed on Limeau. Clearly, it found him far more appetizing. Steel, unpalatable. Human, delectable. The zombie's words, though fragmented and slurred, were a remarkable feat for a creature of its kind. Human, consume, you. Evolve, it murmured, all the while advancing towards Limeau with alarming speed. A talking zombie. Limeau cursed under his breath, swiftly manipulating the surrounding steel to obstruct the creature's path. However, the makeshift barrier provided only a temporary hindrance, as the zombie effortlessly swept aside the steel, some pieces even snapping in two while it remained unscathed. What terrifying strength! In awe yet wary, Limeau retreated, contemplating his next move. If it came down to a test of strength, he would have to put his newly acquired abilities to the test after his first transformation. Limeau's gaze turned icy. The strength of the steel zombie was not something he could confront head-on. Thus, he decided to let it engage in a fierce battle with the earth element. First, he erected 3 earthen walls with his abilities to temporarily obstruct the steel zombie, then retreated from the warehouse. With a forceful clap of his hands upon the ground, he summoned a towering earth giant, approximately 2.5 meters tall. Though referred to as an earth giant, it was, in fact, a composite of concrete and subterranean soil. To further reinforce the giant, Limeau employed his elemental powers to plant and nurture vegetation upon it, the roots intricately weaving throughout the giant structure, thereby enhancing its stability. The vines and foliage sprouting from the plants served as excellent kindling, and Limeau ignited the vegetation on the giant's surface with his abilities, causing intense flames to scorch the earth giant, rendering it even more formidable through this fiery transformation. After this elaborate endeavor, Limeau had expended nearly half of his total energy. Yet given the vast reservoir of his powers, this consumption was sufficient to drain several ability users completely. At that moment, the steel zombie had smashed through the wall and charged out, momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the earth giant. It was unexpected that this human had found aid so swiftly. Now, it was a contest of strength. Let the battle commence, Limeau remarked with a grin, and with another clap, he summoned earthen walls to encircle the steel zombie and the earth giant within a confined space. To prevent any mutated zombies from emerging, Limeau ensured that the walls were significantly elevated. Chapter 14. Earth Giant vs. Steel Zombie, the dual ground created by Limeau. The environment proved to be quite unfavorable for the iron zombie, as its mobility could not be fully realized in this setting. And the earth giant appeared to be a formidable opponent. Should it demolish the earthen walls to escape? The iron zombie, with its simplistic reasoning, contemplated the situation and ultimately decided to proceed. Entrusting its back to the enemy was foolish. Its primitive instincts urged it to confront the challenge head-on. With determined strides, the iron zombie charged toward the earth giant, employing its signature brute force. The earth giant raised its hand, engulfed in flames, delivering a powerful blow to the iron zombie. The impact left the iron zombie momentarily dazed, as if its very metallic form would shatter under such force. Shaking its head in disbelief, it struggled to accept that it was being overpowered in this moment. The earth giant was controlled by Limeau, endowing it with far greater intelligence than the brawny, simple-minded iron zombie. Limeau shielded himself with walls of earth, orchestrating the giant's movements in battle. With both intellect and strength maximized, the earth giant held a distinct advantage, rendering the situation decidedly one-sided. Suddenly, the iron zombie let out a series of roars, seemingly with purpose rather than aimless noise. Limeau furrowed his brow, questioning the reason behind the creature's cries. Soon, he realized that the zombie was calling for its companions from the steel factory. A multitude of zombies surged toward Limeau from all directions, including several advanced variants, though no high-ranking zombies like Lickers had emerged. Limeau shook his head, acknowledging that even this merely postponed its demise, offering little substantial benefit. After summoning his companion, the iron zombie resumed its assault on the earth giant, this time adopting a more strategic approach. Rather than charging recklessly, it opted to exploit its speed to harass the clumsier behemoth. However, due to the constraints of the battlefield, the effectiveness of its attacks was notably limited. This tactic proved somewhat successful. Since the beginning of their confrontation, it had not achieved any significant victories, though it had managed to inflict some damage on the Earth Giant, even severing a small segment of its forearm. Encouraged by this minor triumph, it resolved to press the advantage and eliminate this puppet. Yet, upon lifting its gaze, it encountered Limeau's smirking, mocking expression. Limeau stood atop the earthen wall at the edge of the dueling arena. The iron zombie, with its entirely metallic form, had consumed a considerable amount of steel, indicating that even if Limeau could not fully dominate it, his metallic abilities could still exert influence. Raising his hand, Limeau activated his powers, and the iron zombie immediately sensed its speed diminishing, no longer as swift as before. This signified that its end was nigh. Unleash a relentless assault upon it, Limeau commanded, pointing at the now sluggish iron zombie. The Earth Giant advanced and delivered a powerful punch, sending the iron zombie crashing to the ground. Despite its formidable resilience, the relentless beating from the Earth Giant took a heavy toll. The flames enveloping the giant scorched the iron zombie, eliciting anguished cries as it succumbed to its fate. It initially possessed immense potential, yet it encountered Limeau standing atop the earthen wall. Limeau gazed at the distant horde of corpses, shaking his head. With a casual wave of his hand, he lowered one side of the dueling arena's earthen wall, allowing the Earth Giant to stride forth, exuding an aura of invincibility. In the face of these ordinary zombies, Limeau could not muster the effort to manually control the Earth Giant. He simply let it unleash its fury. Upon the demise of the iron zombie, both Limeau and the Earth Giant were marked by the aura of slain advanced zombies, deterring any nearby undead from approaching them. An intriguing scene unfolded as the horde, which had been advancing with unstoppable momentum, descended into chaos following the iron zombie's death. Lacking the governance of a higher-tier zombie, they quickly became disordered. Those in front halted, while the rear zombies, unable to break in time, collided violently. The Earth Giant advanced swiftly, having recently received repairs to its fractured forearm from Limeau. Its fists, ablaze with fire, surged forth, ruthlessly cleaving through the horde. Faced with this formidable mass of earth, the zombies found themselves utterly powerless. Their proud teeth and claws were rendered ineffective against the Earth Giant. Several advanced zombies perished beneath its relentless fists. The once imposing horde was swiftly reduced to disarray, a clear testament to the drawbacks of lacking superior leadership. Despite the sheer number of zombies, they were of no consequence when confronted by a true powerhouse. As the horde scattered in fear, the Earth Giant's capacity to slay zombies was not infinite. Yet it ensured that the remaining undead could no longer pose a threat. The iron zombie, in its demise, inadvertently performed a service, sparing me the trouble of hunting down the zombies one by one. Limeau chuckled softly, effortlessly dispelling what appeared to ordinary individuals as a catastrophic horde of corpses. He began to harvest the spoils of victory, with the steel zombie suffering the most grievous fate. Its head and body severed apart. Limeau unearthed its evolution crystal, a piece of iron blue crystal that seemed to reflect the correlation between the color of the evolution crystal and the zombie's exterior. Its heart promised to be of great utility. That familiar voice echoed once more, igniting a spark of excitement within Limeau. It appeared that yet another valuable item had materialized. The skin of the deceased steel zombie had become remarkably fragile, allowing Limeau to effortlessly extract its heart, which was also of an iron blue hue. The steel heart, a product of the zombie endowed with steel abilities, could be implanted to grant ordinary individuals the capacity for zero-level steel hardening. Shelf life, approximately 10 days. Method of implantation: place the steel heart in the vicinity of the ordinary person's heart, where it will consume the original heart and take its place. This item is not intended for use by ability users. A wealth of information regarding the steel heart flooded Limeau's mind, proving to be exceedingly convenient, as it spared him a considerable amount of time in exploring the item's purpose. Perhaps this voice represented an inscrutable supreme will. Limeau pondered the potential origin of this voice, yet it felt too distant for him to grasp. Fortuitously, this steel heart could serve as a reward. Although its shelf life was limited to 10 days, it would suffice for him to identify suitable candidates. Limeau had already devised a plan for the utilization of the steel heart in his mind. Limeau meticulously organized his belongings, having recalled the Earth Giant, regaining half of the consumed abilities. For him, the remaining expenditure would soon be replenished under the cycle of the 5 elements. Casually tossing the evolution crystal of the steel zombie into his mouth, Limeau witnessed a significant increase in his total abilities. As for the evolution crystals obtained from the advanced zombies, he chose not to consume them himself. intending instead to reserve them as rewards for his subordinates. Their effect on him had diminished to the point where it was more beneficial to bestow them upon his followers. Liemo sought out Wang Kiki and presented her with 2 zero-tier evolution crystals. After she consumed them, she was on the brink of breaking through to the first transition. Had there been an evolution crystal from a devourer at that moment, Wang Kiki could have achieved the breakthrough directly. Unfortunately, Liemo had encountered only one devourer thus far. Summoning Wang Kiki, Liemo entered the employee dormitory of the steel factory. Liemo's zombie notes. Steel zombie. A peculiar entity seemingly mutated within the environment of the steel factory. It has a penchant for consuming steel and humans alike, displaying formidable resilience, speed, and strength. Its heart possesses significant utility. Strength level. First transition chapter 15. Recruiting the survivors of the steel factory on the first floor of the employee dormitory, numerous zombies roamed. After dispatching them, Liemo discovered that the staircase leading to the second floor was obstructed by a plethora of debris. He was certain that many survivors were hidden within, otherwise, the passage would not have been so thoroughly blocked. After a thorough search, all the survivors hidden within were brought out by Liemo. This dormitory building housed approximately 100 survivors, while the rest were either in other locations or had already perished. Initially, the workers from the steel mill were quite reluctant to submit to this young man, Liemo. Among them, there was an awakened individual with the ability to amplify powers who took the lead in resisting Liemo's efforts to incorporate them. You wish to recruit us? What a joke. A mere child without a beard thinks he can command us? These were the very words of the power-enhancing adept. In response, Liemo revealed his abilities and swiftly eliminated this rebellious individual. Although abilities are precious for Liemo's development, he had no need for such a defiant subordinate. He sought obedient followers. Thus, he made an example of the troublemaker. Indeed, the deterrent effect of violence is the most effective. The steel mill workers were thoroughly intimidated by Liemo's ruthless methods and dared not defy his commands, willingly accepting his incorporation. With these individuals in tow, Liemo commenced a grand operation to purge the entire steel mill, with a powerful adept leading the charge. The remaining zombies posed no significant threat and were effortlessly dealt with by Liemo. All remaining survivors were located one by one, totaling over 300. Many were found trapped indoors by zombies, their faces gaunt and emaciated, clearly having gone without sufficient food. Liemo gathered everyone in the staff canteen, where electricity was still available and the kitchen housed a substantial amount of food. He instructed a few surviving chefs to prepare a meal for the starving workers. The dishes were not extravagant, consisting of common fare such as cabbage, tofu, vermicelli, and meat, with an ample supply of rice. Yet, this simple meal brought tears to many eyes. Having been trapped in various locations by zombies and unable to eat, they were now able to savor a hot meal. It was at this moment that they began to feel a sense of belonging to Liemo. This was precisely what he desired, a formidable strength coupled with acts of kindness. The most effective means of fostering loyalty. He had eradicated all the zombies in the area, thus he naturally emerged as the hero. Even if someone dared to voice dissent, they would think twice in the face of overwhelming power. Liemo was unperturbed by the prospect of petty troublemakers causing unrest among his followers. His extraordinary abilities were his greatest assurance. Once everyone had finished their meal, Liemo stood before them, ready to deliver a speech. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liemo. I shall speak a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has transformed into a form we can scarcely imagine. Zombies now roam freely, ravaging our former homes. Your families and children remain unaccounted for, and even your own lives hang by a thread. The emergence of extraordinary individuals has illuminated a glimmer of hope for our survival. I am a formidable ability user, capable of leading you through this apocalyptic world. I have expelled the zombies and shall establish my base in Yuntown. You will become the initial builders of this stronghold. Together, we shall forge our paradise amidst this wasteland. Liemo spoke with fervor, his words flowing passionately. Though his oratory skills were rather ordinary, he struck a resonant chord. Food and shelter, these are the essentials that ordinary people crave in this desolate era, and Liemo can provide them. This is the crux of his persuasive power. A few perceptive individuals quickly voiced their approval, leading the applause. Regardless of Liemo's eloquence, an awkward silence is always uncomfortable, and with someone taking the lead. The workers soon joined in clapping, for what Liemo proposed was indeed what they needed. Liemo glanced at the instigator, nodding slightly in satisfaction. Subsequently, he began to assess the situation of the ability users. Indeed, Among the more than 300 individuals, there were 2 additional ability users, bringing the total to 3, including the one Liemo had previously eliminated. This location possesses favorable conditions, concluded Liemo, who then promptly proceeded to test their abilities. One of the ability users was a worker from the steel factory, while the other was the manager. The worker appeared honest and unassuming, clad in a deep blue uniform, his weathered face suggesting he was the pillar of his family. This ability user was named Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun's awakened ability is enchantment, which allows him to imbue various objects with magical effects. For instance, he can bestow a resilience effect upon the breastplate crafted by Liemo, thereby enhancing its durability. The enchanting effects vary depending on the type of item, and it is precisely due to Wang Jianjun's enchanting prowess that these workers managed to endure for such a duration beneath the onslaught of zombies. The manager, named Song Su, possesses an ability known as mimicry, enabling him to assume the appearance of others, including that of a zombie, though this transformation necessitates the blood of another individual. By ingesting someone else's blood, he can temporarily adopt their likeness and utilize a fraction of their abilities. The decision to transform into another's form rests solely with Song Su, and this change in appearance does not impede his own capabilities. However, once the allotted time expires, his power dissipates, reverting him to his original form, and during the transformation, he cannot assume another guise. Liemo conducted an experiment using his own blood on Song Su, and indeed, Song Su was able to harness Liemo's abilities, albeit at a diminished level compared to Liemo's original strength, particularly during his initial stage. After considerable effort, Liemo discerned the nature of Song Su's ability. It became evident that his total capacity for ability was significantly less than that of Liemo at his initial stage. This highlights the advantage of Liemo's elemental powers, as his total capacity surpasses that of other ability users, making it impossible for Song Su to perfectly replicate Liemo's abilities, even if they were of the same tier. However, Liemo instructed Wang Kiki and Wang Jianjun to contribute a bit of their essence to Song Su. After conducting experiments, it became evident that Song Su could perfectly emulate the abilities of these 2 individuals. They were indeed remarkable talents. After assessing their extraordinary powers, Liemo nodded in satisfaction. Both individuals could certainly be cultivated as key assets, significantly contributing to the advancement of the base. Once the abilities were tested, Liemo led them back to the cafeteria. The other workers remained seated, adhering to their positions, as none dared to leave without Liemo's command. Regarding the impending battle with the zombies, I will take you, Song Su, along with me. Do you understand? Liemo gazed intently at Song Su. Initially, Song Su contemplated declining, but upon witnessing Liemo's unyielding gaze, he swallowed hard, feeling unable to refuse. The scene of the power-based ability user being slain was still vividly etched in his memory. Such a formidable ability user had been reduced to a mere chick before Liemo, and he dared not provoke his wrath. Yes, boss. Song Su's resolve began to strengthen. Since evasion was futile, he would confront the challenge. After all, Liemo was a powerhouse, and by aligning himself with such strength, he could grow stronger. Turning to Wang Jianjun, Liemo inquired, "Do you have a wife and children?" With a sincere expression, Wang Jianjun replied, "I do, boss. But I truly have no idea if they are still alive." The mention of his family struck a chord within this steadfast man, leaving him momentarily lost and despondent. In this apocalyptic world, even those with abilities could not guarantee their own safety, let alone ordinary individuals. Rest assured, if they are still alive, they shall receive the finest care, not only Wang Jianjun but all present. As long as you are willing to serve me faithfully, your loved ones will be afforded the utmost attention. Liemo suddenly turned to address all the workers on site. I will seek out your surviving relatives and bring them here, ensuring they are sheltered from the miseries of this apocalyptic world. Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, followed by an eruption of exuberant cheers, some even shed tears. Witnessing the profound effect of his speech, Liemo silently chastised himself for previously failing to grasp the essence of his message. For most of those striving outside, the paramount concern was not themselves, but rather their families. By addressing this, their sense of belonging was significantly heightened. Chapter 16. The brave and the opportunist Liemo was certainly not one to merely speak empty platitudes. He had no habit of spinning grand illusions for his subordinates. He was a man of action, committed to fulfilling his promises, thus maintaining a firm grasp over the hearts of the people. With an initial population base now established, Liemo's next objective was to firmly seize control of Yuntown. Though not particularly large, Yuntown could be considered a modest settlement on the outskirts of Anqing. and its recapture would pose little difficulty. Liemo planned to lead his team of ability users to commence the purge of Yuntown. With his rank 1 ability at the helm, significant chaos was unlikely to ensue. Moreover, Liemo was now capable of creating an ability user himself. Thanks to the steel heart he had previously acquired, Liemo found himself devoid of the luxury to meticulously assess the temperament of each individual before distributing the steel heart. He directly posed a question to all the survivors in the steel factory. Who among you dares to join us in the battle against the zombies? I must forewarn you. There is a possibility of death. The workers exchanged glances, their earlier fervor dissipated. They pondered, given the formidable powers of Liemo and his companions, why they would need to engage in combat with the undead. Confusion and trepidation enveloped them, causing many to lower their heads, unable to meet Liemo's gaze, particularly those with loved ones to consider. Witnessing this scene, Liemo felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was not entirely unexpected. As long as no one dared to step forward, he would not bestow the steel heart upon those unwilling to confront the zombies. At that moment, a robust voice resonated through the air. I will go with you. Liemo's spirits lifted as someone finally responded to his call. A young man stood up, his eyes brimming with determination. Oh, might I inquire why you wish to accompany me? Liemo asked with intrigue. In this world, one can only grow stronger by aligning with the powerful. By following you, I am confident that I will become more formidable under your guidance. The young man declared resolutely. Excellent. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. Liemo exclaimed, approving of the young man's conviction. As he retrieved the steel heart, he couldn't help but express his admiration. This was procured after I vanquished a zombie within your steel factory. It is a steel heart that grants ordinary individuals the ability to wield enhanced powers. Step forward and declare your name, and it shall be yours. Liemo spoke with an alluring tone. I am Xian Yifan, and I appreciate your recognition, boss. Xian Yifan was overjoyed, astonished that Liemo possessed a treasure that could grant ordinary individuals extraordinary powers. He approached Liemo step by step, attracting envious glances from many along the way, yet he felt he truly deserved it. Liemo placed the heart of steel against Xian Yifan's chest. It swiftly merged with him, and contrary to Liemo's expectations, the fusion was devoid of pain, as if it were a natural occurrence. Becoming an ability user through the utilization of special items comes with a growth ceiling, and the heart of steel's limit was 3 transformations. A voice echoed in Liemo's mind, informing him of the situation following the use of the heart of steel. A limit of 3 transformations? No matter, that will suffice. Liemo remained unfazed. Most ability users were still at the initial level, and those who had achieved the first transformation were exceedingly rare, rendering the concern over the growth limit insignificant. Let us test your newfound abilities. The sensation was overwhelming. Was this the power of an ability user? Xian Yifan activated his power, and in an instant, his skin transformed into a steely hue, rendering him nearly invulnerable. Admittedly, his capabilities were inferior to those of the steel zombie. Yet for the time being, he could withstand the attacks of ordinary zombies. As for the efficacy against gunfire, Liemo had yet to test it, leaving uncertain the extent of its defensive prowess. Nevertheless, before him, the steel zombies were utterly defenseless. Boss, I too wish to join you in slaying zombies. Suddenly, another individual stepped forward, unable to contain his desire for the extraordinary powers that Xian Yifan had just acquired. Boss, we wish to join as well. Suddenly, the entire cafeteria stood up, with 30 or 40 voices harmoniously expressing their desire to confront the zombies. Of course, their intentions were not entirely altruistic. Having witnessed Xian Yifan acquire the extraordinary ability bestowed by Liemo, they too yearned to be among the fortunate few. Liemo, fully aware of their ulterior motives, recognized that they coveted powers. However, it was fitting that they should face the zombies directly. Those who survived would undoubtedly possess commendable skills. Excellent. Since everyone is so spirited, let us prepare to set off. Liemo clapped his hands, omitting the anticipated distribution of abilities. The second speaker's face turned pale. Could it be that he, an ordinary individual, was truly expected to confront zombies? Without abilities, how could he possibly face such horrors? His expression fluctuated between despair and dread. And before he could evoke Liemo's disdain or risk his own demise, he chose the former. Boss, have you perhaps forgotten something? The abilities. Haha, not that it's solely for my benefit. With abilities, I could accompany you in fighting the zombies. He forced a few awkward laughs, halting Liemo to speak. Indeed, boss, we must possess abilities. Yes, boss, you are so formidable, we. The individuals who had stood to express their willingness to combat the zombies echoed in agreement, believing that being sent to fight without any powers was akin to entering a battlefield without weapons. Upon hearing their words, a cold smirk crept across Lemo's lips. How truly opportunistic they were. With the sharp gaze of an eagle, he surveyed the crowd, and wherever his eyes landed, none dared to meet his gaze. Lemo cast a glance at the individual who had just spoken, his mind already condemning him to death. You seem rather enthusiastic, don't you? How dare you covet my grace? Lemo squinted, his smile devoid of warmth as he addressed the man. It appeared that the previous carnage had not sufficiently instilled fear in them. Song Su and Wang Jianjun, along with a few other ability users, observed with keen attention, fully aware of the fate that awaited this individual. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lemo conjured a fireball and swiftly approached the man, seizing him by the throat. Who granted you the audacity to confront me? Boss, I realized my mistake. I beg you, spare my life. The man, staring into the searing fireball held so close, was paralyzed by terror. He had never anticipated that Lemo, who had always seemed like a hero destined to save the world, would resort to violence against him. It's too late. Lemo unleashed the fireball, obliterating the man in a fiery explosion. The aftermath was devastating, with remnants scattered everywhere. Blood splattered across Lemo and those around him. Lemo then summoned a sphere of water to cleanse the bloodstains from his attire and swiftly absorbed any residue, leaving him impeccably clean. Remember, I am the one in charge here. Now, does anyone else have any objections? Xi and Yifun had intended to intervene and halt Lemo's killing spree, but his lowly status rendered his voice insignificant, and Lemo's unpredictable temperament instilled fear in him. No one dared to speak up, not even the other ability users. Very well, since there are no objections, those of you standing will accompany me and these ability users to eliminate the zombies. The remaining individuals diligently maintained the safety of the steel mill, awaiting our return. The advanced zombies within have been eradicated, and I trust that safeguarding this place shall not pose a significant challenge for you. I shall fulfill my promise. Please send someone forth to record the familial circumstances of all individuals. Should any of them reside in Yunjin, I will assist in bringing them back. Boss, I studied accounting in university. A young woman stepped forward. Very well, compile the familial information of everyone promptly and deliver it to me, Lemo commanded, lacking the inclination to inquire about her name. Understood. Chapter 17. The Great Purge of Yunjin. Lemo scrutinized the statistics sheet, which detailed the family situations of the workers residing in Yunjin. It was reported that 70% of the workers' families lived within Yunjin, predominantly local inhabitants, while the families of others were scattered around the vicinity of Anqing. To bring their families back, Lemo realized he must first secure Anqing, a task that felt exceedingly distant. Thus, he resolved to prioritize the immediate concerns at hand. He rummaged through the freight trucks stationed at the steel mill. Several pickups and larger trucks remained, once used for transporting the mill's products, now repurposed for the conveyance of supplies and personnel. Lemo organized a formidable convoy of over 40 individuals, with those unable to fit inside the vehicles taking refuge in the beds of the pickups. Presently, no one would raise objections regarding the prohibition against carrying passengers in the truck beds. Among the convoy was a large truck, designated for transporting supplies and survivors. Lemo sat in his vehicle, an off-road car filled with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. In the driver's seat was Song Su, while Lemo occupied the passenger seat. Behind them sat Xi and Yifun, Wang Jianjun, and Wang Kiki. All the extraordinary beings were brought forth by Lemo, for they must endure the baptism of blood to mature. Even those with supportive powers must witness the brutality of this apocalyptic world to adapt. In the upcoming battles, Lemo would refrain from intervening unless confronted with zombies beyond their capacity to handle. This was a means of refining their skills. As for weaponry, Lemo intended to supply them with arms shortly. Near the Yuntown police station, Lemo led his companions to this location, where former officers had now succumbed to the fate of the undead. He believed that here he might uncover weapons suitable for ordinary individuals. Several zombies in police uniforms loitered at the entrance, still bearing sidearms at their waists. One even clutched a handgun, seemingly frozen in the act of firing when he was attacked. Without the slightest effort, Lemo dispatched the zombies within and proceeded to scavenge the area. They unearthed numerous confiscated blades and, more astonishingly, 5 handguns along with 2 boxes of ammunition, totaling over 200 rounds. Additionally, they discovered 3 walkie-talkies, which would facilitate communication during their excursions. Curiously, the scene was chaotic, starkly contrasting the usual order. It appeared to be the aftermath of a frantic evacuation. After thorough searching, a document clarified Li Mo's bewilderment. The document is in a damaged state, stained with significant blood, rendering some parts illegible. After examining the discernible sections, Li Mo learned that the Anqing Public Security Bureau had summoned all officers from nearby towns to a designated location before proceeding to the military camp in the outskirts of Anqing to rendezvous with the troops stationed there. This document was intended for the missing Special Police Unit. Following the outbreak, a special police team had been dispatched to Yunjin for a mission, but they had since gone missing. The personnel at the Yunjin police station, serving as a communication point, left this document to inform them of their next destination. Observing the bloodstains on the document, it seems likely that the author met with misfortune. After replacing the document, Li Mo pondered a thought. It appeared that, amidst the zombie onslaught, the nation still maintained a semblance of order. The internal mobilization mechanism of the public security organs remained intact, which could be viewed as a silver lining in the current predicament. However, the personnel at the Yunjin police station seemingly fell victim to infection before they could complete their rendezvous, leaving behind weapons that were likely not evacuated. After thoroughly searching the area with his team, Li Mo distributed the acquired weapons among his subordinates, ensuring that the retrieved handguns were fully loaded and given to the veterans in the group. Those who stepped forward to combat the zombies displayed a measure of courage. Among them were 5 veterans, well-versed in the use of firearms. With guns in hand, even ordinary individuals stood a better chance against the zombies. Otherwise, confronting these ferocious creatures with mere cold weapons and unprotected flesh would inevitably lead to significant losses. Upon acquiring these weapons, Wang Jianjun's enchanting abilities proved to be of significant utility. He infused several of these weapons with enchantments. For the blades, he was able to enhance their sharpness and durability, while the firearms received enhancements for durability and explosive effects. The explosive enhancement allowed the bullets to possess an explosive impact. Li Mo tested this with a handgun, discovering that a single bullet could obliterate a zombie, which was undeniably formidable. However, the total capacity of his abilities was regrettably limited. He managed to enchant only 1 firearm and 3 melee weapons before he was left breathless and unable to continue. Moreover, the enchantments were not permanent, according to him. They would last merely a week. Nonetheless, Li Mo was not overly concerned about this issue, as he believed that once Wang Jianjun's ability level increased, this problem would be easily resolved. Songsu also demonstrated the formidable nature of his powers during the skirmish. After consuming Li Mo's blood, he briefly accessed Li Mo's elemental abilities. In his hands, Li Mo's elemental powers manifested effectively. He conjured fireballs, manipulated earth, controlled plants, and summoned metal. These abilities proved to be highly lethal against the zombies. As Song Su unleashed fireballs upon the undead, he discreetly observed Li Mo, who had not engaged in battle throughout. He pondered how, if he, a mere imitation, could wield such strength, then Li Mo, the authentic original, must possess an astounding level of power. Daunted by the thought, he redirected his focus to the task at hand, yet his respect and awe for Li Mo only intensified. Li Mo's team exhibited remarkable efficiency in exterminating zombies. During this time, they also uncovered several survivors hiding in their homes, who offered no resistance and readily joined Li Mo's ranks. After all, there is strength in numbers. Remaining confined at home merely amounts to a futile struggle. Prolonged isolation only leads to demise, so it is far preferable to accompany Li Mo and his group. Li Mo's method of evacuating these survivors was quite straightforward. The beds of the pickups and large trucks could accommodate a considerable number of people. He instructed the newly joined survivors to assist in transporting the supplies from the buildings, loading them onto the pickups and large trucks alongside their own belongings. The steel factory offered ample space to store these provisions. Li Mo also led the team back to the supermarket he had previously raided, emptying it of its supplies and conveniently bringing Zhao Gang along. Throughout their journey, Li Mo encountered few formidable zombies. The most advanced he came across was merely a licker, hardly worthy of note. He began to wonder if the unfolding events were, perhaps, too effortless. Yet, it became evident that the reclamation of Yunjin was not fraught with significant obstacles. The only zombies encountered were those previously seen at the steel factory. However, a remarkable development had occurred near the ancient locust tree in Yunjin. An enormous beehive had appeared, and the bees there seemed to have mutated, producing honey that was an unusual shade of blue. Li Mo felt compelled to investigate the peculiarities of these bees. Nevertheless, before doing so, he needed to settle the survivors and the scavenged supplies, all of which could be stored at the steel factory. After all, the factory boasted dormitories, a cafeteria, and warehouses, providing ample space for these items. This was Limeau's inaugural encounter with mutated monsters, necessitating utmost caution. He intended to venture alone to investigate, as the colossal hive had imparted a sensation akin to approaching the pinnacle of the first transformation. For those below this threshold, entering would be tantamount to courting death. Limeau's classification of ability levels was as follows: 0 level. This referred to newly awakened ability users and the initial transformations of zombies and mutated beings. Both advanced zombies and mimicry feeders fell into this category, albeit with varying degrees of strength. First transformation. This included ability users who had acquired powers and shattered their initial critical state, as well as zombies or mutated beasts of considerable physical prowess. Examples included steel zombies. Chapter 18. The Green Hive and the Sephora Tree. The hive loomed immensely, appearing to reach 6 or 7 meters in height. While ordinary hives host a multitude of bees, the number within this hive was likely unfathomable. Limeau stood atop a nearby 3-story building, gazing at the grand Sephora tree that marked the center of the square, where the hive stood prominently. Swarms of azure bees flitted in and out, transporting the necessary materials to their abode. Curiously, despite it being deep autumn, the Sephora tree, typically blooming in April or May, was adorned with flowers. Numerous bees emerged, heading straight for the blossoms to gather nectar, as the tree provided a natural food source for them. These bees exhibited distinct differences from their ordinary counterparts. Their usual brownish-yellow exteriors had transformed into a striking azure hue, while the hive itself bore a slight yellowish-blue tint. Limeau had already bestowed a fitting name upon them, dubbing them the azure bees. Suddenly, it seemed as though the hive had sensed something, and a multitude of azure hornets surged forth, darting towards Limeau. "They have discovered me," thought Limeau. He twisted his neck and leaped from the 3rd floor, the swarm redirecting its course toward him. "Oh, if you are not afraid of death, then come forth." Limeau unleashed his fiery abilities, enveloping himself in a blaze of intense flames that shielded him from harm. Constrained by the searing heat, the azure hornets hesitated to approach. Yet, as if compelled by some unseen command, they launched themselves in a reckless charge towards Limeau. The flames crackled and seared the hornets, each one falling in their relentless assault. Undaunted by their demise, they continued to charge at Limeau with reckless abandon. Upon their death, they released a corrosive liquid that splattered onto Limeau, inflicting minor injuries. However, under the formidable regenerative powers of his wood element abilities, these trifling wounds were scarcely worth noting. Before long, the ordinary azure hornets ceased their self-destructive onslaught, their unseen master evidently recognizing the futility of such sacrifices. Shortly thereafter, a new wave of hornets, radiating a crimson glow, emerged from the hive. The red patterns adorning their bodies were the result of the Hornet Queen's enhancement, bestowing them with fire resistance. Naturally averse to flames, the Queen had specifically fortified these hornets against the very element that threatened them. This new batch approached with the same fearless demeanor, intent on eliminating Limeau, the intruder. While fire still inflicted damage upon them, its effectiveness was diminished compared to before. Limeau perceived that his flames were insufficient to vanquish the green wasp, indicating that the temperature of his fire was not yet adequate. Intensifying his extraordinary abilities, he channeled the elemental forces, earth giving rise to metal, metal transforming into water, water nurturing wood, and wood igniting fire, culminating in a conflagration that enveloped him. Suddenly, a towering pillar of crimson flame erupted from his being, rendering the so-called fire resistance of the green wasp utterly ineffective, reducing it to mere ashes. This exertion, however, consumed at least 1/3 of his extraordinary energy, leaving him gasping for breath. Yet, standing upon the earth, the inexhaustible supply of soil elements continuously replenished his power. Utilizing the harmonious cycle of the 5 elements, he simultaneously engaged in battle while sustaining his energy reserves. As Limeau advanced towards the hive, an abundance of locust tree roots unexpectedly surged from the ground, assailing him. He raised his hand, conjuring a protective ring of fire around himself, incinerating the encroaching roots into nothingness. Intriguingly, it appeared that this grand locust tree had undergone mutation, seemingly establishing a symbiotic relationship with the wasps. Limeau scrutinized the colossal tree, discerning the nature of their connection. Nevertheless, the tree's feeble attacks posed no real threat to him. The flames easily annihilated the roots. Recognizing the futility of its assault, the locust tree resorted to releasing its pollen, which scattered abundantly around. Upon inhalation, Limeau was struck by sharp pangs of discomfort in his head, and he felt his control over his extraordinary abilities beginning to wane. The damned big locust tree possesses such extraordinary abilities. As Liemo marveled at this revelation, the elemental forces within him began to activate autonomously. The power of the wood element played a pivotal role, gradually dispelling the effects of the pollen, and Liemo's mind became increasingly lucid. Seizing the opportunity of his recovery, a new swarm of green bees emerged from the hive. These bees appeared notably larger, their stingers more formidable than those of ordinary green bees. They charged towards Liemo fearlessly, adhering to the queen bee's commands. However, this was merely a contingent of rearguard bees, as the queen had already commenced her escape under the protection of 2 royal guards. Yet, the queen's massive form remained conspicuous, making her flight anything but effortless. Liemo swiftly dispatched the group of rearguard bees before pursuing the fleeing queen. Although the queen's flight speed was not particularly swift, the 2 royal guards moved with remarkable alacrity, having evolved larger stingers imbued with lethal venom. In an instant, the 2 royal guards reached Liemo, plunging their stingers into his body, and their venom quickly coursed through him. Contrary to their expectations, however, Liemo felt no ill effects. Instead, he raised his hand and drained them of their essence. His intention was to extract their venom, as both royal guards had attained the first transformation level, rendering their venom highly valuable. Nevertheless, for Liemo, the wood element power was more than sufficient to counter this trivial toxin. 2 orbs of green venom coalesced in his grasp, and lacking a container, he employed his powers to levitate the venomous spheres in the air. Despite the 2 royal guards possessing first-tier strength, they were but trifles in the presence of Liemo witnessing the effortless demise of her guards. The queen bee was struck with terror, her colossal form attempting to flee. Liemo unleashed a fireball upon the queen, causing her to hasten her flight in pain. Observing her unexpected vigor to escape, Liemo transformed into a fireball artillery, promptly bringing her crashing down from the sky. "Spare me, I can serve you." In that moment, the queen emitted a feeble plea for mercy, her voice resonating directly in Liemo's mind, resembling a form of mental communication. Liemo was taken aback. Could these mutated creatures truly beg for their lives? Remaining vigilant, he scanned for the locust spirit, summoning the ring of flames once more as a precaution against any potential ambush. "You wish to serve me? Speak. What do you offer?" Liemo inquired, pondering the necessity of sparing her if she held no value. "I can produce swarms for you. The honey from my hives can aid in the recovery of supernatural abilities and mental strength." The queen promptly listed her capabilities. Liemo's interest piqued. The honey's potential to expedite the restoration of powers held significant strategic importance. In fact, he could even barter this honey for resources with other factions in the future. Liemo nodded in agreement, opting to accept the surrender of the queen bee. As for the possibility of betrayal, it mattered little. Even if she were to stab him in the back, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish her. "What is your connection with this locust tree?" Liemo inquired, casting his gaze upon the sturdy tree. "It is a symbiotic relationship. It provides us with sustenance, and in return, we offer it protection." The queen bee elucidated. The locust tree seemed to sense its impending fate, its branches trembling uneasily. Stripped of its protector, its means of attack were severely limited, and its sole weapon, the pollen toxin, held little efficacy against Liemo. "Rest assured, I shall not take your lives. What you can offer me is far more valuable than your demise," Liemo reassured them. Having just slain the royal guard bee, he had acquired 2 evolutionary crystals of the first tier. He decided to reserve the crystals from the queen bee and the locust tree for the moment, contemplating whether the honey they spoke of truly possessed extraordinary qualities before making a final decision. Chapter 19. Green honey to ascertain the veracity of the queen bee's claims. Liemo requested some green honey for examination. There are 2 varieties of green honey, the ordinary kind and the royal green honey, exclusively for the next generation of queens. Both types exhibited a green hue, though the royal variant was a shade deeper. The queen bee retrieved a honeycomb brimming with green honey from the hive, then gestured for Liemo to partake. The voice in Liemo's mind confirmed the honey's utility, aligning precisely with the queen bee's assertions. Moreover, beeswax can also serve as a detoxifying agent, thus further enhancing the value of the green bee. Liemo tasted a drop of the green honey, and an immediate wave of refreshing sensation enveloped his entire being. His recovery speed, already remarkable, intensified under the influence of the honey. Additionally, Liemo experienced a cooling clarity of mind, his focus sharpening significantly. It was evident that this honey also contributed to the restoration of mental acuity. "Very well. You have proven your worth. Survive here and expand your colony. I shall provide you with protection and assistance." Liemo gestured, indicating his release of the green bee queen and the locust tree spirit. "Should you encounter formidable foes, send your green bees to seek my aid, and I will offer you sanctuary." "Thank you." The queen bee promptly conveyed her gratitude to Liemo. With both of her elite guards perished and substantial losses within the hive, the colony was now at its weakest. Given the sustenance provided by the grand locust tree, it was far more prudent to offer tribute to Liemo in exchange for the protection of a powerful ally, a calculation the queen could readily comprehend. "Let me see if I can heal your wounds," Liemo beckoned, inviting the queen bee to approach him. Overjoyed, she knew well of Liemo's formidable healing abilities. The recent suicidal assault by her swarm had barely affected him. Through her connection with the hive, she had sensed his extraordinary capacity to recover, mending the corrosive wounds almost instantaneously. A verdant luminescence emanated from Liemo's hands as the life-infused wood element coursed into the queen bee's body, gradually healing her burns. "I am profoundly grateful," the queen conveyed a message. Liemo smiled, dismissing the matter lightly, aware that dealing with these mutated creatures required a measure of caution. "Give me half of your stock of green honey. The rest is yours to cultivate at your leisure." Agreed. The queen exhibited no resistance, commanding the remaining worker bees within the hive to bring forth her reserves, which included a solitary piece of royal green honey. Liemo poured the green honey into a large glass container, accumulating over 2 liters, while the royal green honey amounted to a mere 100 milliliters. Nonetheless, for the time being, this sufficed. As for the locust tree spirit, Liemo felt compelled to offer it some benefits. He approached the trunk of the grand locust tree and placed his hand upon it, allowing the life-infused wood element energy to flow into its being. The locust tree spirit sensed a significant enhancement in its power. After all, being merely a tree, the effects of Liemo's wood element abilities were markedly pronounced. The locust tree spirit swayed its branches in gratitude, its mode of growth reliant on absorbing nutrients from corpses. After the green bee swarm vanquished their foes, they would bury the bodies near its roots, enabling it to absorb the nourishment for evolution. In this recent battle, the locust tree spirit suffered minimal loss, rendering Liemo's generous gift immensely beneficial to it. The locust tree then presented its fruit, the locust pods, as a token of gratitude. Liemo glanced at them and accepted the offering, pondering their significance in a world transformed by catastrophe. Before the apocalypse, locust pods were considered medicinal herbs. He wondered what effects they might possess after the mutations brought on by the end times. The locust pods could serve as ingredients for the alchemy of superhumans. Once again, the voice within his mind addressed Liemo's curiosity. "Alchemy superhumans? Is this akin to the cultivation of immortals?" Liemo was at a loss for words, astonished by the plethora of variations among these superhumans, including those capable of alchemy. The voice remained silent, choosing not to respond to Liemo's musings. Having encountered this voice numerous times, he understood its nature and did not dwell further on it. After securing his latest spoils, Liemo departed from that place. "Must we truly submit to him?" the queen bee inquired anxiously, observing Liemo's retreating figure. The old locust tree shook its branches, straining to bend them in a semblance of a nod. Sighing, the queen bee shook her head and flew back into the hive to commence the process of rebuilding. Upon returning to the steel factory, Liemo embarked on a vigorous restructuring of the organization. The factory housed a considerable number of individuals, necessitating an effective management system to facilitate the development of the base. Liemo primarily focused on the establishment of divisions, categorizing them into 4 departments: combat, logistics, medical, and reconnaissance. He appointed the heads of these departments personally. The head of the combat department was Song Su, the most promising individual under Liemo's command, whose capabilities had been thoroughly demonstrated during the eradication of zombies. The enchantment-capable Wang Jianjun was also assigned to the combat division, tasked with furnishing its members with formidable enchanted weapons. The authorization for the utilization of these enchanted weapons was entrusted solely to Liemo. Without his approval, no individual was permitted to wield them. The head of the logistics department, Zhang Yuhao, previously managed the logistics of the steel factory. He is a person of considerable capability and possesses a unique ability, super-speed thinking, allowing numerous thoughts to flash through his mind in an instant, rendering his cognitive processes remarkably swift. However, it is said that he has a penchant for certain petty corrupt practices. Nonetheless, Liemo maintains a philosophy of trust in his personnel. Should Zhang continue to harbor habits from the pre-apocalyptic era, Liemo would not hesitate to eliminate him. The director of the medical department is Mayu, a young and attractive graduate student discovered while searching for survivors. She possesses healing abilities and exudes a friendly demeanor, making her appointment as the head of the medical department a reasonable choice, especially considering that Limo lacks any experienced doctors to manage the department. The head of the reconnaissance department is Wang Kiki, who possesses perceptive abilities. Regardless of her current capabilities, these can be cultivated over time. Having a unique power is sufficient to earn the respect of her peers. With the selection of department heads finalized, Limo issued a new regulation: each individual may receive 1 ration of food daily, provided that they or their family members are employees of any of the 4 departments. If an individual does not belong to one of the 4 departments, then, regrettably, Limo is not a philanthropist and will not bestow sustenance upon those deemed unworthy. Limo was aware that the workers would toil for the sake of their families. He had managed to locate a considerable number of survivors, many of whom were relatives of the workers. However, joy and sorrow coexisted. Some families were reunited, while others lay in ruins. And Limo felt powerless in the face of this reality. He established a security team within the combat department, tasked specifically with addressing potential disturbances within the base. Any perpetrator of crime would face merciless retribution. The captain of the security team was equipped with enchanted weaponry to heighten deterrence, including handguns with explosive capabilities to punish those who incited chaos. Limo's system was not overly complex. It was the most effective strategy he could conceive. Under this regime, as long as one was willing to work diligently, starvation was not a concern. Limo firmly believed that he could carve out a sanctuary for humanity. Chapter 20. The Zombie King at the Edge of Ascension. Captain, can we still leave this place? On the rooftop of a towering building at the edge of Ascension, a soldier clad in military attire gazed down at the horde of corpses below, his voice tinged with bitterness. They had been dispatched by the military district to scout the outskirts of Ascension, only to find themselves ensnared by a circle of zombies. The primary cause of their predicament was a shapeshifter that had assumed a human guise, even possessing the ability to speak, which had deceived the squad. The shapeshifter lured them into the building and confined them within. Strangely, the surrounding zombies did not attack. Instead, they merely surrounded their captives. The provisions they carried were exceedingly scarce, and if they remained trapped any longer, death would be inevitable. During this dire predicament, they had called for aerial support twice. Yet all the helicopters dispatched from the military camp had been obliterated by the relentless onslaught of zombies. Despair had utterly consumed them, with the undead encircling them. The prospect of salvation seemed utterly unattainable. Sighing deeply, the captain of the reconnaissance team uttered no further words. Their predicament was one from which there seemed no escape, save for a miracle. At that moment, a dapperly dressed zombie ascended to the rooftop from the staircase. Unlike the typical undead, he bore no traces of blood or filth. His skin was merely pallid. This was Suimo, the Zombie King, who had rapidly completed his 2nd transformation and now commanded a legion of zombies within the city. Having awakened the memories of his former life, he retained a certain fastidiousness, a habit that persisted even after his transformation. His swift attainment of the 2nd transformation stemmed from his unique ability, the Demon Contract. This power allowed him to exhaust his own potential and lifespan in exchange for a rapid enhancement of strength, both physical and mental. However, such power came with its limitations. His potential would plateau at the 4th transformation. Yet, in the present moment, a 2nd transformation warrior was undoubtedly a formidable foe for most. As for why he refrained from utilizing the Demon Contract to achieve the 3rd transformation, he harbored a foreboding sense that doing so would result in his immediate demise. The Demon Contract, as its name implies, granted him immense power at the cost of unparalleled risk. It would be wiser to solidify his current realm before attempting any further breakthroughs, Suimo pondered. His formidable strength is primarily manifested in both physical and mental prowess, rivaling that of a peak-level enhancer of the 2nd evolution. The Demonic Pact has endowed him with a physique superior to that of ordinary zombies, allowing him to maintain a leading position during the early apocalypse. Moreover, he possesses the ability to siphon the exceptional genes of other beings to enhance himself, rendering his capabilities increasingly diverse. Another advantage bestowed by the Demonic Contract is the acquisition of intellect comparable to, if not surpassing, that of humans, along with the awakening of memories from his former life. Now, he has retained these squad members with the intent of personally interrogating them to ascertain the military strategic deployment concerning in city. He has dispatched numerous infiltrators to glean insights into the military's movements, thereby ensuring the safety of the zombie horde. Greetings, I am the Zombie King here. Perhaps my subordinates have frightened you, but fear not. If you divulge everything you know, I shall spare you, Suemo said with a benevolent smile. His smile sent shivers down the spines of the squad members. Was this truly a zombie? Aren't zombies typically bloodthirsty and brutal? Yet, upon observing Suemo's sharp claws and fangs, they were convinced of his undead nature. Since when did a zombie possess such high intelligence? Exchanging glances, they could see the fear lurking deep within each other's eyes. The more intelligent the zombie, the slimmer the hope for humanity. The squad leader, suppressing his inner dread, stepped forward to engage Suemo in conversation, determined to uncover the true intentions of this zombie king. What do you wish to know? How many troops have you humans stationed on the outskirts of the city? Approximately 2 divisions. Will there be any subsequent reinforcements? None. Very well. I shall now verify the veracity of your words. Step forth, inner demon. Suemo beckoned, and a zombie enveloped in dark energy emerged from behind. This creature was a first-tier zombie endowed with the ability of the inner demon. Its means of ascension involved devouring other beings, drawing them into the realm of inner demons where their fears would manifest. Upon consuming all fear, the inner demon would eliminate its adversary. Once within this realm, it could pose inquiries to the questioned enemy. Should the enemy lie or refrain from responding, they would be discerned, and the inner demon would grow in strength. This process would continue until the inner demon became powerful enough to consume the enemy, at which point the interrogation would cease. The inner demon's eyes were devoid of sclera, a profound and pure black. It fixed its gaze upon the captain's eyes, and its powers activated, pulling both the captain and itself into the captain's inner demon realm. How many troops have you humans deployed on the outskirts of the city? 2 divisions. The captain, confronted with the bizarre nature of this space, felt his confidence wane, yet he clung to his previous assertion. Oh, is that so? Let us proceed to the next question. The inner demon observed the captain's essence swell slightly, understanding the truth without exposing the captain. Are there any reinforcements forthcoming? None. The captain's essence surged again, and the inner demon comprehended that this human spoke not a single truth. Soon, the realm of inner demons came to an end. After a whirlwind of sensations, their consciousness returned to reality. The inner demon whispered a few words into Suemo's ear, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Suemo sprang up and rushed towards one of the warriors in the squad, seizing the warrior's throat with a firm grip. Commander, should you continue to weave lies, your subordinate may well find his life at stake, Suemo said with a smile, though his actions inspired a chilling dread. I speak nothing but the truth. Release him, the captain shouted, aiming his gun at Suemo, his voice tinged with panic. How had these creatures discerned his dishonesty? Was it from the prior realm? And why were they repeating the same question? Oh, is that so? It seems one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Suemo sneered before effortlessly snapping the warrior's neck. The captain, now frantic, began to fire wildly at Suemo, and his remaining subordinates joined in the barrage. The formidable assault rifles proved ineffective against Suemo, whose speed surpassed even that of the bullets. Most of the shots went astray, and even the few that struck him felt like mere pinpricks. If you do not speak the truth, your subordinates will perish, Suemo threatened, refraining from direct violence against the captain, instead targeting his men to exert psychological pressure, compelling him to confess. Captain, do not reveal the truth. We cannot let these monsters learn our plans. At that moment, one warrior shouted, while another's gaze flickered with uncertainty, lost in thought. What are you contemplating? Suemo pressed forward relentlessly, the captain's forehead glistening with sweat as he grappled with an insurmountable dilemma. On one hand lay the lives of his comrades and himself, and on the other, the strategic positioning of the military. Both aspects held immense significance, and he found himself at a loss for a decisive course of action. Oh, are you still unwilling to speak? Then your subordinates. Before Suemo could finish, a soldier abruptly opened fire, targeting his comrades and the captain. Caught off guard, the entire squad fell victim to this treacherous ambush, never anticipating that they would perish at the hands of one of their own. Suemo and his inner demon were taken aback. What was the intention of this human? He had yet to strike, yet this individual had already turned against his allies. Subsequently, the soldier discarded his weapon, kneeling on the ground, and fervently cried out, "Great king, I implore you to spare my humble life. All that I know shall be yours to command." Suemo exchanged a glance with his inner demon, bewildered by this turn of events. What was this? Treachery? Chapter 21. Martyr excellent. You have made the right choice. Rise and inform me of your human defenses. Suemo gestured for the surrendering soldier to stand and speak. Great king, our human defenses are. The soldier abruptly fell silent, coughing violently. "Forgive me, great king. I was choked by the metallic scent of blood in the air." As he coughed and continued to apologize, no one noticed how he stealthily shifted his stance. "No rush. Take your time," Suemo replied calmly. The Heart's demon cast a disdainful glance at the warrior. If all humanity were of such caliber, then the king's army of the undead would have no fear of them. "Oh, king, I must express, curse it all, may you all perish." Suddenly, the warrior tore open his clothing, revealing an array of explosives strapped to his body. These were affixed to him in a moment of desperation. A final gambit to exchange his life for others. He had long since prepared for sacrifice. "Long live humanity," he proclaimed fervently as he ignited the fuse. "Damn it. I've been deceived." Sumo's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated, but it was too late. The Heart's demon was paralyzed by terror, although endowed with formidable mental prowess. He lacked physical strength, and the ferocity of such an explosion could very well claim his life. Boom. A deafening roar ensued, and the entire rooftop collapsed under the blast. The warrior was also equipped with military incendiary devices, and flames erupted in a chaotic spread following the explosion. The Heart's demon was obliterated into fragments in the close-range detonation, while Suemo, though significantly impacted, managed to withstand the destruction thanks to his robust physique. "Damn those humans, they dared to feign surrender," Suemo mused, regret gnawing at him. He had not anticipated that he would lose one of his key subordinates in such an unpredictable scenario. "I have underestimated humanity," he reflected, vowing henceforth to approach matters with utmost seriousness. Humanity, indeed, is a remarkably resilient species. Meanwhile, at the military encampment, the authorities had received the disheartening news of the reconnaissance team's complete annihilation. They had not anticipated that even an armed helicopter could not extract the squad from such peril. The military leader here holds the rank of Major General, commanding a force equivalent to an entire army. Such a formidable contingent swiftly reclaimed the suburbs of Anqing and some of its peripheral areas. However, the depths of Anqing remain uncharted territory for them. Within the ranks of the army, many exceptional individuals emerge, including a significant number of ability users. Among them, the most formidable is an ability user known as the Ice King, whose hair has turned blue due to his powers, marking him as a chosen one. Leveraging the intelligence advantage granted by the chosen ones, the army rapidly established bases in the outer regions and soon uncovered the secrets of the zombie evolution crystals, consequently initiating the mass cultivation of ability users. Through the army's experiments, a pivotal conclusion was reached. Administering evolution crystals to ability users enhances their powers, while providing them to ordinary individuals transforms them into evolved beings. Individuals possessing the physical prowess of ability users, albeit devoid of any actual abilities. Nevertheless, this transformation is a rare boon for them, as the emergence of evolved beings is essential for base construction and the extermination of zombies. Naturally, the supply of evolution crystals is limited, making it impossible to distribute them to everyone. Hence, they are awarded selectively. Over the past few days, more than 50,000 survivors have arrived here, and this number continues to rise. Given that Anqing is a metropolis with a population in the millions, along with the influx of survivors from surrounding satellite towns, such figures are hardly surprising. However, a greater number of survivors inevitably means an even larger horde of zombies. The pressing issues of how to fend off the undead and sustain such a burgeoning population have arisen. Fortunately, this army has gained access to the local food reserves, sufficient to feed hundreds of thousands for an entire year. Certainly, with the growth of the population, it is imperative that we do not simply consume what we have. The development of agriculture and the restoration of animal husbandry are essential tasks for the future. The presence of those with extraordinary abilities and evolved beings has significantly alleviated the challenges in advancing agriculture. The commanding officer of this unit is named Yumingjian. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the military district near Anqing descended into chaos, with its highest-ranking official succumbing to infection and transforming into a zombie. Yumingjian became the highest-ranking officer in the area. Although the infection rate among soldiers was relatively low, it still inflicted considerable losses. Yumingjian, demonstrating remarkable resolve, promptly ordered the elimination of the soldiers who had turned into zombies. The soldiers, despite their sorrow, had no choice but to execute their former comrades who had become monstrous. After yet another brutal battle, the military district regained a semblance of calm, although it lay in ruins. Once stability was restored, Yumingjian received orders from higher authorities to promptly proceed to Anqing, to stabilize the situation in the vicinity and establish a base. Simultaneously, He was granted the authority to deploy a tactical nuclear weapon if necessary to combat the horde of undead. The Sword of Justice had been bestowed upon Yu Mingjian, endowing him with the power to maintain order in this region. He understood that this crisis would not come to a swift conclusion. He reorganized the remaining troops in the area and, with approval from above, reformed them into the first zombie extermination army. This army symbolizes their vow to eradicate all zombies and reclaim their former homeland. Through days of expansion and with the assistance of evolved beings, the Onqing base has begun to take shape. The Earth-based abilities practitioners have commenced the construction of fortifications. Tasks that once necessitated the use of heavy machinery have been rendered significantly simpler with the assistance of these extraordinary individuals. The vast population base has also provided the military with an increased number of practitioners. The awakening of such abilities is entirely random. One may awaken today, or perhaps several days later, while many may never awaken at all. Currently, within the base, which comprises over 100,000 individuals, including civilians and military personnel, only slightly more than 300 have manifested abilities. Undoubtedly, this number will grow over time, yet it remains unpredictable. As one moment a person may be ordinary, and the next, they could become a practitioner. In addition to the ordinary citizens and practitioners, there exists another group known as the evolved. By consuming an evolution crystal, one can become an evolved individual. However, this comes with a significant drawback. It precludes any possibility of awakening abilities. This information was conveyed to the military by an ICE practitioner, a chosen one. Yet it was meticulously concealed, not disclosed to the public. After all, if everyone harbored dreams of becoming a practitioner, who would aspire to be an evolved individual? The inclination towards chance must be curtailed, yet in reality, the majority of people possess such a mindset. Should this mentality proliferate, it would be detrimental to the development of the base, necessitating a fundamental suppression of such wishful thinking. Under the leadership of Ming Jian, the Onqing base has developed relatively well, ranking among the more successful establishments throughout the Great Xia nation. The official response to this calamity by the Great Xia government has been prompt, with numerous bases established across various regions to safeguard local security. The primary distinction lies in the disparity of military strength in different areas. Some are well-equipped, while others are not. The Onqing base boasts a significant military presence, while other bases are relatively under-resourced. This disparity exemplifies the profound strength of the Daxia nation as a superpower, even in the face of such calamities. It manages to maintain stability, providing the populace with a final sanctuary. During this period, Yi Qi successfully elevated both of his extraordinary subordinates to the first level of power. Possessing 3 first-level strongholds, his faction emerges as a dominant force in the early days of the apocalypse. Furthermore, Yi Qi, being a rare space-type ability user, has reached the pinnacle of the first level, positioning him among the frontrunners of this era. The military is likely commencing large-scale cultivation of evolved beings, prompting me to accelerate my own actions. Reflecting on memories from a past life, Yi Qi began to formulate his next strategy. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to attempt contact with the Wong of the 5 elements. This time around, I might pursue vengeance through an alternative approach. Chapter 22. Establishing the 5-element city in the past few days, Li Imo commenced extensive consolidation of Yun Town. Under his leadership, all monsters posing a threat to the base were eradicated. Subsequently, the Queen Bee and the Sephora Tree Spirit were intentionally revealed to the public. Their presence sparked significant interest among the crowd. Li Imo explained that these formidable creatures were part of his farm, causing a stir among the onlookers. They were astonished to learn that such powerful monsters could be tamed by Li Imo, further solidifying their admiration for his strength. Li Imo utilized the corpses of the monsters he exterminated while cleansing Yun Town as fertilizer for the Sephora Tree essence, and he amassed a considerable collection of evolution crystals. By consuming these crystals, he swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the first tier, with the most substantial contributions coming from the crystals of the Queen Bee's royal guards. With Li Mo's assistance, the Queen Bee's swarm was re-established, providing him with a continuous supply of blue nectar. This blue nectar has become an exclusive resource for the superpowered individuals under Li Mo's command, endowing them with invaluable abilities for recovery. The perimeter of Yun Town was fortified by Li Mo with a wall constructed from earth element abilities, creating an exceptionally sturdy barrier that even low-tier zombies found insurmountable. Since the complete reclamation of Yun Town, Li Mo has renamed this base, founded upon Yun Town, as 5-element city, symbolizing his dominion over the territory through the name of his own powers. The successful establishment of five-element city was facilitated by the relatively low danger posed by Yuntown, as the small population base significantly diminished the probability of encountering excessively powerful mutated monsters. The only noteworthy threats were the steel zombies, the queen bee, and the Sephora tree essence, yet Li-Mo regarded these as minor concerns. Currently, Five-Element City is home to over 2,000 inhabitants, most of whom were rescued by Li-Mo during the cleansing of Yuntown. They were hidden in various corners, representing diverse professions, including farmers, doctors, administrative staff, chefs, and laborers. Li-Mo assigned them to different departments based on their capabilities, and dissent was non-existent. Should any arise, he would swiftly silence them. In times of turmoil, stringent measures are imperative. Li-Mo harbored no desire to enlighten others or encourage them to diligently pursue their tasks. Having conducted experiments, Li-Mo discovered that evolution crystals could transform ordinary individuals into evolutionists devoid of supernatural abilities. Consequently, he promptly set about assembling a squad of evolutionists. As for the potential obliteration of humanity's chance to become superpowered beings, Li-Mo dismissed such contemplations. There was no merit in indulging in such trivialities when the paramount objective was to enhance overall strength. Within the confines of the base, Li-Mo instituted a new trading mechanism. Utilizing his metallic elemental abilities, he forged a currency unique to his own elemental city, elemental coins. These coins, characterized by 5 distinct colors, correspond to the 5 elements: gold for metal, green for wood, blue for water, red for fire, and yellow for earth. The currency was exceedingly difficult to counterfeit, as it was crafted through Li-Mo's supernatural powers, imbued with a subtle cycle of elemental energy. One could easily discern its authenticity merely by holding it. Feeling the vibrant flow of elemental energy coursing through, elemental coins swiftly ascended to the status of the predominant currency within Elemental City. And all task settlements were conducted using this currency. Upon collecting evolution crystals, individuals could exchange them for elemental coins. With these coins, they could procure supplies stored within the base, such as honey, evolution crystals, rice, flour, and various foodstuffs. Under Li-Mo's stewardship, elemental coins became the principal medium of exchange in Elemental City. One day, an incident transpired in Elemental City. The power was cut off, the internet was lost, and the flow of water from the taps dwindled to a mere trickle. Li-Mo believed that such occurrences were likely not confined to the Five-Element City alone. Similar situations would probably arise in major cities across the land, under the circumstances of inadequate maintenance. Managing to sustain uninterrupted power and internet connectivity for so many days was already commendable. However, the loss of electricity rendered certain matters rather troublesome. Electricity symbolizes energy and productivity, and its absence imposed constraints on the development of the base. The disruption of internet access further complicated the acquisition of information. Previously, people could communicate online, but now, that convenience had vanished. Humanity might have to endure a period of civilizational regression, yet the presence of supernatural beings offered new prospects for the future. Regarding the electricity issue, Li-Mo had prepared several diesel generators, but fuel was a precious resource. These generators could only keep essential facilities operational. It was impossible to maintain widespread electricity, as in the pre-apocalyptic era. Perhaps in the future, Li-Mo would have the opportunity to expand electricity usage, but for now, it was prudent to conserve. As for nighttime illumination, Li-Mo resorted to the most primitive method: torches. The flames produced by the supernatural beings were exceptionally bright, making them suitable for lighting. Li-Mo crafted a substantial number of torches for the base's illumination. After all, for Li-Mo, these were creations of his supernatural abilities, and he could readily produce them in abundance. Under Li-Mo's leadership, the Five-Element City flourished with vitality, and if this momentum continued, it could very well evolve into one of humanity's principal bases in the future. At this very moment, Li-Mo was diligently attending to the trifles of the base within his office. There were those who stirred public sentiment. Investigations revealed that a segment of the populace believed in the principle of universal equality, insisting that individuals with special abilities should not be treated differently from ordinary citizens. And they urged the leader to make judicious decisions. Others contended that the leader's implementation of the Five Elements currency represented a betrayal of the original Xia currency, demanding the abolition of the Five Elements currency and the reinstatement of the Xia currency. It is noteworthy that those voicing such sentiments were predominantly individuals of considerable means. Additionally, some claimed that the daily work intensity was excessively high, making it arduous to make ends meet. Some even advocated for the leader to distribute basic subsidies daily to ensure a minimal standard of living. The calls for this proposal grew increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, there were those who labeled the leader a terrorist, asserting that the military deployed on the outskirts of Anqing would soon eradicate him, and that they would swiftly return under the governance of the Great Xia Kingdom. Li Mo reclined in his chair, his feet propped upon the desk, observing with keen interest the report submitted by Song Su. Song Su dared not breathe, fearful that Li Mo might vent his frustrations upon him after perusing its contents. As anticipated, when the number of voices multiplied, so too did the cacophony of demands. Many began to act as though they were the true masters of the base, neglecting to consider who had established it in the first place and who had provided them with refuge. TSK, 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 some even contemplated treachery. Truly, a pack of ungrateful wolves. Li Mo reminisced about the gratitude expressed by the survivors he had rescued, who had once revered him as a hero. After Li Mo had eliminated the external threats posed by the zombies, some individuals began to harbor ulterior motives. They were unwilling to remain beneath Li Mo's dominance. In their eyes, the one who had rescued so many survivors was a hero, and heroes were always held to a higher moral standard. Surely, a hero would not stoop to the level of ordinary citizens, would they? Their intentions were to aid in the betterment of this place. Even those with extraordinary abilities should not resort to indiscriminate killing. The military still lingered on the outskirts of Anqing. If too many lives were taken, it would not be long before one was labeled a terrorist. The Great Xia Kingdom would undoubtedly take action against such transgressions. Clinging to this false sense of security, these individuals dared to challenge Li Mo's authority. Some opportunists even sought to leverage public sentiment to gain a measure of power. The incited populace, believing Li Mo to be a hero, contended that as long as he dealt with the zombies, the wielding of power was irrelevant. It should be entrusted to those more suited for it. Among their ranks was a psychic named Wang Hao, endowed with the ability to sway hearts and amplify desires, making them more susceptible to manipulation. Li Mo closed the report, his smile vanishing in an instant. His expression turned impassive as he commanded Song Su. I grant you permission to use my blood. Go and take the combat division to capture the ringleaders of these troublemakers. Li Mo's gaze was as sharp as a blade, causing Song Su to avert his eyes, compelled to acquiesce to this bloody directive, fully aware that it would result in further bloodshed. After Song Su departed, Li Mo shut his eyes, tilting his head towards the ceiling, appearing as if he had drifted into slumber. Regardless of the number of individuals involved, humanity has perpetually engaged in conflict. Chapter 23, Uninvited Guests. Song Su displayed remarkable efficiency as the combat unit swiftly mobilized, equipped with enchanted weapons bestowed by Wang Jianjun. In a mere half-day, Song Su apprehended all those within 5-element city who opposed Li Mo. At this moment, Song Su confronted the dissenting ability user, Wang Hao. Song Su, you are a local of Yun Town, are you not? Wang Hao squinted at Song Su and remarked, it is intolerable that an outsider has seized control of Yun Town and renamed it 5-element city. Can you truly accept this? Indeed, without him, we might still be hiding in a corner, clinging to survival. He is a hero, yet heroes should not covet power. All of his actions are profoundly rebellious. Establishing a city without authority and issuing his own currency. Each of these transgressions warrants severe punishment. The military is stationed on the outskirts of a city. Instead of serving our nation, we are compelled to serve such a person. Why should we? Join us, Song Su. We are all residents of Yun Town, citizens under the Great Xia Kingdom. With your support, our chances of success would be significantly enhanced. Rest assured, once our objectives are achieved, you shall not be deprived of rewards. Everything you desire will be yours. Wang Hao spoke to Song Su with an enticing allure. After a moment of contemplation, Song Su suddenly inquired, your confidence is striking. What assurance do you possess? Wang Hao was taken aback, not anticipating that his trump card would be discerned by Song Su. He had no intention of concealing it and stated plainly, I have already established contact with the military stationed in the outskirts of Anqing. They have agreed to dispatch a regiment to accept this so-called 5-element city. Song Su, perplexed, pondered why Wang Hao would take such a course of action. What do you mean? Are you interested in joining us? Wang Hao persisted in his endeavor to persuade Song Su to join their ranks. According to the information received, he could sway more individuals to their cause, leading to greater rewards for himself. Join. Have you lost your mind? Without a leader, how can you sit here and converse so comfortably? What use is your bravado? Song Su responded resolutely. He understood that in a military teeming with talent, he might not necessarily acquire the potent bloodline he sought. He grasped the principle of preferring to be a head among chickens rather than a tail among phoenixes. The might of Liemo was evident. Each time he imbibed Liemo's blood and briefly wielded the 5 elements abilities, he felt the overwhelming strength coursing through him. He was enamored with Liemo's power, aware that in other circumstances, such formidable strength might not be available to him. What a pity. You once had the opportunity to join us, Wang Hao remarked, clapping his hands. A figure emerged from behind him, clad in military green attire, revealing himself as a supernatural being affiliated with the military. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Suja, a supernatural being belonging to the 301st Regiment, the very regiment that will be stationed here. You have made a grave error in your choice, my friend. Suja grinned menacingly. Possessing the ability to manipulate shadows, twisting either his own or another's shadow to strangle them. This particular ability had advanced to the critical threshold between the 0 and 1st levels, rendering him significantly stronger than an ordinary 0-level adept. In a state of terror, Song Su realized that his own shadow began to shift and cling to him, gradually tightening around his neck, causing him to struggle for breath as his vision blurred. Suddenly, after consuming Liemo's blood, the imitated elemental powers of the 5 elements activated remarkably, clearing his mind in an instant while simultaneously liberating him from the shadow's grip. What? This is impossible! Suja exclaimed, astonished that Song Su could free himself under such circumstances. Nevertheless, being a soldier, Suja reacted swiftly, commanding his shadow to launch an assault on Song Su. The shadow transformed into a lethal blade, piercing Song Su's body. However, with the restorative properties of the wood element, he withstood the injuries. I must concentrate all my abilities to seize this slim chance of survival. Song Su's gaze grew resolute. The cycle of the 5 elements surged chaotically, as the powers of the other 4 elements transmuted into fire elemental abilities. A colossal fireball was conjured by Song Su, its magnitude even breaching the ceiling, flame scorching his form, with no wood element left to mend his wounds. This pressure, it is far more formidable than my abilities. He hasn't even breached the initial critical threshold. Why is there such intensity in this attack? Suja was greatly alarmed. The pressure exerted by Song Su after conjuring the fireball was overwhelming, transcending the level of abilities he possessed. Alas, he had chosen the wrong opponent this time. With a sigh, shadows coalesced around him, forming a shield in preparation to withstand Song Su's colossal fireball. There was no escape. Such a massive fireball was not something one could evade with a mere sprint. Wang Hao was equally frightened. His psychic abilities were more suited for cunning schemes, and facing someone like Song Su could very well cost him his life. Thus, at the moment Song Su unleashed his power, Wang Hao utilized his ability of psychic manipulation. Knowing he could not directly control Song Su but could redirect his attack towards Suja, under the influence of his psychic induction, Song Su successfully focused his assault on Suja. However, as he intended to flee, he was horrified to discover he could not move. At some point, Suja's shadow had intertwined with his own. Want to escape? Stay and shield me. Suja had anticipated Wang Hao's desire to flee and had preemptively linked their shadows. No, no, no. Please, not this. Wang Hao screamed in terror, finding himself with no obstacles before him, utterly trapped. Boom. The enormous fireball was hurled forth, leaving Song Su scorched and unconscious, while the 2 across from him faced a far grimmer fate. Wang Hao was obliterated, and Suja, covered in burns, resembled a charred husk. Without prompt medical attention, he too was on the brink of death. A tremendous commotion attracted the attention of those nearby, as a fireball obliterated the structure entirely, leaving Suja and Song Su buried beneath the rubble. Xin Yifan, who was executing a capture mission in the vicinity, rushed over upon hearing the noise and managed to rescue Song Su, transporting him to the medical unit for treatment, while reporting the unidentified corpse to Liemo. After a while, Liemo also arrived at the scene of the devastation. This fellow, Song Su, possesses quite a talent. Liemo observed the charred marks on the surrounding debris and surmised that Song Su had emulated his elemental ability, resulting in an enhanced version of the fireball. What is that? Liemo noticed the charred figure and placed his hand beneath its nostrils, detecting a faint breath. Intriguing. It seemed that other elemental practitioners had infiltrated the base. Liemo, well acquainted with the aura of his own practitioners, discerned that this individual was not one of those from 5-Element City. Let us take him away for further examination. Liemo hoisted the charred figure and began to depart, his hand emanating a verdant glow that gradually mended Suja's injuries. Chapter 24, Conversation in Liemo's office. Suja, devoid of hair and eyebrows, stood before him. Li Mo's wood element ability had restored his vitality, pulling him back from the brink of death. Li Mo intended to inquire about Suja's origins and had plans to recruit him. After all, Five Element City was currently in dire need of elemental practitioners. If he could be persuaded to join, it would be ideal, but if not, eliminating him to obtain the evolution crystal would suffice. Indeed, evolution crystals are not exclusive to zombies. Humans possess them as well, located within the brain. Speak. Where are you from, and what is your purpose? Speak or perish. Li Mo inquired calmly, employing the threat of death, a tactic that often proves effective in most circumstances. At that moment, Suja was still immersed in the euphoria of his rebirth. Upon hearing Li Mo's words, he frowned slightly, clearly taken aback by the directness of the statement, which was rather unconventional for him. I am an ability-enhanced soldier from the outer forces of Anshin, dispatched by higher command. Our 301st Regiment has come here to assist you in your development. Suja intended to mention the reclamation of Yunjin, but swallowed the words upon witnessing Li Mo's ambiguous smirk. Oh, military personnel, Li Mo rhythmically tapped the table, his gaze scrutinizing the bald Suja as he mockingly remarked, Do you wish to reap the fruits of my labor? You seem to be overly optimistic. Suja had the inclination to retort, yet he realized he was merely a fish on the chopping block, and thus refrained from further comment. Very well. I shall not prolong this. What are your plans? Li Mo understood that he could not allow them to seize control of Wuxing City without a fight. He needed to ascertain the military's intentions regarding his territory. Our 301st Regiment is here. I have been sent to spearhead the operation. With a coordinated effort, capturing Wuxing City will be a trivial matter, Suja recounted straightforwardly. Li Mo frowned, pondering how to navigate this predicament. The likely scenario involved facing a powerful adversary, as the forces stationed on the outskirts of Anshin were not to be trifled with. Shall we negotiate with them? He mused, only to dismiss the idea, recognizing that such an approach would leave him vulnerable. Perhaps I must demonstrate the requisite strength to earn the respect I deserve. Li Mo understood that he could not retreat at this juncture. He had to persevere, possibly sacrificing the least to ensure the existence of the Five-Element City. He turned to Suja and continued, What is your internal definition of me and the Five-Element City? A terrorist organization. Suja hesitated momentarily before speaking. Li Mo chuckled, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. He had established the Five-Element City, sheltering countless survivors, only to be branded as a terrorist organization? It seemed there were indeed nefarious individuals among you, Li Mo remarked with significant undertones. Suja did not raise his gaze. He dared not meet Li Mo's eyes. They had indeed acted unscrupulously, but in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were required. Individuals like Li Mo had to be countered. Otherwise, without unified leadership, they would fight their own battles, which would prove detrimental to the overarching strategy. Maintaining unity in the periphery was a strategy that had to be executed. However, encountering someone as formidable as Li Mo was rare for Suja. The first time was with a spatial ability user whose influence was profound, allowing for a relatively peaceful relationship with the military. Leaderly, your talents are exceptional. Why not consider joining our military? I believe that with your abilities, you could attain a significant position within our ranks. Suja suddenly shifted his tone, attempting to persuade Li Mo to surrender. Li Mo merely smiled, saying little more. Even with his formidable abilities, thriving in such an environment was uncertain. Only by taking fate into one's own hands does it make sense. There is no logic in surrendering one's destiny to others. Observing Li Mo's non-committal demeanor, Suja relinquished his attempts to persuade him. Realizing that this individual was impervious to reason, it seemed that force would be the only recourse. When will your 301st Regiment arrive? They should be here shortly. I have already signaled them, and they will come quickly. Oh, if they do not arrive, I shall end your life. Do you understand? I saved you, and I can reclaim that life at any moment. Feel free. In the face of Li Mo's death threat, Suja wore a smile, unperturbed. He was confident that Li Mo would not dare to kill him. No one would risk offending the military at such a time. The atmosphere in the room quickly grew tense, with both men enveloped in their own thoughts. Would you be interested in leaving this place to work independently with me? Li Mo inquired. Leaderly, while it is indeed an honor to serve under your command, I cannot betray my organization, Suja replied with a forced chuckle, firmly declining the offer. He had no desire to face military justice. Is that so? Li Mo was not surprised. Those in the military could not abandon their ranks for him. Give me a reason to spare you, or I shall execute you immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mo resolved to extract something from Suja. If he could gain nothing, it would be regrettable. I can offer a ransom. Suja's bravado diminished instantly. Previously confident that Li Mo would not dare to kill him, he now realized that Li Mo was, indeed, unhinged. Engaging in rational discourse with a madman is evidently imprudent. Suja resolved to leverage tangible benefits to persuade Li Mo. His current worth was primarily confined to the prospect of ransom exchange. Ransom, you say? Li Mo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Suja. It appeared that this individual could indeed barter for considerable resources. Given that he was an ability user, the 301st Regiment would surely hesitate to relinquish him here. Does your military possess any valuable research findings? Li Mo inquired, convinced that amidst the multitude within the military camp, there must be some remarkable discoveries. Let me ponder this for a moment. Suja contemplated briefly. As he was currently at Li Mo's mercy, deceiving him would yield no advantage. Thus, he chose to be forthright. We have an ability user who possesses the skill of alchemy. The various elixirs he concocts have remarkable effects for ability users. An alchemist? Li Mo's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The mutated locust horn he had previously acquired was indeed alchemical material, and he was surprised to have found an alchemist so swiftly. Are there any finished elixirs available? Pray, enlighten me. Li Mo's interest was piqued. For elixirs are indeed precious resources. We have Chi Restoration elixirs, Fire Fury elixirs, Berserker elixirs, Herbal Healing elixirs, and Swift elixirs, among others. The Chi Restoration elixir is utilized to rejuvenate one's abilities, while the Fire Fury elixir temporarily imbues one's powers with a fire attribute. The Berserker elixir significantly amplifies one's strength for a brief period, but it leads to a state of weakness once its effects wane. The Herbal Healing elixir possesses restorative properties, capable of healing wounds. The Divine Speed pill is designed to enhance neural reflexes and mobility within a brief period. Naturally, these pills are categorized by tiers, and only individuals of the corresponding tiers can fully harness their effects. Our alchemists have successfully surpassed the initial threshold of supernatural abilities, producing elixirs that will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Suja discerned that Li Mo had also undoubtedly become a formidable being who had broken through the initial critical state, and he believed the allure of this pill would be significant for him as well. Let us refer to this breakthrough of the initial supernatural threshold as the first transformation. It is certainly more memorable. Subsequent tiers will then be denoted as the second transformation, third transformation, and so forth. Li Mo waved his hand, correcting Suja on the nomenclature of supernatural tiers. The first transformation. Indeed, it is easy to remember. Suja nodded in agreement with Li Mo's terminology. How many pills do you think you can exchange? Li Mo, shedding his previous expressionless demeanor, donned a beaming smile. After all, the individual before him was no longer a captive, but rather a living repository of pills. Perhaps Li Mo could even trace the connections and capture that alchemist for himself. Chapter 25. The army arrives. Suja recalled the alchemist's miserly nature, who regarded his pills as more precious than life itself. And aside from the strongest ice manipulator in the army and the orders from Yuming Jin, he paid little heed to anyone else. The phenomenon can be attributed to two primary factors. On one hand, the alchemist possesses genuine skill, producing elixirs that are widely acclaimed. On the other hand, he is an independent practitioner of the arcane arts, initially not affiliated with the military, and has merely been conscripted to serve their purposes. Li Mo harbors his own thoughts. Certain elixirs hold little value for him, such as the Chi Restoration pill and the Herbal Essence pill, which seem to overlap with the functions of his elemental abilities. However, just because he has no use for them does not imply that others cannot benefit, as these items represent valuable strategic resources within the base. Furthermore, Li Mo believes this is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the alchemist's capabilities. He is surely capable of concocting even more superior elixirs. I might not be able to exchange many elixirs. That fellow is rather miserly, likely only willing to part with a few Chi Restoration pills and Herbal Essence pills. Suja remarked with a wry smile. What? Just that? That one tea do. Call in the 301st Regiment. I'll prepare dumplings for them all. I refuse to believe they one tea pay handsomely for their comrade's release. Upon hearing this, Li Mo realized there was no profit to be made, which was unacceptable. His mind raced, swiftly devising a solution. Suja was taken aback. He did not anticipate Li Mo's audacity. With a bitter grin, he replied, Even if you wish for me to do so, I am powerless. My communication devices have been obliterated by your subordinates, and the attire I currently wear is still provided by you. As he spoke, he gestured to his garments, indicating they were no longer his previous combat uniform. Upon realizing the situation, Liemo understood that he was devoid of any communication devices, leaving him unable to contact his regiment headquarters. He decided to adopt a strategy of patience. Liemo knew that the 301st Regiment would eventually arrive. It was merely a question of time. His immediate priority was to fortify his defenses. He would not relinquish his hard-earned territory easily. He was determined to employ every possible means to safeguard Wishing City. Suja, in silence, relinquished any thoughts of persuading Liemo further. It now rested on the 301st Regiment to rescue him. Liemo turned his gaze towards Suja, activating his metallic elemental power, which manifested as a set of metal shackles that ensnared Suja. From now on, your freedom of movement is curtailed, and your abilities shall be rendered ineffective, Liemo stated as he dragged Suja away for treatment. During this process, he also attended to Song Su, from whom he gleaned that Suja possessed the ability to manipulate shadows. While this power was indeed formidable, Liemo felt reassured by the fact that Suja had yet to reach the first transformation stage. Upon learning of the existence of alchemists, Liemo abandoned the notion of eliminating Suja for his crystal, recognizing that the potential gains were insufficient. Instead, he resolved to capture a significant number of individuals to exchange for valuable resources. The military, with its vast resources, even possessed such enigmatic items as elixirs. With a bit more effort, he might even unearth more treasures. However, all of this hinged upon Liemo's ability to contend with the military forces. Very well. You have the final say, Suja mused, glancing at the metallic shackles encasing him. Little did he realize that Liemo's metallic manipulation was merely a fragment of his overarching abilities. Suja secretly attempted to dismantle the structure of the shackles using shadows, only to discover that these restraints were remarkably sturdy and, perplexingly, lacked a lock. To unlock them, one would either need to resort to brute force or compel Liemo to retract his powers. Any cunning method would prove futile. Moreover, the strength of his shadows was insufficient to shatter Liemo's metallic shackles. Follow me, Liemo commanded, leading Suja from his office. Liemo moved swiftly, while Suja, burdened by the shackles, struggled to keep pace. They arrived at the edge of the city wall, where Liemo revealed that the 301st Regiment intended to assault the northern and western gates of Five Elements City, and their marching route would inevitably pass through this location. Naturally, should Suja dare to deceive Liemo, the metallic shackles would spell his doom. Upon reaching the city wall's edge, Suja noted its considerable thickness, with a width sufficient for 4 individuals to walk side by side. After all, the entire wall had been constructed solely by Liemo's powers. The combat division patrolled the ramparts, but their numbers were limited, merely a dozen or so individuals. In total, the combat division comprised around 70 to 80 members. And excluding the ordinary personnel, there were only 3 capable of wielding abilities: Song Su, Xian Yifan, and Wang Jianjun, the latter of whom did not possess combat-oriented powers. Sending ordinary people into battle against the army would be tantamount to a death sentence. The only forces at Liemo's disposal were the ability users and his own strength. Before the apocalypse, Liemo had merely been an ordinary person, and he remained uncertain about the potency of modern armies and the consequences of their clash with ability users. If defeat were inevitable, Liemo would simply flee. The world is vast, and he could go anywhere as long as he remains alive. With the potential to reconstruct the Five Elements City. Each time Suja gazed upon the towering walls of the Five Elements City, he felt a profound sense of awe. How could such an imposing fortification encircle the entire Yuntown be erected in such a brief span of time? Suja surmised that the sole explanation might be that Liemo harbored a soil-based ability wielder within his base, undoubtedly a formidable first-tier power. Instinctively, he dismissed Liemo, having previously witnessed his prowess in metal manipulation. The presence of 2 first-tier power wielders within a single faction certainly warranted military attention. However, Suja was unaware that Liemo himself had constructed all these walls. Liemo led Suja to the watchtower he had erected in the northwestern corner of the walls. The space atop the watchtower was modest, yet it was ample for the 2 of them. Standing atop the tower, Liemo squinted into the distance, sensing that the army was approaching swiftly. As for the 301st Regiment, it comprised 2 infantry battalions and an artillery battalion, although its armored units were scant, consisting of merely 20 infantry fighting vehicles and a single armored command vehicle. Following previous restructuring, their firepower had significantly diminished, as the onslaught of zombies had inflicted considerable losses upon them. Furthermore, repeated missions had led to the wear and tear of their equipment. Their tank battalion had also been redeployed to eliminate the zombies in its city, resulting in a notable reduction in their firepower compared to earlier. Yet, despite these setbacks, the 301st Regiment remained a modernized force, their core strength intact, leading them to feel somewhat underutilized in reclaiming Yuntown. Initially, the military intended to dispatch 1 or 2 battalions to strategically reclaim the territory in conjunction with local forces, believing that no local power could possibly surpass the might of the army. However, Yu Mingjian personally ordered the deployment of an entire regiment. Many were perplexed by the major's decision. Given the current necessity for troops, every soldier is invaluable, so why employ such a substantial force? In response to the skepticism, Yu Mingjian remarked succinctly, "Never underestimate the ability of supernatural beings to establish themselves in the apocalypse." Now, the moment has arrived for the first clash between these extraordinary beings and modern military forces. Perhaps this battle will alter some perspectives on the supernatural. Chapter 26. The Artillery of the Apocalypse. Within the armored command vehicle of the 301st Regiment, Commander Zhao Wenbin and his staff convened in the rear, deliberating on their forthcoming strategy. Our primary objective is to instill fear, ideally coercing our adversaries into submission without engaging in combat. We aim to bring the local powers under military governance, Zhao stated, acknowledging that this aligns with higher command's directives. After all, we are all citizens of the Great Xia Nation. There is no need to resort to violent measures. The deployment of these forces serves chiefly as a deterrent. In this apocalypse, the maintenance of order has dissipated, and often, it is the strength of one's fist that dictates authority. Of course, if the leaders of Wuxing City prove uncooperative, they should not blame us for not providing them with an opportunity. Commander, what measures will be taken regarding the populace of Yuntown post-recovery? The staff officer posed a crucial question concerning the fate of the inhabitants of Wuxing City. Any resistors will face immediate execution. This is the apocalypse. We cannot afford to be overly restrained. While we engage in battle at the forefront, we must ensure stability at the rear. Zhao Wenbin spoke calmly, asserting that in this apocalyptic era, they must resolutely eliminate a series of unstable factors. Otherwise, where might the dawn of humanity emerge? Understood, Commander. The advisor, having accompanied the commander for an extended period, was well aware of his decisive nature and refrained from speaking further, silently committing the commander's words to memory. By the way, is Suja still unreachable? Zhao Wenbin inquired. 5 hours prior, Suja, who was supposed to coordinate the plan, had suddenly gone missing, raising concerns about his safety. Unable to contact the commander, the advisor glanced at the recent reports, which made no mention of Suja. Damn, it seems this 5-element city is indeed a place of hidden dangers. We must proceed with utmost caution. Zhao Wenbin furrowed his brows. Without Suja's guidance, their plan to capture the leader while subduing the followers would be challenging to execute. Reflecting on past experiences, he pondered the presence of superhumans and zombies in this world. Why must they disrupt the fragile beauty he had fought so hard to achieve? Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Zhao Wenbin was unable to return home. Were his wife and children safe in the center of an city? At that moment, an city had devolved into a paradise for the undead, and he scarcely dared to imagine that grim possibility. He steadfastly believed that they were alive, waiting for him to rescue them. Upon arrival, he would first issue a call. Should the opposition show no inclination to surrender, they would launch a direct artillery assault. Zhao Wenbin conveyed his orders to the entire regiment. The 301st Regiment advanced swiftly, systematically clearing out the scattered zombies along the way, demonstrating the frailty of flesh and blood before the might of a modern military force. The reconnaissance soldiers dispatched by Li Mo have established their positions on the periphery of the 5-element city. They are to signal for evacuation at the first sign of trouble. Each direction of the city walls conceals a secret underground passage, facilitating their retreat. These passages will be destroyed post-evacuation. Constructed with Li Mo's extraordinary abilities, these tunnels required significantly less energy compared to the laborious task of erecting the city walls. The remarkable utility of supernatural powers has rendered many tasks considerably simpler. The scouts are equipped with walkie-talkies obtained from the local precinct, enabling them to promptly report any developments to Li Mo. In a concealed location at the north gate, a scout, with binoculars in hand, was observing the surroundings when suddenly his pupils constricted. He spotted an approaching troop. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately reported to Li Mo via the walkie-talkie and swiftly entered the underground passage into the city. He produced explosives from his gear, collapsing the entrance before making his rapid escape. A similar occurrence transpired at the west gate. The 301st Regiment had arrived at 5-element city. At last, they have come, Liemo murmured. He returned to the parapet of the north gate, confronting the advancing forces directly. As for the west gate, he entrusted its defense to Song Su, who had consumed his blood, and Xin Yifan, alongside several combat members equipped with enchanted weapons. After receiving treatment from Liemo's with element powers, Song Su quickly regained his peak condition. With each successive use of Liemo's elemental abilities, he became increasingly adept. Manyu, head of the medical department, was also prepared to transport the wounded at a moment's notice, personally arriving at the west gate. At the northern gate, apart from Liemo and Suja, there were no others present. Yet, Liemo alone was sufficient to withstand 1,000 troops. The soldiers of the 301st Regiment swiftly approached the vicinity of the northern gate, with their commander, Zhao Wenbin, among the attacking ranks. Prior to their assault, they had not abandoned their strategy of compelling the enemy to surrender without combat. People of Five Element City, heed my words. You have been encircled by our forces. We are all human. We should not turn against one another. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and we can coexist harmoniously. Otherwise, your current actions will only provoke our retaliation, a soldier proclaimed through a loudspeaker, standing atop a war vehicle directed at Five Element City. Once again, I urge you to abandon your feudal resistance and join us in unity. The walls of Five Element City were eerily silent, with only two silhouettes observing the declaration, Liemo and Suja, to respond in kind. Liemo seized a loudspeaker and shouted back at the 301st Regiment. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liemo, the Lord of Five Element City. I have heard that your 301st Regiment has resorted to bribing some weak-willed individuals within my base to capture this place, even sending an insider among us. I must say, is it truly necessary for your army to act so cowardly? Moreover, Five Element City is a realm I have painstakingly built. You cannot simply claim it with a mere statement. Now, let us see your insider. Come, Suja, greet them. Liemo positioned the loudspeaker by Suja's mouth. Commander, I have disappointed you. Suja's voice reached Zhao Wenbin's ears, causing his face to turn pale. He had never anticipated that his elite subordinates could be captured by these rogue, grassroots forces. Suja, are you all right? Zhao Wenbin refrained from blaming Suja for his shortcomings and instead expressed concern for Suja's safety. I am fine, Commander. However, at this moment, I am merely a prisoner and may no longer be able to assist you, Suja replied, helplessly shaking the shackles on his body. Liemo, release Suja. Zhao Wenbin, peering through binoculars, spotted the chains binding Suja and felt a surge of anger rise within him, prompting him to shout fiercely. Release him? Certainly. But you must provide me with resources that satisfy me, Liemo replied with a sly smile. You came to my base and caused considerable destruction. Do you genuinely believe that your mere words can procure his freedom? Liemo taunted, deliberately provoking them. This way, their decisions might lead to reckless mistakes. Zhao Wenbin, unwilling to engage in futile verbal sparring with Liemo any further, recognized that Liemo was not one to be easily swayed. He resolved to confront the matter directly, rather than engage in endless banter. It seems this so-called Five Element City harbors quite a few capable individuals. Observing the imposing walls, Zhao Wenbin surmised that such a structure could not be erected by human effort in a short span of time. Wait, where are the city gates? The more he examined the walls, the more he felt something was amiss, eventually realizing that the gates were conspicuously absent. The city gate was originally crafted by Liemo using his powers over the element of gold. However, upon learning of the impending military assault, he modified the gate by sealing the wall opening with his earth element abilities, rendering any attempt to breach it futile. What of the absence of a gate? This is not a battle of cold weapons. Did they truly believe they could confound a modernized army? Zhao Wenbin promptly commanded his subordinates to ready the siege artillery, intending to demolish the wall and seize control of this territory. The siege weapons had scarcely been utilized, appearing almost brand new, with an ample supply of ammunition. At the captain's command, the artillery fired in unison. A resounding volley struck the wall, creating several large craters on its surface, yet failing to jeopardize its structural integrity. It was far from collapsing. Meanwhile, the remaining infantry deployed smoke grenades, using the obscuring haze to advance towards the base of the wall, intent on executing a demolition. 10 infantry combat vehicles swiftly followed, employing their formidable firepower to shield their comrades. Thanks to Suja's presence, they refrained from directing their fire towards Liemo's position. Chapter 27. The moment of counterattack. Liemo would not remain passive. He recognized that the reason he had not yet been bombarded by artillery was due to Suja's proximity. Peering down at the soldiers, Expertly trained and approaching the wall with the intent to demolish it, he realized he could not afford to lose such a strategic advantage. Did they think to breach the wall? They would first need to seek Limeau's consent, channeling his wood element powers. A multitude of plant roots surged forth from within the wall, launching an assault on the advancing soldiers. The roots of these plants are adorned with sharp thorns, inflicting considerable discomfort upon contact. A moment's carelessness could result in profuse bleeding. The flame-throwing engineers advanced resolutely to eradicate those roots. Soldiers clad in fireproof uniforms, bearing fuel tanks, stepped forward, wielding flamethrowers aimed at the encroaching plant roots, activating the triggers. A torrent of flames erupted forth, repelling the assailing roots, as these military-grade flamethrowers exhibited formidable power. With the engineers exerting their formidable suppression, the infantry commenced their advance. As for the flamethrowers, the plant roots were driven back by the flames, yet Limeau remained unfazed, effortlessly countering with his water elemental abilities. A colossal curtain of water materialized, surging forth and dispersing the soldiers near the city walls. The force of the water was so potent that it rendered the soldiers unable to approach. This is the power of an ability user. The strategist was taken aback by this sight, astonished that even in the early days of the apocalypse, the strength of ability users could be so formidable. What will the future hold? Will humanity's military might, aircraft, tanks, and artillery bow before the prowess of ability users? Zhao Wenbin was equally astonished by Limeau's capabilities. Despite facing only a single adversary, he could halt an entire regiment's advance. Although his regiment had diminished in strength compared to before, it still underscored the might of Limeau as an ability user. Zhao Wenbin's mind was in turmoil, on one hand. He desired to fulfill the orders from above and regain control over Yuntown. On the other hand, the formidable prowess of Limeau is evident. Should he perish here, it would undoubtedly diminish our viable strength against the zombies. Moreover, the demise of such an extraordinary individual would be a tragic waste. Zhao Wenbin's hesitation did not escape the notice of his ever-watchful advisor, who had long been aware of his commander's noble aspirations and his penchant for cherishing talent. However, this was not the moment for indecision. The advisor promptly addressed Zhao Wenbin, stating, "Commander, no matter how powerful he may be, he remains merely a civilian superhuman. He has even dared to establish a city in direct opposition to us. Such actions would have once been deemed as those of a terrorist organization. You must not lose your clarity over trivial matters related to combating the zombies. Where there is a will, there is a way. It is illogical to forsake what is within our grasp in pursuit of what remains elusive." Upon hearing his advisor's words, Zhao Wenbin exhaled deeply and nodded in agreement. He surveyed the battlefield, realizing that his soldiers were utterly incapable of reaching the city walls to execute their demolition task. Additionally, in this apocalyptic era, the ammunition for the siege artillery was limited. After several rounds of bombardment, they found themselves in a precarious position. Even more frustrating for Zhao Wenbin was the fact that the city walls could regenerate. He observed that the substantial crater created by the siege artillery had significantly diminished. This was primarily due to Limeau's ability to connect the walls to the earth, thereby enhancing their durability while also drawing upon the power of the ground to restore them. If Limeau were atop the walls, he could further expedite this process by consuming his own abilities. In his quest to subdue his adversaries, Limeau not only perfected the cyclical operation of the 5 elements but also began to consume royal jelly, whose restorative effects manifested instantaneously, ensuring that he could continuously unleash widespread assaults. Throughout his offensive, a lingering question haunted his mind. Was Suja truly the sole ability user in the 301st Regiment? In truth, the 301st Regiment boasted another ability user, one with mastery over mechanical powers, whose strength was formidable, having attained the first transformation level. This mechanical adept concealed himself within an infantry fighting vehicle, poised to launch a surprise attack on Limeau atop the city wall, a strategic maneuver orchestrated by Zhao Wenbin. The mechanical user had fashioned a suit of battle armor utilizing his powers, granting it the capability for short-range flight. The left arm was equipped with a laser blade, while the right arm wielded an electromagnetic weapon capable of unleashing powerful electric currents to assault foes. Under the cover of his comrades, the infantry fighting vehicle inched closer to the city wall, while Limeau's fireballs rained down upon the battlefield, with just 2 direct hits sufficient to trigger explosions in the vehicles. The successive losses compelled Zhao Wenbin to resolve to abandon Suja and instead target the city wall where Limeau stood. Without eliminating Limeau, reaching the northern gate of 5 Element City was an impossibility. The firepower of the vehicle's cannon posed some challenges for Limeau, though they were merely trivial inconveniences. Harnessing his water element abilities, Li Mo conjured a stable curtain of water that flowed downward, rendering incoming shells incapable of detonating as they were ensnared by the currents, ultimately cascading down to the base of the wall as duds. In truth, Li Mo himself was uncertain whether this tactic would prove effective. Everything was shrouded in uncertainty. Initially, he believed that the opposing party would hesitate due to Suju's influence, but once they became enraged, this protective charm lost its efficacy. This was a desperate measure he devised, employing softness to counter rigidity, and it indeed achieved the desired outcome. Consequently, their plan to annihilate Li Mo with the infantry combat vehicle had become untenable, and all their hopes for victory rested upon the shoulders of the mechanized Esper. The infantry combat vehicle, shielded by the soldiers, had approached the city walls, where charred remnants of plant roots, the lifeless bodies of fallen warriors, and inert shells lay scattered beneath. The mechanized Esper, observing the scene below from within the vehicle, felt an increasing weight of responsibility. The fate of the entire regiment hinged upon him. He could not afford to fail. He must eradicate the source of all chaos. The mechanized Esper, whose true name was Zhao Wenbo, was the younger brother of Zhao Wenbin. Their parents had bestowed these names upon them with the hope that they would lead stable and unremarkable lives in civil service. Yet, both brothers defied their parents' wishes and chose the path of military service. They dedicated their lives to the army, and this occasion was no exception. When Zhao Wenbo received his brother's command, he was already prepared to embrace his fate. Now was the moment. Zhao Wenbo witnessed Li Mo conjuring a fireball, poised to launch it in his direction. With a sudden determination, he flung open the hatch of the infantry combat vehicle and leaped out into the fray. The battle armor manifested around him, granting him the ability to soar through the air. This power, however, was energy-intensive at this stage and had a brief duration. Zhao Wenbo intended to leverage this capability to swiftly ascend the city walls and approach Li Mo. The armor appeared remarkably advanced, embodying his unique ability, an embodiment of mechanical prowess. Zhao Wenbo ascended into the air, raising his laser blade to strike at Li Mo, while his electromagnetic gun was poised to deliver a devastating blow. Li Mo was startled by the sudden attack. Metallic armor swiftly adhered to his body, yet the laser blade cleaved through his defenses, inflicting a deep wound. Ouch, that hurts. Li Mo grimaced, initiating the healing process with elemental magic. A verdant glow enveloped the injury, and soon, the wound began to mend. Metal, how fortuitous. It is time for you to experience the shock of electricity. Upon noticing the metal on Li Mo, Zhao Wenbo realized that his electromagnetic weapon could prove advantageous. Flame troopers were introduced as a particularly ruthless class of soldiers, armed with 20th century flamethrowers. The specialized fuel contained within their tanks rendered the flames exceedingly difficult to extinguish, causing immense harm to human targets. Flame troopers had previously been banned by international conventions. However, in the apocalyptic context, this prohibited unit was reactivated, proving devastating against hordes of zombies. Chapter 28. Brotherhood. Zhao Wenbo's electromagnetic weapon charged swiftly, unleashing a brilliant blue current towards Li Mo caught unawares. Li Mo was struck directly by the current, the metallic nature of his armor amplifying the electrical intensity. Li Mo's hair was frizzled from the electric shock, and in a moment of urgency, he hastily retracted the metallic armor he was wearing, for this very armor seemed to attract electricity. Was this man a super soldier of the military? Li Mo squinted at Zhao Wenbo before him, taken aback to discover that the armor adorning Zhao was actually formed from extraordinary powers. Li Mo couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the armor, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to the high-tech suits depicted in films. He had assumed it to be a novel invention concocted by the military. Zhao Wenbo remained silent, relentlessly launching attacks at Li Mo. The formidable mobility endowed by the armor allowed him to execute frequent ambushes, while Li Mo found it challenging to counter his advances. As the skirmish progressed, Li Mo began to comprehend this armor better. He initially intended to manipulate the armor with his metallic powers, only to discover that such an approach was futile. An invisible force seemed to obstruct his control. This perplexed Li Mo, for he believed all metals lay within his dominion. Why? Then, did this one elude him? Suddenly, a realization struck him. This armor was likely not crafted by the military, but rather formed through extraordinary abilities. Both Li Mo and Zhao Wenbo were at the first transition level of their powers, making it impractical for Li Mo to manipulate Zhao's armor from a distance. Thus, he promptly altered his strategy, channeling the elemental energies within him towards the fire element. A torrent of flames enveloped his body, the scorching heat compelling Zhao Wenbo to hesitate in his approach. Though protected by his armor, engaging in close combat with a being of fire was decidedly unwise. Thus, Zhao Wenba swiftly distanced himself from Li Mo and commenced a remote electrotherapy assault using electromagnetic weaponry. However, Li Mo was no pushover. If Zhao Wenba could soar, so could he. With a tremendous burst of flames propelling from his feet, Li Mo ascended into the air. Yet, upon leaving the confines of the city walls, he severed his connection with the earth and temporarily lost the ability to draw energy from his surroundings to replenish his extraordinary powers. Suspended in midair, Li Mo was left to rely solely on his stored energy. After a prolonged confrontation, the sheer magnitude of Li Mo's abilities utterly shattered Zhao Wenba's preconceived notions. Why did the so-called Lord of the Five-Element City possess such an abundance of extraordinary powers, each more formidable than the last? Suddenly, a spark of insight struck Zhao Wenba. Five-Element City, Five Elements. Observing the array of capabilities Li Mo had previously displayed, he began to wonder if Li Mo's abilities were intrinsically linked to the concept of the five elements. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The diverse powers Li Mo exhibited were indeed connected to the five elements, presenting a formidable challenge. Zhao Wenbo relayed the information regarding Li Mo's extraordinary powers to his brother via radio before continuing his assault with the electromagnetic weaponry. Li Mo, utilizing the kinetic force of the flames, adeptly dodged and weaved, making it difficult for Zhao Wenba to lock onto him accurately. However, Zhao Wenba soon activated the auxiliary targeting system of his battle armor, resulting in a barrage of nearly perfect strikes. Meanwhile, the 301st Regiment on the ground began to regroup their remaining forces. Only 2 infantry fighting vehicles remained, while the other 8 had been obliterated by Li Mo's explosive attacks. Nevertheless, despite the circumstances, they redirected their artillery towards the fiery figure of Li Mo in the sky. The trajectory of their shells was far more discernible compared to the currents unleashed by Zhao Wenba. Li Mo effortlessly evaded their onslaught, although it did divert his attention, enabling Zhao Wenba's electric strikes to hit him on several occasions. Each time Li Mo attempted to close the distance, Zhao Wenba, utilizing the agility of his battle armor, skillfully evaded him, refusing to engage in prolonged confrontation. Frustrated by Zhao Wenba's tactics, Li Mo resorted to mental attacks, hoping to provoke Zhao into a close-quarters battle. Yet, Zhao Wenba remained unfazed, allowing Li Mo's venomous words to merely pass through one ear and out the other. After a stalemate lasting several minutes, a spark of inspiration struck Li Mo. He tilted his head at a 45-degree angle downwards, unleashing flames from his hands. The tremendous thrust propelled him far away in an instant. Zhao Wenba was taken aback. What was Li Mo attempting? Suddenly, it dawned on him. His target was the comrades on the ground. This was an overt and audacious scheme. As Zhao Wenba cursed Li Mo for his despicable actions, he hastened to intercept him. However, Li Mo, utilizing both hands and feet, outpaced him significantly, swiftly descending to maintain low-altitude flight near the ground. Li Mo hardly exerted himself. A mere gesture of his palm towards the soldiers below unleashed flames potent enough to consume them one by one. His actions undoubtedly incited Zhao Wenba's fury, who rapidly descended, intent on relentlessly pursuing Li Mo. He had fallen into a trap. A cryptic smile played upon Li Mo's lips as he flew low above the ground, signifying his ability to manipulate the earth to launch an assault on Zhao Wenba. I shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions. Zhao Wenba seethed with fury. Taken aback by Li Mo's insidious tactics, he cranked the energy output of his battle armor to its maximum, instantly accelerating his speed. With a whoosh, he soared to Li Mo's side, raising his laser blade, poised to deliver a fatal strike. However, he was met with Li Mo's triumphant grin. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Wenba. He attempted to adjust his angle and gain altitude, but it was too late. A massive earthen pillar erupted from the ground, its dense structure amplifying its impact. The collision left Zhao Wenba dazed, and the energy reserves of his armor, equivalent to his supernatural abilities, were severely depleted. This sudden blow only exacerbated his predicament. Li Mo, showing no mercy, swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhao Wenba crashing to the ground. The force of the fiery kick was considerable, damaging Zhao Wenba's armor further. He found himself seated on the ground, his once formidable battle suit now marred and scorched by flames. Li Mo ascended rapidly, conjuring 2 fireballs with his hands, intent on obliterating Zhao Wenba in one decisive blow. He hurled the fireballs from above, but then an unexpected turn of events unfolded. An armored command vehicle rushed in, intercepting Li Mo's fireballs, which engulfed the entire vehicle in flames. leaving no chance of survival for its occupants. Who dares to shield him? Liemo was taken aback. The armored vehicle had fortuitously shielded him from the fireball he had hurled at Zhao Wenba. Brother, hurry, run. A faint voice emerged from the wreckage, where Zhao Wenban lay in a pool of blood, his aide-de-camp having perished on the spot. This aide, who had faithfully followed him for many years, had obeyed his captain's orders until the very end, even unto death. Brother, Zhao Wenba was shattered. He had never anticipated that the brother who had always protected him would sacrifice his life for his sake. Tears streamed down his face, and even the usually resilient Zhao Wenba could not contain his grief. You, demon! With great effort, Zhao Wenba struggled to his feet, directing his wrath towards the malevolent figure in the sky. He still possessed a final means of retaliation, the self-detonation of his battle armor, though it would cost him his life. However, the demon hovered above, and a detonation in place would inflict minimal harm. He needed to lure it closer. Do you not wish to kill me? Come then. How many lives must you claim before you are satisfied? Zhao Wenba attempted to ascend, but his armor was severely damaged. He barely managed a few steps before plummeting once more. Staggering forward, he resembled a waning wolf, still capable of biting the vulture that sought to prey upon him. Despite its twilight years, Liemo observed the scene before him. Contrary to Zhao Wenba's expectations, he did not descend to slay him, but instead unleashed fireballs from the sky. Zhao Wenba's self-detonation plan collapsed under Liemo's relentless assault, and in despair, he activated the self-destruction mechanism on the ground, creating a massive crater. The force of the explosion was immensely powerful, generating a gust strong enough to propel Liemo into the air. However, due to his airborne state, the impact of the explosion was significantly diminished, resulting in minimal injury to him. The most troublesome issues had dissipated. Now, it remained to be seen how the remaining individuals would choose to proceed. Liemo landed gracefully, harnessing the power of the earth to restore his abilities. With the leader and the supernatural beings eliminated, the remaining individuals posed no significant threat. The troops from the 301st Regiment that had attacked the northern gate were decimated, leaving only the surrendering ones who laid down their arms. Liemo squinted into the distance, noticing that the commotion had attracted some unwelcome guests. The surrounding area of the Five-Element City, which had been nearly cleared of zombies, was once again drawn to the noise, though they were mostly of the ordinary variety. Hardly worthy of his attention, Liemo chose to disregard them, allowing the remaining soldiers to contend with the zombies. Naturally, if any wished to surrender, he would ensure their safety. Chapter 29. The Battle at the Westgate Five-Element City. Westgate. The intensity of the assault at the Westgate was somewhat less fierce than at Liemo's location, primarily due to the absence of supernatural attacks. Nevertheless, 10 infantry fighting vehicles were more than sufficient to cause considerable trouble. After receiving treatment from Liemo, Song Su successfully utilized Liemo's power and some evolutionary crystals to break through to the first level of enhancement. Currently, after consuming Liemo's blood, Song Su's 5 elements ability had finally reached the first level. Although his strength remained inferior to that of Liemo, it was more than adequate to confront those without supernatural abilities. Moreover, this place is not solely occupied by Song Su. It has also become a gathering point for several other extraordinary individuals from the Five-Element City, equipped with enchanted weapons, who are mounting a counterattack against the advancing troops from the fortifications. However, unlike the situation at Liemo's location, the Western City Wall, constructed by Liemo himself, lacks the capacity for repair through his abilities, as the Northern Gate does. Even with Song Su, who has attempted to replicate Liemo's powers, the ability to restore the wall remains elusive. It appears that Song Su has only managed to mimic the internal circulation of the 5 elements, failing to harness the skill of drawing energy from the environment. In the absence of regenerative capabilities, even the most robust walls cannot withstand the onslaught of artillery. The Western City Wall has suffered significant damage, and many of those armed with enchanted weapons have perished in the explosions. Nonetheless, some individuals have managed to endure through the turmoil. A warrior named Huang Wei has performed admirably, wielding an enchanted pistol and successfully depleting an entire magazine to obliterate an infantry fighting vehicle. Song Su observed his commendable efforts and resolved to offer this individual the chance to evolve upon his return. The supply of evolution crystals is limited, with some reserved for the enhancement of extraordinary abilities. Thus, determining whether ordinary individuals can obtain these crystals relies entirely on their personal merits. After exhausting his ammunition, Huang Wei retreated beneath the wall with his enchanted weapon, recognizing that without long-range capabilities, inflicting effective damage upon the army would be exceedingly challenging. It was better for them to withdraw. Meanwhile, Ma Yu, accompanied by the medical team, carried away the wounded who still had a chance for survival. Intriguingly, the military refrained from shelling the injured and the medics. Initially, Ma Yu and his companions were filled with trepidation. However, as time progressed, they gradually cast aside their burdens and began to treat the wounded with a sense of assurance. The order to refrain from bombarding the injured was issued by the deputy commander, who believed these individuals, along with the medical personnel, would become vital assets in their conquest of the city, rendering it inappropriate to eliminate them, not to mention that it contravened humanitarian principles. The members of the combat unit swiftly succumbed, suffering significant casualties, with only a handful surviving. Among them, Minister Song Su and the ability user Xian Yifan persevered. Yet the city walls had already crumbled by half, suggesting that breaching the western gate was merely a matter of time. In comparison to Liemo, Song Su's combat awareness was considerably lacking, as he had only recently begun to harness the power of the 5 elemental abilities, rendering him incapable of invoking their strength at will. Nevertheless, the inherent potency of his abilities allowed him to withstand the barrage of artillery fire. Periodically, Song Su unleashed fireballs upon the enemy's artillery positions, though he too was occasionally struck by cannon fire. He employed his metallic and earth elemental powers to construct a robust shelter, thereby mitigating the impact of the shells. Xian Yifan's steel body ability had reached the pinnacle of its initial stage through combat, with only a final push needed to achieve the first transformation. He required but a single evolution crystal at this peak stage to complete the transition. However, in the current state of urgency, such a crystal was not readily attainable, hindering his advancement. The formidable defense of Xian Yifan's steel body renders him akin to a ferocious beast on the battlefield, capable of charging forth and directly annihilating a fully armed soldier with a single assault. Bullets are rendered ineffective against him, and artillery finds it exceedingly difficult to target this metallic monstrosity. His strength is approaching that of the steel zombies encountered by Liemo. Yet Xian Yifan possesses a far greater intellect, allowing him to adeptly navigate the myriad challenges presented in combat. Having absorbed the essence of steel, he is inevitably influenced by the bloodthirsty and brutal temperament of the steel zombies, enhancing his adaptability to the chaos of flying shells and fallen corpses. Utilizing his iron physique, he even commandeers the equipment of a flamethrower engineer, foregoing protective gear to seize a Type 20 flamethrower and commence harvesting soldiers unprotected by fireproof attire upon the battlefield. The infantry fighting vehicles soon take note of this troublesome adversary. One vehicle draws Xian Yifan's attention from the front, while another maneuvers to flank him, launching an explosive strike at the fuel tank of his Type 20 flamethrower. A conflagration engulfs Xian Yifan, and the excessive heat threatens even his steel form. At that moment, a water balloon soars through the air, extinguishing the flames that cling to him. Subsequently, 2 fireballs are hurled, striking the 2 infantry fighting vehicles, severely damaging their armor. Xian Yifan seizes the opportunity to charge forth and swiftly dismantle both vehicles. Not far away, Song Su gestures towards Xian Yifan, who nods in acknowledgement, marking his gratitude for the gesture. However, at this moment, Song Su's condition was far from favorable. His elemental ability was a diminished version, constrained by a time limit, and after prolonged use, it was nearly depleted. The earlier intervention to rescue Xian Yifan had further exacerbated the consumption of his powers. He had little time left to sustain his elemental abilities. The vice commander, witnessing his subordinates being thrown into chaos by the 2 elemental wielders on the battlefield, had no choice but to order some soldiers who had already advanced into the city to retreat and concentrate their efforts on eliminating these 2 adversaries. The vice commander yearned to contact the commander for reinforcements, believing that the commander possessed mechanical wielders who could conclude the battle far more swiftly than he could. However, when he attempted to reach his commander, he found himself unable to make contact. "Commander, I have tried every possible means. I cannot establish communication with the forces attacking the North Gate," the communications officer reported with a trembling voice. In such circumstances, the inability to connect could only signify one dire possibility: total annihilation of the troops. The vice commander's pupils constricted in shock. He had never anticipated that what should have been a foolproof operation would devolve into such a dire predicament. He could not fathom how, despite having elemental wielders on their side, they could be facing such formidable enemies. "Damn it, you are gone, old Zhao. You have oppressed me for most of my life, yet you have departed before me," the vice commander muttered, his expression betraying little change, though tears streamed down his face. Eliminate those two elemental wielders obstructing our path. Xi and Yifun's own reservoir of power was also dwindling, for not everyone possessed the terrifying regenerative capabilities of Liemo. However, Liemo had also distributed a certain amount of Qingmi to them. Xi and Yifun had ingested Qingmi well before the battle commenced, allowing his extraordinary abilities to recover at a commendable pace. Yet, the effects of Qingmi were gradually waning, and Xi and Yifun had to conclude the skirmish before his powers were utterly depleted. Similarly, Song Su found himself in a comparable predicament. With only 10 minutes remaining, the Chief's abilities would be rendered unusable. Song Su contemplated the remaining duration of his extraordinary powers. He still possessed a vial of Suge's blood, previously bestowed upon him by Liemo. Consuming it would temporarily grant him the ability to control shadows, though it paled in comparison to Liemo's elemental powers. It was certainly preferable to having no means of defense at all. Just as he prepared for a desperate gamble, a figure materialized nearby. "You have performed admirably." A voice resonated as Liemo arrived at the western battlefield. The remaining soldiers at the northern gate had laid down their arms and ceased resistance. Liemo entrusted them to the logistics minister, who was on standby within the Five-Element City, and then he hastened to the northern gate. "Chief, you have finally arrived." Song Su felt as though he had glimpsed a savior, his entire being relaxing in response. "Chief." Xi and Yifun also noticed Liemo's arrival and quickly rushed to his side, awaiting Liemo's directives. "You have done well. Now it is time for our counterattack." Liemo sounded the horn for their offensive. Although only the three of them remained on the battlefield, their quality was sufficient to compensate for their numerical disadvantage. Chapter 30. Post-war disposal. Upon Liemo's arrival, he effortlessly shattered the 301st Regiment's offensive led by Shimen. Faced with the formidable pressure exerted by the three extraordinary ability users of Five-Element City, the deputy commander issued a retreat order, recognizing that to persist further would be illogical. However, the deputy commander chose not to retreat. Instead, he drove an armored vehicle, personally covering the retreat of his subordinates. It must be said that his exemplary leadership earned Liemo's admiration. Liemo granted him dignity, sparing him from capture. Liemo and his companions launched a series of assaults, utilizing the remarkable mobility of ability users to ensure that no one escaped. Their means of transportation had been nearly obliterated in the preceding battles, relying solely on their own legs. They could not elude Liemo's encirclement. Only a handful managed to flee, but the surrounding wandering zombies posed an additional threat. After handing these individuals over to the logistics department, Liemo began to dispatch personnel to scour the battlefield, clearing away corpses and collecting abandoned weapons. The areas of Shimen and the northern gate had yielded a significant number of overlooked armaments: Type 20 rifles, Type 20 flamethrowers, Type 20 pistols, and military daggers. These were all standard military equipment from the past, and many functional items had been recovered from the battlefield. The reason all these weapons were of the Type 20 model was that the Great Xia Kingdom had completed a significant iteration plan in 2020, resulting in the replacement and comprehensive upgrade of most military weaponry, which considerably enhanced the nation's strength. Although the infantry fighting vehicles were also of the Type 20 model, Liemo and his team did not manage to seize any. All the infantry fighting vehicles had been destroyed in the recent conflict. The confiscated weapons, albeit somewhat damaged, remained functional. Liemo entrusted all these arms to Wang Jianjun for enchantment when time permitted. The combat unit, originally numbering nearly 100, had dwindled to just over 10 following this battle, with several sustaining severe injuries. Among them, the sole ordinary person to emerge unscathed was Huang Wei, who had successfully destroyed an infantry fighting vehicle. Song Su reported Huang Wei's achievements to Liemo, hoping for an opportunity to become an evolved being. Upon learning of Huang Wei's feat, Liemo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that an ordinary individual could incapacitate an armored vehicle with merely an enchanted explosive handgun. Thus, he readily consented, recognizing that Huang Wei's bravery warranted such recognition. Regarding the significant losses within the combat unit, Liemo felt a pang of sorrow. These individuals were trained by the retired soldiers he had recruited, and the sudden loss of so many weighed heavily on him. Fortunately, he now had a larger pool of professionals at his disposal, having captured 124 individuals. However, transforming them into combat-ready forces would require considerable effort. Those who could not be converted into combatants would be utilized for resource exchanges. After the battle at the northern gate, Suja was assigned to the employee dormitory of the steel mill, which also accommodated the captives. Xi and Yifun personally oversaw their custody, understanding that these were military personnel, and Li Mo's subordinates dared not be negligent. Additionally, Li Mo arranged for the medical department to provide basic first aid to the injured captives, initially resistant. The captives gradually accepted the assistance of the medical personnel. Suja lay despondently upon his bed, the metallic shackles still binding him. Unlike his previous spirited self, he now resembled a lost soul, witnessing his comrades perish one by one before him, powerless to intervene. Suja, have you not yet made a decision? Li Mo's voice broke through the silence as he appeared beside Suja's bed. Suja turned to face the demon responsible for the demise of his 301st Regiment. His heart a tumult of emotions, uncertain of how to address this man. Should he die for the honor of the 301st Regiment? Or should he cast aside his principles and surrender to serve Li Mo? He had once harbored dreams of the 301st capturing the City of Five Elements, only to find that they had gravely underestimated the power of the ability users. Though many ordinary lives had been lost, not a single ability user had perished. This battle had unveiled to them the limitless potential of ability users. The apocalypse was destined to be the era of the ability users, inevitably. The old ways would fade into the annals of history. Suja remained silent, casting a gaze filled with hatred upon Li Mo. Do not look at me like that. Suja, it was you who sought me out first. I merely retaliated in self-defense, Li Mo remarked, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips as he recognized the hatred in Suja's eyes. Do you not feel even a modicum of guilt for your actions? Is there no compassion within your heart? Suja challenged, his eyes locked onto Li Mo. Still clinging to the past, are we, Suja? You must understand that the apocalypse has commenced. The old ways are no longer viable. With the collapse of order as we know it, both you and I are ability users. We may not fully grasp the brutality of this new world. Do you comprehend how arduous it is for ordinary people to survive in this apocalypse? Is it justifiable to employ violent means to subjugate the surrounding forces? Li Mo responded slowly to Suja's inquiry. At the very least, our unified actions around Anshin can offer a brighter future to the marginalized populace. And what of you? You act solely for your own selfish desires. Are you unaware of how many lives you have taken? Suja seemed to be struck at a sensitive point by Li Mo's words, roaring in response. How absurd. Without me, Yunjin would still be under the control of the undead. Without me, those within the steel factory would have long been consumed by the zombies. You claim I act out of self-interest? It was I who eradicated all the mutated zombies in Yunjin. It was I who established the sanctuary that is Wuxing City. You merely seek to seize the fruits of my labor. Li Mo scoffed coldly. The actions you have taken will earn you a corresponding fate. Why? Why must there be slaughter? This only serves to drain the strength of humanity unnecessarily. Your actions will only incite greater hatred. Suja's breath faltered slightly. TSK. What a waste of breath. Li Mo shook his head, finding Suja somewhat exasperating. In this maddened world, might dictates right. The stronger one is, the more justified they become. I am stronger than you, thus I hold the greater claim. Li Mo waved his hand impatiently, acknowledging that while words may sound noble, should he fall in battle, the Wuxing City he painstakingly built would be reclaimed. Initially, we aimed for a peaceful resolution. But your order to eliminate internal threats forced my hand, compelling me to expose the truth to protect Wang Hao. He is a person of extraordinary abilities and should not have met his end amidst our conflict. It was your cleansing operation that compelled us to resort to violent measures against you. Suja's assertion is indeed somewhat shameless. Wang Hao was on the verge of escape, yet he was abruptly immobilized by Suja's shadow and fell victim to Song Su's fiery assault. There is no remedy. You have become a mere bargaining chip for resources. Li Mo shook his head, choosing to cease his persuasion efforts with Suja. He turned on his heel and, casually extending chains from the metallic shackles binding Suja, secured them to the wall, further constricting his range of movement. Suja held steadfast to his beliefs, making it entirely reasonable that he could not be swayed. Li Mo, disinterested in resorting to severe interrogations, opted instead to utilize Suja as a means of obtaining supplies. After departing from Suja's solitary confinement, Li Mo proceeded to gather the remaining captives, initiating a campaign of persuasion. After much fervent discourse, only a handful of individuals expressed a willingness to remain, predominantly those discontented within the military ranks. The others remained resolute in their conviction that Li Mo's power would ultimately prove ephemeral and that the military would never abandon him. Observing that merely a meager dozen had capitulated, Li Mo felt no indignation. Those captives who could not be transformed into combatants would serve as valuable trade for resources, and the military would undoubtedly be willing to pay a handsome price for them. Chapter 31. The shock of the military within the Anshan base. A plethora of military officials occupied the conference room, with the lowest rank among them being that of a major. Yu Mingjian sat at the head of the table, flanked on his left by a soldier who had endured the battle of the Five-Element City, and on his right by the chosen one of the army, Dark Ice. Since acquiring his ice-related powers, he had adopted this moniker. Dark Ice, cloaked in a black cape, was shrouded in shadows, emanating an aura of chilling coldness. Merely approaching him within a certain proximity would evoke a penetrating chill. However, as an evolved being, Yu Mingjian was capable of withstanding such frigidness. The purpose of convening everyone was to deliberate on our stance towards the forces of civilian abilities, allowing for an open exchange of ideas. Observing that all had gathered, Yu Mingjian spoke. Commander, we must certainly incorporate them all. Any defiant faction should be dealt with using force. Indeed, Commander, has this not been our established strategy all along? Commander, has something occurred? One officer cautiously inquired, sensing the unusual pallor on Yu Mingjian's face. Yu Mingjian cast a glance at the speaker before responding. We have failed to reclaim the Five-Element City, formerly known as Cloud Town. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly, akin to a pot boiling over. The civilian force had annihilated one of their regiments? Had it not been uttered by their commander, Yu Mingjian, they would scarcely have believed such news. Meanwhile, Dark Ice displayed a flicker of surprise, taken aback by the strength of the Five-Element City. Moreover, their leader, with the aid of our soldiers, conveyed his demand for the redemption of our captured comrades in exchange for our elixirs. Yu Mingjian proceeded to unveil a startling revelation, extinguishing any lingering illusions regarding the mere retreat of the 301st Regiment. Among those captured was our extraordinary ability wielder, Su Zhe, who had also been taken prisoner. Unperturbed by the reactions of those beneath him, Yu Mingjian continued, unhurriedly stating his intention to offer a certain quantity of elixirs to exchange for the captives with the Lord of the Five-Element City. What are your thoughts on this? Sir, I mean no disrespect. Are we truly to swallow our pride? An officer trembled as he raised his hand to speak, his heart ablaze with anger at the thought of the 301st Regiment's defeat in Five-Element City. Indeed, Commander Yu, we cannot simply bow to those individuals. The majority of the officers expressed a more radical stance, voicing their opinions fervently. Your sentiments are commendable, yet we must consider the reality of the situation. The soldier who escaped has already briefed me on the battlefield conditions. He is the sole survivor from the Five-Element City. The rest have either perished in battle or been captured. Now, Xiaolu, please share with everyone what you witnessed. Yu Mingjian gestured to the soldier beside him, whose face still bore traces of the recent conflict. The soldier saluted the assembly and began recounting his tale. I am a soldier under Captain Zhao. My squad accompanied him to the northern gate of Five-Element City. He is an extraordinarily fearsome adept, capable of commanding the earth, summoning flora, manipulating flames, and controlling water. During the confrontation with Captain Zhao Wenbo, I witnessed him exhibit the ability to manipulate metals as well. This individual is akin to a devil, single-handedly thwarting our brigade's advance. What is most alarming is that his powers appear to be boundless. He single-handedly withstood our assaults, and when he stood atop the city wall, the breaches created by our bombardments were inexplicably mended. He is truly terrifying. Captain Zhao Wenbo was directly slain by him, his armored suit shattered. And Colonel Zhao also fell in battle. The words of the soldiers struck like heavy hammers upon every heart. They had not anticipated that the so-called civilian force could be so formidable. Now do you understand why I refrained from seeking retribution? Yu Mingjian rapped on the table, redirecting everyone's attention to himself. Currently, the zombies in Anshan are stirring ominously, and it is highly probable that a zombie king has emerged within their ranks. We can no longer afford to disperse our forces. We must concentrate our efforts against the undead. As for that Five-Element City, let him be. Should he overstep his bounds, I will not hesitate to quell him. Let us not be disheartened. Our endeavors to assimilate civilian forces have, on the whole, been successful, augmenting our number of adepts. Aside from our setbacks at Five-Element City, our operations in other regions have been remarkably fruitful. Overall, Yu Mingjian's words are not mere flattery. This operation has significantly increased the number of supernatural beings within the military, successfully reclaiming numerous towns and villages in the suburbs of Anshan. Strategic strongholds have been established in advantageous terrains to guard against the incursion of zombies. The relentless tide of steel has proven effective against these scattered, leaderless zombies. However, their arsenal is limited. Following reconnaissance missions conducted by their scouting teams, it was discovered that the only armory within Anshan has been completely overrun by zombies. who have even learned to wield firearms. Although their skills are rudimentary, they still possess a formidable deterrent effect. The armory lies deep within the mountainous forest to the south of Anqing, while the military base is primarily located to the east. The journey between the two requires considerable effort, and thus far, the army has been unable to reclaim the armory. The absence of an armory means that each bullet is a precious commodity, prompting the military to prioritize the search for supernatural beings. The capabilities of these individuals are widely recognized. Powerful supernatural beings can contend with zombies as effectively as the relentless tide of steel. It is noteworthy that the military's Anqing base has not experienced power outages like Li Mo's base, as the city's electricity primarily relies on hydroelectric power. The hydroelectric station has been seized and well maintained by the military to ensure the efficient operation of the base and enhance its appeal. Consequently, power has been cut off to other regions. After all, some of the generating units at the hydroelectric station have suffered damage, resulting in reduced efficiency. As long as it can supply the survival base, it suffices, leaving other areas unattended. Certainly, any faction choosing to pledge allegiance to the military will receive support in terms of electricity. Everyone should maintain a positive mindset and diligently perform their duties. I firmly believe that under our leadership, Anqing will undoubtedly witness the dawn of hope. With a beaming smile, Yu Mingjian addressed those present, and despite their private thoughts, no one dared to slight his authority, and they all applauded. Once the conference room emptied, only he and Bing remained in the vast space. After the crowd departed, the smile on Yu Mingjian's face vanished, replaced by a countenance clouded with gloom. Bing could surmise his superior's thoughts, given the recent upheaval. It was clear that Yu Mingjian was displeased, yet for the sake of the captured soldiers and the greater good, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Bing, how do you assess your strength in comparison to the Lord of Wuxing City? Yu Mingjian inquired, pinching the bridge of his nose in contemplation. Considering the 5 distinct abilities he has demonstrated and his singular achievement in withstanding the 301st Regiment, I fear I may not match him, Bing replied after careful reflection, refraining from boasting and instead speaking truthfully. Is that so? Even you find yourself inferior to him? Yu Mingjian expressed astonishment, for he was aware that Bing was a rare chosen one. It was surprising to learn that even he could not surpass the Lord of Wuxing City. Indeed, I suspect he is likely a chosen one as well. There is no reason for there to be only one, Bing articulated his hypothesis. The formidable prowess of Li Mo, leading him to doubt he was the sole chosen one. I see. Then what shall we do about this, Li Mo? Let us draw them in. The chosen ones are rare and hard to come by. Even if they cannot serve our purposes, we must maintain a cordial relationship with them. Dark Eyes articulated his thoughts. You are absolutely right. Chapter 32. The zombie tide. As Li Mo pondered how to extort a sum from the military, an unwelcome piece of news arrived. The skirmish on his end had attracted the attention of the undead, even before the battle at the northern gate concluded. Li Mo had observed wandering zombies drawing near. However, preoccupied with supporting the western gate and noting the relatively small number of zombies, he chose to disregard them for the moment. By the time Li Mo finished clearing the battlefield, the horde had begun to gather. It was now dusk, and the widespread power outage within 5-element city posed significant challenges to visibility. Li Mo utilized his abilities to restore the collapsed western gate, ensuring that at least the city walls remained intact. Yet, the ranks of the combat division had dwindled considerably. While Li Mo could single-handedly defend one gate, no one was left to guard the others. In that moment of contemplation, an ingenious strategy emerged in Li Mo's mind. The intelligence of zombies was notably limited. Even with commanding zombies in their midst, they would invariably act in accordance with the masses. Thus, the areas with the highest concentration of zombies corresponded directly to the locations with the most humans. With this in mind, Li Mo issued a directive for everyone to gather at the steel mill near the northern gate. A significant movement of people would undoubtedly elude the keen perception of the zombies, thereby maximizing the concentration of the undead in the northern gate region. Li Mo decisively issued an order, instructing all residents within the confines of 5-element city to gather near the steel factory by the northern gate. No one dared to defy his command, especially since the population of 5-element city was relatively small, comprising merely a little over 2,000 souls, making the execution of his order quite manageable. The populace began to congregate at the steel factory, and through his observations, Li Mo noted that the horde of corpses was also converging towards the northern gate. His hypothesis proved accurate. Indeed, the tide of the undead followed the living. However, regarding the sheer scale of the horde, Limo harbored uncertainties about the number of advanced zombies within it, as well as the presence of any sentient undead. The fact that the steel zombie could articulate simple words, combined with the formidable telepathic abilities of the queen bee, suggested that mutated beings might possess rudimentary intelligence once they reached the first transformation stage. What then of the subsequent second and third transformations? It was likely only a matter of time before a multitude of intelligent zombies emerged. Of course, achieving the level of human intelligence would still require a significant duration. Atop the northern city wall, Limo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by the luminous glow of ability-enhanced torches that illuminated the encroaching darkness. Several powerful searchlights stationed at the ramparts cast beams ahead, revealing the mass of zombies congregated before him. The throng of the undead stood in eerie silence, reminiscent of a monk in deep meditation, devoid of the familiar roars they once emitted, instead enveloped in an unsettling stillness. Limo remained undaunted. While the horde was undeniably fearsome, he felt emboldened by the strength of five-element city at his back. Flanking him were his two most trusted aides, Xian Yifan and Song Su, whose capabilities had been validated in their previous skirmish. Among the two individuals, the most valiant is undoubtedly Song Su. Perhaps it is due to the excessive consumption of Limo's blood that his gaze towards Limo is imbued with fervor. Through numerous instances of utilizing his mimicry ability to ingest Limo's blood, he has experienced the formidable power of Limo's abilities. This prowess harbors a latent side effect. The potent blood of an ability user can adversely affect the user's psyche. Now, the impact of these abilities is manifesting itself, as he has become an unwavering devotee of Limo. However, this devotion is not without merit. What Limo requires is precisely such unwavering loyalty. Initially, both Song Su and Xian Yifan harbored trepidation, yet under the influence of Limo's commanding presence, they gradually relinquished their fears and began to confront the horde of zombies. After all, with a towering figure to rely on, as long as Limo is present, they possess the confidence to triumph in this battle. This confrontation is not solely participated in by Limo and his allies. The captives have also been persuaded by Limo to join in the fray. He has entrusted them with the enchanted weapons he has acquired, rendering discussions of trust moot. They are all human, and when faced with the onslaught of zombies, the sense of honor and responsibility as soldiers compels them to direct their weapons towards the undead. Among these individuals, Suja has also enlisted in the fight against the zombies. With the impending attack, everyone must contribute. He is no exception. His shadow abilities are of limited use amidst such a vast horde, serving only as a supplementary aid. Therefore, Limo provided him with an urgently enchanted Type 20 rifle, enhanced with explosive capabilities. This rifle is a product of Limo's acquisition, subsequently entrusted to Wang Jianjun for enchantment. Due to time constraints, Wang Jianjun only enchanted a dozen or so Type 20 rifles endowed with explosive capabilities. However, the quality of his enchanting abilities has significantly improved. With a single shot from these enchanted Type 20 rifles, a horde of zombies can be sent flying. The ammunition for the Type 20 rifles primarily comes from confiscated magazines and bullets carried by prisoners before their capture. These rounds were systematically collected and subsequently distributed among the enchanted rifles, with each rifle receiving 60 rounds. Wang Jianjun also transformed a portion of the ammunition into incendiary rounds, granting them a burning effect upon firing. Coupled with the explosive properties of the rifles, the lethality of the Type 20 rifles was exponentially enhanced. Among the 60 rounds, 10 were incendiary, rendering them formidable weapons in the hands of the soldiers. A chilling wind blew as the soldiers stood scattered atop the city walls, many gripping the rifle stocks tightly, their palms slick with sweat from anxiety. The searchlights illuminated an endless expanse of the undead, instilling a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. For many, this was their first experience of a siege of such magnitude. Previously, their encounters with zombies had been limited to small-scale encirclements, where the danger was comparatively minimal. Limo gazed at the advancing horde for a moment before taking the initiative. Placing his hands upon the city wall, he swiftly channeled his powers into the earth and wood elements. In an instant, numerous earth spikes erupted from the wall, while an abundance of thorns sprang forth from the base, reaching skyward. The earthen spikes thwarted the zombies' attempts to breach the city walls with brute force, while the thorns served to prevent their ascent. When necessary, these thorns could also be utilized as fuel for a fiery assault against them. At that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The tide of corpses began to stir, advancing in formation reminiscent of ancient warfare with cold weapons, exuding an eerie sense of order. Li Mo's heart sank as he beheld this uniform spectacle. It was evident that the horde was being commanded by some intelligent zombies. Had they evolved so swiftly to develop leadership traits? The zombies arranged themselves in formation, progressing systematically towards the city walls. Among them, the more robust zombies spearheaded the advance, while the lurkers and advanced zombies acted as mobile units, weaving in and out of the horde, dispersed rather than concentrated. Li Mo squinted, waiting until the zombies drew nearer before issuing the command to fire. In an instant, the formidable lethality of the enchanted firearms manifested. The front line of zombies was sent flying, causing considerable disarray in the ranks behind them. Some zombies, lacking balance, fell to the ground and were subsequently trampled by their own kind, never to rise again. Realistically, direct fire was impractical, and even the enchanted Type 20 rifle struggled to reach the rear of the horde. Thus, Li Mo assumed the role of a recoilless mortar. Inspired by the previous battle, he devised a new tactic. If grenades inflicted damage through steel beads, what if fireballs were combined with metallic projectiles? Li Mo surmised that what he threw would undoubtedly be a supersized grenade. Li Mo conjured a fireball in his left hand and a mass of metal in his right. The metallic sphere was encased in a shell, within which lay a multitude of sharp metallic shards, each possessing formidable power. He then merged the two spheres, causing the metal to heat to a fiery red, while the fireball enveloped the iron sphere entirely, ensuring that upon being hurled, it would unleash a devastating explosion. With a swift motion, Li Mo launched his lethal grenade at the horde of zombies. The effect was strikingly evident. A large swath of the undead fell like grass before a scythe. His concept had proven successful, the destructive force indeed formidable. Chapter 33. The corpse behind the scenes. The brilliance of human intellect is truly beyond our reach. In the rear of the zombie tide, a bespectacled undead, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor, perused a copy of The Art of War, an image that felt profoundly incongruous. "What do you think, Desha?" The scholarly zombie suddenly inquired of his muscular guardian, the mightiest of the undead under his command. He had given his guardian a simple and memorable name, Desha. Roar. Desha only emitted a few guttural sounds, failing to articulate any words. "Never mind, it is too much to expect you to comprehend these matters." The scholarly zombie chuckled quietly, feeling as though he was playing a lute to a cow. Roar. Desha let out a despondent cry. The scholar zombie is a psychic-type zombie whose powers have ascended to the second tier, while the formidable Desha has reached the pinnacle of the first tier. Boasting immense physical strength, Desha's ability lies in his boundless might, surpassing that of any other ability user at the same level. It is precisely this overwhelming strength that has captured the scholar zombie's interest, leading him to recruit Desha into his ranks. Speaking of which, Desha possesses a name. Thus, it is only fitting that I select one for myself, as I have heard that humans place great significance on names. The scholar zombie suddenly realized that he had yet to bestow a name upon himself. Given that Desha has a name, it would indeed be rather inappropriate for him to remain nameless. After contemplating various options, his gaze fell upon the tome in his hands, The Art of War. "Perhaps I shall call myself Sun Zi." However, his subconscious cautioned against this choice, warning that it would lead to lifelong regret. "No, that won't do. Let me consider the author's name instead. Sun Wu. Sharing a name is rather unfortunate. Then I shall be Sun Bin." After a moment's reflection, the scholar zombie concluded that he could be considered a well-rounded individual among zombies. Thus Sun Bin it shall be. Observing the chaotic scene of zombies before him, he could not help but reassess his view of humanity. It appeared that humans were not as feeble as he had once imagined. However, continuing to expend energy in this manner is not a viable strategy. It seems that humanity has concentrated the majority of their strength here, and my horde of zombies will inevitably be drawn to this location, making it difficult for me to command them effectively. However, perhaps I might experiment with the strategies I have recently acquired. Sunbin once again picked up the 36 stratagems nearby and began to peruse its contents. Surround way to rescue Zhao, he mused. Sunbin's plan was rather straightforward: to dispatch a small contingent of elite soldiers to infiltrate the inner walls of the city, thereby compelling Li Mo and his companions into a state of disarray, forcing them to divert their attention back to the city. But how could he unleash the zombies within the city walls? Sunbin turned his gaze towards the hulking figure of Desha, as an idea began to form in his mind. He intended to utilize the brute strength of Desha and similar zombies to hurl them into the heart of the city under the cover of the surrounding undead. Given Desha's towering frame of over 2 meters, this task would prove to be quite feasible. Sunbin orchestrated the tide of corpses, consciously guiding them to provide cover for Dasha''s advance, while Dasha grasped a clawed zombie in each hand. This particular type of zombie represented an evolution among their kind, akin to the evolved beings who had consumed evolutionary crystals. The clawed zombies were agile, possessing remarkable mobility and formidable lethality, making them ideally suited for surprise assaults. Some of the stronger zombies began to seize the smaller clawed zombies, searching for the optimal angle from which to launch them into the city. These clawed zombies, guided by their instinctual combat skills, adjusted their positions mid-air, striving to minimize injury upon landing. Liemo, noticing these clawed zombies being catapulted into the city, paled in shock and promptly instructed Song Su and Xian Yifan to engage the incoming horde. While Song Su and Xian Yifan found it relatively easy to contend with these zombies, the sheer dispersal of those that had been launched into the city posed a significant challenge. With the city's populace concentrated in this area, it became imperative to neutralize the threat swiftly to mitigate casualties. Song Su and Xian Yifan received their orders and swiftly descended from the city walls, striving to eliminate the zombies before they could inflict greater casualties. I shall join as well. Suja, having noticed the incessant barrage of zombies being hurled from above, volunteered. Liemo cast him a glance, surprised that Suja would step forward at such a moment. However, his ability to manipulate shadows would indeed prove advantageous in this situation. Thus Liemo did not hesitate to allow him to participate. In just a few rounds of projection, over 100 clawed zombies had infiltrated the city walls. Although Liemo managed to dispatch several with fireballs, still around 70 to 80 clawed zombies managed to breach the inner sanctum, causing significant destruction within the city. Liemo held firm on the front lines, posing no significant issues, while the rear was entrusted to the capable hands of his subordinates with special abilities. On the front line, Sunbin realized that charging forth in formation merely served to deliver a feast to the human atop the wall. His mental perception revealed that the being on the wall seemed to be one with the structure and the earth itself, constantly rejuvenating its powers. How troublesome, he mused, initially thinking he could capitalize on the human's internal strife for personal gain, only to find that the humans appeared to suffer little significant loss. Observing his horde of zombies fall one by one under the human assault, he felt a twinge of regret. Sunbin had initiated this zombie tide with the intention of reaping the rewards, believing that the humans, freshly engaged in battle, would be significantly weakened. To his dismay, their overall strength showed no signs of decline, and exterminating his zombies remained a relatively simple task. Sunbin now found himself in a state of hesitation, contemplating whether to hastily flee amidst the tightening winds or to leverage the extraordinary forces within the city to divert attention before launching a vigorous assault. It was indeed a dilemma. Although he possessed a trump card, the balance between gain and loss must be proportional. He resolved to act. There is an ancient saying that the brave prevail when paths converge in adversity. He refused to believe that his horde of the undead could not conquer this city. Sunbin's expression shifted back and forth, and finally, he slammed his thigh in determination, affirming that fortune favors the bold while the timid perish. The strength of humanity also signified the superior quality of flesh and blood. Sunbin was confident that after consuming Liemo, he would undoubtedly catalyze his next evolution. Thus he was resolute in his quest for the five-element city, willing to endure any sacrifice necessary. You possess ranged weaponry. So do I. With a snap of his fingers, Sunbin commanded his zombie artillery unit to withdraw and return to the rear to retrieve the meticulously crafted decay bombs. These decay bombs, composed of the bodily fluids of the undead, were mixed with gunpowder and fitted with fuses, creating a highly infectious explosion for ordinary individuals, and even posing a certain threat to those with immunity to viral abilities. The zombies, armed with the decay bombs forged from their own, synchronized under Sunbin's command to ignite the fuses and launch the bombs towards the five-element city. A deluge of putrid fluids erupted with each explosion, infecting unsuspecting soldiers caught off guard. Liemo promptly commanded the medical personnel to attend to the injured soldiers. The venom from the infected soldiers could only be neutralized by Ma Yu, who was herself overwhelmed at that moment. She consumed cup after cup of qingmi, until its effects on her became almost negligible, yet she persisted in her healing efforts. The relentless treatment drained her completely, causing her to faint. The soldiers who could not be saved were given a dignified farewell. In truth, Liemo's wood element could also provide healing, but he was currently unable to intervene. He had to maintain his grip on the tide of corpses to prevent a resurgence of the undead. This was a necessary sacrifice, an unfortunate reality. Chapter 34, Breakthrough to Second Transition. The effect of the decaying bomb was strikingly evident, disrupting Liemo's carefully laid plans. Numerous soldiers on the city wall perished, and the momentum of firepower on this side of the fortifications waned. Nevertheless, Liemo consistently maintained a stable output of firepower. The combination of fireballs and metal projectiles proved formidable, significantly weakening the assault of the zombies. Yet, Sun Bin was not a mindless adversary. He understood that charging headlong into the horde would ultimately lead to their annihilation at Liemo's hands. Therefore, he produced his trump card, a mutated rhinoceros. This creature, which he had painstakingly retrieved from the now transformed animal paradise in Anqing, was covered entirely in black scales due to its mutation, and its horn had grown to an enormous size, further magnifying its already colossal form under the influence of the virus. Sun Bin intended to employ this mutated rhinoceros as a siege weapon, its indomitable horn poised to become a nightmare for the city walls. Though it was his first foray into actual combat, he harbored a firm belief that this mutated rhinoceros would not disappoint him. The sudden movement of the zombie tide caught Liemo's attention, and he too became aware of the colossal creature that was the mutated rhinoceros. Its terrifying horn casting an unsettling aura. Observing the beast scraping its hind hooves against the ground, a sense of foreboding washed over Liemo. It appeared as though it intended to charge the city wall. At that moment, the horde of undead parted to grant the mutated rhinoceros ample space to unleash its assault, accelerating toward the wall with alarming speed. This is disastrous. The wall is doomed. Liemo could feel the oppressive force emanating from the mutated rhinoceros, undoubtedly a peak-tier zombie. He knew he must act swiftly to thwart it. Otherwise, should the wall collapse, no amount of firepower would suffice to quell the advancing tide of corpses. You all maintain your defensive positions on the wall. I shall confront the mutated rhinoceros. In his desperation, Liemo urgently commanded. The soldiers, witnessing the oncoming beast, found their hands trembling around their rifles. However, upon hearing Liemo's orders, their anxious hearts began to steady as they prepared to carry out his instructions. Without delay, Liemo leapt from the ramparts, utilizing the propulsion from the flames beneath his feet to mitigate the impact of his descent, landing with grace. He had contemplated deploying a golem to engage the mutated rhinoceros, but upon gazing at its immense size, he abandoned this notion. To create a golem of comparable dimensions would require an exorbitant amount of energy, not to mention the exertion needed for subsequent control. Such a strategy was clearly imprudent. Liemo first clapped his hands against the ground, erecting several towering earthen walls to obstruct the mutated rhinoceros, affording him the time to devise a strategy. To confront the mutated beast, he needed something capable of delivering a fatal blow with formidable penetrating power. Its thick hide appeared impervious to ordinary metallic cutting, and the efficacy of fireballs seemed rather limited. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled the water jet used in the past for cutting metal. The water jet, primarily composed of high-pressure streams of water, could be significantly enhanced in its cutting ability if mixed with abrasive materials like garnet. Although he lacked garnet, his elemental ability over gold allowed him to generate a substantial amount of metallic sand to blend with the high-velocity water stream. His aim was not precision in cutting, but rather sheer lethality, rendering other considerations moot. Without hesitation, he commenced the condensation of water flow, and under his deliberate guidance, the velocity increased, shaping itself towards his envisioned design. As the tip of the water jet lightly grazed the ground, a deep trench was carved. What was he doing? Sun Bin, connected mentally to the aerial reconnaissance of the mutated birds, observed Liemo's actions but could not comprehend the purpose behind his gathering of water. Regardless of his intentions, descending from the city walls would leave him ensnared. Prepare the zombie catapults. Let us deliver a crushing blow to our human adversary. Sun Bin commanded without hesitation, instructing the zombies to ready themselves for one last barrage to disrupt Liemo. A multitude of decaying bombs rained down upon Liemo, but a curtain of water emerged, rendering the bombs either ineffective or neutralizing their impact, preventing the putrid liquid within from spreading. Liemo had also begun to master the preliminary use of the water blade, incorporating a significant amount of metallic sand into his controlled elements, thereby enhancing its cutting prowess. Just as the mutated rhinoceros had shattered several earthen walls and was about to confront Liemo, his water blade was poised and ready. With a thunderous roar, the mutated rhinoceros breached Liemo's defenses, its guttural cries echoing in his ears. Undeterred by fear, Liemo prepared his water blade for the monstrous foe before him. As the final earth wall crumbled, the mutated rhinoceros finally emerged, having overcome the obstacles laid before it. Upon seeing that its obstacle was merely a diminutive human, the rhinoceros felt a twinge of disdain, snorting heavily as it lifted its colossal foot, poised to crush this audacious human. With a resounding splat, the rhinoceros roared in agony as Li Mo's water blade pierced through its massive foot. It had not anticipated that its proud, thick hide could be breached by this mere human. Indeed, the efficacy of the water blade had been validated, significantly boosting Li Mo's confidence. The mutated rhinoceros was now cornered. Without hesitation, Li Mo swiftly transformed his internal energy into water elements, causing the water blade to extend several meters, effortlessly severing one of the rhinoceros's feet. The mutated rhinoceros, having lost a foot, suddenly faltered and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ah, was this not the epitome of a clumsy giant? Li Mo discerned the disdain the mutated rhinoceros had previously held towards him. Now, having gained the upper hand, he was ready to retaliate. Crafting a fitting expression of triumph was, after all, Li Mo's forte. He severed the rhinoceros's horn, a valuable material for medicinal use. The privileges of being the chosen one manifested once more, as a voice in his mind urged him to remember to collect the horn of the mutated rhinoceros. Li Mo complied without hesitation, his water blade slicing through with remarkable swiftness, while the mutated rhinoceros could only watch in despair as its prized feature was cleaved away. The horn fell to the ground with a resounding thud, a treasure worthy of careful preservation. Die, Li Mo proclaimed as his water blade descended, severing the creature's head. Such a massive beast posed little challenge when one had the means to counter it, especially in the presence of formidable supernatural beings. The water blade swiftly churned within the rhinoceros's skull, locating the crystal of evolution. Li Mo then enveloped the crystal in a stream of water, retrieving it with ease. Once the water blade dissipated, he began to gasp for breath. Maintaining such rapid currents was a tremendous drain on his abilities. In that brief encounter, even with Li Mo's considerable reserves, he had expended nearly 2/3 of his energy. As Li Mo battled the mutated rhinoceros, the surrounding zombies sought to encircle him. Yet, the soldiers atop the city walls, armed with enchanted Type 20 rifles, endeavored to suppress the tide of undead, buying Li Mo precious moments to vanquish the mutated beast. Now, Li Mo was able to confidently slay the mutated rhinoceros, thanks in large part to the soldiers stationed on the city wall. Their ammunition supply was gradually dwindling, as the captured bullets were limited, and the suppression of firepower was slowly easing, allowing the tide of corpses to encroach once more. However, flames erupted beneath Li Mo's feet, propelling him swiftly to the top of the city wall. Thereafter, he consumed the evolution crystal obtained from the mutated rhinoceros. Having already refined his supernatural abilities to the pinnacle of the first transformation, combined with the application of the water blade ability, Li Mo was on the brink of the second transformation. Upon ingesting the mutated rhinoceros crystal, he achieved the second transformation. Chapter 35. The retreat of the corpse. Tied with the aid of the evolution crystal from the mutated rhinoceros, Li Mo successfully ascended to the realm of the second transformation, significantly enhancing his powers. Additionally, he could now harness an elemental ability, allowing parts of his body to become partially elementalized. This elementalized form rendered him immune to physical attacks. Only opposing elements could inflict harm. For instance, when Li Mo became fire elemental, he could only be harmed by water-based attacks, rendering typical physical assaults utterly ineffective against him. However, maintaining such a state consumed a considerable amount of supernatural energy. Even after elementalizing just one arm, Li Mo began to deplete his energy rapidly, leaving him to ponder the immense cost of fully elementalizing his entire body. The elementalized form enhanced his control over the corresponding element while diminishing his influence over others. Each state had its own advantages and disadvantages. Nonetheless, this did not obscure the undeniable strength of his elementalized physique, providing Li Mo with more practical means of self-preservation in unforeseen circumstances. Has that fellow broken through the second threshold of supernatural abilities? Sunbin exclaimed in astonishment. The sheer force of Li Mo's breakthrough was palpable, even from a distance. Damn, he was already formidable before, and now he has ascended even further? What are we going to do? Wait, let me consult the strategies on how to resolve such a deadlock. Sunbin, who was once composed and calculating, now found himself in a flurry of panic. The 36 stratagems. Ah, yes, retreat is the best option. A wise course of action indeed. He flipped to the last stratagem, which illustrated its validity through historical anecdotes, succinctly summarizing, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. I cannot afford to let my troops be decimated here. I must also remain wary of that rascal Suemo. Sunbin muttered under his breath before promptly ordering the remaining horde of zombies to retreat. The tangible gains from this battle had been minimal, but it would suffice to vex Liemo for a while. The horde began to form ranks as they retreated, striving to maintain their formation to prevent unnecessary trampling incidents. Watching the significantly diminished horde, Sun Bin's heart ached. Every one of these zombies was a product of his arduous labor. Not only had he failed in his attempt to play the opportunist, but he also suffered considerable losses. However, lingering any longer would likely result in even greater casualties. Thus Sun Bin resolved to act decisively, as dictated by the military texts, and make a hasty exit. The horde of zombies has retreated. We have won. The walls reverberated with jubilant cheers as the warriors, who had been prepared to face death, now expressed their elation at having survived the ordeal. The cheers of the crowd echoed endlessly, and Liemo was somewhat astonished by the retreat of the zombies. It appeared that initiating the next assault was merely a matter of time, but what could have prompted their withdrawal? Suddenly, Liemo recalled that the zombies had begun to retreat right after his breakthrough to the second transformation. The hidden commanding zombie must have realized that Liemo was a formidable adversary, prompting the order for a hasty retreat. Such intelligence was indeed terrifying. In contrast to the jubilation of the crowd, Liemo harbored concerns. Previously, zombies were fearlessly reckless and somewhat mindless, making them relatively easy to eliminate. Now, equipped with a leader and intelligence, they would be far more challenging to eradicate in one fell swoop. Moreover, what was the situation within the city? Liemo suddenly remembered that clawed zombies had previously been unleashed inside the city. Had they been dealt with? Just then, Song Su, covered in blood, returned near the city wall. Upon seeing him, the jubilant crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him, all eagerly anticipating his report. With unwavering resolve, Song Su declared, "I have not failed in my duty, Chief." "Well done," Liemo praised. The battle against the tide of corpses had concluded. Although Liemo appeared relaxed, the losses sustained by Five Elements City were considerable. Those initially designated for the exchange of supplies with the military had all been conscripted into the fight against the zombies. Despite Ma Yu's relentless efforts to save them, many were beyond help. The soldiers drawn into battle suffered heavy casualties, with a significant portion perishing due to the detonation of corrupted explosives. Originally, there were over 100 warriors designated for exchange, yet now only 47 remain. A grievous loss indeed. Liemo is uncertain whether this course of action will provoke the military. Perhaps he could assert that these individuals perished while valiantly combating the undead, thus rendering their demise honorable. However, prior to his meeting with the military representatives, all of this remains an enigma. He is oblivious to the military's potential reaction upon hearing of this incident. Nevertheless, having made his declaration, Liemo must adhere to the established procedures. The battles waged by Song Su and his comrades are equally formidable. Within the city, dozens of clawed zombies have infiltrated, transforming the environment into a chaotic scene akin to a tiger amongst sheep. Some of these creatures have even breached the confines of the steel factory. How can the defenseless ordinary citizens contend with such clawed zombies? In a frantic surge, people scramble to escape. Those who lag behind risk being attacked. Among the crowd, there are vigorous young men sprinting with remarkable speed, while others opt to remain behind in a bid to divert the clawed zombies as much as possible. Naturally, there are those who, driven by fear for their own lives, would even trip their neighbors in a desperate attempt to seize a fleeting chance for survival. After all, when peril strikes, it may not be necessary to outrun the danger itself, but rather to outpace those around you. Song Su, Xian Yifan, and Suja have begun their assault, taking decisive action against the scattered clawed zombies. The combat prowess of these creatures is not formidable. Capturing them typically results in their swift demise. However, their alarming agility ensures that this apprehension endeavor will not proceed without complications. Fortunately, at this juncture, Suja has unleashed his abilities. His shadow manipulation can forcibly restrain the clawed zombies, provided that he establishes a connection between his shadow and that of the undead. At this moment, Song Su functioned akin to a colossal searchlight. He imbibed Liemo's blood, igniting the flames of his extraordinary abilities, illuminating the path ahead amidst the enveloping darkness. The interior of Five Elements City had succumbed to a blackout, with illumination relying solely on strategically placed torches along the streets, whose light was limited, rendering it exceedingly difficult for people to discern their bearings in the shadows. The widespread illumination from the extraordinary flames rendered those lurking in the shadows, the claw zombies, utterly exposed. Suja immobilized the zombies with shadows, while a single fireball from Song Su could obliterate a claw zombie. This creature could be classified as a high-attack, low-defense monster, making it manageable to confront. as Song Su and Suja coordinated their efforts to hunt down the zombies. Xi and Yifan also achieved notable success. Despite the lack of light, Xi and Yifan had an invaluable asset far superior to mere sight, Wang Kiki, who possessed keen perceptive abilities. Wang Kiki had evolved to the first tier, her heightened senses enabling her to detect any movement within 100 meters. However, during the full activation of her perception, she was unable to launch any attacks and required the protection of her teammates. Together, Wang Kiki and Xi and Yifan formed a formidable duo. The Claw zombies found it impossible to breach Xi and Yifan's defenses. Under the relentless pursuit of this quartet, the crisis within the city was ultimately resolved. Statistics revealed that the Claw zombies' incursion had directly claimed the lives of 151 individuals, with over 120 sustaining injuries, most of which were due to the ensuing chaos. Liemo realized that he must swiftly bolster their courage in facing the zombies. Otherwise, they would merely become delicate flowers sheltered within a greenhouse. In this era, even the elderly, the weak, and women could not afford the luxury of remaining uninvolved. All individuals must strive relentlessly for survival. Otherwise, they face inevitable elimination. Chapter 36. Conditions of exchange. 3 days after the tide of corpses, representatives from the military arrived. In the reception hall, Liemo occupied the main seat, flanked by Song Su and Xi and Yifan, who stood with hands clasped behind their backs. The military delegation had arrived by helicopter, led by a civilian officer named Su Haifeng, who held full authority in this matter. Accompanying him was none other than the military's most formidable ability user, Dark Ice, who harbored a deep curiosity about Liemo, the rumored lord of the Five-Element City. Upon their first encounter, a voice echoed in both Liemo and Dark Ice's minds. "You are both chosen ones." In that instant, a playful expression crossed Liemo's face, while Dark Ice's perpetually stoic visage revealed a knowing look. He had long suspected that Liemo was indeed a chosen one, given his extraordinary strength and the remarkable feat of city building he had accomplished. Their meeting confirmed his suspicions. Liemo had anticipated the presence of chosen ones within the military. The rapid expansion of their forces could only be attributed to their powerful army, iron-fisted leadership, and the indispensable role played by chosen ones. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their silence speaking volumes. Su Haifeng cast a surprised glance at Dark Ice. He had not expected to witness a smile from him. It seemed that since their acquaintance, he had never seen him exhibit such emotion, making this his first encounter with Dark Ice's smile. Returning to the matter at hand, the necessary discussions were to commence. After exchanging pleasantries, they quickly delved into the core topic, the amount of supplies required to secure the release of the captives from the previous battle. Before finalizing the outcome, I must convey a rather unfortunate truth. Your soldiers have suffered significant casualties during the previous wave of the undead, and their numbers have dwindled considerably. Liemo stated bluntly, first acknowledging the grim reality that a portion of the captives has already perished. Are you jesting? Su Haifeng's expression stiffened, astonished that even before negotiations had commenced, half of his men were already lost. Did Liemo lack any sincerity in these negotiations? The situation escalated abruptly, and my subordinates endured considerable losses in our previous confrontation with your forces, compounded by the arrival of the undead horde. In the interest of safeguarding our city walls, I was compelled to enlist them for battle. Liemo spoke with evident sorrow, yet his intentions were far from noble. He aimed to shift the blame onto the military to secure greater compensation for himself. This was indeed one facet of the truth. Perishing in the struggle against the zombies was their ultimate fate. Su Haifeng paused, discerning the underlying implications in Liemo's words. He chose to refrain from elaborating further, for the directive from above was clear. In times of chaos, stringent measures must be employed. The strategy to unify the region surrounding the city through force was firmly established. Whether confronting zombies or humans, both fell within this unified framework. The approach to the undead was one of annihilation. While various methods were employed for humans, those who could be subdued would be, and those who could not would face execution. Indeed, Liemo concurred. To oppose the undead is their ultimate destiny. Mr. Li, you see, despite our military's vast resources, we must assist the populace in maintaining their basic needs. Many supplies are in short supply. For the sake of the common people, could we perhaps reconsider the ransom? Su Haifeng suggested implicitly. Liemo had previously set forth conditions that were overly stringent, and besides, the situation now was markedly different, with the number of captives having been halved. Very well, let us reduce the ransom by half, Liemo replied with a smile. as he had never truly expected to secure such a large sum. His ransom conditions were as follows: 20 healing pills, 20 blazing fire pills, 20 berserk pills, 20 swift pills, and 20 herbal pills. Having the amount would mean 10 of each pill. Mr. Lee, our military possesses only one alchemist, and the demand for pills is substantial. We simply cannot allocate that many to you, Su Haifeng reiterated, shaking his head, hoping that Li Mo might propose an alternative condition. Oh, is that not feasible? Li Mo found it hard to believe that they lacked a stockpile of pills, yet they seemed unwilling to part with them. Nonetheless, he was not inclined to press the issue. Given the current dynamic of power, with the military in a stronger position, their willingness to engage in negotiations suggested they were hindered by some pressing matter that prevented them from addressing him directly. He had no intention of provoking the military. Should they launch a missile at him, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. His previous actions were merely intended to demonstrate his strength to the military, compelling them to recognize that he was not one to be easily manipulated. Fortunately, Li Mo's gamble proved to be astute. The military regarded him with seriousness, willing to engage in equal dialogue with Li Mo. This was the outcome Li Mo had desired, and it would be unwise to press further. I posed a question: how does your military address the issue of electricity? Li Mo recalled some challenges faced at his base and inquired. Su Haifeng pondered for a moment, recognizing that this was not a secret, and proceeded to explain. We have reclaimed the hydropower station near Anqing, restoring electricity supply to the military camp. Oh, I see. Li Mo mused. He realized he must seize this opportunity to resolve the electricity dilemma at his base. How about this, Representative Su? I propose exchanging prisoners for a 2-year electricity supply agreement. Li Mo presented this condition, which was more amenable than his previous proposals. The Anqing hydropower station had previously provided electricity to a significant portion of the city, boasting a substantial output. Thus, the military camp would likely have a surplus. Li Mo's proposal was not unreasonable, and Su Haifeng readily acquiesced. Excellent. Mr. Li, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Additionally, I will provide you with a mobile phone specifically for our communication, which may prove useful in the future. Upon hearing Li Mo's revised condition of a 2-year electricity supply, Su Haifeng was elated. This arrangement incurred no cost for the military. After all, the hydropower station was already reclaimed, and the camp did not require all the electricity produced. It would be wasteful to let the surplus go unused, so it was far better to allocate it to Li Mo. The mobile phone was also intended to facilitate communication for their collaborative efforts. The two parties reached a swift consensus at the negotiation table. Li Mo enthusiastically invited the two to stay for a meal, but Su Haifeng politely declined, citing pressing official duties that required his attention. At that moment, and being put forth a request, he wished to spar with Li Mo. Initially, he had no obligation to accompany, but upon hearing of the meeting with Li Mo, his interest was piqued, and he sought to engage in a contest to gauge their respective strengths and, perhaps, uncover Li Mo's capabilities. And Bing felt emboldened in his ambition, having surpassed the second threshold of supernatural abilities, thus becoming a second-tier powerhouse, akin to Li Mo. Oh, you wish to spar with me? Very well. Li Mo did not hesitate to accept Bing's challenge, intrigued by the opportunity to test his skills against this military esper and discern the prowess of other chosen ones. Su Haifeng, resigned to the situation, acknowledged Bing's reputation as a battle enthusiast, always eager to challenge formidable opponents. Thus, he felt compelled to allow the duel to proceed. The two men made their way to an open area on the outskirts of Five Elements City, as the confines of the city posed limitations for their confrontation. Su Haifeng, Song Su, and others stood atop the city walls, observing the clash between these two of humanity's most formidable espers. Chapter 37, Ice versus Five Elements outside Five Elements City. Bing and Li Mo locked eyes. Li Mo conjured a metallic blade in his hand, while Bing summoned a blade of frigid ice. As Su Haifeng began the countdown, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the two individuals instantaneously unleashed astonishing speed, and in an instant, the metallic blade clashed with the icy edge, sending vibrations through their hands, leaving them momentarily numb. Fragments of ice and metal scattered about. Within mere seconds, they had exchanged blows multiple times, their prowess as second-tier ability users endowing them with reflexes far superior to those of ordinary humans. Having just recently ascended to this tier, they had yet to engage in combat with other second-tier foes. This marked their inaugural encounter with a formidable adversary of the same rank. Both combatants sensed that their strength and speed were relatively comparable, Thus, the decisive factor in determining the victor would hinge upon their respective abilities. Dark Ice seized the initiative, summoning a plethora of diamond-shaped ice crystals that formed behind him, which then surged towards Li Mo like a tempest. Undeterred, Li Mo conjured a wall of flames that materialized before him, incinerating the ice crystals into mere droplets of water, which he subsequently absorbed. In retaliation, Li Mo amassed a multitude of small fireballs, launching them relentlessly towards Dark Ice. With a swift flick of his black cloak, Dark Ice managed to freeze all of the fireballs in midair. As their confrontation continued, both combatants began to grasp the fundamental strength of each other's abilities. Nevertheless, Li Mo held a distinct advantage over Dark Ice. The variety of his powers was extensive, and the very earth around him had succumbed to his control. Numerous spikes of earth erupted from the ground, forcing Dark Ice to maneuver evasively, while some spikes unexpectedly shot up, propelling him into the air. Observing this, Dark Ice ceased to conceal his true power and unleashed his trump card, partially elementalizing his body. One of his arms transformed entirely into frigid ice, causing his body temperature to plummet sharply, while the water vapor in the air crystallized into ice under the influence of such sub-zero temperatures. In this state, each of Dark Ice's attacks could impose a chilling mark upon his adversaries, thereby hindering their speed. However, this ability suffered significantly against fire elementals of equal rank. This was the form of elementalization. And you? Reveal your elemental form. Dark Ice fixed his gaze on Li Mo, convinced that Li Mo had also achieved elementalization, though he was uncertain to what extent. Elementalization, you say? Li Mo replied with a slight smile, as one of his arms transformed into a fierce blaze of fire, enhancing his control over the fire element. Yet, this was not the end. His other arm morphed into a rapidly spinning water blade, which was far more manageable than the previous iteration, alleviating his concerns about the weaponized arm being shattered in combat. Your degree of elementalization surpasses mine, Dark Ice murmured. Recognizing the disparity, while Li Mo could elementalize both arms, he could only manage one. Li Mo raised his fiery hand, unleashing a torrent of flames that scattered into the surrounding environment. He could manipulate these dispersed flames at will to launch attacks, though they would extinguish swiftly without a source of fuel. The water blade surged forward, aimed directly at severing Dark Ice's crystalline arm. Dark Ice reacted swiftly, evading Li Mo's ferocious strike, while the water blade cleaved into the ground, carving a deep gash. Witnessing the formidable power of the water knife, Su Haifeng felt a twitch in his eyelid. He had not anticipated that this unassuming weapon possessed such strength. It was imperative that Bing did not make any mistakes here. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly shouted at the two combatants below, who were engaged in a fierce duel. Mr. Li, remember, this is merely a spar. You must know when to hold back. Understood, understood, Li Mo replied impatiently. Hey, did you see that? Your colleague fears I might actually defeat you, Li Mo taunted, believing that someone as reclusive as Bing would be unable to tolerate such disdain. Your tactics are rather primitive, and Bing retorted with a light chuckle, dismissing Li Mo's words entirely. Li Mo's expression stiffened in surprise. He had not expected this individual to be immune to his provocations, a miscalculation indeed. Suddenly, Bing's speed surged, and he appeared behind Li Mo, delivering a powerful punch imbued with icy energy. The strike landed squarely, sending Li Mo hurtling backward. Before Bing could capitalize on his momentum, however, he found himself immobilized as numerous plants ensnared his body. Li Mo had absorbed Bing's heavy blow precisely for this purpose. Damn it, you hit like a beast. Li Mo coughed up blood. Even with his robust physique, he struggled to withstand such a blow. Fortunately, his resilience allowed him to trade injuries for effective results. Otherwise, a typical person would certainly succumb to such an assault. Curse it, this fellow's abilities are truly boundless, Bing muttered under his breath, cursing Li Mo's shameless powers as he attempted to break free from his bindings. Yet, before he could extricate himself, Li Mo's next attack had already commenced. Flame Pillar. Leveraging the propulsion of flames, Li Mo swiftly approached the Dark Ice, delivering a heavy blow with his fiery arm against the ground, resulting in a towering column of fire. Bound by constraints, the Dark Ice could only transform into a protective layer of ice crystals. However, the flames quickly penetrated these crystals, igniting the Dark Ice's very form. Su Haifeng felt a pang of anxiety, wishing to halt the battle, yet his concern eased slightly upon noticing that the Dark Ice kept its eyes firmly shut, perhaps harboring a strategy of its own. The power of extreme ice. The Dark Ice abruptly opened its eyes, which transformed into a chilling azure hue. signaling the peak activation of its ice abilities. In this extreme ice form, the Dark Ice's powers would reach their utmost potential, albeit at a rapid cost. Once its energy was depleted, the Dark Ice would become weakened. Intrigued, Liemo, who initially believed the battle was concluded, was taken aback to discover that the Dark Ice still possessed strength. He sensed that the Dark Ice had entered a unique state and, opting not to confront it head-on, chose a strategy of evasion. However, the Dark Ice was relentless, as its physical prowess now surpassed Liemo's in every aspect. Thinking of escaping? Do you believe you can? The Dark Ice, observing Liemo attempt to distance himself, raised its right arm and conjured a long ice spear, which it gripped firmly before hurling it at Liemo. The spear whistled through the air, cutting through the wind with a resounding force, showcasing the might of its throw, as it hurtled directly toward Liemo. Liemo harbored a desire to flee, yet he soon realized he was firmly ensnared by the icy spear, a manifestation of Dark Ice's formidable abilities. At that moment, Dark Ice propelled himself off the ground, summoning a long spear of crystalline frost that lunged toward Liemo. Alas, it appeared there was no escape. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Liemo's veins, igniting a fierce resolve within him. Only by confronting the powerful could he hope to grow stronger. As rocks materialized around him, Liemo braced against the icy spear, though the force of the impact still rattled him. Dark Ice's frost-laden lance followed swiftly, and Liemo found himself dodging desperately. The current speed of Dark Ice's reactions was beyond his capacity to counter. Soon, he bore the marks of battle, icy tendrils seeping from the wounds inflicted upon him. Sensing a detrimental effect on his speed, Liemo concentrated, summoning the fire element within him to expel the chilling air that hindered his movements. You fight fiercely, but it seems your state cannot endure for long. Liemo called out to Dark Ice as he tended to his injuries. Meanwhile, Dark Ice cursed inwardly at Liemo's shameless abilities. Not only could he resist control, but he also possessed a regenerative capacity along with high damage output. Was he not akin to an all-round warrior in a game, capable of both offense and defense? How utterly despicable. Chapter 38. Ichi's visit. Dark Ice exited his extreme ice state, wearing an expression of resignation as he uttered, "You have won." "Oh, is that it? Are we not continuing?" Liemo replied, eager for more, wishing to witness the full extent of Dark Ice's extreme ice state, only to be met with an unexpected cessation of hostilities. The Dark Ice has discerned the depths of Liemo's abilities, rendering further combat unnecessary. It must be conceded that the diversity of supernatural powers indeed plays a decisive role in battles among those with such abilities. Had Liemo not possessed such a wide array of powers, he would undoubtedly not have emerged victorious with such ease. Dark Ice harbors a certain envy for Liemo's elemental abilities. This versatile form of power is precisely what he yearns for. However, supernatural abilities are a matter of fate, something one can encounter but not pursue. Nevertheless, with the support of the military behind him, Dark Ice is confident that his future development will not fall short of Liemo's. "Ah, by the way, you are a worthy adversary. Please tell me your name." Liemo inquired suddenly, as he realized he did not yet know the name of the person he had just battled. "You may call me Dark Ice," he replied, withholding his true name and revealing only his code name. Dark Ice, quite fitting indeed. Liemo murmured the name a couple of times, and soon both exchanged respectful gestures before returning to the City of Five Elements. In an open area within Five Element City, a military helicopter carried Dark Ice and his companion away towards the military camp. Tomorrow, personnel from the camp would arrive to escort the captives and restore power to Yuntown. The power supply to Yuntown was managed by the nearby hydroelectric station, thus requiring little effort to re-establish. Finally, it is over. Liemo exhaled deeply, relieved to have resolved the pressing matters at hand. The next step is to continue developing his City of Five Elements. The strategies he previously initiated have yet to be implemented before encountering this unexpected situation. The legal regulations within the city require Liemo to implement them, a task fraught with numerous challenges. Nevertheless, Liemo is convinced that in the face of absolute power, anything is achievable. The following day, military personnel arrived to escort their soldiers away, restoring the electricity supply to Five Element City. They also brought along a guest, a young man named Ichi, who, it is said, has some connection to the military. He expressed a desire to meet Liemo, the architect of this burgeoning city in a post-apocalyptic world. After some contemplation, Liemo did not decline this request, recognizing that it could further enhance Five Element City's reputation among survivors, thus attracting more to its fold. Is this the five-element city established by the king of five elements in a previous life? Yichi followed the guide whom Liemo had arranged for him, commencing his tour of five-element city. In his former life, Yichi had also visited this city, but on that occasion, he came to confront Liemo, rather than to observe peacefully. In the future, Liemo's five-element city had evolved into the largest city in the In-City region. The reason it surpassed the seemingly more promising military camp as the preeminent city was due to a subsequent battle that led to the military's collapse in In-City. This battle engulfed the entire In-City area, and the military could not remain aloof. Ultimately, they resorted to deploying the nuclear weapons they had retained since the early days of the apocalypse, which obliterated the military camp and drastically diminished human influence in In-City. At this juncture, Liemo emerged as a unifying force for the various factions within In-City. Being part of a new generation, he lacked the complex interdependencies and entanglements that characterized the military, allowing him to maneuver more freely. Liemo swiftly stabilized the situation with decisive measures, firmly securing his position as the leader in the Anqing region. Meanwhile, Yichi returned with these memories, driven by a thirst for vengeance and a desire to usurp Liemo's status. He believed that, armed with his prophetic recollections, he would undoubtedly succeed in his quest. However, he currently found himself too weak to challenge Liemo directly. For now, he must remain in hiding, gathering intelligence on Liemo's activities. Perhaps he could even forge a friendship with him, allowing him to strike at the most pivotal moment. The mere thought of Liemo, once imperious in his former life, exhibiting a look of disbelief, filled Yi Chi with exhilaration. Mr. Yi, behold, this is the currency of our five-element city, the five elements coin. This coin is presented to you as a token of remembrance. The guide led Yi Chi to the Resource Exchange Center and presented him with a five elements coin. Oh, the five elements coin, how nostalgic, Yi Chi mused, cradling the small coin in his palm. He recognized it as a product of Liemo's unique abilities. In his previous life, he had acquired quite a few of these coins to purchase various items in five-element city. At that time, the coin was still limited in circulation within the city, but it would eventually gain widespread acceptance. After all, the fame of the five elements king was unparalleled. And his currency, the five elements coin, was notoriously difficult to counterfeit due to the distinctive aura of supernatural energy that surrounded it. Yichi casually tucked the coin into his pocket and continued to follow the guide on the tour. Following Liemo's purgative actions within the ranks, military assaults, and the onslaught of the undead, his base gradually began to find its footing. As it is still the early days of the apocalypse, the supplies that Liemo has gathered are sufficient for the city's inhabitants to sustain themselves for a year with a surplus. Consequently, despair is absent among the people, replaced instead by a hopeful anticipation for tomorrow. Particularly today, with the restoration of electricity, the populace's trust in Liemo's various actions has deepened, and the earlier dissenting voices have gradually diminished. The happiness index of the citizens has swiftly risen, provided they are willing to labor diligently and fulfill the construction tasks of the base. They can earn a certain amount of five elements currency. Yichi observed that the Resource Exchange Center was bustling with individuals eager to trade for supplies. They stood in line to procure essential goods, as Liemo had centralized all resources under his control, with the base managing the distribution of necessary provisions. Private trading of supplies is deemed illegal, and Liemo's enforcement team shows no leniency. Anyone daring to engage in black market dealings faces immediate execution, leaving no room for negotiation. This fellow remains as cold-blooded as ever, Yi Chi thought to himself, yet he found himself in agreement with Liemo's approach. Otherwise, chaos would inevitably ensue within the base. Survival resources hold paramount importance in the apocalypse, and by firmly grasping these supplies, Liemo has seized the lifeline of the survivors. To survive, they must rely on him. Of course, even dependency on Liemo is preferable to a nomadic existence, perpetually pursued by the undead. On this day, Yi Chi traversed the entirety of five-element city, scrutinizing various aspects, including the city's defensive conditions. In the evening, the guide escorted Yi Chi to a specialized guest house for a meal, which was undoubtedly superior to the fare available at the nearby cafeteria, as it was intended for esteemed guests. The hospitality extended was indeed commendable. Yi Chi's meal comprised an array of meats, vegetables, and soup, constituting a rather sumptuous repast, which made the guide beside him swallow hard, having not tasted meat for a fortnight. Nevertheless, after accompanying Yi Chi on this excursion, he would earn 2 five-element coins, sufficient for him to indulge in a delightful meal. The purchasing power of a single five-element coin is notable, It can procure 10 kilograms of rice, 8 kilograms of flour, or 1 kilogram of pork, demonstrating considerable strength and value. The average monthly income of the inhabitants of 5-element city hovers around 3 5-element coins, barely meeting their basic sustenance needs. To enjoy meat, one must economize from their grain rations. Only those endowed with special talents and assigned to pivotal roles in the combat department or medical division can earn a greater number of 5-element coins. For instance, Song Su, the head of the combat department, garners an impressive 50 coins monthly, affording him the luxury of purchasing whatever he desires. Additionally, he receives a monthly offering of a certain quantity of qingmi. Through this visit, Yi Qi gained a preliminary understanding of the current state of 5-element city, laying the groundwork for future plans. Chapter 39. Undercurrents. Will you not stay here a few more days? Li Mo inquired politely of Yi Qi. Mr. Li, I truly appreciate your kind intentions, but I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger, Yi Qi replied, preparing to return to his survival base after his tour of 5-element city. After visiting my 5-element city, Mr. Yi, would you be inclined to take up a position here? I assure you that I can offer you a most agreeable remuneration. Li Mo wished to persuade him further. He had already discerned that Yi Qi was a rare spatial ability user and could not help but urge him to stay. I truly desire to remain here, Lord Li, but I have obligations and connections that bind me. I cannot help it, Yi Qi lamented, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. He indeed wished to stay. Yet he was not a solitary individual unconcerned with others. He too had forces and responsibilities to consider. Your sense of responsibility is admirable, Mr. Yi. So I shall not insist on your staying, Li Mo nodded. Recognizing Yi Qi's firm decision to depart, he relinquished his attempts to recruit him. As Yi Qi sat in the military helicopter dispatched by the authorities, he pondered how to bring down Li Mo. If the current trajectory continued, Li Mo would inevitably progress along the path of his previous life, becoming a formidable figure. He had learned from the military that they intended to adopt a friendly stance towards Li Mo, rendering any attempt to utilize the military to eliminate this unstable element rather unrealistic. The military's extensive purge had already concluded, with all notable factions having been subsumed. The defiant forces had been completely uprooted, and aside from the excessively formidable Li Mo, the military maintained a cordial relationship, albeit under somewhat grim circumstances. Yi Qi's faction had avoided scrutiny due to his father's collaborations with the military, which spared him from being targeted. Otherwise, he would currently lack the capability to challenge a modernized army, destined to be entirely unified under military control. The zombie king, Suimo, should be commencing his actions soon. I recall that during this period in my previous life, he had already begun to rally the zombies of An City, preparing to launch a massive assault on the military camp. At this juncture, I must swiftly gather sufficient supplies. When the tide of the undead surges, resources will become increasingly elusive. In any case, I must exercise caution during this time. Yi Qi gazed out at the azure sky, contemplating the path he should take next. Within the military camp, Suja returned to the former base of the 301st Regiment, which once bustled with life but now stood desolate and empty, stirring a bittersweet pang in his heart. Perhaps they should not have resorted to such violent measures against Li Mo's 5-element city. Perhaps there was room for dialogue before resorting to lethal conflict. Alas, regardless of what is said now, his comrades would not return. The regiment leader was dead, as was the leader's brother, along with the staff and deputy commander, all perished in the battle against 5-element city. Suja found himself uncertain of his own fate. Perhaps he would meet his end in the ensuing battles against the zombies, or perhaps at the hands of humanity itself. Yet, who could truly predict? At that moment, someone arrived at the 301st Regiment's base, bearing a document that informed Suja of the disbandment of the 301st Regiment due to its catastrophic losses, with the remaining members reassigned to various divisions. Suja himself was transferred to the security team of the in-city base, the military security unit. He was appointed as the deputy captain in charge of maintaining order, a position he owed to his identity as an ability user. The security team wields considerable power at the Anqing base, overseeing the law and order of a community exceeding 100,000 individuals. They possess law enforcement authority, a coveted position that many aspire to attain. However, Suja himself is not particularly enthusiastic about this role. He yearns to engage in direct combat against the zombies. He believes that continuous battle is essential for him, as an ability wielder, to grow stronger. The comfort of the base, in his view, would dull his skills, and merely fulfilling a security role seems beneath his potential as an extraordinary individual. Moreover, He harbors a deep sense of duty to the spirits of his fallen comrades from the 301st Regiment. He wishes to eliminate as many zombies as possible to honor their aspirations during their lifetimes. Suja promptly conveyed his desires to his superiors, expressing his wish to fight on the front lines. Yet, his request was met with a firm rejection. The reasoning provided was that his ability to manipulate shadows significantly contributes to maintaining order, and given the hardships he had endured in prior battles, he should refrain from exposing himself to further danger and instead focus on security tasks from a safe distance. Faced with this resolute stance from above, Suja resigned himself to his fate and accepted the position of deputy captain of the security team. This role granted him substantial authority, as he was appointed as the deputy captain responsible for the prison within the base. His office was situated in the facility that housed ordinary individuals who had transgressed the law. These inmates were required to undertake labor reform within the base, as it was a period of rebuilding, and there was no shortage of work to be done. Suja's position has always attracted considerable attention, and now that he has suddenly descended upon it, seizing others' opportunities, he is undoubtedly bound to face repercussions. Among those harboring discontent towards Suja is Lin Tianxing, who was poised to be promoted to vice captain. The abrupt usurpation of his position has surely left him feeling aggrieved. Previously, Lin Tianxing had leveraged his identity as a member of the security team to gain numerous advantages, managing the prison security where the relatives of inmates would frequently offer supplies to ensure their loved ones fared better within. He had even promised many benefits based on his impending promotion to vice captain. However, Suja's unexpected arrival has left those who were promised feeling deceived, resulting in a steady stream of individuals seeking to confront him. In response, he attributed the blame to a leader he had never met, asserting, "Think rationally. In terms of seniority, experience, and capability, who can rival me, Lin? What was once a foregone conclusion has suddenly been snatched away. What recourse do I have? No matter how skilled I am, can I match the connections of those who are parachuted in? You might as well go back to sleep." Lin Tianxing's proclamation was delivered with righteous fervor, momentarily rendering those who sought trouble with him speechless. The tide of public opinion swiftly shifted in favor of Lin Tianxing, and as he observed an increasing number of supporters rallying for his vice captaincy, hope burgeoned within him to oust Suja and assume the position. Yet, he overlooked a crucial reality. This is the apocalypse, not the past, and the strategies of yesteryear hold no relevance in the present. In the presence of the extraordinary being Suja, Lin Tianxing's antics appeared as nothing more than those of a mere jester, utterly unworthy of attention. Suja, without adhering to conventional methods, cast Lin Tianxing into the confines of a prison under the charge of inciting public disorder. It is indeed rather amusing that Lin Tianxing believed that mere public opinion could restrain an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. The downfall of Lin Tianxing swiftly quelled any lingering discontent among the members of the security team regarding their new leader, compelling them to dutifully accept Suja's authority. One must admit, the tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey remains timeless. Chapter 40. The Movements of the Zombies at the Heart of City. The zombie king Su Mo stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the hordes of undead wandering throughout the city. After a period of consolidation, he had amassed a considerable number of zombies, and through the trials of battle, he had successfully shattered the barriers of extraordinary abilities, advancing to the third tier through a demonic pact. However, the limits of the demonic contract were rapidly approaching. The swift surge in power had begun to deplete his lifespan. He would not live much longer. The side effects of the demonic contract were gradually manifesting, and it was inevitable that he, the zombie king, would be supplanted by a future contender. Yet, he bore no regret about this eventuality. He believed that acquiring this extraordinary ability was to pave the way for his kin. Su Mo had resolved to eradicate the human forces in this vicinity before his demise, striving to expand the living space for his fellow brethren. In recent days, the human army has been steadily constricting the living space of the zombies, while Su Mo, cunningly, has begun to funnel the majority of the zombies towards the city center, an area of exceedingly high population density, where the military dares not recklessly venture. However, during this time, Su Mo has been plagued by anxiety, fearing that the military might resort to deploying aircraft or nuclear weapons for a devastating scorched earth strategy, bombarding the city center. To avert the potential use of weapons of mass destruction, Su Mo has exerted every effort to hunt down the survivors still residing in the urban area of City, rounding them up in mass. Many survivors have perished along the way, although the zombies exhibit remarkable efficiency in capturing them. They often succumb to the irresistible allure of living flesh, resulting in numerous human lives lost to the ravenous horde. This process is undoubtedly gruesome and brutal. Yet as the zombie king, Sumo is indifferent to matters beyond his own kind. Nonetheless, under Sumo's deliberate control, many humans have managed to survive and have been herded to designated locations. Zombies, like any other beings, require sustenance, and humans serve as their primary source of nourishment. Sumo is compelled to implement sustainable development. As the number of intelligent zombies increases, the significance of sustainability will become increasingly recognized among their ranks. Mindless zombies will consume everything in sight, whereas their intelligent counterparts will emulate humans and embark on agricultural endeavors. The inherent traits of the zombie race necessitate the evolution of such an industry, as they are predominantly drawn to blood and flesh, with human flesh being the most desirable, while the flesh of pigs, cows, and sheep serves as an alternative, albeit of lesser quality. Sumo began to domesticate humans, primarily to provide a stable food source for the zombies, and secondarily to secure sufficient breathing space for his own kind. These humans serve as a talisman for the zombies. Everything Sumo did was observed by drones dispatched by the military, and these scenes were intentionally exposed to the military's gaze, with the hope of instilling a sense of caution that would deter them from deploying large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Simultaneously, Sumo initiated a grand underground project, commanding the zombies to undertake excavation tasks. The abandoned subway and drainage systems of humanity were repurposed to relocate a portion of the zombies underground, ensuring that even if humans resorted to desperate measures, a flicker of hope could be preserved. Living conditions underground were quite rudimentary. However, the distinguishing feature of zombies, in contrast to humans, is their resilience, enabling them to survive in the harshest environments as long as there is an ample supply of flesh and blood. Among the zombies, there were several endowed with supernatural abilities, as well as some evolved zombies that had enhanced specific body parts. The zombies could be broadly categorized into two main groups: the evolved zombies, which, while lacking supernatural powers, had significantly strengthened their physical attributes, yet generally possessed lower intelligence, exemplified by creatures such as lickers and claw zombies. The second group consisted of the supernatural zombies, which not only possessed abilities but also exhibited higher intelligence. Those with psychic abilities, like the zombie king Sumo and the military strategist Sun Bin, demonstrated an even greater level of awakened intellect, making them zombies endowed with powers and wisdom comparable to that of humans. The number of mutated zombies is quite limited, representing a form of elite combat power. Even the mutated zombies under the command of Sumo, the zombie king who has integrated the zombie forces in the urban area of an city, are not numerous. Overall, the proportion of mutated zombies is inferior to that of human ability users. However, the sheer quantity of zombies is staggering. The number of evolved zombies alone is incalculable, not to mention the ordinary ones. Before the deployment of large-scale weapons of mass destruction, zombies can defeat many adversaries merely through their sea of corpses strategy. On the rooftop, the wind howled around Sumo as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He finally understood why humanity penned the phrase about standing atop a peak and gazing down at the mountains. He too experienced the exhilarating sensation of looking down upon the world. He firmly believed that under his leadership, his kind would surely march towards glory. Yet, the zombie faction in city was not without its discord. Among the horde, dissenting voices emerged, one of which belonged to Sun Bin, the zombie who had previously attacked Five Element City. Unlike Sumo, who selflessly devoted himself to the zombie race, Sun Bin harbored vastly different ambitions. Everything he did was for his own evolution. He believed that if he became powerful enough, he could catalyze the evolution of the entire group. He felt that only a select few elite beings like himself could lead the entire faction towards development. Otherwise, the so-called compatriots were merely a horde of mindless monsters in his eyes. In other words, Sun Bin did not consider the unintelligent zombies as his kin. Only those like him and Sumo were worthy of that distinction. The remaining zombies were, in his view, mere sustenance, unworthy of his regard. A philosophy that undoubtedly contradicted Sumo's ideals. Sumo harbored a desire to subdue this zombie. Had he possessed sufficient capability, he intended to cultivate it as his zombie king for the afterlife. However, the profound disparity in ideologies led to an unsatisfactory parting, culminating in a minor internal conflict among the zombies, which Sumo swiftly quelled with his formidable strength. Sun Bin was vanquished beneath his might. Yet Sumo refrained from ending his life, believing that Sun Bin could pose an even greater obstacle to humanity rendering lethal action unnecessary. Thus, wherever Suemo was present, Sunbin dared not show his face, particularly after Suemo broke through to the third transformation, amplifying his oppressive aura. Sunbin fled with unparalleled swiftness, avoiding any confrontation with Suemo. Nevertheless, both shared a common stance against humanity, prompting Suemo to pay little heed to Sunbin's affairs, focusing instead on strategizing an assault on the largest human stronghold in its city. Suemo amassed a horde of zombies numbering in the hundreds of thousands, predominantly ordinary zombies, with a minority of evolved and mutated ones. The terrifying population density of an city provided an abundant supply of undead, while Suemo fortified his position in its city, hoarding resources and consolidating power. Sunbin remained industrious. He had gleaned a tactic of modern warfare from military texts: guerrilla warfare. Retreat when the enemy advances, disrupt their encampments, strike when they are weary, and pursue when they retreat. This 16-character strategy was mastered by Sunbin, irritating the military forces to no end. Some human outposts, barely established, were swiftly raided by Sunbin's zombie strike teams, who exhibited remarkable cunning, seizing effective victories before making a hasty retreat, leaving humanity with no opportunity to capture them. This tactic effectively drained the vitality of humanity. Many warriors did not perish in direct confrontation, but rather fell victim to the stealthy assaults of the undead. Chapter 41. The undead's probing. Suemo remained somewhat oblivious to the current plight of humanity. Had he been more informed, he would have realized that the number of combat aircraft available to humans was alarmingly scant, and even fewer met the criteria for takeoff. Suemo understood the significance of intelligence operations, yet assigning this task to the generally dim-witted zombies seemed an arduous challenge. Thus, he resolved to conduct his intelligence gathering through a direct confrontation with humanity, testing their mettle and seeking to glean whatever victories he could. Should humanity pursue in their triumph, Suemo would ensure they comprehended the adage: a cornered enemy should not be chased. After all, this was merely a probing attack, and it was imprudent to commit an excessive number of zombies. Suemo rallied a modest horde of undead and initiated an assault towards the military encampment, which comprised not only the main base, but also several smaller outposts established during the recent recapture battles. These outposts housed military personnel alongside some subdued factions. The objective of this incursion was to ascertain the military's strengths and weaknesses. However, by a twist of fate, one contingent of zombies inadvertently encountered Lemo's urban territory. Given that the five-element city was relatively close to the in-city base, the likelihood of an encounter with the undead was considerably high. Unluckily, this particular group included an intelligent zombie, dispatched by Suemo to gather pertinent intelligence. Thus, the five-element city became their target, as they deemed this modestly established outpost in a rural area to be manageable. Consequently, they miscalculated, encountering an insurmountable obstacle, and were decimated by Lemo, leaving scarcely a soul alive. Even Sunbin's previous horde of corpses failed to breach the five-element city, let alone these mere pawns intended for probing. Lemo discerned that this zombie assault was not only extensive but also systematic, akin to the last encounter. However, he had failed to apprehend the mastermind behind the previous wave, as Sunbin displayed an excessive timidity, or perhaps it was more accurate to describe it as a cautiousness. Once losses became grievous, he would flee without a moment's hesitation. In contrast, the commander of this smaller horde was a stubborn fool, who fought Lemo to the bitter end, ultimately succumbing to his deliberate capture. Upon seizing this particular zombie, Lemo recognized that it possessed an intelligence comparable to that of humans, albeit with certain deficiencies. Otherwise, it would not have been so foolish as to await capture. Confined within a cell, the zombie's sharp fangs had been extracted, and its body was bound by coarse iron chains, showing evident signs of severe mistreatment. These chains, forged from Lemo's metallic abilities, were specially crafted. Once ensnared, if the captive's strength was inferior to Lemo's, their powers would gradually diminish. This newfound ability emerged following Lemo's advancement to the second transition, yet the chains required time to effectively suppress abilities, rendering them unsuitable for combat scenarios but ideal for imprisonment. Once a zombie exhibits intelligence, it also harbors fear, leading to vulnerabilities. Thus, Lemo's actions were motivated by the desire to extract sufficient intelligence through interrogation. This zombie, albeit foolish, exhibits unwavering loyalty to the undead king he speaks of. The king has bestowed hope upon our kind. I shall never betray my sovereign. You humans shall not extract any information from me. The intelligent zombie roared, its toothless mouth spewing dark blood and saliva in all directions. Still defiant, are we? The interrogator chided, turning to fetch tools to inflict further torment upon the obstinate creature. The intelligent zombie regarded the torturer with disdain, looking down upon one who had never defeated him in a fair confrontation. At that moment, Liemo intervened, signaling the interrogator to cease the torment. Are you the leader of this human military outpost? The zombie, sensing a subtle aura of pressure emanating from Liemo, speculated about the newcomer's identity. A military outpost? Liemo astutely seized upon the zombie's words, inferring that this horde's original objective was the army. Let me clarify. I am not the leader of your so-called military outpost. My domain is called Wuxing City. A smile graced Liemo's face as he began to introduce his city to the zombie. What is this Wuxing nonsense? To me, all are merely human outposts. The zombie scoffed, unable to retain the extravagant names of human settlements. Why should he be burdened with recollecting the names of these bases when his king had other matters to attend to? Ah, the audacity of it all. It was indeed a considerable challenge for a newly awakened intelligent zombie. Fear not. You shall eventually tremble at the sound of that name. Liemo discerned the contempt in the zombie's voice yet remained unfazed, instead responding with a smile as he offered explanations. The zombie disdainfully curled its lip, disregarding Liemo's words entirely. Observing the zombie's blatant disrespect, Liemo gestured for the executioners to intensify their methods. The anguished wails of the zombie resounded once more. Can we converse properly now? Liemo inquired, a devilish grin adorning his face. Humans shall never compel me to yield, the creature retorted defiantly, though its resolve appeared somewhat diminished compared to before. Proceed. Ah, have you surrendered yet? Go to hell. Continue. The zombie's cries grew increasingly feeble, ultimately culminating in a rolling of its eyes as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Where is Mayu? Summon her to treat his wounds before we resume. Liemo commanded with an icy detachment. Yes, Chief. The guards in the prison swiftly set off to summon Mayu. Upon hearing of the chief's call, she promptly abandoned her current tasks, initially believing it to be a matter of great importance. She felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing that her presence was merely required to tend to the zombie's injuries. It was disheartening to be summoned for such a trivial task. However, with the chief's orders issued, she had no choice but to comply. After she had healed the zombie's wounds, the two engaged in a fierce contest, and gradually, it awoke once more. Upon regaining consciousness, it found itself not in the imagined lair of the dead, but rather within the nightmarish confines of the prison. Once again, a new round of torment begins. Following the grand memory restoration procedure, the already dim-witted brains of the zombies have become increasingly muddled, coupled with the suppressive effects of the iron chains on their abilities. The zombies swiftly divulged the information that Liemo sought. This time, the assault is orchestrated by our esteemed Wong organization. I am merely following orders. It is said that this is merely a test from Wong, and afterwards, we shall unleash an unprecedented horde of the undead to annihilate you humans. In a daze, the zombie recounted Sumo's arrangements. Liemo furrowed his brow, absorbing the intelligence he had just received. He turned to exit the prison, signaling his subordinates to execute the zombie. He needed to inform the military of the impending peril. This wave of zombies was merely a probe, fortuitously encountered by Liemo. If the army did not take early precautions, they could very well be overwhelmed by the immense tide of corpses. Liemo understood the precariousness of their situation. In his office, Liemo picked up the specialized phone that Su Haifeng had bestowed upon him for communication with the military. Chapter 42. The storm approaches. Liemo dialed the number stored within. This military-grade phone, immune to the disruptions affecting civilian devices, still functioned. Hello. Are you the Lord of Wuxing City? The military communicator answered Liemo's call, recognizing the number as it had been registered after Su Haifeng's return, designated specifically for Liemo's correspondence. Is it me? Where are your superiors? I have urgent intelligence to convey, Liemo stated. Please hold on. I will connect you right away, the operator replied, not daring to delay. The nature of the urgent intelligence Liemo mentioned was open to speculation, yet his identity suggested that the information he bore would not be trivial. Hello, is this Mr. Li? A familiar voice came through the phone. It was Su Haifeng, who had previously met Liemo. The call was naturally entrusted to Su Haifeng since he had initiated it. The zombies are gathering an army, preparing to assault your main base. This is accurate intelligence I extracted from an intelligent zombie. Liemo urgently conveyed all he needed to share. Is this true, Mr. Li? Su Haifeng asked incredulously. For Liemo's words seemed almost fantastical. To extract such information from a horde of zombies, whose intelligence barely surpassed that of mere grunts, felt rather implausible. Is there any doubt? Your military must promptly prepare. It is said that this wave of zombies could very well exceed 100,000 in number. I've said all I can. The rest is up to you. After fulfilling his duty to warn, Liemo chose not to elaborate further and hung up the phone. Hello, Mr. Li? Hearing the abrupt disconnection, Su Haifeng couldn't help but smile wryly. Mr. Li was indeed quite impetuous. Nonetheless, the intelligence Liemo had delivered was undoubtedly a significant blow to the relatively stable situation on the military side, necessitating a re-evaluation of many deployments and a tightening of defenses to effectively counter the impending zombie tide that Liemo had described. Su Haifeng promptly reported the intelligence conveyed by Liemo, hoping to garner attention from higher authorities and facilitate an immediate strategic response. He believed that Liemo would not fabricate information concerning such a critical matter. However, Su Haifeng's superior remained indecisive. Upon realizing that the information originated from Liemo, with whom they had previously had conflicts, his hesitation deepened. He pondered whether this could be a scheme devised by Liemo. Was he attempting to seize a military stronghold? Was he deliberately disseminating false information to mislead the military into dispersing its forces? If true, inaction would necessitate confrontation. If false, the burden of disrupting military operations through troop mobilization and civilian evacuation would rest solely on him. Consequently, he chose to suppress the matter, assuring Su Haifeng, "Rest assured, I will inform Commander you." Thus, the military, which should have reacted promptly, squandered precious time due to the fleeting indecision of Su Haifeng's superior. Su Haifeng, lacking substantial authority and influence, found that his words did not resonate significantly with higher leadership. Days later, he was perplexed to observe that the Anqing base continued its routine, devoid of any imminent sense of urgency. Sensing something amiss, he decided to contact his superior once more. "So, you did not report this matter?" Su Haifeng exclaimed in astonishment over the phone. "I had no idea until I called, and I was utterly taken aback. How could you disregard the safety of hundreds of thousands? Regardless of the veracity of the situation, one must always approach matters with a mindset that leans towards believing in the possibility rather than dismissing it." Su Haifeng was acutely aware of his superior's thoughts, however. For the safety of so many, he felt compelled to promptly inform the commander. He hung up the phone and hurried towards the command center, taking 2 steps for everyone. He intended to bypass the usual protocol and directly convey this alarming news to Yumingjian. Although it was somewhat irregular to do so, in such dire circumstances, he was willing to accept any repercussions, regretting only that he had failed to recognize his superior's tendency to deflect responsibility. On the other end of the line, Su Haifeng's superior stared at the disconnected call, a bemused smile creeping across his face. This young man, Su, still lacked composure. He quietly noted Su Haifeng's impulsiveness in his mental ledger. In the command center, Yumingjian gazed at Su Haifeng, still processing the shocking news he had just received. He had not anticipated the zombie situation escalating to such a degree. If Liemo's claims were indeed accurate, preparations must be made without delay, lest the situation spiral out of control. A crucial question suddenly struck Yumingjian, prompting him to inquire of Su Haifeng. "When did you come by this information?" Three days ago. Su Haifeng averted his gaze, unable to meet Yumingjian's penetrating eyes. He too was astonished that his superior had chosen to remain silent about such crucial information. The timing of receiving the news was of paramount importance. 3 days had passed. Why was I only now made aware of this? Yumingjian's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, demanding an explanation for why he was only just learning of such significant news. "I reported it to my superior, but I never anticipated he would withhold it. I came to report to you only after realizing something was amiss," Su Haifeng lamented. "That scoundrel Lao Tian," Yumingjian exclaimed, his anger palpable as he berated. After working alongside his longtime colleague for so many years, how could he not know what was on his mind? It is merely a fear of bearing responsibility. But what is this? Does he believe we are still in peacetime? Yumingjian, incensed, issued a direct order for Tian Qin to vacate his position, appointing Su Haifeng as his interim replacement. "Su, the position of Lao Tian is now yours. Is that agreeable?" In just a few short phrases, Yumingjian sealed Tian Qin's fate. I am deeply grateful for your trust, Commander Yu," Su Haifeng responded, his heart brimming with excitement. In truth, Yumingjian had long harbored intentions to discipline certain individuals within the Anqing base who occupied significant roles yet failed to fulfill their duties. He sought to clear the way for those more competent. Yumingjian had little patience for the intricate maneuverings behind the scenes. At this rate, they might find zombies at their doorstep while these individuals continued to pass the blame among themselves. Previously, Tianqian had been responsible for intelligence within the base, overseeing internal information. His inaction posed a dire threat to the base's advancement. No wonder we had previously monitored large-scale gatherings of zombies in the urban area. It is highly likely that Li Mo's words hold truth. Yu Mingjian suddenly recalled the recent deployment of drones by the military to scout the city, which had reported sightings of zombies congregating, yet failed to ascertain the specifics before the drones were shot down. The downing of the drone suggests that the emergence of intelligent zombies within the horde may indeed be a plausible reality. The mindless undead would hardly exhibit any interest in a mere metallic object that is incapable of consuming them. Contemplating this, Yu Mingjian promptly issued orders for the troops stationed at the peripheral bases to regroup, as leaving them outside would merely serve as a feast for the zombies. It would be more prudent to consolidate their forces in a single location to effectively combat the impending tide of corpses. Alas, it may already be somewhat tardy. Yu Mingjian sighed, reflecting that had he received this news sooner, he might have been able to establish several standard defensive lines in advance. However, it is never too late to mend. The efficacy of his orders would ultimately depend on their execution. Chapter 43. The massive zombie tide at a certain outpost on the outskirts of Anqing base. Soldiers received orders from the command center instructing them to abandon their post. What is the meaning of this? This location was painstakingly established, and now we are to vacate it at a moment's notice? Indeed, after the loss of so many brothers. We fought hard to secure this stronghold, only to be told to leave? This is a decision from above. We have no choice but to comply with the orders. The squad leader communicated the directive from the higher-ups. This was merely a microcosm of the military's evacuation, illustrating that Yu Mingjian's commands were executed with remarkable efficiency. Despite the grumblings of the subordinates who could not comprehend why their leaders chose to relinquish such a hard-won position. However, soon the harsh truth slapped them in the face as a horde of hundreds of thousands of corpses began to move with relentless momentum. Such a massive mobilization could not have gone unnoticed by the military. It was only upon discovering this extensive gathering of zombies that they came to realize the brilliance of Yu Mingjian's foresight. As for Tianqian, he met a grim fate. After the onslaught of the undead, he was accused of negligence, effectively sealing his chances of further advancement. Regret gnawed at Tianqian's insights. Once on a path to success, a single moment of folly had cost him his position. To claim he felt no remorse would be a lie. Yet what could he do? Now, he could only resign himself to a position of idleness for the remainder of his days. However, should he fail to withstand this zombie tide, the outcome would be the same. Death awaited him. The military swiftly erected a temporary defensive line. And while they had constructed some walls, completion was still a distant prospect, largely due to the vast expanse of their base and the insufficient number of Earth Element abilities users. Even among those present, most possessed only modest levels of power, lacking the extraordinary endurance exhibited by Li Mo, which would enable rapid wall construction. The Anqing base boasted only a single perimeter wall. While it was not entirely ineffective against the zombies, it could hardly be considered substantial. Thus, the military recalled their deployed tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and various artillery. Although a number of aircraft were available, most capable of flight were armed helicopters, with only a scant few fighter jets able to take off, as they had suffered devastating losses in the early days of the apocalypse. Unlike the military, which is in a state of frantic response to the impending horde, Li Mo remains composed in the five-element city. He understands that the primary target of this zombie tide is the military. Five-element city does not lie along the military's crucial route to the in-city base. Thus, Li Mo does not feel an overwhelming sense of urgency. He has issued the necessary warnings and made all required preparations. Whether they can withstand the onslaught now rests upon their fortune. Should the need arise, he is prepared to lend his aid to the military, for a second-tier powerhouse can undoubtedly contribute significantly in the fight against the zombie tide. It must be acknowledged that, when faced with a common adversary such as the undead, even he and the military, who had previously been locked in fierce conflict, can unite to resist the external threat. The devastation wrought by the horde is akin to a plague of locusts, leaving no living creature unscathed in its wake. Everything becomes mere sustenance in the face of such a terrifying multitude of zombies. Not far from the tide, there exists a smaller horde, ruled by Sun Bin. Observing the vast army of zombies in the distance, he glances back at his own horde, feeling a surge of frustration as he grits his teeth. His contingent appears vastly inferior to Sumo's. Has that lunatic already commenced a fierce assault on the human forces? Is he truly so reckless as to engage in war against humanity so soon? Well, the loss of those zombies does not concern me. Why should I fret? Sumo is merely a fanatical zealot. But it is often said that when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. I failed to seize the opportunity last time, but this time I shall ensure that I emerge as the fisherman, although that phrase feels somewhat misplaced. Perhaps it is more fitting to say that fortune favors the bold. Sunbin gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding to wade into the murky waters surrounding Sumo. He directed his subordinates to advance towards the Anqing base, intending to seize every opportunity amidst the chaos. Among the tide of corpses, Sumo stealthily moved alongside the horde. While another cunning zombie, disguised as a leader, orchestrated the movements of the undead. Sumo was acutely aware of his precarious position within the mass of zombies. He could not afford to be threatened by the humans' decapitation plan. Thus, he opted to conceal himself within the vast throng, complicating the humans' efforts to execute their plans. During the ensuing battle, Sumo needed to concentrate fully on commanding the horde, which placed a considerable strain on his mental faculties, limiting his opportunities to engage personally. In terms of elite combatants among the zombies, Sumo had gathered 5 with distinct elemental attributes, alongside 1 adept in formations, enabling them to synergize their abilities. This collective could transfer their unique powers through the harmonious interplay of the 5 elements, unleashing formidable strength. These elemental zombies would pose a significant challenge to humanity. Additionally, there existed a stealth-capable zombie, equipped with the hardest alloy blades Sumo could procure, intended for the assassination of human leaders. While Sumo commanded a tide of hundreds of thousands of zombies, the number of ability-wielding zombies was a mere 100, with a slightly higher proportion of evolved zombies, though their combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the ability users. Along the way, the zombies encountered numerous obstacles, with a plethora of landmines laid along their inevitable path. As the zombies stepped upon the concealed explosives, they detonated, resulting in significant casualties among their ranks before they even encountered humanity. At this juncture, the Earth Elemental and Metal Elemental zombies coordinated their efforts to neutralize the landmines, which had inflicted only minimal damage upon the horde before they retreated. The next obstacle was a barbed wire barricade, yet its lethality against the zombies was remarkably low, serving merely to slightly impede the advance of the undead legion without any substantial effect. A squadron of armed helicopters attempted to bombard the zombie throng. Over 20 helicopters unleashed a barrage, sending numerous zombies, including several evolved variants, soaring through the air. Faci, eliminate those helicopters in the sky. Upon witnessing the armed helicopters ruthlessly harvesting the lives of his kin from their aerial vantage, Sumo promptly commanded Faci to take action against the airborne threats. Faci possessed the ability to manifest an array of sharp spines upon the surface of his body. He could propel these spines over an extensive range by contracting his muscles, and they would explode upon impact. Responding to Sumo's command, Faci raised his hands towards the helicopters, incessantly firing projectiles from above. With a swift motion, 2 deadly spines formed in his palms, piercing through the fuselage of the armed helicopter and detonating under his deliberate control. With a resounding explosion, the helicopter transformed into a fireball as it plummeted to the ground. Before the remaining helicopters could react, another 2 were brought down by Faci's precision strikes. Everyone, disperse, the helicopter squadron leader urgently commanded over the radio. However, the helicopter's response was still not as swift as the flying spear, which, in a flash, shot down an aircraft, further complicating the already precarious situation of the armed helicopter squadron. Chapter 44, The Brutal Battle. To avert unnecessary losses, the commander of the armed helicopter squadron ordered a full retreat, urging them to swiftly exit the range of the flying spear's attacks. The flying spear sought to pursue further, but Sumo intercepted him, preventing any continued chase, as it could potentially lead to perilous consequences. The helicopter squadron returned to base in disarray, with a somber atmosphere enveloping the command center. The anticipated aerial strikes had failed to inflict significant damage upon the horde of corpses and, conversely, resulted in the loss of numerous helicopters. They had underestimated the evolutionary pace of the zombies. In a short span of time, such a formidable horde had formed. Given more time, to what extent would the zombies grow in strength? In truth, the military had overestimated the situation. The zombies were not evolving at such a rapid rate. The formidable horde was largely a product of Sumo's leadership. Without him, the zombies would still be a disorganized mass. The military suspected that there must be a leader among the zombies, yet they had been unable to pinpoint the location of this leader within the horde. Behind the horde, a zombie resembling a potential leader was discovered, but the military remained uncertain of its true identity, fearing it might merely be a decoy deployed by the cunning zombie. At this moment, the military found themselves at a loss, resorting to desperate measures, having initially intended for the armed helicopters to launch a surprise assault to eliminate the leader. But the appearance of the flying spear had compelled them to abandon that notion. At this moment, Dark Ice volunteered to execute the decapitation plan, eagerly offering to lead a team of evolved individuals to eliminate the intelligent zombie. Yu Mingjian firmly opposed, stating that it was too perilous to venture deep behind enemy lines. Furthermore, they could not ascertain whether the zombie in question was indeed the leader. If it were not, what then? Commander, if I do not go, what shall become of your soldiers, these civilians? If we do not eradicate the leader zombie, even if we manage to fend off this wave of undead, what significance does it hold? There will be subsequent waves, and must we endure tremendous casualties to repel them then? Faced with his superior's dissent, Dark Ice spoke calmly, having prepared himself for the possibility of dying amidst the horde. Moreover, even if it is not the leader zombie, I can uncover their hidden strategies, and you can focus your efforts accordingly. Yu Mingjian found himself in a quandary, ultimately making a decisive choice. Damn it, without taking risks, one cannot achieve success. Go forth and slay that accursed zombie. Yu Mingjian, a man of resolve, did not hesitate, instructing Dark Ice to prepare for battle. I will have the armored division pave the way for you. Your success hinges on your capabilities. Also, take this, a life-preserving elixir that Old Du specifically entrusted to me for protection. Consuming this will keep you alive for an hour, sustaining your breath. You may select any weapon from the arsenal. I grant you the authority to assemble a team of abilities to undertake this mission. Remember, the imperative is to return alive. The mission is not of utmost importance. Take care. Witnessing his trusted subordinate risking his life against the zombies, Yu Mingjian extended all he could offer to Enbing, the once astute general you now feared for the safe return of his capable aide. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Commander. Enbing saluted Yu Mingjian and promptly departed from the command center to commence preparations for battle. The military tanks began to rumble to life, transforming from mere steel beasts into formidable entities against the flesh and blood zombies. Gunners ruthlessly mowed down the surrounding ordinary zombies, while the tank shells were designated to deal with the evolved varieties. The lickers, claw zombies, and heavy hammer zombies found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught of tank fire. A single shot could obliterate even the thickest of hides. The robust armor of the tanks rendered the claws and teeth of the zombies utterly ineffective. Absent the agile, transformed zombies, the tanks were nearly invincible. Hundreds of tanks unleashed a barrage that stifled the advance of the horde, and leveraging their overwhelming firepower, several infantry fighting vehicles adeptly maneuvered through the gaps in the zombie ranks, systematically diminishing their numbers. The infantry swiftly followed the armored units to prevent the tanks from becoming easy targets for the undead. And the effective cooperation between infantry and armor thwarted the zombies' attempts to exploit their numerical superiority to halt the tanks' advance. The flame-throwing engineer brigade shone brilliantly in this battle. Due to international conventions, such units were typically difficult to deploy on the battlefield. However, when confronting zombies, considerations of humanitarianism and compassion were cast aside. The Type 20 flamethrower, infused with white phosphorus, proved to be highly efficient in incinerating zombies, and its flames were exceedingly difficult to extinguish. While conducting their fiery barbecue against the undead, the engineers remained vigilant to avoid harming their comrades. Just as the flame-throwing engineers were wreaking havoc on the battlefield, a zombie radiating a fiery crimson light emerged. This entity was the fire zombie, one of the 5 elemental corpses. It immediately began to absorb the flames projected by the engineers, even forcefully redirecting their fire back upon them. Observing his comrades consumed by flames, the fire zombie nodded in satisfaction. The flame-throwing engineers were utterly ineffective against this pyromancer, and the brigade soon suffered catastrophic losses. As the fire zombie continued its rampage, a blade of energy sliced through the air, wounding its arm. In pain, the fire zombie turned its furious gaze upon the assailant. Truly loathsome, this abominable creature deserved to perish. A swordsman emerged, wielding a long sword as his manifestation ability. This sword possessed the power to counter zombies, doubling its efficacy against them. Witnessing the massacre of the flame-throwing engineers, the swordsman, enraged, launched a stealthy attack on the fire zombie. This strike indeed inflicted considerable damage upon the undead fiend. Embrace your demise. The swordsman dashed forward, thrusting his blade towards the fiery corpse. The creature swiftly evaded, its hands instantly engulfed in flames, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at the approaching swordsman. However, the swordsman reacted with remarkable speed, positioning his sword horizontally before him to block the fiery assault. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a vertical slash, severing one of the corpse's arms. With the loss of its limb, the fiery corpse's combat capability diminished significantly, prompting it to retreat hastily. The swordsman, sensing victory, pursued relentlessly, intent on annihilating the undead fiend. The fiery corpse, now conscious of its peril, sought to withdraw towards its remaining 4 companions, under Sumo's command. The other 4 corpses advanced towards the fiery one's position, for the loss of any one of them would render the powerful formation inscribed by the undead ineffective. Fortunately, the other 4 corpses responded swiftly, arriving in time to shield the fiery corpse from the swordsman's onslaught. The earth corpse raised a massive earthen shield to absorb the swordsman's forward thrust. Observing the overwhelming numbers of the undead, the swordsman contemplated retreat. In response, the fiery corpse activated the 5 elements rebirth formation, its severed arm miraculously regrowing, and its strength surged from the pinnacle of the first transformation to the second. Upon reaching the second transformation, the fiery corpse could articulate speech, proclaiming, "Human, perish." With a punch fueled by newfound power, its fiery fist shattered the swordsman's blade. What? How could it suddenly become so powerful? The swordsman was taken aback, unable to fathom that his previously invincible sword could be obliterated by a mere punch from the undead. The destruction of his blade also inflicted considerable backlash upon him. Under the influence of the 5 elements generating formation, the speed of the fire corpse increased exponentially. In an instant, it appeared beside the swordsman, delivering a single devastating blow that severed the swordsman's head from his body. The surrounding zombies surged forward, ravenously consuming the swordsman, leading to his humiliating demise as a second-tier ability user. The fire corpse, having attained the second transformation, was an unstoppable force. It wielded the power to manipulate flames with such finesse that it obliterated several tanks. However, suddenly, the rampaging fire corpse was summoned back by Sumo to counter the surprise attack from Dark Ice, who, shielded by his teammates, successfully approached the rear lines. Chapter 45. Fire Corpse vs. Dark Ice. Accompanied by 3 other ability users, Dark Ice executed a surprise assault on the rear of the zombie tide. There lay a heavily guarded area, believed to harbor a single zombie, which military researchers speculated might very well be the zombie leader. The 3 ability users accompanying Dark Ice were all elite members of the military, each having reached the first tier. One of them, known by the codename Shadow, possessed the ability to manipulate shadows. Dark Ice's successful infiltration into the area was largely attributed to Shadow's powers, which allowed them to remain cloaked in invisibility as long as they remained within a certain proximity of them. This form of invisibility transcended mere optical concealment. It effectively dampened other forms of perception, rendering it an exceptionally sophisticated ability. However, aside from this, his powers did not extend to offensive capabilities, and his only weapon was a dagger laced with poison. One possesses the ability to master a petrified form, codenamed Stone. As the name suggests, this power allows him to turn his body to stone, thereby enhancing his resilience against impacts, while simultaneously augmenting his own strength. During the transformation, he can draw energy from the earth to prolong his endurance. The other has awakened the abilities of a priest, codenamed Priestess, a female who can chant various spells to bestow numerous enhancements upon her allies. Yet again, this damned elemental anomaly. Dark Ice narrowed his eyes, gazing at the approaching elemental undead. They had already been detected. Sumo had left his mental imprint on the decoy zombie, allowing him to sense anyone who approached. After all, with his psychic power having reached the 3rd transition level, discerning the 1st transition level shadowy figure was not a significant challenge. The elemental undead before him, the fiery corpse, exerted the most oppressive presence. Dark Ice found the situation troublesome. It was the fire elemental ability that had previously defeated him at the hands of Liamo, now confronted with a 2nd transition level zombie. Accompanied by 4 first transition level zombies, Dark Ice felt an unsettling uncertainty. He wished fervently that Liamo could come to his aid. He thought that if the 2 of them joined forces, he would have no fear of these undead. "Humans, you are formidable," the fiery corpse suddenly spoke, articulating its thoughts on Dark Ice. Dark Ice remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the icy blade. The emergence of intelligent zombies was becoming increasingly frequent. "I shall devour you all," the fiery corpse grinned, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained fangs. Having just slain a swordsman, it had indulged in a hearty meal. The heart of an ability user was indeed quite nourishing. It remains to be seen whether you possess the requisite abilities. The words of the fiery corpse were exceedingly arrogant. Upon receiving the acceleration and strength enhancement buffs from the priest, Dark Ice surged forward, leaving a trail laden with an abundance of ice. This ice was under Dark Ice's control, and any zombies traversing his path were easily ambushed by the sudden emergence of icy spikes. The stone figure quickly turned to stone, and bolstered by the priest's amplified strength, he stood resolutely before the priest, delivering a powerful punch that sent each approaching zombie flying. Among the 5 corpses, the most formidable was the earth corpse, which collided directly with the stone figure. However, due to the interdependence of the 5 elements, his extraordinary abilities were significantly diminished, and he soon found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the shadow once again cloaked himself in invisibility, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Unaware that he had been firmly locked onto by Sumo's mental prowess, the flying spike was successfully deployed not far away, gathering energy from his back. He launched a massive spike akin to a rocket, guided by Sumo's mental force, which accurately struck the concealed shadow, obliterating him instantly. The priest sought to intervene, but alas, the shadow was reduced to mere fragments, leaving no chance for healing spells to be cast. Both the stone figure and Dark Ice bore witness to this scene, gritting their teeth as they remained focused on their immediate foes. The loss of comrades was a sight they had grown all too familiar with, to the point of numbing their senses. However, after the release of the massive spike, the wielder fell into a state of weakness, ultimately succumbing to the army's onslaught. Cursed humans! Once again, I have lost a formidable ally. Concealed in the shadows, Suemo sensed that the flying dart had also met its demise, prompting him to strike the ground in frustration. The Dark Ice and Fire Corpse had exchanged blows for several rounds, and he discerned that the Fire Corpse's fiery prowess was significantly inferior to Limo's. Additionally, an unsettling intuition emerged within him. Why did this zombie seem to weaken with each encounter? If this continued, it would struggle to even maintain its second transformation. The cycle of elemental generation. Bestow upon me your powers. The Fire Corpse, realizing its persistent disadvantage was only amplifying, quickly initiated the cycle of elemental generation once more, drawing additional energy from the other 4 corpses. This led to a grave predicament. The Earth Corpse, engaged in an exchange of blows with a stone, suddenly discovered its strength diminished. Caught off guard, it was sent flying by a powerful punch from the stone, the force of which was substantial, comparable to that of a second-tier supernatural being, bolstered by the priest's buffs. How peculiar! Why has its strength waned? The stone pondered, baffled by the Earth Corpse's sudden loss of power, which allowed him to easily send it sprawling. In stark contrast, the situation for Dark Ice was considerably more dire. The Fire Corpse's abruptly enhanced strength rendered all of Dark Ice's binding and slowing ice powers utterly ineffective against the overwhelming flames. What is happening? How did this creature suddenly grow so strong? Dark Ice was perplexed. Just moments ago, this zombie appeared to weaken, yet now its fiery abilities rivaled those of Limo. Humans, prepare to meet your demise. The Fiery Corpse experienced a significant enhancement in strength and immediately engaged in close combat with Dark Ice. Its searing fists relentlessly struck against the icy armor enveloping Dark Ice, occasionally launching a few fireballs aimed directly at him. The intense heat from the Fiery Corpse rapidly melted the frost covering Dark Ice. However, it became apparent that, despite the increase in ability, the control over his powers was still inferior to that of Limo. After exchanging blows with the enhanced Fiery Corpse several times, Dark Ice discerned that its manipulation of abilities was not particularly advanced. Establishing a platform of ice to stand upon, Dark Ice prepared for the forthcoming summoning. Prolonging this encounter would inevitably lead to considerable losses, even if he were to vanquish this peculiar zombie. Thus, he decided to summon Yi Chi in advance. Dark Ice retrieved a spatial token, crafted by Yi Chi, which permitted Yi Chi to teleport to the location of the token within a certain distance. By shattering the token, Yi Chi could be summoned forthwith. As for how Dark Ice came into possession of Yi Chi's spatial token, it was during the time he was rallying a daring team to venture into the depths of the zombie horde at the base, when Yi Chi mysteriously presented him with a token, instructing him to break it when necessary to call him forth. Yi Chi's intention in doing so was to garner some fame for himself, seeking to reap ample benefits from this wave of undead. According to his memories from a previous life, he recalled that following this outbreak, the military's influence would significantly wane, presenting a prime opportunity for him to exploit. Fortune favors the bold. To exact his revenge, he must embrace this risk. In the chilling expanse of the ice platform, Dark Ice shattered the space token, conjuring a swirling vortex of energy, through which Yi Chi swiftly emerged beside him. Chapter 46, The Manifestation of Space. Yi Chi found himself positioned behind the tide of corpses, inhaling deeply as he absorbed the oppressive stench of blood that wafted from the horde, a scent he had encountered far too often in his past life. His body began to thrum with an exhilarating energy. The war between man and zombie ignited the fierce spirit within him. Together, let us vanquish that zombie, Dark Ice urged, gesturing for Yi Chi to focus on the fiery corpse as their target. Yet upon seeing the flaming undead, Yi Chi furrowed his brow, recognizing the scenario before him is eerily familiar. Suddenly, memories of the 5 elemental corpses that once roamed the apocalypse surged forth. Each of these undead beings bore inscribed formations that allowed them to channel their collective powers into one, utilizing the principle of elemental synergy. Truly, fortune favors the prepared mind. What he sought had materialized effortlessly. Yi Chi trembled with anticipation. The materials for the 5 elements pill he had long desired lay within reach. Initially contemplating the sacrificial offering of Zhou Ming, he now found that notion unnecessary. With possession of the 5 crystals from these elemental corpses, he could enlist the aid of the military's alchemical prodigy to craft the coveted 5 elements pill. Consuming this pill would significantly enhance one's extraordinary abilities, a prize Yi Chi was determined to seize. Dark Ice, with powers likely reminiscent of the 5-element city lord, illustrated a connection among the 5. Their strengths interwoven through the formation, permitting the transfer of energy to any of the corpses at will. Yi Chi shared his insights on the elemental corpses with Dark Ice. The Dark Ice coalesced into a formidable wall, effectively blocking the fireball hurled by the fire corpse. Oh, is that so? The Dark Ice's mind raced as it swiftly connected the dots between the inexplicably diminished power of the fire corpse and the oddly intensified energy surrounding it. Fear not. With our combined strength, vanquishing that mere second-tier fire corpse poses no challenge, Yi Chi confidently declared. He had also ascended to the second tier, allowing him to maintain the spatial blade for an extended duration. Furthermore, his short-range teleportation had become increasingly effortless, even enabling him to imbue objects with spatial energy. How? Have there become more humans? The fire corpse gazed at Yi Chi in confusion, bewildered by the sudden appearance of another human. Brother Ice, you restrain him while I deliver the decisive blow. Without hesitation, Yi Chi brandished his signature move, the spatial blade. The mere proximity to the spatial blade emanated an aura of sharpness capable of cleaving through dimensions. Dark Ice cast a glance at Yi Chi's right arm, feeling a deep sense of pressure, as though that invisible blade could slice through him at any moment. Without reservation, Dark Ice acquiesced to Yi Chi's plan. The blade's sharpness was indeed sufficient to sever the fire corpse's neck. A vast reservoir of icy energy began to gather around Dark Ice as he prepared to launch a pinpoint freezing attack. My ice mark has vanished. I must reapply it before I can initiate the freeze. Dark Ice suddenly recalled that the previous ice marks had been obliterated by the fire corpse's abruptly heightened elemental fire abilities, meaning he would need to re-establish the mark to proceed with the freezing. This signifies that Dark Ice must engage in close combat with him. However, Dark Ice is now confident of victory and is unperturbed by any potential upheaval from the fire corpse. The frost blade materializes once more, and Dark Ice briefly enters a state of extreme cold, determined to eliminate the fire corpse with utmost speed. He leaps off the frost platform, landing deftly before charging toward the fire corpse. What is happening? How has this human suddenly grown so formidable? The fire corpse is taken aback. The Dark Ice, once under his control, has suddenly unleashed an overwhelming force. Upon gazing into Dark Ice's ice-blue eyes, a shiver runs through him. I am actually afraid. The fire corpse never anticipated that he would experience such fear in the presence of a mere human. Dark Ice, however, pays no heed to the fire corpse's trepidation. He relentlessly pursues and attacks, seeking the opportune moment to imprint the frost mark upon the fire corpse. The frost mark is swiftly inscribed upon the fire corpse, and as the moment approaches, Dark Ice delivers a powerful kick that sends the fire corpse flying. He then performs 2 swift backflips, creating distance between them. Freeze. Dark Ice clenches his hand, causing the icy tendrils to envelop the fire corpse's body, creeping upward from his feet to his waist, yet failing to ascend further. TCH. It's still too forced. This damned fire element is still my nemesis. Dark Ice mutters with a sense of frustration. Were it any other type of ability user, they would have been frozen into a statue by now. Roar. The fire corpse reacts, erupting in a torrent of flames, attempting to break free from Dark Ice's grasp. In response, Dark Ice hastily channels his icy energy to counter the fire corpse's onslaught. Hurry and act, Yi Chi. I cannot hold on much longer. Dark Ice shouted loudly. And upon hearing this sound, the roar of the fire corpse intensified, for he realized that if he did not break free from his bindings, he would be doomed. Understanding this, Yi Chi swung his arm, activating the Blade of Space. In an instant, he executed a short-range spatial teleportation, appearing behind the fire corpse. Taking advantage of the fire corpse's momentary surprise, His blade of space pierced into its skull, and with a swift upward thrust, he cleaved open the fire corpse's head, seizing the evolution crystal within. This was a second transformation fire corpse evolution crystal. Quite remarkable. Yi Qi, satisfied, stored the crystal in his psychic space. Dark Ice's expression darkened slightly. Typically, the crystals obtained during battle were to be surrendered for collective distribution, and Yi Qi's actions seemed rather selfish. However, since Yi Qi had come to assist and had not intended to participate in the conflict, Dark Ice felt it inappropriate to voice his discontent. In the shadows, Suemo wore a cold smile as he focused his mental energy, triggering the self-destruction sequence of the 5 elements generating array on the fire corpse. Naive humans. The pinnacle of your combat prowess may very well perish at my hands, Suemo mocked. What is happening? Yi Qi suddenly sensed something amiss as the fire corpse's body began to emit a radiant glow, its fire elemental power reaching the zenith of the second transformation. Turning around, he noticed that the remaining 4 corpses, which had been locked in battle with the stones, had also collapsed, drained of their strength. Meanwhile, plants sprouted from the ground, blocking their escape. It seemed they had fallen into a trap. They had nowhere to retreat. This was bad. They were about to self-destruct. Yi Qi shouted loudly. And then he swiftly teleported himself. Fortunately, his usual prudence had led him to establish teleportation coordinates in other locations. Although the distance was not far and the process would consume a significant amount of his abilities, it was certainly preferable to enduring the impending self-detonation. May fortune favor you. Dark Ice. Before he vanished, Yi Qi cast a regretful glance at Dark Ice, the military's most formidable ability user, wondering if he could survive an explosion of such magnitude. Damn it, Yi Qi, you scoundrel. Only thinking of your own escape. Seeing Yi Qi abandon them, Dark Ice, who was typically composed, could no longer restrain himself and erupted in a furious tirade. A dead companion is no concern of a wandering monk. With that, Yi Qi vanished. Dark Ice, priest, stand behind me. I will shield you from the explosion. At that moment, Stone strode forward, positioning himself in front of Dark Ice and the priest. Without hesitation, Dark Ice encased all 3 of them in ice, striving to mitigate the blast's impact. Once this was accomplished, the fiery corpse unleashed its devastating energy, resulting in an explosive eruption that sent a towering column of fire skyward. The force of the explosion was immense. Stone was instantly obliterated, and the priest, whose physique was more fragile, succumbed to the shockwave. Only Dark Ice miraculously survived, albeit with significant injuries. The surrounding zombies had been dispersed by Suemo. The remains of the elemental corpses were scattered, utterly annihilated, yet their evolutionary crystals remained intact. Dark Ice wasted no time and approached to excavate the evolutionary crystals from the elemental corpses, each a high-quality gem of peak first transition value, highly coveted at this juncture. Rest in peace, Stone, Shadow, Priest. The companions who accompanied him had all perished, leaving him being deeply affected by the loss. Yet, what could be done? Such is the wretched state of the world. Chapter 47. Liemo joins the fray while Bing was preparing at the base. Liemo received a call from Su Haifeng in Wuxing City. Hello, is this Mr. Li, the Lord of Wuxing City? Su Haifeng inquired cautiously, lacking the former bravado, for he was now in need of assistance. Following the directives of Yiming Jian, Su Haifeng aimed to win Liemo over, and if possible, to propose favorable terms to enlist his participation in the impending conflict. Liemo's prowess had already been demonstrated in previous battles, and his involvement would undoubtedly bolster the chances of victory. Yes, it's me. What do you want? Liemo surmised the military's intentions, likely seeking his aid in the battle. This time, he intended to secure substantial benefits for himself. First, we would like to express our gratitude for your timely warning about the impending zombie horde. The information was indeed accurate. In response to the zombie onslaught, we have implemented appropriate countermeasures. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, we were unable to halt the advance of the horde. In light of humanity's survival, we hope you can lend your support. Rest assured, we will not shortchange you in any way. Su Haifeng paused momentarily. Yet he refrained from disclosing the nature of the unforeseen circumstance. To do so would render the situation rather unseemly, after all. It would be rather disconcerting to admit that a minor delay in defense had occurred despite prior warnings. Such revelations would only serve to exacerbate Liemo's irritation. Su Haifeng did not harbor any illusions about leveraging a sense of human duty to coerce Liemo. He was confident that Liemo comprehended the intricacies of the matter at hand. However, it was imperative to offer something of value, as this would ultimately dictate the extent of Liemo's involvement in the forthcoming conflict. Liemo, not pursuing the details of the incident Su Haifeng alluded to, directly posed his most pressing inquiry. What benefits could the military provide in exchange for his participation? Fortunately, Su Haifeng did not resort to moral high ground as a means of coercion. Had he done so, Li Mo would have promptly terminated the call. As long as your demands are reasonable, we can accommodate you, Su Haifeng swiftly replied, sensing Li Mo's wavering resolve and seizing the moment. I require your alchemist, Li Mo stated, having long coveted the military's legendary elixirs. This, Mr. Li, old Du has a rather peculiar temperament. We may not be able to persuade him, Su Haifeng replied delicately, aware that old Du was a prized asset within their ranks, renowned for producing highly effective elixirs. Offering him as a bargaining chip could undoubtedly unsettle the situation. Then what can you offer me? Li Mo countered, not genuinely expecting to secure the alchemist from the military. His initial proposal had merely been a bold attempt to gauge their willingness to negotiate. Yet, even at this juncture, the military remained reticent, indicating that they had not yet reached a point of utter desperation. Thus, the terms could not be overly harsh, otherwise the military would have no recourse against Li Mo's defiance. Our arsenal, the stockpiled evolution crystals, elixirs, and so forth, could serve as leverage. Su Haifeng wiped the sweat from his brow and articulated the conditions they could offer, genuinely fearing that Li Mo might abruptly terminate the call and disregard him entirely. Fortunately, Li Mo did not impose excessive difficulty on Su Haifeng. He acquiesced to the proposed terms, requesting that the military provide him with a certain quantity of armaments. 10 first-tier evolution crystals, and some elixirs upon the conclusion of the battle, asserting that he would personally collect his remuneration thereafter. Su Haifeng hesitated momentarily before conceding to Li Mo's demands. To refuse him a second time would be somewhat impolite, especially considering that they were indeed in need of assistance. Very well, send a helicopter to Wuxing City to retrieve me. I shall hasten to the battlefield, he declared. Understood, Su Haifeng replied, sighing in relief once the call ended. Feeling that he had successfully summoned this formidable ally, he promptly arranged for personnel to collect Li Mo, dispatching 2 armed helicopters for escort due to the threat posed by the zombie horde. Although the airborne zombies had been decisively eliminated by the military, the remaining armed helicopters were few. Thus, the decision to allocate 2 for escort purposes underscored the military's considerable regard for Li Mo. Under the protection of the armed helicopters, the transport helicopter smoothly arrived at Wuxing City and retrieved Li Mo. Mr. Li, is it just you who will be going? The helicopter pilot was taken aback to find that only Li Mo occupied the cabin. He had anticipated that Li Mo would bring along a team, but to his surprise, it was solely Li Mo who boarded. You've only paid for 1 person, the pilot remarked. Li Mo, seated comfortably, responded without a hint of embarrassment. The pilot, somewhat speechless, mused that one could be frugal without being excessively so. However, he had no authority over the negotiations between the higher-ups and Li Mo shaking his head. He resolved to focus solely on piloting the helicopter. The journey was relatively unobstructed. The helicopter ascended to a sufficient altitude to evade the ambushes of the zombies. Soon, Li Mo arrived at the military base, where Su Haifeng awaited him on the tarmac. As soon as Li Mo disembarked, Su Haifeng approached and grasped his hand, expressing gratitude for Mr. Li's willingness to extend assistance during their time of peril. Your contributions will undoubtedly be remembered by the populace, Su Haifeng praised, believing that young individuals like Li Mo generally appreciated flattery. Enough with the accolades, they serve me no purpose. Just ensure the agreed-upon reward is prepared, Li Mo replied, somewhat unimpressed by Su Haifeng's attempts at flattery, particularly due to past experiences with the 301st Regiment. Rest assured, we are quite reputable in this regard, Su Haifeng chuckled awkwardly, taken aback by Li Mo's lack of deference. Where is the front line of your battle? I shall proceed to assist immediately, Li Mo inquired without any hesitation. Mr. Li, please retrieve your gear. It will facilitate communication with us, Su Haifeng respectfully suggested. All right, Li Mo replied, following Su Haifeng to the military logistics office where he was issued a captain's uniform, along with a set of communication equipment. Mr. Li, in light of your exceptional capabilities, the command has bestowed upon you the rank of captain. This, of course, is merely a starting point. You have ample room for advancement in the future. Please try it on and see if it fits, Su Haifeng elaborated on the origins of the captain's uniform. Having donned the military attire, Li Mo caressed the golden shoulder insignia, his heart brimming with emotions. Attaining such a rank, particularly that of a captain, was exceedingly rare before the apocalypse, and now it had come to him so effortlessly. He discerned the underlying message in Su Haifeng's words. The military sought to win him over with this rank, likely accompanied by substantial benefits. However, Liemo remained unmoved, content to maintain a cordial relationship with the military without fully aligning himself, as he believed that the constraints of such affiliations would eventually ensnare him. Mr. Lee, are you familiar with radio communication? The device provided has been connected to our channel. Should you require assistance, you can summon us using the communicator. Su Haifeng instructed Li Mo on the use of the military communication device. He also inquired if Li Mo needed any weapons. Li Mo shook his head, indicating he required no armaments, only requesting a few Fury pills to enhance his strength. Mr. Li, when consuming the Fury pill, it is imperative that you exercise caution. Should you exceed the prescribed duration, the pill will induce a sense of weakness. Remember, it should only be used in dire circumstances. Su Haifeng cautioned as he handed the Fury pill to Li Mo. Understood, Li Mo replied, though he paid little heed to the warning. Please. Though its elemental ability is no trifling matter, its potent restorative powers are more than sufficient to dispel the mere weakness brought on by the Fury pill. With all preparations complete, Li Mo set out, while at that moment, Dark Eyes had just launched a surprise attack on the rear of the zombie horde. Chapter 48, Strike. Li Mo acquired a military jeep from Su Haifeng and drove directly to the most perilous front line. According to the reports relayed through the communication channel, the northeastern defense had been overwhelmed by a formidable group of zombies, forcing the troops there to retreat. The northeastern line had significantly contracted. With the zombies pressing the front into a concave formation, they could even launch ambushes on troops stationed along other fronts. The military urgently redeployed forces to that area, striving to push the line back, for the zombies' ambushes could spell doom for the soldiers on other fronts. It was essential to reclaim the territory. And thus the military mobilized tanks, armed helicopters, and flamethrower engineers. These weapons, lethal against the zombies, were recklessly deployed to stabilize the line. Yet the onslaught of the undead was overwhelmingly fierce. The mastermind behind the zombie tide, Su Mo, recognized the critical importance of breaching this front line and began to incessantly augment the number of zombies, with evolving variants emerging in abundance. Both sides engaged in a ferocious battle on the northeastern front. As the flamethrowing engineer had just dispatched a horde of zombies, he was ambushed by a lurking clawed zombie, which swiftly slit his throat with its razor-sharp claws. Yet, in the final moments of his life, the engineer managed to detonate the grenade attached to his waist. The explosion ignited the fuel tank strapped to his back, catching the clawed zombie completely off guard. The creature was engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire until it gradually succumbed to silence. Meanwhile, a military esper known as the Puppeteer was manipulating two clawed zombies to slaughter others in their vicinity. Invisible threads connected him to the zombies, and he moved rhythmically as if in a trance, yet in reality, he was orchestrating their actions. Under his conscious control, the two clawed zombies swiftly dispatched their fellow undead. At that moment, a military jeep came to a halt in the adjacent clearing, and Li Mo emerged from the vehicle. His captain's insignia, coupled with his unfamiliar visage, immediately drew the Puppeteer's attention. After clearing the nearby zombies, driven by curiosity, he inquired of Li Mo, "Sir, why have I never encountered you among the officers at the base?" Given the limited number of captains at the base, he was well acquainted with most of them, as he himself was a lieutenant. Comparing himself to the lieutenants of higher rank, he found them quite familiar. However, the individual before him, clad in the uniform of a lieutenant, was an enigma. Today he had just been appointed as the Lord of Five Elements City. Li Mo cast a glance at this overly familiar person and explained, "You are the ruthless one who annihilated the 301st Regiment?" Upon hearing the mention of the Lord of Five Elements City, the puppet master recognized him instantly, for his reputation had long echoed throughout the base due to his extraordinary deeds. "How did you?" he began, but then decided it was better to inquire later. Quickly, let us address the immediate threat. The puppet master noticed that more zombies were converging towards them and understood that this was not the time for idle conversation. Since Li Mo donned the lieutenant's uniform, it indicated that he was an ally, likely having struck a deal with higher authorities to be present here. The puppet master maneuvered two clawed zombies to charge at the approaching horde. But before he could act, Li Mo unleashed two fireballs that swiftly met the oncoming zombies. The explosion sent the assailants flying, and after his promotion to the second tier, Li Mo's fireballs had significantly improved in quality, exhibiting enhanced lethality and a broader blast radius. Moreover, he had developed a novel technique for his fireballs, the flame seed. Li Mo hurled a fireball that appeared unremarkable, yet it would ricochet within the enemies, inflicting more precise and greater damage while minimizing collateral damage. Li Mo unleashed a barrage of flame seeds with the precision of a machine gun. sending them ricocheting wildly through the advancing horde of zombies. The inferno engulfed the undead, who writhed in agony, their mournful wails echoing as they succumbed to the flames. Utterly powerless against Limeau's onslaught. Such formidable strength. The puppeteer, initially intent on commanding the clawed zombies to assist him, halted in his tracks. His mouth agape in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the Lord of Five-Element City could wield such power, dispatching zombies with the ease of a daily meal. Perhaps only Dark Ice could rival him? No, even Dark Ice might not pose a challenge. After clearing the area of zombies, Limeau resumed his journey in the jeep, setting his sights on the front line, where the battle was most fiercely contested. "Wait, take me with you," the puppeteer shouted. Sprinting towards the jeep, only to be met with a mouthful of dust as Limeau, oblivious to his plea, pressed the accelerator and sped away. Did he perceive me as a hindrance? The puppeteer chuckled bitterly, feeling the sting of being underestimated despite being a formidable military esper. Upon reaching the other side, Limeau found the conflict escalating further. The military forces here were predominantly composed of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, some equipped with flamethrowers. The zombies were primarily led by clawed and heavy hammer variants, with various other esper zombies strategically deployed to counter the human military arsenal. When it comes to the quality of individual soldiers, humanity, on the whole, pales in comparison to the undead, despite the military having distributed numerous evolution crystals before the conflict. Transforming some into evolved beings, the question arises, can humans infect zombies? The toxic essence of advanced zombies poses a threat to humans, who are not immune. In this delicate balance, the battlefield has witnessed numerous military zombies clad in uniforms, having transformed from evolved beings, their physiques now exceedingly robust. Some retain vestiges of their former instincts, capable of wielding weapons they once carried. The soldiers, confronted with former comrades who have now turned into foes, endure unimaginable psychological strain. Forced to aim their weapons at those they once fought alongside, Limeau finds himself in such a hellish reality. It is a lamentable sight indeed. He witnesses a soldier, tears streaming down his face, pressing his gun to the forehead of a comrade turned zombie, pulling the trigger without hesitation. In the face of life and death, their choices are starkly defined. At this juncture, there is no room for compassion. Decisive action is imperative to prevent further casualties. Limeau sighs. And despite having forged a heart of steel, he is moved by the scene before him. Perhaps it falls upon me to grant them release, he muses. Gathering a seed of flame, he hurls it towards the most densely packed cluster of zombies. The potency of the flame seed reveals itself once more, swiftly eliminating the undead. Although there is a possibility of collateral damage to the humans engaged in combat with the zombies, such concerns pale in comparison to the urgency of the situation. The warriors gazed in astonishment at Limeau, the harbinger of devastation that had befallen the zombies. When had such a formidable figure emerged from their ranks? The zombies, reeling from the explosions, were momentarily disoriented. Limeau had unwittingly become the focal point of ire, and under Sumo's command, a blend of evolved and psychically endowed zombies began to encircle him with deliberate intent, aiming to eliminate the significant threat among the undead. Chapter 49. Sumo's psychological warfare. As Limeau beheld the encroaching horde, he inhaled deeply, channeling his earth elemental abilities to their fullest extent, harmonizing them with his metal elemental powers. From the very ground, a towering earth giant, standing at an impressive 6 to 7 meters and clad in formidable steel armor, emerged. This iteration of the earth giant surpassed its predecessor in stature and was further enhanced with protective armor. However, being a mere puppet of human design, the giant's agile maneuvers demanded considerable energy. Thus, Limeau opted for a more straightforward approach, adorning the giant's colossal fist with indestructible metal gauntlets. With such a strike, not even the armored behemoths of the military would withstand the force, transforming into mere scraps of metal. Positioned at the back of the giant's neck, Limeau deftly manipulated his creation. This vantage point allowed him to efficiently channel energy throughout the giant's form while simultaneously providing shelter for himself, the orchestrator. In these tumultuous times, lacking a towering guardian left one feeling rather vulnerable. Although the powers had been significantly depleted, Limeau, concealed behind the nape of the earth giant, was filled with an unusual excitement. This encounter was markedly different from his previous battle against the steel zombie, last time. He felt as if he were merely manipulating a marionette, but this experience was profoundly immersive. "Here I come, little zombies," Limeau declared as he commanded the earth giant to unleash a powerful punch towards the horde of zombies. At that moment, he finally understood the sensation of piloting a Gundam, a feeling of looking down upon all beings. The once mighty zombies surrounding him appeared feeble under the might of his fist. None could withstand the force of the Earth Giant. Damn those humans. Suemo cursed vehemently. The resilient Earth Giant indeed countered the zombies perfectly. There was no zombie with matching strength, and the Earth Giant's presence was akin to a massacre. Nearby, the only special ability zombie was one that employed poison. But what use could poison have against Li Mo's formidable Earth Giant? Since a direct confrontation was futile, then the heart must be attacked. A glint of cold malice flashed in Sumo's eyes as a sinister plan began to take shape in his mind. He commenced orchestrating the zombies to consciously capture human warriors, ensuring they would not be infected, driving them all towards a point not far from Li Mo's Earth Giant. Humans. With their emotions, that is their greatest weakness. Concealed in the shadows, Suemo smirked coldly, convinced he had identified the Achilles heel of humanity. For their deep-seated value for companionship was an inescapable vulnerability. Human enhancers. Listen closely. A psychic zombie, endowed with an enchanting voice, called out towards Li Mo. Disperse the giant at once, or your comrades shall be ruthlessly slaughtered. With that, the sinister zombie pointed to the multitude of disarmed warriors bound and helpless behind him. Each warrior was flanked by a clawed zombie, exuding an unmistakable aura of threat. Humans, do you not pride yourselves on valuing your companions above all else? Let us witness the choices you shall make. The malevolent zombie unleashed his powers, seeking to ensnare the minds of the warriors present. Of course, his trivial machinations held no sway over Li Mo. However, the captured warriors were gradually succumbing to doubt and confusion. Would the summoner of the Earth Giant abandon his resistance for our sake? Undoubtedly, for what hero has ever hesitated to sacrifice for the masses? I do not wish to die. I have only recently arrived at this base, and my wife is about to give birth. We have endured countless hardships to reach this sanctuary, and I have yet to glimpse my soon-to-be-born child. I do not wish to perish. I truly do not wish to die. Who will come to our rescue? The cries of the warriors echoed across the battlefield. While the sinister zombie coldly observed this group, hastily thrust into combat against the undead before they had even settled into the base. The sinister zombie silently commended Suemo for the cunning of his ploy. Heroes among humanity often exhibit compassion for the ordinary. And he doubted that Li Mo could remain unmoved in such dire circumstances. A tiresome charade. Li Mo let out a derisive laugh. He was no hero of the military. Merely a mercenary who acted for monetary gain while contemplating his own future. He had no concern for those who stood frozen in disbelief. Human psychics. Have you heard the wails of your compatriots? Can you truly bear to see your kin suffer? The sinister voice of the zombie had not yet finished its taunt when an alarming sight unfolded before him. Li Mo's Earth Giant rose. An abundance of soil and stone coalescing around its legs. As it stomped the ground, it leaped forward towards the location of the cacophonous zombie. Not good. The sound of the zombie's retreat echoed in vain. It was already too late. The Earth Giant descended swiftly, crushing the noisy creature beneath its weight. The incessant chattering had become unbearable. The zombies seemed to regress with each passing moment, resorting to such futile antics. Li Mo, nestled within the nape of the Earth Giant, found himself at a loss for words regarding the zombies' antics. Wisdom, it seemed, did not always equate to virtue. It merely led to the creation of frivolous distractions. Damn it. He truly does not care. Suemo exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this once effective method of intimidation would falter against Li Mo. Did he truly believe that I would refrain from taking action? Suemo immediately commanded all zombies to strike, ordering the execution of the captives. The efficiency of the zombies in their slaughter was alarmingly high. With Suemo's command, numerous heads soared into the air, their faces frozen in expressions of disbelief. They had not anticipated that Li Mo would indeed remain indifferent to their fate. Being weak is a sin. There is nothing I can do. After a moment of silent mourning for them in his heart, Li Mo plunged back into the chaos of his own slaughter. Why did he not save them? He was undeniably powerful. Nearby, a warrior witnessed this scene, unable to fathom how that human esper could so easily abandon his comrades, allowing so many lives to be forsaken without a second thought. Enough, brother, cease those futile ponderings. In this dire situation, none can claim the mantle of safety. What right do we have to demand that these espers sacrifice their lives for us, mere ordinary soldiers? His companion gently patted his shoulder, offering words of solace. Yet, he hesitated, on the verge of speaking again, but ultimately he could only part his lips in silence. Li Mo's disregard for the threats posed by the zombies led to the tragic demise of countless soldiers, a sight witnessed by many. Some deemed this a necessary sacrifice, while others branded Li Mo as cold-hearted, self-serving, and indifferent to the plight of his fellow warriors. Meanwhile, certain individuals had already discreetly deployed drones to capture the entirety of this episode, biding their time to report Li Mo's actions once the tide of the undead had been repelled. They were acutely aware of Li's background and understood that the higher echelons of the military maintained a favorable disposition towards him. It must be said that the lingering influence of pre-apocalyptic systems and regulations was strikingly profound. It was truly laughable that even in such tumultuous times, there were those still engaging in petty rivalries. Liu, however, remained blissfully unaware of these machinations. In truth, even if he had known, his character would have rendered him indifferent to such trivial matters. He would not be daunted by mere slander. Moreover, following this battle, the military will undoubtedly be severely weakened. Will they seek out Liu for this matter? Chapter 50, Bone Demon. Liu, commanding the Earth Giant, became an unparalleled force on the battlefield, invigorating the military's morale. Numerous soldiers, inspired by Liu, launched a counteroffensive against the lines formed by the zombies. Tanks thundered across the terrain. With one flamethrower tank slaughtering over 100 zombies in a relentless assault, its military green paint now stained a deep crimson. They fought with increasing valor, breaking through the zombies' encirclement with astonishing bravery, causing the undead to retreat under the onslaught of humanity. What manner of creature is this? I require assistance. A sudden transmission crackled through the military's communication channel, only to be swiftly cut off. It appeared that those on the other end had met with misfortune. I need support. A creature covered in bones is wreaking havoc. Our tanks have been dismantled by it. My coordinates are. It's coming. Another frantic message echoed through the communication channel, and Liu received this distress call. After the coordinates were relayed, silence ensued, indicating that the sender had likely perished. A creature adorned in bones? Fascinating. It seems yet another formidable entity has emerged. Acquiring its evolution crystal will surely elevate my strength further. Liu maneuvered the Earth Giant, redirecting towards the specified coordinates. Where is he headed? This is dire. The direction he seeks leads straight to the Bone Demon, a zombie. Marked by Sumo's spiritual imprint, noticed Liu's intentions and instantly deduced his purpose. Damn it, we must stop him. The zombies deploy there stand no chance against him, this local tyrant. Sumo seethed with resentment toward Liu, this earthbound giant. If he did not personally intervene, many zombies would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with this towering figure. Bone Demon, we have a troublesome adversary approaching. Heighten your defenses. In a moment of urgency, Sumo could only rely on his mental prowess to alert his capable subordinate. Liu is advancing, he announced. Understood, my lord, the Bone Demon responded within his mind. The intelligence conveyed to him would undoubtedly be accurate, yet he feared that even with his second-tier bone abilities, confronting the impending foe would prove quite arduous. Thud. Thud, the heavy footsteps of the Earth Giant quickly captured the Bone Demon's attention. He gazed in the direction of Liu, his instincts informing him that this was indeed the trouble his lord had mentioned. With a soft hiss, numerous bones enveloped the surface of the Bone Demon's body. This was his unique ability, allowing him to endlessly grow his bones as weapons or armor. Having reached the second tier, his bones were harder than steel, capable of withstanding even the onslaught of a tank's artillery. Goodness, the disparity in size is rather significant, the Bone Demon mused, glancing at the towering Earth Giant, which stood 6 or 7 meters tall, then at his own mere 2-meter stature. Where can I possibly compensate for such a size difference? My assessment is that such a colossal Earth Giant must be controlled from within by that psychic. The likelihood of remote manipulation is minimal, as the energy expenditure would be catastrophic. Look closely for any concealed spots on the Earth Giant where the wielder might be hiding. Flush out that rat lurking in the shadows. Sumo's voice resonated within the mind of the Bone Demon. As the first zombie to achieve the third transformation, Sumo demonstrated remarkable observational prowess, swiftly discerning the vulnerability of Liu's Earth Giant. If the controller could be dislodged from the Earth Giant, the creature would inevitably crumble. At that point, the Esper, stripped of the Earth Giant's protection, would scarcely pose a significant threat. The Bone Demon's arms contorted rapidly, morphing into 2 bone blades, which had already proven their efficacy in the preceding battle. He had utilized these blades to slice through the armor of several tanks, dragging out and dispatching the drivers concealed within. The stark whiteness of the bone blades gleamed with a chilling sharpness, exuding an aura of lethality. Come and kill me, you clumsy oaf. The Bone Demon inhaled deeply and bellowed, twisting and writhing in an ostentatious display, deliberately inciting attention from the nearby Liu. Has this zombie lost its mind? It leaps about like a monkey. Liu observed the Bone Demon, amusement washing over him. The taunting technique was rather lacking. Human taunts typically involve scathing remarks about one's ancestry, yet this zombie, perhaps due to its brief evolution, possessed a limited vocabulary, resorting to a few feeble insults that lacked any real sting. Nevertheless, I can sense that this zombie has reached the second transformation level. No wonder so many have perished at its hands. Its crystal is a prize I must secure. Liemo steadied his breath, honing in on the esper fluctuations emanating from the bone demon. This further solidified his resolve to eliminate the bone demon. While the bone demon was still engaged in its futile chatter, Liemo decisively commanded the earth giant to leap forth, intending to crush the bone demon beneath its weight. The bone demon, however, reacted with remarkable swiftness, vanishing from sight in an instant, only to launch an attack from behind the earth giant. The clash of its bony blades against the metal armor of the earth giant produced a sharp sound, leaving a deep scratch on the armor's surface. Liemo's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this undead creature possessed such formidable offensive power. Capable of inflicting damage upon the armor he had crafted using his extraordinary abilities. The bone demon, equally astonished, glanced at its own bony blade, now rendered ineffective against Liemo's defenses. It began to doubt whether the metal armor worn by the earth giant was a secret weapon of humanity. My king, it seems I find it quite challenging to breach the defenses of that human ability wielder. I require assistance. Realizing its attack had failed, the bone demon chose not to engage Liemo in a direct confrontation, but instead utilized its agility to create distance, initiating communication with Suemo in its mind. I will send the explosive maniac your way. Hold the line, bone demon. After leaving this brief message, Suemo fell silent. Aware that the energy of his mental imprint was limited, and once depleted, it would be lost. The explosive maniac? The bone demon frowned. It was not particularly fond of this undead creature, for its ability involved transforming any object into an explosive device, varying the nature of the explosion based on the properties of the object. For instance, explosives crafted from the evolution crystals of fire corpses will imbue the resulting munitions with a fierce fire attribute, generating an abundance of flames upon detonation. However, it cannot convert living beings into explosives, and the process of transforming inanimate objects into explosives requires a considerable amount of time, especially in the context of a rapidly changing battlefield. This individual typically serves as a mobile arsenal of explosives, posing an immense danger. Many zombies have sought out peculiar items to be transformed into explosives by him, which can be activated simply with mental energy. Naturally, this implies that others may also utilize these explosives, although it proves somewhat challenging for the mindless zombies to do so. Only the more intelligent ones can manage it. Nevertheless, it is better to have some support than none at all. The bone demon sighed, then raised his hand to slice through the stone thrown by Liemo. Boom. 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 A diminutive zombie plummeted towards the bone demon in a parabolic arc, evidently opting to traverse the terrain using explosives. Observing the explosion enthusiast with a soot-covered backside, the bone demon couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was a stroke of luck that this fellow hadn't been sent skyward by his own explosives. Chapter 51. The second phase of the boss emerges. Hey, little shorty. Pay attention. That is our target. The bone demon tapped the ground with a sharp blade, signaling the explosion enthusiast to heed his words, then pointed towards Liemo, who was sprinting towards them. I understand. The king has informed me, though the explosive man appeared disheveled and somewhat foolish. The bone demon dared not underestimate him, for he was indeed a formidable foe of the second transition level. Another zombie arrived? This one, however, entered in an oddly peculiar manner. Liemo witnessed the entire spectacle of the explosive man's arrival. It felt as though this zombie had been flung here by some unseen force. Nevertheless, the risks were accompanied by potential rewards. Securing 2 second transition evolution crystals would undoubtedly elevate my strength significantly. Liemo was unfazed by the presence of an additional zombie. He sensed that this particular undead was also a second transition level mutant, presenting a challenge. Listen, I will draw its attention directly. You should wait for the opportune moment to detonate your bomb and send that bothersome turtle flying. The bone demon articulated his battle strategy. As for why he was the one formulating the plan, it was evident that neither of the zombies possessed the intelligence to devise a strategy, particularly the explosive man. All right. The explosive man nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that the king's command was for him to obey the bone demon's directives. Thus, he would comply. The time had come. With a decisive stomp, the bone demon surged toward Liemo with astonishing speed, skillfully evading Liemo's attacks while seeking a chance to retaliate with his bone blades. Throughout their ongoing skirmish, he diligently eliminated any possible hiding spots Liemo might exploit within the earth giant. Ultimately, he pinpointed 3 locations on the earth giant: the head, the chest, and the back of the neck. These were the most likely places to conceal a person, yet they were also the most challenging to injure. He had to wait for the explosive maniac to create an opportunity. As the Bone Demon and Liemo engaged in a fierce battle, the explosive maniac seized the moment to prepare his own explosives. His explosives were stored in a special space designed solely for the transformation of his powers. With a capacity limited to 50 bombs, any excess could not be accommodated. The bombs crafted by the explosive maniac would uniformly take the form of small cubes. When the time came to deploy them, he merely needed to hurl the cubes and subsequently detonate them using his mental prowess. The firebomb was created from human evolution crystals imbued with fire attributes. The scare bomb was fashioned from a clown toy box, capable of inducing a fleeting moment of terror in nearby creatures. The candy bomb, constructed from an abundance of sweets, would erupt into a deluge of syrup upon detonation, ensnaring opponents. This was it. The explosive maniac grasped the candy bomb, took a deep breath, and his previously frail arms bulged with muscle. He then hurled the candy bomb in the direction of Liemo. What was that flying towards him? Liemo noticed the incoming candy bomb and intended to command the earth giant to evade the strike. However, the bone demon clung desperately to him, determined to impede his movements, even at the cost of sustaining injuries. The candy bomb struck the earth giant with unerring accuracy. After all, the earth giant was simply too large and conspicuous to avoid being hit. Suddenly, the candy bomb erupted, showering the earth giant with a copious amount of syrup. The viscous liquid cascaded over the giant's form, dripping down to the ground, where it rapidly solidified, rendering the earth giant's movements exceedingly cumbersome. Seizing this rare opportunity, the bone demon swiftly launched an assault on the anticipated weak points of the giant, beginning with its head, which was devoid of any metallic armor. He leapt into the air, his blade plunging into the giant's skull, only to discover that it was filled with nothing but clumps of soil. Next, he targeted the back of the giant's neck, deftly maneuvering around its head. As he prepared to strike again, he noticed the syrup covering the giant's neck gradually glowing red and growing warm. A pillar of fire erupted, and Liemo emerged from the neck. The bone demon was violently hurled away by the unexpected blast, and before he could regain his balance in midair, Liemo propelled himself forward with the flames, delivering a powerful kick that sent the bone demon tumbling through the air. "You two have become quite bothersome," Liemo declared, activating his fiery powers to incinerate the sticky syrup that had nearly suffocated him moments ago. Having narrowly escaped death, Liemo harbored a deep-seated resentment towards these two undead creatures. As the earth giant began to crumble and vanish, Liemo recaptured the elemental essence that constituted the giant, restoring a portion of his powers. The creation of the earth giant had consumed half of Liemo's energy. Had the giant not been grounded, drawing strength from the earth, he would have found it impossible to maintain the giant's form. This is also why Liemo refrained from summoning a more formidable fire giant, the primary reason being the immense consumption of his powers. After delivering a powerful kick that sent the bone demon flying, Liemo descended to the ground to draw upon the earth's energy to restore his abilities. The impact of that kick was substantial, further exacerbated by the searing flames, which rendered the demon's once pristine white skeletal armor somewhat charred. He was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the human form of this earth giant was exceedingly frail? Yet, it appeared more robust than himself. Damn, it felt akin to defeating a boss after an arduous struggle, only to have it transform into a more formidable second phase instantly. The bone demon suddenly recalled his experiences as a human playing video games. Was this not a similar scenario? He had exerted great effort, coordinating with the explosive maniac to bring down Liemo's earth giant, only to realize that this was not even Liemo's ultimate strength. Meanwhile, the explosive maniac stared blankly at Liemo, bewildered that a candy bomb, crafted from the entire reserves of a candy factory, had been so effortlessly neutralized. "No, it's all right. I still have even stronger bombs." The explosive maniac began to reach for his other explosives. The bone demon stood silently beside him, having formulated a plan to continue employing their previous strategy to create opportunities for the explosive maniac. "Explosive maniac, unleash your most powerful bomb. Do not hold back. Do not fear injuring me. Just throw it," the bone demon urged, turning to the explosive maniac. But, the king does not wish for your demise." The explosive maniac hesitated for a moment, quickly countering. "Everything is for the ultimate victory. What does my small sacrifice amount to? Next, I will bind that individual. You may unleash the bombs without hesitation." The bone demon has already resolved to face death. "Well, very well." The bomb maniac nodded with great difficulty, acquiescing to this reckless proposal. The bone demon once again engaged in close combat with Liemo, who had absorbed considerable earth energy, thereby restoring a significant portion of his abilities. He immediately cloaked himself in metallic armor and conjured a formidable water blade to clash directly with the Bone Demon. Several times, the Bone Demon's bony blades were severed by Li Mo's water knife. Although the Bone Demon could quickly regenerate, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught from Li Mo, and its regeneration speed began to wane. It seemed that the Bone Demon was on the brink of defeat. However, it was continuously gathering energy within its bones, preparing to unleash a powerful move to bind Li Mo, ensuring that the Bomb Maniac's explosives could strike directly. Chapter 52. Double Kill. The Bone Demon extracted its spinal bone, transforming it into a long, bony whip adorned with jagged barbs, designed to penetrate the prey's flesh, making escape exceedingly difficult. Any struggle would result in tearing away significant chunks of skin and meat. Although the whip's power was somewhat inferior to that of the blades, its reach was considerably greater, allowing it to engage Li Mo in a tug-of-war without the peril of close combat. Bone Prison. The Bone Demon clapped his hands against the earth, summoning several stark white bones that sealed off Li Mo's path. The external summoning of bones required a substantial expenditure of otherworldly energy, and he had accumulated this power over an extended period to unleash such a technique. Upon witnessing Li Mo ensnared within the Bone Prison, the Bone Demon swiftly wielded his bony whip, which, under his command, coiled around Li Mo with remarkable speed. Now, the Bone Demon bellowed suddenly, responding to the signal. The explosive maniac retrieved his most prized possession, the Aqua Regia bomb, crafted from the potent Aqua Regia of the laboratory, renowned for its intense corrosive properties, capable of eroding even the notoriously stable element of gold. The explosive maniac had utilized a significant quantity of Aqua Regia in the creation of this bomb, endowing it with formidable explosive power, yet it was the subsequent corrosive effects that rendered it an even deadlier weapon. Upon hearing the Bone Demon's call, the explosive maniac hurled the Aqua Regia bomb, which arced gracefully before landing within the confines of the Bone Prison, while the Bone Demon immediately distanced himself from Li Mo. Boom! The Aqua Regia bomb detonated, and the caustic liquid splattered everywhere, even corroding the very Bone Prison that impeded Li Mo's advance. Had they succeeded? The Aqua Regia consumed everything in its vicinity, a thick cloud of white smoke obscuring the Bone Demon's vision, leaving him uncertain of the outcome. Hey, explosive maniac. Throw more bombs to ensure he doesn't survive. The Bone Demon understood the critical importance of delivering a finishing blow. Without waiting for the smoke to clear, he urged the explosive maniac to continue launching bombs. Upon hearing this, the explosive man immediately produced his flame bomb, crafted from human fire element evolution crystals. He stepped forward, aiming at Li Mo's position, and launched another flame bomb. A torrent of flames erupted, scattering everywhere. The high temperature combined with the acidic environment created by the Aqua Regia led the Bone Demon to believe that the human could not possibly survive such conditions. Truly. Send me energy. Li Mo emerged slowly from the white smoke, having absorbed the surrounding flames to restore his own extraordinary abilities. Some areas of his body were charred from the Aqua Regia's corrosive effects, while the wood element worked to heal his damaged form. As the Aqua Regia bomb approached, Li Mo elementalized all his vital organs, including his respiratory system, rendering himself immune to the Aqua Regia's harm. For the parts of his body that could not be elementalized, he chose to cover them with earthen armor to mitigate the damage as much as possible. His respiratory system was directly elementalized with fire, protecting him from the detrimental effects of inhaling the acidic gases. The Aqua Regia bomb thrown by the explosive man had some effect. Yet the flame bomb merely served to provide Li Mo with energy, which he absorbed as nourishment. Damn, how much power does this guy possess? The Bone Demon twitched at the corner of his eye, witnessing Li Mo's fully elementalized head and torso, feeling a sense of despair. Don't worry. I still have more bombs. The explosive man stammered, trembling as he prepared to pull out another bomb to show Li Mo a taste of his might. Do not, my friend, continue to bestow energy upon them. I sense that your explosive devices serve merely as sustenance for them. The Bone Demon hastily intervened to thwart the bomb maniac's intention of retrieving yet another bomb. You speak nonsense. The bomb maniac retorted, pointing accusingly at the Bone Demon, his defiance evident. Very well, if the moment is not ripe, let us retreat. We are no match for this human. The Bone Demon concluded, analyzing the precarious situation. The command of the king must be fulfilled. The bomb maniac declared vehemently, glaring at the Bone Demon. Before the Bone Demon could articulate further thoughts, Li Mo would not permit them to linger in idle conversation any longer. Once sufficiently recuperated, Li Mo's assault came swiftly. First, I'll eliminate you, the one who merely tosses bombs. Under the influence of the wood element, Li Mo's charred and corrupted skin rapidly healed, scabs forming and subsequently shedding, allowing his skin to restore itself in no time. Having regained his strength, Li Mo was poised to launch an ambush on the Bone Demon duo. Li Mo understood that the most significant threat was that figure in the distance, incessantly hurling bombs. He must be eradicated. Despite the fact that the bombs posed a rather limited threat to him. He's coming, the Bone Demon exclaimed, immediately entering a combat stance. Li Mo's sudden disappearance filled him with unease. Was this monstrous human about to strike? The memory of Li Mo's prior kick remained vivid in his mind, and he recognized that this human was no less formidable in close combat than they, the undead. With a resounding boom, Li Mo propelled himself to unparalleled speeds. Aided by his fiery abilities, he employed a rather straightforward technique, continuously expelling flames from his back, including from his posterior, creating a spectacle resembling a series of flame vents. Though lacking in elegance, this method granted Li Mo extraordinary velocity. He had dispelled his fire elemental form, transforming his right arm into a water blade. The might of this water blade was unquestionable. With his enhanced speed, the explosive maniac was caught off guard and swiftly decapitated by Li Mo, who skillfully manipulated the water to retrieve the crystal from the severed head. The Bone Demon stood in a state of bewilderment. Having externalized his entire skeletal structure and significantly increased its strength, only to realize that Li Mo's true target was not him, but rather the explosive maniac, who had been lurking in the distance hurling bombs. After seizing the crystal from the explosive maniac, Li Mo consumed it to augment his power, setting his sights on the Bone Demon as his next adversary. However, he soon noticed a disturbing glow emanating from the corpse of the explosive maniac, as if a potent energy was accumulating within. Alarmed, Li Mo recognized the imminent threat of self-detonation and prepared to flee using his flames. At that moment, the Bone Demon, in a reckless frenzy, lunged at Li Mo, gripping him tightly. He even drew forth his own spine to bind them together. "Have you lost your mind? You won't survive this," Li Mo exclaimed in astonishment. "You must die, the strongest among humans. I, the Bone Demon, admire your prowess, but your existence poses a grave threat to my kind. I must eradicate you, this scourge," the Bone Demon exclaimed, its face contorted in a twisted and frenzied madness directed at Li Mo. What a lunatic, a madman. Li Mo's water blade sliced through the Bone Demon's bones as he sought to escape this perilous situation. Yet, the Bone Demon swiftly sprouted an abundance of bones, attempting to drag Li Mo toward the epicenter of the impending explosion. "Damnable creature! Perish!" Li Mo roared in fury, the water blade whirring rapidly, the sound of grinding against the Bone Demon's skull echoing incessantly. The demon's cranium was remarkably resilient, even with Li Mo's water blade. It took several agonizing seconds to breach its defenses. "Human, you cannot escape." With those final words, the Bone Demon perished. Yet its vertebrae remained tightly entwined around Li Mo. Realizing his imminent capture, Li Mo swiftly resorted to his limited abilities, initiating the elemental transformation of his vital organs. Time was of the essence. He hastily descended into the earth to mitigate the impact of the explosion. Boom. A towering mushroom cloud erupted, the body of the explosion man, transformed by his own bizarre modifications, unleashed a torrent of toxic gas, rendering it perilous for any ordinary being to approach. Even the military would find it challenging to rescue Li Mo. Cough. A series of coughs resonated amid the thick, poisonous fog birthed from the explosion. Li Mo had survived, albeit in a wretched state. His body was marred with injuries, and his energy reserves dwindled to near nothing, relying solely on the scant energy absorbed from the surrounding environment to prevent himself from collapsing in the toxic haze. What a stroke of luck to be alive, Li Mo mused, gazing up at the stars scattered across the night sky. He had battled from dawn until dusk. It was time to rest. Chapter 53. The infected dark ice. Those two malevolent demons, are they truly dead? The military has taken note of the situation surrounding Li Mo. They were unprepared for the fact that Li Mo could single-handedly vanquish two formidable generals among the zombies. With the demise of the Bone Demon and the explosive maniac, the commander responsible for the northeastern defense line immediately recognized that the time for a counteroffensive against the zombies had arrived. This commander, Colonel Dong Ronfei, is a man of remarkable resolve, orchestrating a protracted struggle against the undead forces along the northeastern front. Upon learning that the external reinforcements had successfully dispatched these zombie generals, he promptly ordered the soldiers at the northeastern defense line to prepare for the impending counterattack. Several illumination flares ascended into the sky, bathing the entire position in a bright light akin to daylight. The zombies, having lost two of their second-tier abilities, were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of humanity's iron tide, and they began to retreat in disarray. The morale of the soldiers soared, emboldened by their advantage. As they relentlessly pursued the retreating horde, driving them back into the northeastern defense area, Dong Rongfei did not forget Liemo. He immediately dispatched an armored vehicle to assist him. Upon seeing the weakened Liemo, Dong Rongfei felt a swirl of complex emotions. The ruthless individual who had annihilated the 301st Regiment was now aiding them in maintaining their defensive line. He couldn't help but reflect on the capricious nature of fate, once enemies. They had become allies in the face of a common foe. He had entertained the thought of discarding him once his usefulness was exhausted. The conditions proposed by Li Imo were well known among their senior military officers. Some harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards him, believing that he was merely taking advantage of the situation. Having been sought out by Yiming Jin despite opposition. Now, witnessing Li Imo in such a weakened state, the question arose, should they proceed with his elimination? Dong Rongfei's expression wavered, yet he ultimately abandoned this notion. After all, such an action would be rather unscrupulous, and its repercussions could significantly tarnish the military's reputation. Moreover, Dong Rongfei himself might end up bearing the blame. In truth, this course of action would surely have been a means of self-preservation. Li Imo still retained some strength. By the time he boarded the military vehicle, his abilities had already partially recovered. If the military truly intended to dispose of him, breaching their defenses would not pose a significant challenge. The elixirs provided by the military were of little use, having remained untouched during the recent skirmish, and he planned to reserve them for his subordinates. Within the military command center, Li Imo encountered Commander Dong Rongfei, who had specifically arranged this meeting to meet the formidable man. Mr. Li, you have worked hard. Please take the time to rest. We shall handle the remaining battles. Dong Rongfei said, a hint of a smile breaking through his resolute demeanor upon seeing Li Imo. All right, Li Imo replied succinctly, nodding. For he lacked the energy to engage in conversation with these military officers. It appears Mr. Li is quite fatigued. I will promptly arrange for a military physician to attend to you. Dong Rongfei observed Li Mo's exhaustion and, recognizing his disinterest in conversation, promptly instructed his aide to escort Li Imo to the doctor. Li Imo did not refuse. He currently required a tranquil environment to rest. After bidding farewell to Li Imo, Dong Rongfei's smile faded, and he lowered his head, silently scrutinizing the new intelligence brought from the battlefield. He then cast the documents aside. Reflecting on the sight of Li Mo's wounds healing and scabbing over, he found it unimaginable that such severe injuries could mend so swiftly through sheer willpower alone. Was this the essence of the abilities possessed by those with supernatural powers? Dark Ice, Li Mo, each one so formidable. Leaving him pondering how they might navigate this predicament, he rubbed his temples in mild frustration. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time, alas. It seemed that the future would likely be shaped by those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Damn it, this is certainly not the leader of the zombie horde. It's a trap. Dark Ice breached multiple defenses and eliminated a zombie lurking behind the horde, only to discover it was feeble. Far from the caliber of a horde leader. It dawned on Dark Ice that the true leader was likely not hiding at the rear, but rather among the throng of zombies. However, it was too late. During the confrontation with the 5 Elements zombies, all of Dark Ice's allies had perished, and the external reinforcement, Yi Chi, had teleported away when the fire zombie self-destructed. He himself had already expended a considerable amount of supernatural energy while battling the 5 Elements zombies. Initially, the zombie suspected to be the leader had registered as powerful within Dark Ice's perception, but upon engagement, it revealed itself to be nothing more than a hollow Fade. He swiftly dispatched it with ease. Subsequently, as Dark Ice attempted to retreat, he felt as though he were ensnared in a labyrinth, unable to find his way out. This is due to the fact that the array's supernatural zombie has ensnared him within an enchanting illusion. Dark Ice, unprepared, unwittingly stepped into its grasp. Although he appears to be advancing, he is, in truth, ensnared in place. Previously, Dark Ice's misjudgment regarding the perception of that particular zombie stemmed from the machinations of this array's zombie, which inscribed an illusionary formation upon the bait zombie, thus amplifying its strength and perception. The array zombie possesses feeble combat prowess. Despite having attained the second transition, it cannot contend with a recently evolved clawed zombie. However, when employing the array, it transforms into a nightmare for those of second transition strength. The 5-element formation seen on the earlier 5-element corpse was also its handiwork, while the subsequent self-detonation of the fire zombie served as its precautionary measure. Upon witnessing Dark Ice ensnared within the illusion, the array zombie retrieved a vial containing a dark green liquid. This was the corpse poison given to it by the zombie king, Suemo, who instructed it to infect a human adept, thereby augmenting its zombie army with newfound strength. The infected human would submit to the zombie that afflicted them. And should that zombie perish, the binding would dissolve. The duration of the illusion is fleeting. I must act swiftly. The erased zombie clutched the vial of corpse poison, which contained the toxin from the third transition zombie. Suemo, Dark Ice cannot withstand such a level of venom. Alas, the internal consumption of the poison yields superior effects. The erased zombie contemplated before commencing to manipulate the illusionary effects of the enchanting array. It lacked the strength to forcibly open Dark Ice's mouth, thus requiring some cunning stratagem. The erased zombie understood that the most cherished emotions in a human's life are the bonds of parenthood and love. Observing the icy facade of Dark Ice, one might presume he is entirely disconnected from women. Thus, let us delve into the realm of parental affection. The formation of the undead immediately conjured illusions from within Dark Ice's heart, trapping him within a mirage. In this dreamlike state, Dark Ice beheld his mother, gently holding a bowl of rice, her gaze tenderly fixed upon him. She lifted a spoonful and gestured for him to open his mouth, offering sustenance. In such a warm environment, Dark Ice's weary spirit succumbed to the comforting embrace of nostalgia. Unable to resist, he opened his mouth and consumed the food his mother had presented. In the waking world, the bottle, now drained to the last drop, elicited a satisfied nod from the undead conjurer, who recognized that their clan was likely to gain a formidable warrior. Without hesitation, the conjurer turned and fled, well aware of the folly and lingering near Dark Ice. The newly infected human adept would not possess much wisdom, should Dark Ice take a disliking to him. He could easily meet a gruesome end. Awakened by a discomforting sensation in his body, Dark Ice felt the effects of the illusion dissipate. He became acutely aware of an ominous presence within him, a surge of zombie toxin. His consciousness began to fade, signaling his gradual transformation into the undead. Desperately, Dark Ice consumed every pill he possessed, even the life-preserving elixir given by Yiming Jian, but it merely delayed his metamorphosis. It could not eradicate the toxin. This was dire. A sense of despair washed over Dark Ice as he pondered his fate. What was he to do? If he were to become a zombie, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable adversary to humanity. Chapter 54. Suemo takes action. Dark Ice trudged toward the base, dragging his infected body along. The efficacy of the life-prolonging pill was waning, and he realized that his journey in life was nearing its end. Soon, he would likely exist as a mere zombie. No, I cannot allow myself to harm my comrades. Dark Ice's voice grew fainter. He longed for death, yet his frail body could not even lift a hand. In desperation, he summoned the cold energy within him, attempting to encase himself in ice. A substantial amount of frost emanated from his form, encasing him in a solid block of ice, preserving his vital signs. Dark Ice's final wish before being frozen was that the military would discover his body in time to save him. Unfortunately, his wish remained unfulfilled. Shortly thereafter, the hidden zombie king, Suemo, appeared near his icy prison. Suemo placed his hand upon the ice sculpture, gazing at the frozen Dark Ice, murmuring, "I must admit, you are indeed a prodigy among humanity, one of the highly evolved supernatural beings. If not for my demonic pact, I might have struggled to surpass you extraordinary talents. Yet, regrettably, this advantage is sufficient for me to extinguish the seeds of humanity. Though my days are numbered, the zombie race still requires a leader. I wonder if you, now infected and transformed into a zombie, possess that qualification." With that, Suemo unleashed his power, shattering the ice that imprisoned Dark Ice. The Dark Ice tumbled from the ice block onto the ground, revealing a state of utter disarray. The once black cloak he had perpetually worn was now tattered and torn. As the venom of the dead surged once more, Dark Ice lay convulsing on the ground, the effects of the life-extending elixir gradually fading. To ensure absolute safety, Suemo injected more of the corpse poison into Dark Ice, effectively suppressing the elixir's potency. Gradually, the consciousness of Dark Ice as a human began to dissipate, supplanted by the awareness of a zombie, as he had previously been a second-tier evolved being. He retained a semblance of intellect and his extraordinary abilities even after his transformation into a zombie. His eyes turned a vivid crimson, and his teeth became sharp, marking a complete metamorphosis into the undead. "What was your name in life?" Suemo inquired warmly, for Dark Ice had now become one of his kind. My name was..." The consciousness of Dark Ice was evidently still muddled, struggling to comprehend Suemo's question. "Do not worry, you will remember in due time." Suemo did not press too harshly on his newly transformed counterpart, recognizing the need for adaptation. "Ah, yes, I am called Dark Ice," he said, clutching his head as if recalling something. "Dark Ice, is it? I shall remember." Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. "Come with me. We shall head to the front lines." You must engage in battle to acclimate yourself to your new form. Suemo greeted Dark Ice, acknowledging the significant losses suffered by the front line against the zombies. He decided to personally engage in the fray, bringing Dark Ice along, eager to witness the expressions of those humans upon seeing their hero transformed into a zombie. It would surely be a spectacle of amusement. A sinister smile crept across Sumo's face. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling stirred within him. Meanwhile, at the command center, Yu Mingjian experienced an inexplicable pang of anxiety, as if something unfortunate had transpired moments ago. What had happened to Dark Ice? The inexplicable sensation gnawed at him, prompting him to summon a messenger and inquire about any communications from Dark Ice. Report, sir. Colonel Dark Ice has not transmitted any messages, the messenger relayed. Upon hearing this, Yu Mingjian's brows furrowed deeper, his foreboding intuition intensifying. He sensed that something dire had occurred. Ordinarily, Dark Ice would send a message upon completing his mission. Yet the silence was ominous, suggesting a possible misfortune. Dark Ice still had the life-prolonging elixir I provided, so he should be all right, right? Yu Mingjian slumped in his chair, gazing at the ceiling of the command center. Since his enlistment, he had never felt such profound helplessness. Report. A voice resonated urgently from the entrance, signaling significant developments. Come in. The visitor was Su Haifeng, who entered with a grave expression, holding a tablet that displayed a paused video. What is it? Yu Mingjian rubbed his forehead, feeling a sense of weariness wash over him. It appeared that yet another unfortunate event had transpired. Commander, please take a look at this video. Su Haifeng exclaimed almost in one breath. We have discovered the true zombie king. Moreover, it seems that he is accompanied by a zombie that resembles our Emperor, Dark Ice. What? The usually composed Yu Mingjian was momentarily taken aback, hastily seizing the tablet from Su Haifeng's hands. The footage had been captured by a military drone, revealing a seemingly pristine zombie leading a tattered figure draped in a black cloak through a parted throng of zombies. The only possible entity capable of commanding such an opening in the horde could only be the zombie king. Furthermore, Yu Mingjian instantly recognized the cloaked figure as Dark Ice, his longtime colleague. Damn it, Dark Ice has truly been infected. The realization struck him with an unsettling weight. To what level had the zombie king ascended? Confirming his ominous premonition, Yu Mingjian felt a sense of helplessness. In the video, wherever the zombie king ventured, the previously dominant humans were utterly repelled. After enduring a protracted battle against the undead, the surviving warriors were physically and mentally drained, their combat efficacy significantly diminished. Some tanks and helicopters had exhausted their ammunition and were compelled to retreat to base for resupply. Meanwhile, the zombies relentlessly pressed on, willing to suffer casualties to deplete human forces. Throughout this lengthy conflict, numerous zombies had perished, falling victim to human artillery. Upon Sumo's emergence, he ceased dividing his forces to attack other fronts and instead summoned all zombies to converge, preparing for a direct confrontation with the military. The human losses have been substantial, and the zombies have suffered greatly as well. Apart from the formation zombies lurking in the rear, all second-tier zombies have been eradicated, including the painstakingly crafted 5-element zombies. Currently, the elite combat strength of the zombie horde is limited to Suemo and Bing, and the formation zombies that are unable to engage directly. On the human front, although there are several hundred superpowered individuals, a significant portion, numbering around 1 to 200, are civilians. The military also boasts over 100 superpowered personnel, who are inclined to follow orders and would not flee in the heat of battle. In contrast, the civilian superpowered individuals harbor a low loyalty to the military, and many abandon the city to escape following the zombie siege. At that moment, the military lacked the capacity to manage these superpowered individuals. Some even incited ordinary citizens to flee the city with them, yet it is not easy for ordinary folk to contend with the law enforcement. Suja had long since led a team to intercept those superpowered individuals, preventing them from leading unsuspecting civilians away. The superpowered individuals, unwilling to waste time on this matter, chose to flee directly instead. Ultimately, the military's unified approach was somewhat hasty. The superpowered individuals they had recruited had yet to develop a genuine sense of belonging. This was not apparent in everyday circumstances, but when an emergency arose, they would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else. Some even absconded with supplies from the military camp before their departure, as the military had already mobilized most of its forces, leaving primarily guards behind, who found it challenging to confront those determined to escape. However, could their exit truly be so straightforward? On a crucial path leading away from this place, another horde of zombies gathered, their leader, Sun Bin, curiously toying with the Type 20 rifle for the first time. How peculiar it was. Despite Sumo's zombie army being ahead, These individuals were retreating. Hee, however, this certainly benefits me. Chapter 55. Despair. Suemo had commenced a comprehensive assault on the central defensive line, leading the assembled zombies. With the presence of the Zombie King, Suemo, the zombies exhibited a newfound orderliness, contrasting sharply with their previous chaotic behavior. The earlier overwhelming numbers of zombies had diminished significantly, alleviating some of the pressure on his command. The armed helicopter squadron, previously repelled by the flying spears, had redeployed, vowing to eliminate the Zombie King, Suemo. The military believed that if they could eliminate him, the once formidable horde would be rendered leaderless, destined for division and annihilation by humanity. Ground forces began to assist the aerial units, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of mortar shells upon the zombie horde to prevent any potential threats to the helicopters. The remaining flame-throwing engineers, after replenishing their fuel supplies at the base, returned to the battlefield. Their flamethrowers possessed a formidable lethality against the undead, making them prime targets for the zombies. Many flame-throwing engineers had perished, yet those who remained would carry forth the will of their fallen comrades. The flames would consume the bodies of the zombies, a solemn tribute to their departed allies. The armed helicopter squadron successfully arrived above the horde of corpses, commencing bombardment on the Zombie King, Suemo. However, the power of the third-tier level was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to contend with, and the helicopters were unable to keep pace with Suemo's speed. This bombardment merely resulted in the annihilation of numerous ordinary zombies within the horde, while the shadowy figure, and Bing, evaded harm under the protection of the cold ice. And Bing conjured a multitude of diamond-shaped ice crystals, each possessing a sharp, protruding tip with formidable penetrating power, aimed directly at the helicopters above. The squadron leader witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting in alarm. He had previously witnessed and Bing unleash this technique, which could even pierce through armored vehicles. Evade quickly, and Bing's attack is imminent. The commander shouted frantically into the radio, but it was too late. The helicopters could not adjust in time as Bing's assault commenced. Frost storm. The diamond-shaped ice crystals shot forth like artillery shells towards the airborne helicopters, with a vast attack range rendering escape impossible for the squadron. Several helicopters were struck in critical areas and plummeted to the ground. Enough, Commander. The losses have been substantial. We must retreat. The commander received the order to withdraw. Gritting his teeth, time and again, these former aerial eagles faced the relentless zombies, forced to retreat repeatedly, a bitter taste of defeat lingering in his heart. Even with his unwillingness to concede, the commander could not allow his team to perish needlessly, thus he decisively issued the retreat command. Did you truly believe you could escape? Suemo observed the armed helicopters, which had turned to flee from this place, and a cold smile crept across his face. Did they truly believe they could come and go at will? He retrieved some explosives left behind by the mad bomber, having intentionally preserved a portion of those devices, convinced that they would eventually prove useful. Among them was a particularly remarkable bomb known as the infrasound bomb, designed to unleash powerful infrasound waves capable of resonating with human organs. However, the duration of these waves was brief, and the mad bomber had nearly met his demise during its creation, resulting in only a single unit being produced. Humanity, feel the resonance. Suemo inhaled deeply and activated the lethal device, unleashing a surge of power that allowed him to hurl the infrasound bomb into the sky. With a resonating hum, the bomb detonated in midair. What was happening? The captain was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what had just flashed before his eyes. Soon after, he experienced unprecedented agony. Blood began to flow from his mouth and nose as his internal organs succumbed to the destructive resonance. The pilots of the other armed helicopters suffered similarly. Devoid of their pilot's control, the helicopters plummeted from the sky, leading to the complete annihilation of the squadron. What transpired? Our helicopter squadron has been obliterated? Can we truly still claim victory? Some soldiers expressed their despondency. Everyone, even if we cannot prevail, we must fight. This is a war for our race. Can you still hope that the zombies will spare you? Can you truly expect those undead creatures to refrain from devouring you once you lay down your arms? Indeed. Hey, you folks at the back, stop chatting and lend a hand. Here they come. Within the command center, the decapitation operation has failed. We have also lost our means to effectively combat the Zombie King. Dark Ice has been infected, the Zombie King has emerged, and personnel within the base are fleeing. I truly am an inadequate leader, Yumingjian mused as he contemplated the dire circumstances. Commander, the Lord of Five Elements City has departed, taking his reward with him. Before he left, I showed him the Zombie King, and he expressed his inability to assist, Su Haifeng whispered beside Yumingjian. Understood. Yumingjian replied flatly. Is it really time to resort to that? Only a handful within the military camp are aware of the situation. when authorized to establish the Anqing base. Yu Mingjian had received permission to use a tactical nuclear weapon. Though the yield of the tactical nuclear bomb is not substantial, it would undoubtedly obliterate this horde of zombies. Even the zombie king might not withstand its blast. However, due to various circumstances, the missile launcher designated for the nuclear strike has been destroyed, leaving them without a means to launch the bomb. The only option left would be to detonate it right at their doorstep. Yu Mingjian hesitated, pondering whether there existed a solution to the horde of corpses that did not involve the use of a nuclear bomb. Deploying such a weapon would not only obliterate the zombies but also doom his own men. In the midst of this chaotic battlefield, orchestrating an orderly retreat for the soldiers seemed implausible. What would be the point of annihilating the zombies if they lost their lives in the process? At this moment, Yu Mingjian was deeply tormented. The once decisive leader found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed. He contemplated reaching out to that enigmatic figure, Yi Qi, in hopes of discovering a viable strategy. Yu Mingjian had sensed that Yi Qi harbored many secrets, and now he was left with no choice but to treat this desperate situation as a last resort. The predicament they faced compelled him to act in this manner. Su Haifeng responded accordingly and exited the command center to summon Yi Qi, who had retreated to the internal base. Upon meeting Yi Qi, Yu Mingjian dispensed with any previous pleasantries and directly inquired, "Yi Qi, do you possess any effective methods to deal with the zombie king?" "I have no effective strategies, Commander Yu," Yi Qi replied, shaking his head. Despite being a reborn individual, he found himself incapable of confronting Su Mo, who had achieved an astonishing third transformation at an alarming speed. In his recollections, the military had only fallen into disarray after this battle, being forced to detonate the nuclear bomb, with only a handful of survivors. It was then that Five-Element City swiftly rose to prominence, becoming the foremost base in its city. Yet, he could not voice the grim reality. Victory was unattainable, and he should hasten to evacuate with a few others, remembering to detonate the nuclear bomb before their departure. Chapter 56, Countdown to Nuclear Explosion Outside the Anqing Base. Li Imo accelerated in the jeep that Su Haifeng had bestowed upon him, racing towards Five-Element City, eager to depart from this treacherous locale. A gnawing sense of foreboding gripped him. If conventional methods proved ineffective against the zombie king, what recourse would the military have? Li Imo harbored doubts that such a vast base possessed no contingency measures. It was entirely plausible that humanity's ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb, was among their arsenal. Li Imo believed that even if he encountered nuclear weaponry, his fate would remain unchanged, regardless of whether the military still wielded such power. He was resolute in avoiding any risks and must return to Five-Element City swiftly. The distance from Anqing Base to Five-Element City was considerable. Even if a nuclear detonation occurred at the base, the threat to Li Imo would be relatively limited. He resolved that upon reaching Five-Element City, he would immediately burrow underground, ensuring that they could shelter for several days to evade the military's potential desperate measures, which might include launching a nuclear strike. Concealed underground would at least afford them a chance at survival. The vehicle carried the rewards Li Imo had acquired, and along his journey, he encountered little in the way of significant obstacles. He found himself pondering the whereabouts of the zombies that typically roamed the roads. Suddenly, a realization struck him. How foolish. They must have all been summoned away by Su Mo, which explained the sparse presence of zombies on the roads. However, the truth lay elsewhere. It was Sun Bin who orchestrated this. After eliminating the ability users who had escaped from Anqing Base, he deployed reconnaissance zombies. Through their reports, he learned that Su Mo had personally engaged with the human military, determined to confront them head-on. Sun Bin decisively summoned the nearby zombies, along with his own legion, and promptly set off towards the Anqing Base, intent on securing some benefits for himself. Thus, Li Mo did not encounter the obstructive Sun Bin on his way. Li Mo raced back into the confines of Wuxing City, where he immediately retrieved his stockpile of green honey, for what lay ahead would be a monumental undertaking. He intended to utilize his earth element ability to excavate tunnels underground. Concurrently, Li Mo enlisted the help of several civil engineering professionals, urging them to swiftly devise a design for an underground cavity, not overly intricate, but sufficiently robust. Upon hearing of Li Mo's request, these civil engineers were eager to showcase their expertise, and before long, they presented him with a practical and executable blueprint. Li Mo perused the plans, managing to comprehend a portion of the data, yet for the sake of caution, he decided to have one of the engineers guide him during the construction to prevent any mishaps. Song Su was also drafted into the construction team. His mimicry ability proved to be extraordinarily useful, rendering him an invaluable asset. While Li Mo was fervently laboring, the military was already in a precarious situation. Yi Qi offered no substantial advice to Mingjian. He was merely a second-tier space ability user, and facing Sumo's third-tier zombies would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Yuichi opted for the most prudent course of action, retreat. As a space ability user, his escape capabilities were unparalleled. If he wished to depart, no one could possibly impede him. Strike, strike, strike with utmost ferocity. I recall that in a previous life, this zombie king met his demise amidst the cataclysm of a nuclear explosion. Yuichi has already embarked on a vehicle departing from the Anshin base, for he harbors no intention of sharing the same fate with it. His roots do not lie here. Alas, the forces surrounding Anshin are destined for a thorough upheaval. However, such a turn of events could indeed benefit our growth. Should the military detonate the nuclear device, the two immense burdens weighing upon us would vanish entirely. This, however, would inadvertently favor that scoundrel, the Five Elements King, who, devoid of the military's checks and balances, would act with even greater impunity. Yet, this matters little. I too can flourish. There shall come a day when I surpass the Five Elements King. The zombie king, Suemo, alongside the Dark Ice, has torn open a breach in the military's defenses, successfully infiltrating their lines. Zombies pour in like a relentless tide. Some rampage indiscriminately, reaching the inner sanctum of the Anshin base and wreaking havoc within. The military fights valiantly in retaliation, but the disparity in elite combat power is insurmountable. The mightiest of their supernatural warriors have succumbed to infection, transforming into zombies, and the military's fate is all but sealed. Is assistance not yet on the way? Yumingjian had previously summoned the nearest station troops, yet they are several hundred kilometers distant, requiring considerable time to arrive. By then, it will be too late. Yumingjian has reached the point of no retreat. He is prepared to trigger the nuclear device on a timer, evacuating as many as possible. The Anshin base can no longer be held. To persist would only result in total annihilation. After leaving a portion of the rear guard behind, Yumingjian ordered the entire army to retreat, aiming to evacuate the Anshin base as much as possible. As for the civilians, he instructed that those who could be saved should be taken, while those who could not were left to their fate. The nuclear bomb had been set to detonate in 1 hour. Once the preparations were complete, Yumingjian promptly organized an orderly withdrawal of the troops, engaging in combat while retreating, thus relinquishing the hard-earned base. The rear guard was unaware of the impending nuclear detonation. Fearing to incite panic and to prevent the zombies from learning of the impending explosion, this information was kept from them. However, the rear guard was itself a perilous assignment. Regardless of whether they knew about the nuclear bomb, survival was unlikely. The command to activate the nuclear device came from Yumingjian, and only a select few were privy to this information. This was all done in an effort to mitigate losses to the greatest extent possible, or so Yumingjian reasoned. As the military's evacuation efforts progressed methodically, Suemo sensed something amiss. The military's resistance had evidently weakened significantly, facilitating the zombies' advance, which was contrary to logic. The military must be orchestrating some grand maneuver. Yet, what could this maneuver be? What could possibly eradicate such a multitude of zombies in one fell swoop? Suemo tapped his head, striving to sharpen his memories from his former life, contemplating whether the key to reversing the situation could be a nuclear bomb. A terrifying possibility took shape in Sumo's mind. The human military had suddenly reduced its troop deployment, and the zombies were advancing with such ease, as if a trap lay ahead, poised to annihilate them all in one fell swoop. Suemo increasingly felt that it was plausible for humanity to establish a foothold in this apocalyptic world so swiftly. He could not believe that there were not some hidden trump cards at play. He speculated that this ultimate secret weapon was likely a nuclear bomb. The destructive radius of a nuclear explosion was terrifying, and Suemo could not guarantee that his horde of zombies could evade its devastating reach. Thus, the only viable course of action was to ensure that the bomb was as far from the horde as possible. It was unrealistic to attempt to deactivate an already launched nuclear device. And Bing, swiftly lead the horde away from here. I must verify my suspicions. Suemo urgently entrusted everything to Bing, confident that this formidable superhuman could guide the zombie clan to greater strength in his absence. Due to the side effects of the demonic contract, his time was limited, making it the wisest choice to investigate the threat, as he alone possessed the potential to halt the nuclear detonation. Wang, you must return safely. And Bing did not volunteer to accompany Suemo. There must have been a reason for Wang's decision. You will, now hurry. Suemo smiled, patting Bing on the shoulder, admiring the superhuman he had engineered to be infected. In life, Bing had shown unwavering loyalty to the military, and even after transformation, he retained that steadfast quality. Meanwhile, the rearguard, left to desperately resist, noticed the peculiar sight of the seemingly dominant zombies beginning to retreat. This strange occurrence was promptly reported up the chain of command. At that moment, Yiming Jian, already in the evacuation convoy, learned of the development and furrowed his brow. Could it be that the zombies had discovered the nuclear bomb? That was implausible. Aside from the high-ranking military officials, no one else could possibly be aware of such information. Even his most trusted confidant, Bing, was oblivious to this matter. It could not possibly be a leak from Bing. What exactly is happening? Victory seemed within reach, yet why did the zombies retreat? The countdown to the nuclear explosion reads 20 minutes and 25 seconds. Chapter 57. Nuclear Explosion. Su Mo unleashed his utmost speed, piercing through the defensive line established by the rear guard and charging into the heart of the base. Indeed, the interior of the base was deserted. With only a few civilians left behind and some members of the rear guard remaining, Su Mo plunged into the crowd of rear guard soldiers, seizing one warrior by the collar and demanding, "Why did the military withdraw? Speak." Cough. The soldier, caught by the throat, struggled to catch his breath. Observing this, Su Mo reluctantly loosened his grip, allowing him to speak. "Go to hell, monster." The soldier did not answer Su Mo's inquiry, but instead pulled the pin on a grenade. Boom. The explosion left Su Mo covered in soot, yet it inflicted little actual harm. His third-tier physique withstood the blast. What a resilient foe. Su Mo discarded the mangled corpse of the soldier to the ground. He repeated this with several other members of the rear guard, each more tenacious than the last, cursing Su Mo before preparing to self-detonate. From that point on, Su Mo was not harmed by further grenades as soon as he heard a soldier curse him. He swiftly crushed their necks, granting them a merciful end. Something was amiss, very amiss. The unease in Su Mo's heart intensified. He sensed that the nuclear device was concealed within the base, undoubtedly in a location inaccessible to ordinary individuals. What could that place be? Command Center. The foot traffic in this area is likely not too heavy. It is highly probable that the target is right here. Su Mo swiftly scoured the city for various buildings that might serve as a command post, evading any attacks from the rear forces. At last, he discovered a nuclear warhead hidden within an unremarkable house. To amplify its destructive power, the warhead had been positioned above ground, as its potency would diminish if buried underground. This was originally a tactical nuclear weapon, possessing a relatively modest yield. A display screen adjacent to the warhead revealed a countdown to detonation, with nearly 6 minutes remaining. This is dire. There truly is a nuclear bomb. Su Mo's eyes widened at this revelation. His suspicions had materialized, fortunately. His foresight had allowed him to evacuate the horde in advance. Faced with the intricate machinery, Su Mo doubted that his limited computer skills could halt the nuclear device's operation. His only option was to move the warhead as far away from the advancing horde as possible. The zombies were not particularly swift, and it would take time for them to disperse significantly. Su Mo hoisted the warhead. Its weight was manageable for him, having reached the 3rd transformation level. Sigh. Running while carrying a nuclear bomb. I suppose this will make it into the annals of history. Su Mo chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing this was all he could do. Whoosh. The sound of rushing wind heralded the reckless activation of the demon contract's power, and Su Mo could no longer afford to hesitate. He needed to distance himself from this place as swiftly as possible. Under the influence of the demon contract, Su Mo's strength and speed surged. Approaching the limits of his 3rd transformation, he needed to move even faster. Su Mo's hair continued to fall out, and his once youthful skin was gradually becoming wrinkled and aged. His vitality was being swiftly drained by the demonic pact. Su Mo hastily exited the Anqing base. And just as he was about to leave, he encountered another horde of zombies, the very horde led by Sun Bin. However, he had no time to concern himself with Sun Bin at that moment and swiftly darted out of the base. What just rushed past? Sun Bin scratched his head in confusion, feeling a gust of wind sweep by him, followed by the sight of a fleeting shadow racing towards the outskirts of the city. Who could that be? He pondered, deciding not to dwell on it further. He still had opportunities to seize here. Listen up, my minions. This human base is now ours. Let us go forth and plunder. Sun Bin commanded his horde. A resounding roar erupted from the zombies, their excitement palpable as they caught the scent of food in the air. Sun Bin's horde scattered, hunting for the hidden survivors and rear guard units, who were utterly powerless against the onslaught of zombies. With the main forces withdrawn, they were destined to become mere fodder for the undead. Just as the zombies were unleashing their carnage, not far from the Anqing base, a mushroom cloud shot into the sky. A tremendous shockwave surged forth, engulfing the entire Anqing base. Most of the structures collapsed, and the survivors hiding within were crushed beneath the debris. Many of Sun Bin's zombies were violently tossed aside by the powerful shockwave, landing on the ground or crashing into the ruined buildings, their fates uncertain. Some foolish zombies even dared to gaze directly at the epicenter of the nuclear explosion, their eyes incinerated by the intense radiance. Sun Bin, however, was not killed in the blast, as he was not within the immediate vicinity of the detonation. Yet, he was severely shaken by the shockwave, spitting blood incessantly. Su Mo, positioned at the heart of the explosion, was obliterated to mere fragments, but his wish was fulfilled. Dark Ice had led the horde far enough away from the nuclear blast, minimizing its impact on them. Only a few weaker zombies were affected, while the evolved ones suffered little. Yu Mingjin, situated at a considerable distance from its city, donned a protective mask and gazed at the distant mushroom cloud, his heart a tumult of emotions. From this moment forward, An City would no longer be his domain. He and his soldiers could only seek refuge at other official bases. The citizens of An City were left to fend for themselves, having lost the support of the authorities. It would be exceedingly challenging for ordinary survivors to endure in a world overrun by zombies. Nonetheless, this nuclear explosion at least inflicted considerable damage upon the horde. No matter how formidable the zombie king was, he could not withstand such a detonation. At the very least, after this battle, the strength of the zombies would be greatly diminished. Dark Ice, sigh. I hope you fare better down there. Yu Mingjian believed that Dark Ice had perished after being infected and transformed into a zombie, and he felt a pang of sadness. After all, Dark Ice had been his trusted confidant, whom he had nurtured himself. The loss was indeed poignant. However, what Yu Mingjian did not anticipate was that this nuclear explosion would not only cause significant casualties among Sun Bin's horde and those remaining at the base, but would also annihilate the zombie king. Su Mo. The others have yielded no significant results. The Dark Ice will ascend as the new zombie king of the horde, and his chosen abilities remain intact, augmenting the undead with newfound strength. The prospects for humanity in An City have grown increasingly dim. Within the confines of Five-Element City, Liam, concealed in a subterranean refuge, could not help but commend his own foresight. Even underground, he felt the tremors of the nuclear explosion. Fortunately, he had hastened his efforts, consuming bottle after bottle of Qingmi, ultimately constructing an underground space capable of accommodating thousands. He also devised numerous ventilation shafts to prevent suffocation. Simultaneously, Li Mo organized a team to stockpile ample supplies, sufficient for those below to endure for an extended period. By the time the shockwave from the nuclear blast reached Five-Element City, its intensity had considerably diminished, while some structures on the surface sustained damage. The overall impact was minimal, and Li Mo had prudently reinforced the underground shelters, ensuring the safety of all. However, the nuclear explosion obliterated the hard-won electrical supply, forcing them back into an era of firelight. It appeared that a reshuffling was imminent in its city. This is my opportunity. In the underground, Li Mo sat on the bed in his private chamber, fully aware that his moment had arrived. Chapter 58. Harsh winter 5 days after the nuclear explosion. Within Five-Element City. Achoo. As Li Mo emerged from the underground, he was met with a sudden chill that prompted an involuntary sneeze. Outside, a heavy blanket of snow enveloped the landscape, with large flakes cascading from the sky. While the accumulation on the ground had formed a thick layer due to lack of human intervention, the temperature had plummeted to over -30 degrees. An exceedingly unreasonable chill for An City, where historically, the coldest days barely dipped below -10. With the onset of the apocalypse, the northern heating supply has long ceased, compelling the populace to rely on the most primitive method of kindling fire for warmth. Outside, the world is enveloped in an unprecedented chill, as Anqing faces a winter of unparalleled severity. At this moment, Li Mo cannot help but reflect on his foresight. The underground shelter he initially constructed for protection against nuclear blasts has proven invaluable. This subterranean refuge serves not only as an insulator against the cold, but is also warmed by Li Mo's extraordinary flame ability, which generates significantly higher temperatures than ordinary fire. Within the shelter, the ambient warmth is comforting. The biting cold outside is estimated to plummet to 30 or 40 degrees below zero. Li Mo shakes off the snow clinging to his garments and rubs his hands together, remarking that, thanks to his enhanced physique as a second-tier ability user, he can withstand the frigid conditions without much difficulty. It appears that the residents of his elemental city must endure a prolonged period of living in makeshift accommodations. However, they are faring worse than mere cave dwellers. At least those individuals reside in semi-subterranean homes, while the inhabitants of elemental city dwell in fully underground abodes, colloquially referred to as earth caves. Nevertheless, even while residing in these earthen shelters, the accumulated snow on the surface must be addressed. Li Mo gathers a group of robust young men, donning warm clothing, and they venture out of the cave to commence a thorough cleaning of Elemental City. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He must check on the hive and the locust tree essence. As he walks, he recalls that those two mutated creatures he had tamed remain on the surface. He wonders if they have been swept away by the shockwave of the nuclear explosion. In the urgency of the moment, there was no opportunity to relocate them. He had to retreat underground with the majority of his forces. Upon arriving at the location of the queen bee and the Sephora tree spirit, Liemo let out a sigh of relief. Both were safe and sound, with no significant injuries. Had anything happened to them, Liemo would have felt a deep pang of sorrow. "Queen bee," he softly called. "Master." A wave of psychic energy resonated, and the queen bee gracefully emerged from her hive, circling in the air as a gesture of respect towards Liemo. "Here are 5 evolution crystals for you. It should not be a problem to break through the second threshold of abilities and advance to the second tier, correct?" Liemo rummaged through his pocket and produced 5 crystals, rewards obtained from the military. These first-tier crystals held little value for him now. He preferred to bestow them upon his subordinates to expedite their evolution to the second tier. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master." The queen bee joyfully twirled in the air, expressing her delight before swiftly approaching to claim the 5 first-tier evolution crystals. With these crystals, she was confident in her ability to elevate both herself and the Sephora tree spirit to the second tier. Upon evolving, they would yield greater and more diverse outputs, enabling the production of various types of worker and soldier bees. "That will suffice. There is no need for excessive gratitude. As long as you remain loyal to me, all that is deserved will be granted." Liemo waved his hand, signaling the queen bee to refrain from further expressions of thanks. The blue honey produced by the queen bee and the royal blue honey played a vital role in the construction and development of the 5-element city, making Liemo's rewards entirely justifiable. No one would dare to voice a word of dissent. Given the current weather, venturing out to gather supplies was impractical. Vehicles would merely skid along the roads. Fortunately, I had previously stockpiled a considerable amount of provisions, ensuring that I can weather this winter without significant concern. Liemo arrived at the granary. He had previously relocated a portion of the grain underground, yet the majority remained on the surface. Following the loss of electrical supply, Liemo had initially worried about the preservation of food. However, with the temperature plummeting to such extremes, he no longer needed to fret about spoilage. This degree of cold served as a natural means of food storage. If necessary, my wood element ability could also function as a natural food producer. Within the underground chamber, Liemo had established a small cooking area, utilizing his elemental fire as both a source of light and heat. He had created a sufficiently spacious environment where he cultivated various vegetables and fruits, all rapidly ripened through his wood element powers. These fresh produce were quite rare, and Liemo designated them as primary supplies for the upper echelons of the 5-element city. Of course, for those willing to expend a certain amount of 5 elements coins, fresh vegetables and fruits could also be purchased. As for why he did not cultivate these vegetables and fruits on a larger scale to supply the entire base, it was a jest. Liemo was not the caretaker for those below. Ensuring they did not starve was already a considerable feat, so why take on more responsibility? He understood the principle that kindness can breed resentment. He could not allow such benefits to be too easily obtained, otherwise it would foster a sense of entitlement among the residents of 5-element city. If fresh produce were readily accessible without significant cost, their gratitude towards Liemo would diminish. It sufficed for them to be well-fed and warmly clothed while performing their duties. Liemo intended to maintain control over the larger picture as best as he could. Ensure that labor is rewarded. Nowadays, winter has arrived, and the vegetables and fruits once cultivated on the surface have all succumbed to frost, leaving no possibility of survival. The sole source of produce in Wuxing City has now become those grown by Liemo. The absence of electricity has rendered life quite uncomfortable. Shortly after the power was restored, I barely had the chance to enjoy it before it was obliterated by a nuclear explosion. This dreadful weather has made it impossible for me to repair the generators at the power plant. Liemo sat in his underground office, idly gazing at the ceiling. Yet his mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. It was exceedingly cold outside, and he preferred not to linger in the frigid air. Working underground was decidedly more pleasant and warm. Speaking of which, what has become of those foolish zombies? Have they turned into ice sculptures? Liemo mused. This weather suits me well. Dark Eye stood amidst the heavy snowfall, his ice attribute ability significantly enhanced in such an environment. In this frigid atmosphere, his power surged, allowing him to unleash greater strength. Low temperatures created the most advantageous conditions for him. Leader, while you revel in comfort, I am on the brink of freezing to death. Beside Dark Eye stood a trembling zombie, known as the Array Zombie. Although not particularly formidable in direct combat, He struggled in these extreme cold conditions. Unable to endure the freezing temperatures any longer, the array zombie took out some materials and inscribed a fire array upon himself, providing sufficient warmth. Oh, that's much better. The formation of zombies let out a sigh of relief as the multitude of snowflakes upon them melted away at a visible pace. Leader, shall we launch another assault on the humans? Inquired the revived zombie, having regained composure. Since Su-Mo entrusted everything to Dark Ice. The leader of the zombie horde had transformed into Dark Ice, whose strength was sufficient to command the remaining zombies. After all, many second-tier zombies perished in that battle, leaving no one capable of contending with Dark Ice. Moreover, Sumo's esteemed reputation solidified Dark Ice's rightful position as the leader of the undead. No. We must refrain from engaging the humans for now. We are unaware of what other trump cards they may possess. Had it not been for the former king's self-sacrifice, we might have all fallen victim to humanity's clandestine weapons. Our current course of action should be to lie in wait, biding our time until humanity shows signs of weakness. Then we shall strike. Trust me, the history of the human race has proven well that when united, they are formidable, yet in times of internal strife, they are capable of brutal infighting. Wise leader. The formation of zombies bowed their heads in deference to Dark Ice, recognizing that the newly appointed zombie king possessed wisdom rivaling that of his predecessor. They needed only to follow his guidance, and a luminous future awaited them. Chapter 59. The refugees deep beneath the city of 5 elements. Li-Mo felt as though he was becoming a groundhog. In recent days, with the assistance of those skilled in earthworks, he had excavated additional tunnels. The previous tunnels had been constructed as a precaution against nuclear explosions, albeit in a rushed manner. Having settled down, Li-Mo was ready to embark on the meticulous renovation and expansion of the subterranean tunnels. With the aid of his earth elemental abilities, the tasks progressed swiftly, particularly as he was situated underground, where his powers rejuvenated at an accelerated pace. He often dispatched individuals to the surface of 5 Element City for maintenance, implementing a shift system. Regardless of the frigid conditions above, it was imperative that someone remain vigilant. The surface facilities were not to be carelessly abandoned, as once winter passed, returning to the surface would be essential. It would be unacceptable to emerge into a desolate wasteland, rendering it uninhabitable. Additionally, humans could not remain underground indefinitely. Prolonged exposure to darkness without sunlight could drive one to madness. Even the elderly, weak, and children were required to ascend periodically to avert physiological and psychological issues. Not long after Li-Mo had completed his tunneling endeavors, a group of refugees arrived at the eastern gate of 5 Element City. They stood awestruck before the formidable walls, pondering the immense power capable of erecting such a lengthy fortification amidst the chaos of a zombie-infested world. Through binoculars, the refugees observed sentinels patrolling the walls, while soldiers tended to fires and braziers, roasting sweet potatoes and regular potatoes to stave off hunger. Li-Mo treated these soldiers with considerable respect. While the food may not have been gourmet, it was certainly sufficient. The stockpiled provisions for the combatants were generous, ensuring they had what they needed. And they were even able to receive some jerky weekly. In a world so ravaged, such abundance was indeed a rare blessing, and simply being well-fed was a cherished happiness. The group of refugees gazed longingly at the soldiers atop the city walls, who were basking by the warm hearth, indulging in steaming roasted sweet potatoes and baked potatoes, their mouths watering uncontrollably. The patrolling warriors soon noticed these ragged and shivering souls, trembling in the biting cold. Rather than taking it upon themselves to open the city gates, they promptly reported the situation. Before long, Minister Song Su of the Combat Division arrived at the scene. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself at a loss and decided to defer the matter to Li-Mo for a resolution. Refugees? Let them into the shelter to warm themselves. We shall provide them with sustenance. However, should they show any signs of unrest, we shall eliminate them without hesitation. Li-Mo's directive was clear: newcomers, even in the pursuit of expanding the populace, must undergo thorough inquiry and examination to prevent any extremist elements from infiltrating and wreaking havoc. Respecting Li-Mo's orders, Song Su acted swiftly, guiding the refugees to a nearby building by the east gate to seek warmth. He also stationed several soldiers at the entrance to avert any unforeseen incidents that might tarnish his standing in Li-Mo's eyes. Within a room warmed by a hearth, where sweet potatoes and regular potatoes were roasting, Song Su sat across from the leader of the refugees, a gifted individual. Nearby, a timid little girl sat by the fire, her round, bright eyes fixated on the roasted food. It was evident that she had been hungry for quite some time and longed to grab a piece for herself. Yet, due to her excellent upbringing, she refrained from reaching out for the food that lay so tantalizingly close. On the other hand, she was deeply afraid that her impolite behavior would bring trouble to her father. Song-Soo noticed the yearning in the little girl's eyes. He rather fancied children. He casually picked up a fragrant roasted sweet potato and handed it to her, saying, "Little one, you must be starving. Here, let your uncle give you a sweet potato." The girl joyfully expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, uncle," before taking small bites of the roasted sweet potato, her face radiating a blissful smile. Witnessing this scene, the two individuals seated across from each other shared a smile. The leader of the abilities users observed Song-Soo giving a sweet potato to his daughter, and his vigilance naturally diminished somewhat. As Song-Soo inquired further, he gradually disclosed the reason for their flight to this place. His name was Taoan, and they were refugees from a faction in its city. They had evaded the sweeping actions of the zombie king, Sumo, and escaped the military's consolidation efforts around its city, but they could not escape the harsh winter. The winter was a natural calamity, not something one could simply evade. Their leader, indulgent in pleasure, had no foresight, leaving them with no provisions. They consumed whatever food they could find without saving any, fearing that if they did not eat today, they might perish tomorrow. The management of their camp was chaotic, various shadows of darkness proliferating within. Ultimately, when winter arrived, they had scant warm clothing, and ordinary people could barely find shelter, resorting to makeshift tents for refuge. As winter descends, the inadequately insulated tents have led to the tragic demise of many, freezing to death, following the onset of the food crisis. The lifeless bodies have tragically become a source of sustenance for those driven to desperation by hunger. The frigid temperatures have remarkably preserved these corpses, with little sign of decay. Though they may be challenging to chew, akin to gnawing on a block of ice, this is a preferable alternative to succumbing to starvation. The leader's numerous atrocities have rendered the populace wretched, and Taoan, unable to bear the suffering, clings to a vestige of humanity amidst the apocalypse. He has always harbored deep sympathy for those enduring hardship. Moved by the pleas of the people, he implores the leader to reconsider, warning that if this continues, survival will be impossible for all. However, such a powerful figure is not one to heed the words of others. It is evident that, in this post-apocalyptic world, those who wield power often lose their humanity. Many have been oppressed for far too long, and their thirst for strength leads them astray, prompting them to commit acts that incite public outrage. The leader promptly summoned everyone, confronting the ability wielder in front of the crowd, stating, with such prowess, "Why not ask them who would be willing to follow you?" He presumed that given the harsh conditions outside, few would choose to side with the ability wielder. To his astonishment, the individual commanded such respect that over 2/3 of the crowd expressed their willingness to follow him. The leader had completely lost the support of the people. Those who once followed him did so merely for the sake of protection. Now he must bare his soul to these individuals, but if they choose to follow that scoundrel, they truly are fools. You all are wonderful, truly wonderful. Planning to betray me, are you? Following that rascal Taoan, are you? Excellent. The leader, infuriated to the point of mockery, resolutely resolved to eliminate these traitors. He was acutely aware that by dispatching Taoan, this seemingly united group would scatter like birds and beasts, returning once more to his dominion. However, just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, rendering him unstable on his feet. He had been drugged. Taoan, emboldened to resist, had his own trump card. He had previously persuaded the leader's confidant to administer the poison at the opportune moment. This confidant, forcibly taken by him, had endured his perverse whims, even witnessing him murder her husband before her eyes. This act had sown the seeds of vengeance deep within her heart. When Taoan approached her, their aims aligned perfectly. The drugged leader was utterly powerless to resist. Despite being an ability user, he found his limbs weak and unresponsive, unable to wield his powers. After all, these substances, strictly regulated before the apocalypse, had been recklessly forced into his system. He was ultimately trampled by those he once scorned as lowly, particularly that woman he had violently seized, who had decisively severed his roots. They fled amidst the chaos, suffering numerous losses along the way, even encountering slumbering zombies in the icy wilderness. Should they venture too close to these undead, the zombies would awaken and pursue them relentlessly. Upon their arrival at Wuxing City, the original group of over 300 had dwindled to merely around 100, a lamentable loss indeed. Chapter 60, News of the Monsters. Upon learning the origins of these beleaguered refugees, Song-Soo merely sighed, refraining from any overt displays of sympathy. After all, in the wake of the apocalypse, he had witnessed far graver tragedies. The populace within Wuxing City, aside from the local residents of Yunjin, was predominantly composed of individuals who had fled from various regions for myriad reasons. Have you encountered any formidable monsters along your journey? Song Su inquired. A question that echoed the utmost concern of Liemo. With the onset of winter rendering exploration a laborious endeavor, resources were scarce, thus, without precise intelligence, Liemo would strive to minimize excursions. Yet, the advancement of supernatural abilities must not be stifled, for the zombies continued their relentless evolution. Should Liemo and his fellow leaders cease to progress, they would inevitably fall victim to the undead. The military in city served as a gruesome testament to this truth. The emergence of a third-tier zombie, Suemo, had united the horde, unleashing unprecedented power that shattered the military's defenses in city. With such a cautionary tale in mind, Liemo was eager to enhance his own abilities. Therefore, whenever outsiders arrived in Wuxing City, he instructed his subordinates to inquire if they had encountered any formidable creatures along the way. Formidable monsters, you say? Let me ponder, Taoan mused, falling into deep contemplation. Once, while traversing a path, we beheld a monstrous creature capable of flight. This creature was of considerable size, surpassing even the largest raptors I have ever encountered. It resembled a winged lizard, entirely cloaked in white, its body seemingly enveloped in thick scales. I could only steal a distant glance at it, yet an overwhelming sense of dread surged within me, as if that beast could pounce at any moment and rend me asunder. Hastily, I led our party away from the vicinity. Incidentally, I spotted this creature to the south of Anqing. When recounting the encounter, Taoan's face was etched with lingering fear, clearly indicating that the creature had left an indelible psychological mark on him. Song Su listened patiently to Taoan's account, nodding in acknowledgement. The description of this creature was indeed formidable. It was highly plausible that it was a powerful beast, and I believe that upon hearing this news, Lord Liemo would be quite pleased. Now, let us discuss your unique abilities, so that we may appropriately assign you a position. Taoan hesitated momentarily. After all, one's abilities are the last resort in a post-apocalyptic world. Casting a glance at his daughter, who was relishing a roasted sweet potato, he steeled himself and revealed his power. My ability is potion specialization. I can concoct various potions using diverse materials. The potion I previously prepared for that scoundrel was crafted by my own hand. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Song Su gazing at him with an intense fervor, making him feel rather uncomfortable. Please hold on. I need to report this to the leader. With an exhilarated heart, Song Su dashed out of the room, eager to report the splendid news, along with the information regarding the monsters, to Liemo. Upon receiving this news, Liemo's eyes sparkled with delight. He promptly made a decision to grant Taoan the authority to establish an apothecary within the confines of the five-element city, along with a monthly stipend of 35 element coins, a sum that could be considered quite generous. Coupled with the profits from the apothecary, Taoan would undoubtedly become the wealthiest individual in the entire five-element city, second only to Liemo himself. In contrast, the esteemed minister of the battle department, Song Su, received a mere 55 element coins each month. Thus, 30 coins represented a substantial income, ensuring a comfortable living for both him and his daughter. Naturally, each month, he would also be required to contribute a certain quantity of potions to the city's treasury as a form of tax. For the privilege of operating the apothecary could not be granted without obligation. Returning to the room with Liemo's terms, Song Su conveyed the news that the leader of this place was willing to accept them and had offered such favorable conditions, prompting Taoan to express his heartfelt gratitude. Song Su remarked that everyone in the five-element city must contribute within their capacity to sustain their lives, as the city would not harbor idleness. Hearing these words, Taoan nodded in agreement, having little to add. After all, in comparison to their previous circumstances, this was akin to paradise. Subsequently, Song Su escorted the group of refugees to a medical facility where members of the medical department would conduct blood tests. Of course, the purpose of the blood draw was not for analysis. Given the absence of electricity, such an endeavor was impractical, but primarily to ascertain whether any individuals had been infected by zombies. Once an individual is infected with the zombie virus, their blood emits a foul odor, making it readily distinguishable. A mere whiff suffices to discern it from that of an untainted person. In the shadows, Song Su discreetly handed a small pouch of 5 element coins to a medical staff member responsible for drawing blood, who, in return, surreptitiously presented a test tube filled with blood to Song Su. Is everything in order? Song Su inquired, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the medical worker. Rest assured, Lord Song, I personally oversaw the extraction of this blood. It is undeniably authentic. To ensure your satisfaction, I even used a larger test tube for the collection. The medical staff member replied, A smile plastered on his face while his grip tightened around the pouch of 5-element coins, an amount he could scarcely earn in a month. Excellent. Should any complications arise, you shall pay with your life, Song-Su remarked, taking the test tube and turning to leave. The vial contained the blood of Talon, and Song-Su's interest in it stemmed from his unique ability as an imitator, which necessitated the blood of other supernatural beings to function. Collecting the blood of such individuals had always been Song-Su's pursuit. There was even an occasion when he attempted to extract some blood from the queen bee for consumption, only to be stung mercilessly by her swarm. This time, he had acquired the blood necessary for the potion specialization ability, allowing him to concoct potions for his own use. However, lacking the rights to operate a potion shop, the prospect of selling was rendered impossible. Meanwhile, Talon, bewildered, pondered why the test tube was so small when his blood was drawn, yet so large in his case. He surmised it was likely due to his abilities as a supernatural being. Indeed, he was an extraordinary individual, and it seemed reasonable for him to undergo a more extensive blood draw. Thus, he consoled himself. Upon learning of a formidable creature lurking in the southern region of Anqing, Liemo found himself in a state of dilemma. He had two expedient methods to rapidly enhance his powers. The first was to hunt down the rumored mighty beast, which proved elusive. Even though he had heard it was spotted in the southern part of Anqing, locating it would still require considerable effort. The second option was to venture to the site of the nuclear explosion to see if any radioactive metals remained. Liemo intended to harness his gold elemental abilities to absorb those radioactive materials, enabling him to expend his powers to manipulate them thereafter. Radioactive substances had always posed a grave threat to all living organisms, including zombies. The area rendered hazardous by the nuclear blast had become a no-go zone for any creature. Fortunately, it was merely a tactical nuclear device, with a limited radius of radiation, confined to a small area. Should Liemo manage to absorb some radioactive metals, it would significantly bolster his strength. However, he harbored apprehensions about the potential for lethal radiation exposure, even as a second-tier supernatural being. He was reluctant to confront the radiation, especially without protective gear. Should he venture there unprepared, he would face certain death. Thus, Liemo resolved to focus his efforts on locating the elusive flying creature, which, though difficult to find, was far less perilous than traversing the treacherous radioactive wasteland. Chapter 61. Ready for action? Could it be a winged lizard? 2 days after the refugees arrived, Liemo pondered over the words relayed to him by Song-Su, finding the description reminiscent of a Western dragon. It was merely a jest. Dragons are formidable magical beings from mythology, and perhaps this creature was nothing more than a mutated lizard with wings. Liemo shook his head, discarding such an impractical notion. However, one must exert full effort even when battling a mere rabbit. Moreover, Liemo was facing the unpredictable circumstances of southern Anqing, where the true strength of that monster remained uncertain. He had to prepare meticulously. With the arrival of an apothecary at the base, Liemo was determined to maximize Talon's potential. He promptly brought Talon into the storeroom of Wuxing City, instructing him to gather materials to concoct useful potions. Upon encountering Liemo, Talon immediately sensed the subtle aura of authority emanating from him, recognizing him as the ruler of Wuxing City. And thus he dared not be negligent. After a thorough search of the storeroom, the most viable materials for crafting beneficial potions he discovered were the qingmi and the fruit of the Sephora tree, known as huaijiao. These ingredients could be utilized to create potions that restore mental and supernatural energy, yielding results far superior to the original effects. Most of the qingmi and huaijiao in the storeroom were of the first-tier level, with only a small portion at the second tier, as the qingmi queen and the Sephora tree spirit had only recently advanced to that level. Liemo had long been dissatisfied with the recovery effects of consuming qingmi directly. Having reached the second tier himself, the restorative properties of the first-tier qingmi paled in comparison to the rejuvenation afforded by his Wuxing cycle. Just then, a pharmacist arrived, and thus Liemo decided to have him directly concoct the restorative potions from the azure honey. Talon readily agreed. Initially, he intended to find a more secluded location for the potion-making process. However, under Liemo's insistence to observe the procedure, he resolved to carry out the task in the open space of the storeroom. Before Liemo's eyes, Talon activated his supernatural abilities, summoning a fully automated potion-making machine. Following the sensations his powers provided, he meticulously added the azure honey and locust flower buds into the input chamber in precise proportions. He then pulled the lever adjacent to the input chamber, and with a rumbling sound, the machine sprang to life. A funnel-shaped apparatus connected to the output spout led to 5 tubes, each directing the flow into separate bottles. As the machine operated, the 5 containers rapidly filled with a pale green liquid, and soon, The restorative potion crafted from the azure honey and locust flower buds emerged fresh and ready for use. Liemo stood by in astonishment. He had initially imagined that Talon would create the potions manually. To his surprise, his supernatural ability allowed him to manifest a machine for potion making. How remarkable it was that the process had become so automated in this era. With such efficiency, Talon produced a total of 20 bottles of restorative potions, each a blend of azure honey and locust flower buds, both known for their cognitive enhancing properties and ability to restore supernatural abilities. The resulting potions held the same effects. While I may not possess the prowess of military alchemists, I have a pharmacist at my disposal, Liemo thought gleefully, clutching a still-warm bottle of potion, eager to test its efficacy. After rigorous testing by Liemo, it was determined that the potion concocted from the combination of Qingmi and Huaijiao exhibited effects more than twice as potent as simply consuming Qingmi alone. Furthermore, the taste was significantly improved, and the recovery time was markedly enhanced compared to direct consumption of Qingmi. Liemo, thoroughly impressed with the elixir crafted by Talon, ensured that his efforts were not in vain. He rewarded Talon with 5 out of the 20 vials produced. After consuming 1 vial himself, Liemo carefully stored the remaining 5 in his satchel, distributing the 9 leftover vials judiciously, 5 to the combat department and 4 to the medical department, as the members of these divisions bore the brunt of exhaustion and possessed the highest consumption of abilities. This allocation seemed both reasonable and fair. Once everything was prepared, Liemo set his sights on the southern district of An City. Although Song Su expressed a desire to accompany him, Liemo declined, asserting that Song Su needed to oversee the situation in Wuxing City in his absence. After all, apart from Liemo, Song Su was the most formidable fighter. Should he consume Liemo's blood, he would transform into a diminutive version of Liemo, rendering him nearly invincible against peers of equal standing. Hearing that he could not join Liemo on this venture dimmed the light in Song Su's eyes. Previously, when Liemo had sought assistance from the military, he had not been included, and the current exclusion stung deeply. Was his strength truly deemed insufficient for exploration? Leader, is my power truly inadequate for such endeavors? Song Su pondered, fully aware of the adage that one thrives in adversity and perishes in comfort. He yearned for battle, even embracing the prospect of meeting his end amidst the struggle against the undead. There is no intention to belittle your abilities. It is merely that the journey ahead entails certain dangers, and I may not be able to safeguard you. Liemo resolutely dismissed Song Su's desire to venture out, for opportunities to hone one's combat spirit abound, and he could not allow the talents of Wuxing City to perish within such peril. Very well. Song Su comprehended Liemo's sentiments and refrained from further remarks. He understood that once Liemo made a decision, it was exceedingly difficult to alter. After my departure, the responsibility of maintaining order in Wuxing City will fall upon you. Do not let me down. Liemo rose from his office chair, patting Song Su's shoulder. Furthermore, Song Su, I am aware of your clandestine acquisition of Talon's blood. Liemo's sudden revelation caused Song Su to shudder, despite conducting everything in secrecy. How could this be? I am sorry, Chief. I was in the wrong. Song Su immediately apologized, recognizing that his actions had not been sanctioned by Liemo. Should Liemo choose to exact retribution, he would be utterly defenseless. Considering Liemo's profound disdain for betrayal, he vividly recalled the incident involving Wang Hao. He wished not to become the second Wang Hao, although he had not truly betrayed. He feared Liemo might question his motives, as his intentions were merely to earn a little extra. It is of no consequence. A stream that is too clear harbors no fish. I can understand your actions, so long as you do not overstep your bounds. I shall pretend not to have seen anything. A smile adorned Liemo's face, yet to Song Su, it was laden with implicit menace. Well, all right, thank you. Leader. Under the imposing presence of Liemo, Song Su spoke with a hint of stammering. The more he witnessed Liemo's extraordinary powers, the more he found them terrifying. He felt a profound mixture of respect and fear towards Liemo. You may leave now. It seems you are quite frightened. Noticing the right moment had arrived, Liemo gestured for Song Su to hasten his departure. As Song Su turned to exit, Liemo's light-hearted voice drifted over once more. Oh, and do refrain from retaliating against my beloved medical staff. They are invaluable human resources. Song Su paused momentarily, muttering his understanding before swiftly making his exit. Indeed, he had harbored thoughts of vengeance, but Liemo's words extinguished that notion entirely. Human nature remains unchanged, even in the face of an apocalypse. Introduction to the Recovery Potion, crafted by the alchemist Tao and of the 5-element city. Ingredients and process. A specific ratio of locust flower buds and green honey is blended. Effects. This potion significantly enhances the mental recovery ability and power restoration capacity of the ability user for a limited duration, with effects varying from person to person. Talent's commentary: what to do when your powers fall short in battle. Just drink Talon's recovery potion. Chapter 62. The Frozen World. Having organized his belongings and settled matters within the five-element city, Liemo embarked on his journey. After assimilating the evolution crystals from the Bone Demon and the Explosive Maniac, Liemo's strength had markedly improved, and the range of his elementalized body had expanded significantly. Liemo harbored a premonition that upon reaching the third transformation level, he would be able to fully elementalize his body. He had already experienced the formidable effects of an elementalized physique. Had it not been for this transformation, he would not have easily overcome the assaults of the Bone Demon and the Explosive Maniac. On this expedition, Liemo was determined to acquire a sufficient quantity of high-grade crystals to expedite his ascension to the third transformation tier. He had witnessed the formidable prowess of the Zombie King, Suimo, in the recordings at that moment. The notion of confronting the Zombie King had not even crossed his mind. Though he frequently honed his skills through battle, Liemo had no penchant for courting death. Fortunately, that third transformation Zombie King had perished in the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Otherwise, as long as he remained alive, the zombies would perpetually wield the sword of Damocles over humanity. The rapid evolution of zombies was alarming, and Liemo felt compelled to hasten his own evolution. After all, military support was assured this time. What about next time? In truth, Liemo need not be overly concerned, as zombies of Sumo's caliber were exceedingly rare anomalies. The emergence of another of such ilk would be a daunting challenge. Regardless, Liemo remained at the forefront of both human and zombie evolution. The distance from the five-element city to the southern part of an city was considerably lengthy, and given the heavy snowfall, driving was impractical. Thus, Liemo opted for the more direct approach of walking. With a backpack containing essential supplies slung over his shoulder, he embarked on his solitary journey. As he journeyed forth, Liemo found himself surrounded by a silvery world, where an unsettling silence enveloped the landscape. The zombies that once roamed the roads seemed to shun this frigid weather, which, perhaps, was a stroke of fortune for the survivors. It was indeed bitterly cold. Liemo exhaled, the warmth of his breath threatening to crystallize in the frigid air. Shaking his head, he realized that enduring such cold was unfeasible. Thus, he summoned his fire elemental abilities, the flames swiftly dispelling the chill that clung to him. He traversed this frozen realm with remarkable speed, and after passing through a desolate, abandoned town, he soon beheld the ancient city walls at the edge of an city. Though labeled as ancient, these walls had been maintained with modern fortitude, standing robust against the elements. A thick blanket of snow covered the ramparts, and Liemo noticed a multitude of snowmen dotting the surface, aware that most of these figures were merely dormant zombies. Throughout his journey, he encountered several snowmen. Upon sensing the presence of the living, they would awaken and launch their frozen forms at him. However, the threat posed by these frostbitten zombies was minimal. Liemo hardly needed to exert himself, as a mere kick could shatter their brittle bodies into fragments. Suddenly, he pondered the fate of the young man known as Dark Ice. Surely, in such an environment, his abilities would be significantly enhanced. As Liemo shattered the frozen zombies, he thought of this military chosen one, whom he held in high regard, believing that given time, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for humanity. What Liemo remained oblivious to was that the Dark Ice he had encountered had ascended to become the new zombie king among the horde, a formidable pillar for humanity. Or rather, a blade poised to pierce through it. Suddenly, he noticed smoke rising from the tower atop the city walls. Could it be that amidst this frigid landscape, there were still souls lingering here? Without hesitation, Liemo activated his fire element flight mode, soaring from the ground to the tower above. Upon landing on the ramparts, he had scarcely taken 2 steps before triggering an alarm trap, its shrill bells ringing out instantly. Quite the alertness, he mused, commending the cleverness of the trap he had failed to detect. Who goes there? A voice laced with caution inquired. As a man brandishing a handgun cautiously peered out from the tower, only to be confronted by the sight of Liemo, enveloped in flames. An ability user, and yet a zombie? The man gulped, gathering his courage to question. Simultaneously, he glanced back into the tower, signaling to a few individuals within, who promptly began to discreetly retreat in another direction, hoping to evade Liemo's attention. I am an ability user, so there is no need for alarm. I merely wish to pose a few inquiries, Liemo replied, forcing a smile as he advanced slowly. I know nothing. Don't come any closer. If you do, I swear I'll shoot. The man exclaimed, panic evident in his demeanor as he aimed the gun at Liemo. His fear of those who could breathe fire or spew water was palpable, They were all monstrous beings akin to zombies. No, in fact, some ability users were even more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Indeed, have you been utterly paralyzed with fear by the Esper? Liamo shook his head to him. A handgun was virtually ineffectual, hardly more useful than a mere stick. Observing the man's reaction upon encountering the Esper, Liamo surmised that this individual had undoubtedly suffered at the hands of an Esper before. Without hesitation, he advanced and confiscated the man's firearm. If one must kill, then let it be so. The captured man, seemingly resigned to his fate, uttered a single phrase before lowering his head in silence. Yet, internally, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his wife and daughter had managed to escape while he diverted Liamo's attention. Had they fallen into the clutches of a malevolent Esper, their fate would have been dire indeed. Enough of that death-defying facade. I have no interest in slaying a weakling like you. Liamo scoffed, disinterested in engaging in such cruel executions. HM? The man was puzzled. What exactly did this Esper intend to do? I merely wished to pose a few questions, Liamo stated as he pushed the man into the tower. Within, he noticed a pile of burning embers on the ground, surrounded by 3 half-consumed cans of fish and 2 unopened tins of luncheon meat. Nearby lay a bottle of mineral water and a can of oranges. 2 trails of snow-laden footprints extended from the interior of the tower to the outside. And Liamo noted this with understanding. Ah, it appears there are others here. Liamo nudged the man toward the fire, gesturing for him to sit and converse. As it happened, he was feeling a bit peckish. Upon sighting the delectable provisions, Liamo exhibited no restraint, disregarding their ownership. He promptly seized an unopened can of luncheon meat, pried it open, and began to consume it voraciously, witnessing Liamo unabashedly devouring the hard-earned supplies. The man's eyelids fluttered with agitation. He yearned to voice his discontent, yet the formidable presence of Liamo stifled his resolve, compelling him to adopt a subservient demeanor. Hoping that he might swiftly conclude his inquiries and depart, after indulging in an entire can of luncheon meat, Liamo proceeded to devour the remaining canned oranges and another can of luncheon meat with equal fervor. The man could only watch helplessly as Liamo feasted upon what rightfully belonged to him. The taste was delightful. Liamo wiped his mouth and then began to pose his questions. Meanwhile, the man, fixated on Liamo's bulging backpack, seethed internally, cursing Liamo's ancestry for his sheer audacity. How could one be so shameless? Alas, he found himself at the mercy of another, and thus he endured. Have you encountered a large flying lizard in the southern part of Anqing? Liamo inquired, describing the creature mentioned by Towan, for the information provided was too vague. He needed to consult someone from this area for further details. A flying lizard? Let me think. I believe there might be one, but wait. Why can't I recall anything? The man scratched his head, desperately attempting to sift through his memories, yet he seemed unable to recollect anything pertinent. Take your time. No rush, Liamo remarked with a semblance of a smile, though his right hand conjured a fireball that ominously approached the man's head. Alas, what a memory I possess. That flying lizard has been spotted soaring above the southern part of the old town and its city. I have witnessed its majestic flight several times. Sir, that is all I know. I am not privy to any further details. The man hastily replied, unaware that cold sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments. The old town, you say? Once Liamo had ascertained the direction, he ceased to trouble this ordinary soul, who merely sought to survive. Very well, I shall take my leave. Do take care. Liamo dusted off his clothes and departed from the city tower. After observing Liamo's distance grow, the man finally exhaled in relief, only to discover that his firearm seemed to have been taken by Liamo, cursed ability user. Chapter 63, Confrontation with the Ice Dragon. Thereafter, Liamo's objective was to head directly toward the old town. He opted to traverse the ancient city wall, which stretches over several kilometers. By proceeding westward from the city tower, he would reach the old town of its city. As he journeyed, he encountered numerous signs of devastation, with some sections of the ancient wall having crumbled away. Liamo chose to leap over the collapsed parts, as it was evident that fierce battles had transpired here. The further he advanced, the more extensive the destruction became, with certain areas even displaying large patches of unmelted ice. Gazing at the ice, Liamo unleashed his otherworldly flames from the palm of his hand, only to be astonished by the realization that even his fiery powers would struggle to melt this frost. How peculiar. Liamo furrowed his brow. This was undoubtedly not a product of natural formation. The ice resembled the manifestation of an extraordinary ability, a type of frost that would require considerable effort to melt even with the application of supernatural flames. Previously, he had only encountered such ice on the enigmatic figure known as dark ice. Moreover, the strength of this particular ice was at least equal, if not superior, to that which he faced in combat with dark ice. It appeared that this creature was formidable indeed. Upon reaching this conclusion, Liemo felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins. This was precisely as it should be. The crystals he would obtain would only be more potent. Liemo pressed onward, seemingly meandering leisurely. Yet in truth, he had fully entered a state of heightened vigilance. The cycle of the 5 elements was fully activated, and he was gradually drawing supernatural energy from his surroundings. Along the way, he encountered numerous ice sculptures, each encasing the remnants of the undead, animals, and even humans. Remarkably, he also spotted a massive elephant, likely having escaped from a nearby zoo, now transformed into an ice statue. Upon reaching the old city district, Liemo quickly noticed a colossal structure of ice. This edifice bore a striking resemblance to the large stadium located in the southern part of the city. The expansive ground had been entirely frozen over by the ice. A meticulous examination revealed that this frost was indistinguishable from what he had previously encountered. Once a venue for leisure and exercise, it had now become the lair of that monstrous entity. Surrounding the stadium lay an abundance of skeletal remains, evidence of the creature's past prey. Liemo unbuckled his backpack and retrieved a vial of restorative elixir, consuming it immediately. He then tucked the remaining 4 vials into the pouch at his waist. The creature possessed an acute vigilance. As Liemo approached the vicinity of the stadium, it abruptly stirred from its slumber, soaring into the sky to scrutinize this unwelcome intruder. Its gaze was laden with suspicion. Unlike the prey he had effortlessly dispatched in the past, this seemingly insignificant human exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, compelling the creature to exercise utmost caution. Liemo, with one hand shielding his eyes from the sun's glare, observed the beast hovering above. While he appeared outwardly calm, internally he was assimilating the information bestowed upon him by his chosen identity. The ice dragon, a mutated giant lizard endowed with frost capabilities, seemed to have awakened some ancient lineage due to a viral mutation, endowing it with formidable power and extraordinary abilities. The ice dragon was a treasure trove. Its blood could enhance one's corresponding attribute resistance, its bones could be forged into powerful weaponry, its scales were suitable for crafting robust armor, and its tendons could be transformed into formidable bows. Moreover, the dragon's evolutionary crystals could significantly augment the strength of the user. Splendid, given the multitude of advantages it presented. I shall claim this ice dragon today. With a swift review of the information coursing through his mind, a surge of murderous intent surged within Liemo. So, that creature in the sky is called the ice dragon, is it? Then today, Liemo shall embark on the quest to slay a dragon. The ice dragon narrowed its massive eyes, fixating on the diminutive figure below, its jaws parting slightly as it unleashed a blast of icy breath directed at Liemo. Liemo was enveloped in flames, unleashing a formidable speed as he deftly dodged the icy breath of the dragon. Wherever the dragon's icy breath swept across the ground, it transformed into vast expanses of frost. The dragon, perched high above, continuously created a frozen terrain to exploit its altitude advantage. On this icy surface, Liemo found his pace considerably hindered. Should he run too swiftly, he would inevitably slip. Do not presume you are the only one capable of flight. With a surge of elemental energy, Liemo activated the 5 elemental cycles, rapidly converting his other abilities into fire-based powers. Flames erupted from his feet and back, propelling him into the sky. In such frigid conditions, the ice dragon likely thrived, compelling Liemo to act swiftly. Ascending into the heavens, Liemo recognized that the ambient elemental energy had diminished significantly. He would have to rely on his own powers to swiftly subdue the ice dragon. Fortunately, he possessed 4 vials of restorative potions, allowing him to endure the short-term energy expenditure. The ice dragon widened its eyes in disbelief. It had not anticipated that this wingless human could indeed soar. When had humanity ever achieved such aerial prowess without external aid? However, the dragon remained unperturbed. So what if the human could fly? The strength of its flesh was on an entirely different level. Did the human truly intend to confront it head-on? Liemo's ascent was not for a direct confrontation. He had meticulously devised a strategy. First, to implant a seed of wood element upon the ice dragon. Then to utilize wood-based abilities to hasten the growth of vines that would ensnare the dragon and restrict its movements. Ultimately, he would unleash his fiery powers to commence a grand roast of the dragon. In order to cultivate the seed of the wood element, close combat became an indispensable necessity. Liemo resolved to employ his customary strategy, enveloping the wood element seed within a water blade, inflicting wounds upon his adversary during the battle, thereby stealthily implanting the seed into the enemy's body. This elaborate plan was necessitated by the fact that the ice dragon could fly, Had it been a ground-dwelling dragon, Liemo would have simply summoned a multitude of plants with his wood element abilities to ensnare his opponent, eliminating any need for such elaborate tactics. With the strategy firmly established, the practical phase commenced. Liemo transformed his dominant right arm into a sharp water blade, concealing numerous wood element seeds within, ensuring that each strike would deliver the seeds into the ice dragon's wounds. To augment the water blade's potency, he thoughtfully incorporated a multitude of metallic shards. His left arm morphed into a fiery shield, prepared to deflect the ice dragon's assaults as much as possible. The ice dragon, noticing Liemo's water blade, harbored a degree of disdain, contemplating the absurdity of wielding water before a creature of ice. Yet, it soon grasped the allure of physics. When attempting to freeze Liemo's water blade using its powers, it found that the high-velocity blade shattered its efforts almost immediately. The ice dragon, overly fixated on immobilizing Liemo's weapon to demonstrate its superiority, found itself on the receiving end of a fiery kick from Liemo. It is worth noting that flames were still erupting from Liemo's foot, delivering a significant blow. By the time the ice dragon aimed to retaliate with its claws, Liemo had already created distance, propelled by the thrust of the flames. The ice dragon brushed its scorched, charred scales, seething with fury. It unleashed a breath of icy wind, vowing to freeze Liemo in place. Swiftly maneuvering through the air, Liemo evaded the dragon's icy onslaught, circling around the beast until he discerned an opening. Seizing the moment, he plunged his water blade into the dragon's back. Before the ice dragon could react, Liemo withdrew his water blade after piercing its scales and fled, having achieved his objective. He knew better than to linger, lest he expose himself to capture. Despite Liemo's repeated, fleeting strikes, the ice dragon appeared battered and bruised. Yet, in truth, it had sustained no significant harm, merely a series of humiliating affronts. However, the true peril was yet to come. The ice dragon found itself increasingly vexed by Liemo's hit-and-run tactics, each time tantalizingly close to ensnaring him, only for Liemo to evade like an elusive eel. Just as the dragon prepared to launch another assault, it noticed Liemo had peculiarly halted. The moment had arrived. The water blade in Liemo's right arm returned to its natural form, gripped tightly in his hand. The ice dragon, perplexed, soon realized that plants were sprouting from its wounds, adding weight to its body as vines ensnared its wings and claws. Despite its desperate attempts to break free, the growths were rooted deep within its flesh, making escape nearly impossible. Ultimately, the ice dragon succumbed, plummeting from the sky. Upon contacting the ground, the plants took root, solidifying its confinement. Farewell, Liemo's calm voice resonated as he conjured a colossal fireball, trapped by the vegetation. The ice dragon could do nothing but watch in despair as the fireball descended upon it. Boom. The fireball detonated upon striking the ice dragon. Chapter 64, The Dragon Slayer. Liemo. The ice dragon appeared gravely wounded after being hit by Liemo's fireball. However, its formidable regenerative capabilities and robust defenses, characteristic of its draconic lineage, ensured it remained alive. In a desperate attempt to shield itself, the creature had conjured a layer of ice across its surface just as the fireball approached. Though it seemed largely ineffective, the fireball shattered the ice dragon's icy armor with relentless ferocity. Its current state was rather pitiable. One of its wings lay in ruins, utterly devastated by Liemo's fiery assault, rendering flight impossible. The once resilient dragon scales began to shed under the searing flames, and the icy blue blood gushed forth, staining the ground, a sight that elicited a pang of sorrow in Liemo, for these were precious resources now squandered upon the earth. Yet, this fiery onslaught also incinerated the plants that had ensnared the ice dragon, allowing it to finally break free from their wretched grasp. As the remnants of the plants emerged from its wounds, the dragon was momentarily bewildered, pondering when seeds had been sown within its injuries, and marveling at the sheer array of powers possessed by this human. Roaring in defiance, the ice dragon summoned its icy might, enveloping itself once more in a layer of frost. After a fierce struggle against the flames left by Liemo's attack, it managed to extinguish the fire, simultaneously freezing its wounds and halting the flow of blood. This creature proved to be quite resilient. Liemo descended slowly from the sky, having exhausted a considerable amount of his extraordinary abilities during his previous exertions. In addition to drawing energy from the surroundings to recuperate, he consumed a vial of Tao An's restorative potion to compensate for the depletion of his powers. Roaring in frustration, the ice dragon, now severely hampered by its damaged wings, found itself unable to take flight. Seizing the opportunity as Liemo drank the potion, it unleashed a frigid breath aimed directly at him. However, without the advantage of altitude, the potency of its breath was significantly diminished. Liemo effortlessly evaded the icy assault, noting that the dragon's breath had become sluggish. It was time to deal a fatal blow to this beast, which was now at its last gasp. Nevertheless, caution was warranted. The formidable ice dragon's dying retaliation could not be underestimated. Liemo unleashed his extraordinary energy, elevating the level of fire elemental energy within him. His vital organs transformed into a state of fire elementalization, safeguarding him from being frozen by the dragon's breath. Aware that time was running out, the ice dragon knew it had to act decisively. Unable to fly, it resorted to an alternative strategy. The dragon's icy abilities possessed a unique effect. It could enslave a prey it had previously slain, transforming it into an ice-based puppet. The dragon exhaled a torrent of frost, and a colossal icy creature gradually took shape upon the ground. Upon closer inspection, Liemo realized that the ice monster summoned by the dragon was a gigantic gorilla. Recalling the earlier sight of an elephant encased in ice, he surmised that the zoo had indeed suffered greatly at the hands of the ice dragon. The colossal gorilla emanated an aura of icy chill, its ability to manipulate puppets distinct from other similar powers. The puppets under its control were incapable of retaining their former abilities. Instead, their powers transformed into ice, subjugated by the ice dragon. The dragon was acutely aware that, in its current state, it stood no chance against Liemo, who exhibited agility akin to that of a dog and possessed a fiery ability that countered its icy prowess. Overcoming Liemo would prove to be a formidable challenge. Thus, it resolved to make a desperate gamble, transferring its own power to its icy puppet. Striving to eliminate the human known as Liemo, the ice dragon silently vowed that should it survive this encounter, it would relocate, for this human was truly terrifying. Its gaze flickered with determination as it prepared to flee while Liemo and the gorilla engaged in their most intense clash. It understood the wisdom of preserving oneself for future battles. Seizing the initiative, the gorilla charged at Liemo after completing its transformation. Liemo deftly evaded the gorilla's fist, but the beast retaliated with a ferocious strike, causing numerous icy spikes to erupt from the ground in an attempt to ensnare him. A clever tactic, yet ultimately ineffective against me. Liemo commanded the earth, transforming the ground from which the icy spikes emerged, rendering them buried and ineffective in their intended purpose. Seeing its first strategy fail, the gorilla leaped again, bringing its two massive icy fists together in a high arc, aiming to crush Liemo outright. It appeared rather foolish to Liemo. He shook his head, finding the gorilla's actions quite lacking in intelligence. Liemo's arms were entirely enveloped in the essence of fire, rendering them impervious to the physical assaults of the gorilla. As Liemo gathered a substantial amount of fiery energy, he unleashed an explosive punch that collided with the gorilla's icy fist. Boom! Flames erupted in abundance, and the gorilla melted at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into a puddle of water. Liemo cast a glance at the water, formed from the melting ice generated by the ice element, which contained a wealth of elemental energy. Not wishing to squander this opportunity, Liemo harnessed his water elemental abilities to absorb the liquid, thereby replenishing a significant portion of his own power. Having dealt with the ice dragon's puppet, the gorilla, Liemo turned his attention to the ice dragon, only to discover that the once imposing creature had fled in the face of danger. "What has become of your dignity as a dragon?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the ice dragon was on the verge of defeat, rendering any notion of dignity irrelevant. The ice dragon scurried across the ground like a lizard, desperately hoping that the icy gorilla could buy it a little more time to escape from this terrifying human who resembled a devil. "Where do you think you're going, little dragon?" Liemo, embodying the spirit of a victor, positioned himself in front of the fleeing ice dragon. Its speed of crawling paled in comparison to Liemo's fiery flight. With a low whimper, the ice dragon lowered its massive head, seeking to survive by offering submission to Liemo. "Oh, not so arrogant now, are we? Just moments ago, you were quite the boastful one," Liemo remarked. Recognizing that this creature could comprehend human speech, and he wasted no time in delivering a scathing taunt. The ice dragon gazed at Liemo with a pitiable expression, two tears spilling from its dragon-like eyes in a desperate attempt to evoke his sympathy. "Enough of this pathetic act. Simply perish in peace." Liemo replied with a hint of irritation, delivering a heavy blow to the dragon's head. In an instant, the ice dragon's skull was shattered, its face frozen in a mournful expression that reflected its former life. It had never imagined that, despite its willingness to submit, Liemo would still choose to end its existence. Was it not the aspiration of humanity to become dragon riders? Why did this particular human defy convention? Liemo's reasoning was straightforward. Utilizing the ice dragon to achieve a breakthrough to the third tier was far more exhilarating than merely taming it. After their encounter, Liemo discerned that the dragon was merely at the pinnacle of the second tier, and it would require further effort to elevate it to the third tier, a cumbersome endeavor. It would be far more efficient for Liemo to leverage the Ice Dragon's essence to facilitate his own ascension. Upon vanquishing the Ice Dragon, Liemo extracted its dragon heart and evolution crystal. The heart, resembling its icy blue blood, held great significance. According to the information imparted by the Chosen One within his mind, he needed to immerse himself in the dragon's blood. However, the voice cautioned that sufficient viral resistance was imperative to avoid succumbing to the infection carried by the blood, which could transform him into a zombie. Liemo's level matched that of the Ice Dragon, and he possessed the wood element ability, a symbol of vitality, rendering the immersion in dragon blood a manageable task for him. Thus, the precious heart's blood of the Ice Dragon was poured over him from head to toe, enveloping Liemo in a striking blue hue. Bathing in the blood of the Ice Dragon initially enveloped Liemo in a chilling sensation, as if he were on the verge of being frozen solid. Yet, once that wave of coldness subsided, Liemo was astonished to discover that he no longer needed to summon his fiery abilities to dispel the cold. The blood of the Ice Dragon had significantly bolstered his resistance to frost. This method of enhancing corresponding resistances through dragon's blood was applicable solely to the powerful, not the weak. The voice within his mind suggested that a gentler approach could be employed by seeking out an alchemist to refine the dragon's blood into a milder elixir. Liemo pondered thoughtfully how much blood would be required from such a colossal ice dragon. The creature possessed numerous resources, and to waste them would be a disgrace. He resolved to first attempt to break through to the third transformation, intending to create a few earth giants to carry the dragon back. Seated cross-legged upon the ground, he established a connection with the earth, accelerating the recovery of his earth elemental abilities. Under the influence of the 5-element cycle, his other powers swiftly rejuvenated. Once his abilities were restored, Liemo consumed the Ice Dragon's evolution crystal, ready to break through to the third transformation and shatter the third barrier of his powers. Having previously ingested the second transformation crystals of the Bone Demon and the Explosive Maniac, and having engaged in numerous battles at the second transformation level, Liemo quickly ascended to the pinnacle of the second transformation. This evolution crystal would serve as the catalyst to propel him through the final step. The third transformation was now his. Chapter 65, The Power of the Third Transformation is this. The third transformation? Liemo felt the surge of power within him. He had broken through the third barrier of his abilities and achieved the status of a third transformation powerhouse. Previously encountered. The zombie king Suemo also possessed the third transformation level, having achieved such formidable strength at the cost of depleting his potential and lifespan, which led to the military's disarray at that time. This illustrates the immense power inherent at the third transformation level. Upon reaching this tier, Liemo conceived a notion. Was the crystal of the zombie king, who perished in the nuclear blast, still located at the epicenter of the explosion? If so, it would be worth venturing to the ground zero. Crystals of the third transformation level are rare, and after prolonged exposure to testing, they have proven to be remarkably resilient, resistant to external destruction. Each time Liemo assimilated a crystal, he did so through ingestion. As for why Liemo dared to brave the radiation at the nuclear epicenter, it was due to a crucial skill he acquired upon reaching the third transformation level, complete elementalization. Previously, he could only partially elementalize his body. But after achieving the third transformation, his extraordinary energy surged, allowing him to elementalize his entire being. By transforming into fire elements, he was no longer apprehensive about the harm posed by nuclear radiation. Furthermore, Liemo had begun to experiment with novel techniques. Once fully elementalized into a single element, his sensitivity and control over other elements would diminish, while the strength of control over the elemental form would significantly amplify. Thus, he ventured to elementalize different parts of his body into distinct types of elements. He experimented by transforming his body into earth and stone, his left arm into flowing water, and his right arm into flames, with his head split between water and fire. The conflict between water and fire caused steam to continuously emanate from his head, completely obscuring his visage. One leg transformed into wood, while the other morphed into metal, rendering him a curious amalgamation of forms. Liemo designated this peculiar state as the 5-element stance, a condition wherein his command over the 5 elemental forces remained remarkably balanced, devoid of any glaring deficiencies. The most pronounced advantage of this state was the amplification of the 5-element cycle. In conjunction with the 5-element stance, there also existed the 4-element stance, the 3-element stance, the 2-element stance, and even the singular elemental forms, each designed to adapt to varying circumstances. An intriguing phenomenon arose when Liemo embodied both water and fire. He would instantly convert into scalding steam, adopting a gaseous mode of movement that resembled floating, a spectral wisp of vapor that drifted eerily through the air. Conversely, in the fire metal stance, should Li Mo's flames reach an elevated temperature, he would transmute into a pool of liquid metal, slithering across the ground akin to water, albeit with limited potency. Yet, if he adeptly managed the temperature, he could metamorphose into a formidable mass of ultra-high temperature metal to confront his adversaries. The true efficacy of such combat would only be revealed in the heat of battle. In the water metal stance, Li Mo would need to employ the chemical knowledge he had long neglected. During the conflict to establish the five-element city, he had absorbed numerous common metallic elements, including sodium and potassium, metals notorious for their violent reactions with water. Which of these elements reacted more vigorously with water? Li Mo scratched his head, momentarily stumped. He had not perused the periodic table in ages and struggled to recall what his chemistry teacher had imparted. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that a simple experiment would yield the answer. Through practice comes true knowledge. Li Mo swiftly discerned that potassium reacts more violently with water, releasing an abundance of light and heat, and even causing explosions with considerable destructive power. Each element, when combined, possesses its own unique applications. After numerous experiments, Li Mo contentedly returned to his original form, preparing to deal with the slain ice dragon. At that moment, the ice dragon appeared pitifully battered. Its head had been punctured by a fiery punch, its heart extracted, and the gaping hole in its chest was hastily sealed by Li Mo. For the dragon's blood must not go to waste. Many of the sturdy dragon scales had been sent flying, and the once formidable ice dragon now lay defeated. Li Mo summoned forth the earth giant he had previously created, this time crafting it with greater intricacy and strength commensurate with his elevated level. The enhanced resilience of the earth giant rendered it the perfect carrier, requiring neither food nor drink and possessing substantial carrying capacity. Standing upon the shoulders of the earth giant, Li Mo skillfully maneuvered it as the giant's broad palms gripped the dragon's tail, beginning their journey toward the five-element city. The once mighty ice dragon was now dragged like a lifeless dog by the earth giant. Meanwhile, Li Mo sat cross-legged on the giant's shoulder, attuning himself to his own extraordinary abilities. Not far away, Yi, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived near the ice dragon's lair, only to find no trace of the dragon. Instead, they stumbled upon a pool of dragon blood and scattered dragon scales, along with imprints on the ground, evidence of the earth giant's passage as it dragged the ice dragon away. Upon witnessing the devastation around him, Yi found himself perplexed. It seemed implausible. He distinctly remembered that during the harsh winters of his previous life, a magnificent ice dragon resided here. However, upon noticing the unmistakable drag marks, his pupils constricted and an ominous premonition surged within him. Taking the initiative, Yi utilized his spatial abilities to trace the marks, ultimately discovering a colossal earth giant dragging the corpse of the ice dragon. The giant's pace was sluggish due to the burden it bore, allowing Yi to swiftly catch up. Equipped with binoculars, Yi scrutinized the earth giant and was taken aback to find a familiar face perched upon its shoulder, Li Mo, the king of the five elements. Had the king of the five elements evolved at such an astonishing rate? Observing the battered remains of the ice dragon and the menacing presence of the earth giant, Yi's heart was a tumult of emotions. The chasm between his strength and that of the king of the five elements seemed to widen inexorably. In the early days of his rebirth, he had harbored lofty ambitions, believing that his foresight would allow him to surpass the king of the five elements from his past life. Deep down, he had entertained the notion that the king's achievements were merely the result of fortune. As a formidable spatial ability user with considerable potential, he felt a sense of confidence in his own capabilities. Yet, reality had proven otherwise. The king of the five elements had not ascended to his current stature by mere chance. Rather, it was the harmonious blend of strength and opportunity that forged his path. Upon encountering the five elements king once more, the two individuals stood in stark contrast to one another. Although there was no direct confrontation with Li Mo, Yi, drawing from his experience, could surmise that Li Mo had ascended to the third tier of abilities. It is worth noting that in his previous life, the classification of these extraordinary powers was indeed propagated by the five elements king, and Yi had consistently adhered to his standards. With a bitter smile, Yi set aside his binoculars. His former adversary remained formidable in this life as well. When would he finally achieve his vengeance? Yi was acutely aware of the remarkable regenerative capabilities of Li Mo's elemental cycle. Thus he dismissed the notion of engaging in battle with him after the latter's victory over the ice dragon. Suddenly, Li Mo, having advanced to the third tier, experienced a significant enhancement in his perception and sensed the presence of someone observing him. Turning his gaze towards Yi's location, Liemo noticed that Yichi had realized he was being watched. Terrified, Yichi executed a spatial transmission, vanishing from sight. Was it merely an illusion? No. There had undoubtedly been someone there moments ago. Liemo furrowed his brow. He had yet to discern the situation clearly before the figure had vanished, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. That had been a close call. He had nearly been discovered. Yichi reappeared near the lair of the ice dragon. Feeling a pang of regret, he had underestimated the perceptive abilities of the five elements king at the third tier. Alas, it seemed today had been in vain. Not only had he failed to achieve anything, but he had also endured a significant psychological setback. Chapter 66. Making full use of the dead, Liemo had a smooth journey back to Five Element City, using the Earth Giant to drag the Ice Dragon along. Along the way, a few foolish zombies attempted to create trouble for him, but Liemo could not be bothered to lift a finger. He simply commanded the Earth Giant to crush those unwary zombies into a pulp. Upon returning to Five Element City, the tremendous clamor caused by the Earth Giant dragging the Ice Dragon attracted the attention of the inhabitants within. Liemo's subordinates, a group of extraordinary individuals, were taken aback by the sight of the colossal dragon. The formidable appearance of the Ice Dragon was unmistakable, and it was evident that their leader had single-handedly vanquished such a fierce beast, showcasing a significant enhancement in his prowess. Disregarding the flattery and adulation from the crowd, Liemo gestured for Song Su to sever the dragon's head, intending to display it atop the city wall as a deterrent against any would-be troublemakers. He waved his hand, instructing Talon to remain, while allowing the others to disperse and attend to their own affairs, dismissing them from lingering around. Naturally, no one dared to defy Liemo's command and promptly scattered. Talon gazed at Liemo with admiration. He had only caught a distant glimpse of the ice dragon earlier, and it was evident to him that it was an exceptionally formidable creature. Its massive size and majestic flight through the sky spoke volumes of its strength. Previously, Talon had harbored some uncertainty regarding Liemo's capabilities. Having never witnessed him in action nor seen any of his achievements, his understanding limited to hearsay and the accounts of Liemo's foremost aide, Song Su. Now, the undeniable reality lay before him, leaving no room for doubt regarding Liemo's extraordinary power. In his heart, he silently resolved to diligently follow Liemo's lead in future endeavors, recognizing him as a true strongman. Unbeknownst to Liemo, who was unaware of Talon's inner turmoil, he posed a direct question. Talon, can you refine this dragon's blood into a potion? Liemo produced a glass vial containing the blood of the ice dragon. Talon took the vial, examining the icy blood with great care, activating his alchemical expertise to analyze its composition. After a brief moment, he set the vial down, a lingering desire evident on his face. Yes, Chief, but it may be insufficient for effective refinement. Talon's implication was clear. The blood of the ice dragon was inadequate for their needs. Utilize all the remaining blood from that ice dragon for your work. Do not let me down, Talon. If you require additional materials, report to the storeroom, and for any materials that are lacking, issue a task at the mission office. Liemo regarded Talon thoughtfully. This newly recruited alchemist was indeed a treasure. Were it not for Talon, slaying the ice dragon would yield nothing but crystals and draconic blood, failing to achieve the ideal of resource maximization. If only he had an adept forger among them. Liemo contemplated dismantling the bones and scales of the dragon piece by piece to craft equipment. In the harsh reality of a resource-scarce apocalypse, such measures were necessary. And Liemo possessed a keen sense of crisis. Indeed, I assure you, I will not disappoint your expectations, Chief. Talon promptly conveyed his determination to Liemo. Oh. And remember to extract the dragon bones and scales during the bloodletting, and deliver them to the storeroom for future use when necessary. Liemo instructed, these are invaluable resources. No problem, Chief, rest assured, Talon assured, thumping his chest. As an apothecary, nothing thrilled him more than encountering rare medicinal materials. To him, alchemy was not merely a task, but a delightful vocation. This attitude towards his work greatly pleased Liemo. Talon summoned a few associates and commenced the disassembly process. Liemo, finding little interest in the dissection scene, turned away to inspect his territory. After the snowfall ceased, the snow accumulated within the five-element city had yet to melt. But Liemo had long dispatched individuals to clear the surface snow to prevent hindrances to the populace's movement. Along his path, everyone he encountered greeted him with respect. Having endured numerous trials, they understood that their stability in this apocalyptic world was entirely dependent on Liemo's protection. Since the military's base in Anqing had fallen, the official organizations capable of effectively suppressing zombies and dedicated to the welfare of the people had vanished. Presently, Ascension was a realm where various factions of supernatural beings ruled independently, making survival exceedingly difficult for those devoid of abilities. Refugees fleeing to Five Element City described the dire conditions outside, where many factions exploited ordinary individuals to the utmost. In contrast, Limeau's Five Element City was comparatively favorable. As Limeau meandered, he arrived at the underground chambers, which had now become a refuge for humans at night. With activities on the surface by day and rest in the subterranean haven at night, the temperature within the cave was remarkably different from that outside. After a period of construction, the underground dwelling has taken on considerable scale. It is equipped with various essential facilities, apart from the lack of electricity. Everything else is quite satisfactory. The supernatural flames permeating the interior dispel the chill that seeps in from outside, rendering life here a delightful contrast to the frigid conditions beyond. As for the sustenance of the inhabitants of Elemental City, Limeau confidently asserts that there is an ample supply of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Furthermore, a river flows through the city, providing water for daily needs such as drinking, cooking, and washing. The water drawn from the river is initially stored in a reservoir, from which residents can fetch what they require. Limeau has ingeniously utilized his wood elemental abilities to cultivate aquatic plants within the reservoir, specifically to purify the water. Potatoes and sweet potatoes, being high-yield, easy to cultivate crops that satiate hunger, have become the staple food for the people of Elemental City. Most importantly, they are affordable. One elemental coin can purchase enough potatoes and sweet potatoes to satisfy one's hunger. Additionally, Limeau has recruited a plant elemental user whose ability is to tend to plants, allowing them to flourish more effectively. While this individual's efficiency and output cannot match Limeau's mastery over the wood elemental powers, it is certainly a more favorable approach than allowing plants to grow solely by nature's hand. However, if one were to spend an elemental coin on white flour or rice, it would scarcely suffice. The situation with meat is even more dire. One can hardly buy any quantity, and with the collapse of the livestock industry, most of the available meat is frozen, despite having scavenged a significant amount initially. It is inevitable that supplies will dwindle, leading to a gradual increase in meat prices, eventually reaching a level that is simply unaffordable for the average person. In light of the circumstances, Limeau expressed his intention to simply go with the flow, believing that as long as they were not starving, he need not concern himself with anything else. As he strolled leisurely, he noticed a long queue forming at the entrance of a cave. Driven by curiosity, he approached the opening and discovered that Tao's apothecary had officially opened its doors, with shelves brimming with a diverse array of potions. It must be said that Tao proved to be quite the industrious individual. Limeau reflected that as long as the pharmaceutical machinery had sufficient materials, the production speed would be remarkably swift. In the few days since Limeau had ventured out, Tao had already established his apothecary. Make way, make way. There is enough for everyone. All desired potions are available for purchase, shouted an attendant, striving to maintain order amidst the chaos. While Tao's daughter sat quietly in a chair, her chin resting on her hands, gazing out the window with her large, dark eyes. Clear the way. Limeau's authoritative voice resonated through the crowd, prompting immediate discontent from a bystander. Who are you? By what right? Leader? Quickly step aside. Instantly, the previously bustling and noisy entrance of the apothecary fell silent, as people instinctively parted to create a pathway. Limeau stepped forward, surveying the shop and meticulously examining each potion on the shelves. Upon recognizing Limeau, the attendant hurried over, eager to introduce the various potions to him. Limeau made no objection, allowing the attendant to elucidate the offerings available in the market, primarily consisting of 3 types of potions, the first being a healing elixir, which, when consumed, could restore health to individuals of the first tier and below. The price is 5 elemental coins for one type of potion, the Berserker's Elixir. Upon consumption, it bestows a temporary enhancement of strength and speed for 10 minutes, though it subsequently induces a period of weakness that varies from person to person. Priced at 6 elemental coins, the final potion is a restorative concoction crafted from azure honey and locust tree pods. This elixir is particularly effective for the recovery of both supernatural abilities and mental fortitude, proving beneficial even to the second-tier Limeau at the time. There are merely 2 vials on the shelf, each priced at 15 elemental coins. It seems that before long, Taoan will become the wealthiest individual aside from myself. Limeau glanced at the prices, his lips twitching. It was no wonder Taoan was destined for prosperity. However, there would likely be another individual who would also find himself quite affluent. Limeau recalled Song Su, whom he had previously reprimanded. That lad had acquired Taoan's blood. Even if he could not produce the genuine article, crafting a counterfeit should not pose too much of a challenge. If sold at a lower price, sales would surely flourish. How intriguing. I hope Song-Su will grow wiser as well. Chapter 67. The current state of affairs. As Li Imo departed the potion shop under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a collective sigh of relief escaped them, restoring the bustling atmosphere that had previously prevailed. However, Taoan's daughter gazed at Li Mo's retreating figure with sparkling eyes, captivated by the essence of true strength. It is a well-known truth that young women often admire heroes and powerful figures. Since Li Mo's arrival, even the so-called adults dared not utter a word. She felt a profound admiration for the legendary lord, vowing silently to one day become a formidable force akin to him. Li Mo was entirely unaware of the whimsical thoughts of a young girl. After a brief walk, he arrived at the task board he had established underground, where various tasks were registered by the residents of the Five-Element City. A heartfelt plea for a missing child. My son disappeared while following the exploration team around the outskirts of Five-Element City. Last known location. The client, Zhang Wei. The reward, 10 5-Elements coins. Home treatment services are available for merely 5 5-Elements coins. One can enjoy the home treatment services provided by our department. For an expenditure of 10 5-Elements coins, an upgrade to the service is possible. The commissioning body, the medical department. An upgrade to the service? Suddenly, a flurry of thoughts surged in Li Mo's mind, but he quickly shook his head. It was implausible. Ma Yu was not that base. I am in urgent need of a large quantity of ability users' blood. Compensation is negotiable. The client, Song-Su. Goodness. Has Song-Su abandoned all pretense? Upon seeing this signature, Li Mo was somewhat speechless. This fellow had openly posted a task on the board, having previously operated in secrecy. Now brazenly conducting his business. Oh well, if that is how he wishes to proceed, so be it. Li Mo did not concern himself with Song-Su's scheming. He had previously cautioned Song-Su, if he desired to collect the blood of ability users, so be it. Li Mo would not overly chastise his Minister of Combat. When Li Mo ventured out to hunt the Ice Dragon, Song-Su had successfully undergone a second transformation. One must admit, his talent was commendable. While leading his subordinates in exploration outside the city, he encountered numerous zombies, including a particularly formidable ability zombie. He managed to vanquish this troublesome foe and obtained the crystal from the defeated creature. Due to the repeated consumption of Li Mo's blood and the utilization of his elemental abilities, the proficiency of his imitator's powers has significantly increased. After swallowing that crystal, Song-Su successfully ascended to the second tier. Following this promotion, the duration for which he can emulate others' abilities has been extended, thereby enhancing his combat sustainability. Additionally, he has awakened a new ability, albeit somewhat redundant, which could prove crucial in critical moments. This newfound skill allows him to simulate a higher-grade ability aura and to suppress his own aura, making it nearly imperceptible to those whose strength does not greatly exceed his own. Currently, within Li Mo's elemental city, there exists one third-tier ability user, one second-tier ability user, a second-tier Queen Bee, and a second-tier Sephora Tree Spirit, alongside several first-tier ability users. Previously, there were also zero-tier ability users, but they have gradually advanced to the first tier. Although the number of these ability users is limited, they represent a rare and valuable force within the base. However, the evolved Li Mo has the capacity to produce them in bulk. Some surplus evolution crystals have been allocated to the valiant warriors, transforming them into evolved beings with enhanced physical capabilities. Li Mo has now created dozens of evolved beings who possess physical qualities comparable to those of ability users, with the distinction that they lack any innate abilities. Based on his own physical strength at each level, Li Mo has implemented a corresponding classification for the evolved beings, uniformly referring to their ranks as zero tier, first tier, and second tier. However, after such a prolonged period, these dozens of evolvers have only reached the first transition and zero-tier levels. The energy required for their evolution is somewhat elevated, without awakened abilities. Their energy absorption efficiency pales in comparison to that of those with powers. While an ability user may absorb several crystals to reach the first transition, an evolver might require significantly more evolution crystals. Nevertheless, evolvers are certainly superior to ordinary individuals. If Li Mo wishes to swiftly bolster the strength of Five-Element City, he must proceed in this manner. Furthermore, evolvers represent the finest labor force, having experienced a substantial increase in strength post-transformation. Their efficiency in various construction tasks surpasses that of ordinary people by more than double. With the assistance of these evolvers, the base can be developed more effectively. After completing his inspections, Li Mo returned to his office, hanging a Do Not Disturb sign on the door before succumbing to sleep. Having battled the Ice Dragon for an extended duration, he found himself quite fatigued. Meanwhile, at the hitching base, situated a considerable distance from Anqing, Yu Mingjian arrived with his remnants of troops. This base was under the command of his old comrade from his military days, a brigadier general named Yang Juanhao. Old Yang, you have truly been a tremendous help this time. Yu Mingjian expressed his gratitude while lifting a cup of tea in Yang Juanhao's office. Yu Mingjian's successful arrival at the hitching base was largely facilitated by the support of his old friend, who had dispatched a unit to assist in the safe retreat of Yu Mingjian's forces with minimal losses. No need for such formalities, old Yu. What kind of relationship do we have? Speaking like this feels somewhat distant, Yang Juanhao replied, waving his hand to indicate that Yu Mingjian need not say more. Yu Mingjian smiled. His old comrade remained as magnanimous and generous as he had been in their youthful days, unchanged by the passage of time. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries, Yang Juanhao, with a serious demeanor, posed the question that had long lingered in his mind. Earlier, amidst the crowd, I couldn't inquire. But now that it is just the two of us, please enlighten me on the situation at your end. How did it come to this? With a sigh, Yu Mingjian's face bore a hint of sorrow. He took a sip of tea and began recounting the events that had transpired in Anqing. This is a long story. He then detailed everything that had occurred in the vicinity of Anqing, including his efforts to unify the local factions, the complete annihilation of the 301st Regiment, the onslaught of the zombie horde led by the Zombie King, the fall of the Anqing base, and the infection of the most powerful ability user, Dark Ice, who was ultimately forced to detonate a nuclear bomb in a desperate struggle against the undead. Old Yu, this. Yang Juanhao found himself at a loss for words. In contrast, the area surrounding the hitching base had not witnessed such a plethora of zombie congregations, indicating the absence of a zombie king of such caliber as Su Mo. The circumstances Yu Mingjian faced were far more dire, not only contending with a zombie king, but also with formidable ability users outside the military. Just contemplating Yu Mingjian's plight made Yang Juanhao's head ache. Suddenly, he remembered a pressing question. Were the crystals of the zombies that perished in the nuclear explosion still intact? He promptly inquired about the site of the nuclear detonation. If all goes according to plan, the nuclear bomb will be detonated within the Anqing base, aimed at annihilating the zombies that have already infiltrated the city. Upon hearing Yang Juanhao's inquiry, Yu Mingjian pondered thoughtfully before responding. Old Yu, you are aware of the hardness of the evolution crystals. It is highly likely that the crystals belonging to those zombies, even the Zombie King, still remain at the nuclear explosion site. Yang Juanhao articulated his hypothesis. Are you intending to venture into an area suffused with nuclear radiation to search for crystals? Do you possess a radiation suit? Yu Mingjian quickly grasped his old comrade's intentions, though it remained uncertain whether he had such protective gear. Moreover, are you not concerned that the crystals may be rendered unusable due to radiation exposure? Yu Mingjian inquired further. Old Yu, my confidence in this matter is evident in my assertion. I have under my command a nuclear radiation ability user who has transcended the second barrier of supernatural powers. He is truly immune to and capable of manipulating radiation. Yang Juanhao revealed with an air of mystery. Chapter 68, Nuclear Radiation and Soul Exchange. A nuclear radiation ability user? Yu Mingjian realized, understanding why his old comrade felt so assured about exploring the radiation zone. Indeed, with him, our exploration of the nuclear explosion's radiation zone would proceed without hindrance. His name is Ouyang Bo. Well, this fellow has a few quirks. Never mind, I shall introduce him to you later. He is on par with your subordinate, Dark Ice, Yang Juanhao remarked, immediately regretting his words. As he was reminded that Dark Ice had already been infected, why had he even mentioned him? Apologies, Lao Yu. Upon realizing this, Yang Juanhao immediately offered his apologies. It's nothing. It's all in the past now, Yu Mingjian replied with a forced smile. He felt like a stray dog, expelled from Anqing, unable to even retain his most trusted confidants. His tenure as a leader had indeed been a dismal failure. Alas, Lao Yu, take some time to recuperate. I will send someone to inspect the nuclear blast zone in Anqing shortly, Yang Juanhao sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. To speak more would only serve to reopen old wounds. Ouyang Bo, Director Yang has assigned you a mission. Here are the requirements. You are to depart in 1 day. A figure clad in heavy protective gear entered a radiation isolation chamber and slid a document through the window of the chamber before hastily retreating as if fleeing from a plague. Inside, a languid individual reclined on a chaise lounge, the nuclear radiation esper, Ouyang Bo. The isolation chamber was filled with an array of items, from various fruits and snacks to an assortment of meals, which would be deemed luxurious in a post-apocalyptic world, all catered for the comfort of this solitary occupant. albeit at the cost of his freedom to leave. Since acquiring his nuclear radiation abilities, Ouyang Bo's body had continuously emitted radioactivity. Upon reaching the second transformation, he even developed a radioactive halo, capable of persistently irradiating the surrounding organisms. While those endowed with extraordinary abilities can withstand radiation to some extent, prolonged exposure ultimately proves detrimental. Furthermore, the harm radiation inflicts upon ordinary individuals is catastrophic. In light of safety considerations, Yang Juanhao had no choice but to confine Ouyang Bo to the radiation isolation chamber. In return, he endeavored to accommodate some of Ouyang Bo's requests. Ouyang Bo was not a member of the military. He had joined after the establishment of the base, believing that his nuclear radiation abilities would be put to good use. However, he soon found himself regretting his decision to enlist. His earlier notions had been rather naive. He had assumed his powers would be utilized effectively. Yet, upon his promotion to a higher level, he found himself burdened with a radiation halo that he could not control. In moments of carelessness, he inadvertently caused the deaths of numerous individuals, nearly facing execution himself. He speculated that had his abilities been stronger, he might have been able to manage this halo. However, the casualties he caused were significant, and no one was willing to heed his explanations. It was Yang Juanhao who, against the odds, advocated for him and secured his safety by confining him to the radiation isolation chamber, which had been specially constructed with resources hastily allocated by the military. During his confinement, Ouyang Bo made numerous requests, all of which Yang Juanhao fulfilled, save for one. With a rather mischievous expression, Ouyang Bo turned to the soldiers guarding him and asked, "Could you send a few women my way? Make sure they are beautiful and well-shaped." Upon finishing, he even licked his lips, exuding a rather unsavory demeanor. The soldiers, understandably, refrained from responding to the radiation-wielding individual, and despite any grievances they may have harbored, they chose to report the incident, adhering to their professional obligations. Upon hearing this demand, Yang Juanhao was infuriated and promptly refuted it, sternly warning Ouyang Bo against harboring such thoughts. He declared that he would not sacrifice the lives of those in the base for humiliation and death, asserting that he had not sunk so low as to beg for anything from Ouyang Bo. In the face of Yang Juanhao's wrath, Ouyang Bo found himself at a loss. Although he enjoyed the comforts of food and drink, living a life unimaginable to ordinary people in this post-apocalyptic world, it was exceedingly dull. The seeds of discontent had already been sown within him due to Ouyang Bo's rejection. Why should he, who had sacrificed his freedom for the base, be denied even this small request? Ouyang Bo was profoundly dissatisfied with the military's attitude toward him. Having sacrificed so much, why could he not even desire a woman? When Yang Juanhao announced a new mission, Ouyang Bo perceived an opportunity. He resolved that during the mission, he would seize any chance to escape, vowing never to serve the military again. Such remarkable abilities should not be relegated to subservience. However, the appearance of an individual shattered his calculations. Ouyang Bo, is it? A strikingly beautiful girl with a ponytail approached the window of the radiation isolation room, her face betraying her disdain. "It's me. Has Yang Juanhao finally come to his senses? Is he sending this lovely maiden to me?" Ouyang Bo nonchalantly picked his nose, reclining on the isolation room's chaise like a lord. "You truly are quite lovely, meeting my standards perfectly." He lifted his eyelids, captivated by the visitor's beauty, and remarked with a hint of astonishment. Having been confined for so long, he had become fearless. "First of all, my name is Yang Qingwei, not lovely maiden. Secondly, my grandfather would never entrust you, a scoundrel, with anyone." Upon hearing Ouyang Bo's frivolous remarks, Yang Qingwei glared at the rogue before her, her eyes ablaze with fury. "You are the granddaughter of the old man Yang?" Ouyang Bo chuckled, his interest piqued. His tongue unleashed a torrent of foul language. "Disgusting. I cannot fathom why my grandfather would tolerate such a person." Shaking her head, Yang Qingwei pressed a button, and a nozzle extended from Ouyang Bo's isolation chamber, releasing a copious amount of anesthetic gas. Even a second-tier supernatural being could not withstand such a concentration, and Ouyang Bo promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yang Qingwei instructed her confidant, "Remember to periodically administer anesthetics to me after I switch souls. Take good care of my body. Do not allow this person to engage in any peculiar activities with my form." A shiver ran through Yang Qingwei as she recalled Ouyang Bo's previous lewd behaviors. "Understood, miss." Her confidant nodded, aware that she was about to utilize her supernatural ability. Both Yang Qingwei and her confidant donned heavy radiation suits before entering the isolation chamber. Yang Qingwei placed her hand upon Ouyang Bo, and without warning, she suddenly collapsed. Her confidant, quick-witted, caught her just in time. while the previously unconscious Ouyang Bo slowly rose to his feet. The two had exchanged souls. This was the essence of Yang Qingyue's supernatural ability, soul exchange. Is this truly the body of a man? It feels entirely different from my own structure. This is the first time Yang Qingyue has transferred her soul into a man's body. Had it not been for her grandfather's request, she would never have done such a thing. Miss, where shall we place your original body? Her trusted aide inquired, his voice muffled by the heavy protective suit. Yang Qingyue, adjusting her neck to acclimate to the new form, replied, let us place it with my grandfather. There's south no place safer than that base. But isn't this operation meant to be kept secret from your grandfather? The aide reminded her, fearing he might incur the commander's wrath upon his arrival. It's fine. I will accompany you. I'll reason with grandfather. After all, I am one of the few who has broken through the second barrier of abilities. Why shouldn't I be allowed to go out? I am quite capable, you know. Yang Qingyue expressed her indignation while donning the protective suit within the isolation chamber to shield others from the harmful radiation. Very well, miss, it is as you say. The aide conceded, feeling powerless against her resolve. Ability introduction, soul exchange. This ability allows one to exchange souls with another individual of equal or lesser strength, with the souls returning to their original bodies after 3 days. During this period, both souls can fully utilize each other's capabilities and control the other's body. If the individual whose soul is being exchanged is in a comatose state, the success rate of the exchange significantly increases. Should the body after the exchange sustain fatal injuries, the souls will revert, though this will cause damage to them. Nuclear radiation. This innate ability is born for the purpose of destruction, emitting intense nuclear radiation that can annihilate numerous living beings. After the second transformation, a radiation halo appears, continuously releasing lethal radiation. Those endowed with this extraordinary ability are immune to nuclear radiation. They can emit directed radiation waves to eliminate adversaries. Chapter 69. Journey to the Nuclear Explosion Zone. No. You absolutely cannot go. In Yang Juanhao's office, he gazed at Yang Qingyue, who had exchanged souls with Ouyang Bo, alongside her loyal confidant bearing her physical form. Yang Juanhao felt a surge of frustration, astonished that his granddaughter could engage in such antics. Is it not sufficient to remain safely at the base? Must you venture out? Grandfather, please allow me to go. This individual is so perverse and abhorrent. How can you ensure he will faithfully execute the mission? With me in charge, things would be different. I am utterly devoted to you, Yang Qingyue implored, employing her customary charming tactics, shaking her grandfather's arm affectionately. Yang Juanhao observed the figure before him clad in bulky protective gear, within which a man's form clung to his arm in an endearing manner. Although he recognized this was indeed his granddaughter, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Yu Mingjian, somewhat bewildered, pondered the situation. Did Yang Juanhao not only have a granddaughter? When had he acquired such a large grandson? Noticing Yu Mingjian's inquisitive expression, which hinted at an unearthing of secrets, Yang Juanhao shot him a glance. Well aware that his old comrade was harboring some mischief, with a hint of annoyance, Yang Juanhao clarified, this person is my granddaughter. This is the result of her soul-swapping ability. As you can see, my thoughtless granddaughter has once again created chaos. She has exchanged bodies with that Ouyang Bo I mentioned to you. Kindly suppress your curiosity. Oh, indeed. Yu Mingjian appeared utterly dejected, harboring suspicions that Yang Juanhao might have an illegitimate child hidden away. You rascal, never mind. Observing Yu Mingjian's expression of disappointment only fueled Yang Juanhao's anger further. Yeah, the world outside is fraught with peril. Would it not be better for you to remain safely within the confines of the Heching base? Your father, alas, he perished while battling the undead. Do you truly wish to subject me, your grandfather, to the heart-wrenching experience of burying another beloved? Yang Juanhao implored earnestly, having already endured the anguish of losing a loved one. Grandfather, you are unaware, but after my abilities advanced to the second transformation, I acquired a new skill. Upon sustaining fatal injuries, my soul can swiftly revert back. With this capability, do you still fear for your granddaughter's safety? Furthermore, once I have subdued this individual, I can bestow a radiation shield upon 5 others, granting them temporary immunity to radiation, Yang Qingyue quickly asserted. This, Yang Juanhao felt a flicker of intrigue. Moreover, this individual is not affiliated with our military. What if Ouyang Bo seizes this opportunity to escape? Sensing her grandfather's wavering resolve, Yang Qingyue hastily embellished her argument. And can you truly bear to see your granddaughter confined like a delicate flower in a greenhouse? In such an environment, we must cultivate a sense of vigilance, grandfather. I cannot live perpetually under your protection. Yang Qingyue appealed to both reason and emotion, resolute in her determination to venture outside. Very well, you must prioritize safety. Allow me to assign a team of extraordinary individuals to accompany you. Did you not mention your ability to generate a radiation shield? Let them accompany you on this journey. Yang Juanhao sighed, acknowledging the wisdom in his granddaughter's words. He could not permit her to remain a delicate flower sheltered from the world. It was time for her to embark on this adventure. After all, it was not her own body she would be using, so he need not feel overly concerned. Grandpa is the best. Take good care of my body. Upon hearing Yang Juanhao's agreement, Yang Qingwei exclaimed this and vanished in an instant. This child, Yang Juanhao said fondly. I truly envy you, old Yang. For having a granddaughter, unlike me, a solitary soul, Yu Mingjian remarked, casting a wistful glance at Yang Juanhao, who still had family while he possessed nothing. But you still have me, old Yu. What do you mean by being solitary? From now on, the hitching base will be your home. Yang Juanhao discerned the melancholy in Yu Mingjian's tone and immediately offered words of comfort. Indeed, I still have you, this old codger. Yu Mingjian chuckled softly. Well, that's not so bad after all. Leader, are you departing once more? Song Su observed Li Mo, who was preparing for another journey, and felt that his leader resembled less a commander and more a transient guest, constantly on the move. The base has now found its rhythm. Simply adhere to the guidelines I have established, and overall, there should be no significant issues. Should any arise, I shall address them upon my return, Li Mo stated, shouldering his backpack with a calm demeanor. Leader, I have now completed my second transition. May I accompany you this time? Song Su was uncertain of Li Mo's destination. Yet he believed that the leader's previous decision to exclude him was due to his lack of strength, now that he had ascended to the second tier. Surely there must be a valid reason for Li Mo to not include him this time. Accompanying the leader, even if he could not partake in the feast, he would at least savor the broth. You will perish if you linger too long in that place, Li Mo stated calmly. Leader, you must be jesting. Which place could be so perilous? Song Su replied, skepticism evident in his tone. He felt that Li Mo was merely trying to deceive him. With Li Mo present, how could his safety be compromised? The nuclear explosion center, Li Mo dropped this bombshell. Upon hearing this, Song Su's expression shifted dramatically. Why would the leader venture into such a dangerous area? Very well, leader, you must return safely. We all need you, Song Su murmured, bowing his head. After uttering this, he fell silent, refraining from asking the foolish question of how Li Mo intended to withstand nuclear radiation. If Li Mo lacked the means, how could he dare to go? Do not worry. Simply focus on your responsibilities. Managing the 5-element city is of utmost importance, Li Mo reassured him, giving Song Su a pat on the shoulder before turning to exit the city gates. As Song Su watched Li Mo's retreating figure, he pondered whether he would ever be able to catch up to this man. He too turned back into the confines of 5-element city, and after Li Mo's departure, he closed the city gates. Life in 5-element city continued as usual, yet Song Su had his own task to fulfill, establishing a trading market. A directive given to him by Li Mo before his departure. This market is not solely confined to the internal confines of the 5-element city in the future. It shall be open to the outside world. Survivors will be able to engage in free trade at the marketplace, exchanging materials, crystals, and supplies acquired during their excursions. After deducting the portion required for submission, currently, the trading market permits only internal transactions and has yet to reach the level of external trade. However, as the scale of the 5-element city continues to expand, Li Mo firmly believes that the size of this marketplace will grow increasingly vast and its reputation will resonate far and wide. Li Mo harbors grand ambitions. The trading market he has established recognizes only the 5-elements coin. Need to purchase something? By all means, exchange your supplies for 5-elements coins at the resource exchange. Or undertake tasks from the task board. Claiming you possess no 5-elements coins and wishing to barter? That is not permissible. Go to the resource exchange to obtain your 5-elements coins before making any purchases. Rest assured, the resource exchange will offer a fair price for your supplies. A guarantee personally validated by Li Mo himself. How could there be any deceit? Refusing to acknowledge this pricing is tantamount to disrespecting Li Mo, and by extension, the 5-element city. If you cannot accord respect to the city, then what purpose is there in your trading? It would be prudent for you to depart post-haste. This draconian clause has sparked considerable discontent among many in the future, yet they dare not voice their grievances. For Li Mo's formidable power is sufficient to quash any dissenting voices. Nonetheless, in private, they vehemently denounce Li Mo's improper conduct. Of course, they can only mutter their complaints in secrecy. Chapter 70. The Earth Element Descendant, Li Mo equipped with a radiation detection device he had previously scavenged, began his advance toward the site of the nuclear explosion. As the radiation detection device began to sound its alarm, Liemo prepared to transition into a fully elemental form. He had no desire to test whether his body could withstand the lethal effects of nuclear radiation. Regarding the form he would assume, Liemo had already devised a plan. Other forms would deplete his extraordinary abilities, necessitating a cyclical restoration through the 5 elements. However, transforming into an earth elemental would allow him to directly draw sufficient power from the surrounding environment, and he found himself particularly intrigued by the soil contaminated by radiation. He needed to explore whether the radioactive soil and residual radioactive metals could be under his control. If he succeeded in mastering these elements, the ensuing developments would undoubtedly be fascinating, adding another dimension to his combat strategies. Much like the legendary tetanus blade from the pre-apocalyptic era, acquiring these materials might enable Liemo to forge radioactive blades and radioactive earth giants, bestowing upon each of their strikes a deadly magical potency. Nevertheless, this was not the focal point of Liemo's current endeavor. His primary objective was to locate the crystal belonging to the Zombie King. As he journeyed, a pressing question occupied his thoughts. What if the Zombie King's crystal had been tainted by radiation? After all, in order to consume the crystal, he could not maintain his elemental form. Uncertain of the outcome, he resolved to obtain the crystal or to conceal it, ensuring that even if he did not consume it himself, it could later serve as a means to deceive others. However, Liemo soon found himself relieved of this concern, as the arrival of an individual promptly addressed the issue at hand. Within a military off-road vehicle, Yang Qingyue's extraordinary abilities team was seated, with one member serving as the driver. The sole individual appearing remarkably peculiar was Yang Qingyue, clad in a heavy protective suit, a precaution taken to shield her companions from the pervasive radiation. Concealing her true identity, she believed that the fewer individuals aware of her powers, the better. The other 4 members were only informed of their collaboration with Ouyang to venture into the radiation zone in search of crystals, oblivious to the fact that a girl's soul lay hidden beneath Ouyang's exterior. Throughout the journey, Yang Qingyue maintained an air of poise and courtesy, exuding an undeniable grace. This demeanor left the other extraordinary individuals somewhat perplexed. Were they not led to believe that this individual was devoid of decency and rather unscrupulous? How had she transformed into such a refined figure? They collectively concluded that rumors are, after all, merely whispers. One should not place unwavering trust in them. They understood the adage that 3 people can create a tiger. You are Ouyang Bo, are you not? I am Mingwan. I look forward to your guidance in our forthcoming endeavors. A fresh and capable young woman extended her hand towards Yang Qingyue, seeking rapport, as future actions would heavily rely on Yang Qingyue's protective abilities. Greetings, greetings. You must be Miss Ming, renowned not only for your beauty but also for your remarkable water-based abilities. Yang Qingyue responded graciously, refraining from adopting an air of superiority, instead engaging in harmonious dialogue with her fellow extraordinary beings. Even while embodying Ouyang Bo, Yang Qingyue's inherent refinement remained evident. In terms of abilities, Yang Qingyue stands out among the individuals in the vehicle, being a second-tier practitioner, while the other 4 are at the first tier. On one hand, her extraordinary talent for abilities is indeed remarkable, exhibiting a notably high energy absorption efficiency. On the other, her grandfather's status affords her numerous advantages, allowing her access to a wealth of resources. After all, the soul-switching ability, in its initial stages, lacks formidable combat prowess without special means. Progressing alone, without assistance, poses considerable challenges. Indeed, seeing is believing. It appears we have misunderstood Mr. Ouyang based on hearsay. Having encountered him today, we have come to realize that he is not as the rumors suggest. Such tales can be misleading. Another practitioner interjected. This individual, named Chao Xingzhou, specializes in talismanic arts. He is capable of pre-creating various talismans using materials, akin to those drawn by Taoist practitioners, and can also sketch talismans in the air, albeit with slightly diminished potency. With his adeptness in talismans, Chao Xingzhou has become a prominent figure within the Hiqing base, and his inclusion in this outing underscores Yang Juanhao's regard for his granddaughter. The remaining 2 practitioners possess abilities that lean more towards support. The driver, Han Wanning, wields a power that amplifies strength, though when paired with certain weapons, it can yield considerable lethality. The other, named Wang Zhe, possesses the ability known as Eye of the Sky. Upon activation, an invisible eye manifests in the heavens, capable of detecting life fluctuations within a designated radius. During the duration of the Eye of the Sky, he could even create perceptual misguidance for those weaker than himself. This auxiliary ability was formidable. For those engaged in combat, perceptual misguidance was undoubtedly lethal. While the group was idly chatting, the radiation alarm installed in the vehicle suddenly blared. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing the alarm, Hanwenning pressed the brake pedal, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. "We've arrived at the radiation zone, everyone," he remarked, turning to the others. "All right, everyone, place your hands on mine. I will use my abilities to grant you a radiation shield. After bestowing the shield upon you, I can finally remove this cumbersome protective suit," Yang Qingwei stated. Heeding her words, the group stacked their hands together, with Yang Qingwei placing her hand on the topmost layer. Her power began to coalesce, forming an invisible shield around them, rendering the surrounding nuclear radiation harmless. "Next, we shall enter the radiation zone. Time is of the essence, and I will be in full command of this operation," Yang Qingwei declared. "We cannot proceed by vehicle. The road conditions have deteriorated significantly due to the nuclear blast. We shall continue on foot." After enveloping everyone in the radiation shield, Yang Qingwei removed her protective suit and began issuing commands. As she possessed the strongest abilities and was the only one capable of providing the radiation shield, the others had no objections to her directives. "Let us set off." Yang Qingwei led the way, confidently at the forefront of the group, embodying her title as the Daughter of the Gate. The other four, seeing Yang Qingwei take the lead, each gathered their supplies and exited the vehicle to proceed on foot. "It appears that I have entered the radiation zone." Liemo gazed at the incessantly beeping radiation detector in his hand, fully aware that he had indeed crossed into the contaminated territory. Elemental transformation. Liemo activated his extraordinary abilities, his body transforming entirely into a form resembling earth and stone, subsequently burrowing into the ground, merging with the very essence of the earth. The depth he descended was not particularly profound, as he aimed to facilitate the search for the objects he sought. This way, the rate at which he absorbed energy from the environment was significantly enhanced compared to before. While underground, Liemo found that his ability to replenish his powers was notably more efficient than when standing on the surface, as this state allowed him to completely integrate with his surroundings, undoubtedly leading to a swifter process. However, his perception of other elemental forces diminished while underground. Liemo attentively focused and confirmed this observation. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as the cycle of the 5 elements commenced, he harbored no fear of such limitations. Like a son of the earth, Liemo advanced through the subterranean realm, his speed no less than that of traversing the surface, continuously drawing nearer to the heart of the radiation zone. The closer he approached, the more fragments of metal he could sense, leading Liemo to speculate that these remnants might be radioactive metals. As for their exact nature, he remained uncertain, as he had no knowledge of the materials used in the military's nuclear detonations. However, having previously absorbed all of it, he would soon be able to unleash these radioactive metals as weaponry using his golden elemental powers, undoubtedly amplifying his capabilities significantly. Chapter 71. A Cooperative Endeavor. Wangzhe. Conduct a reconnaissance of the surroundings. We may have reached the core area. Caution, there may be mutated creatures lurking here, Yang Qingwei commanded. Understood, Captain, Wangzhe nodded. Promptly activating his ability, a singular eye materializing above their heads to survey the surroundings. Captain, there are currently no signs of life nearby. Wait, the eye in the sky is transmitting information. A powerful life force is emanating from underground. Wangzhe's expression shifted abruptly, his voice trembling. How strong? Yang Qingwen narrowed her eyes, observing Wangzhe's evident distress, clearly sensing he had detected a formidable adversary. It is likely beyond the capacity of everyone present to handle. Extremely strong. Even stronger than you, Captain, Wangzhe exclaimed in a panic. We must leave immediately. Stronger than me? Yang Qingyue's complexion altered slightly. She controlled the body of Ouyang Bo, who had reached the 2nd transformation level, and she herself was also at that level. How could such a potent aura exist? Everyone. Heed Wangzhe's words. Evacuate this place. At this moment, do not hold back. Utilize the speed charms that old Xiao provided us. Yang Qingwei commanded without hesitation, trusting Wangzhe's warning. Upon hearing her, the group quickly affixed a speed charm to their bodies, preparing to flee. However, at that moment, Wangzhe's face turned ashen as he uttered, he has already arrived. No sooner had the words left his lips than a humanoid figure made of earth and stone erupted from the ground beside them. This figure was none other than Liemo, who had transformed into an earth elemental, now observing them with a curious demeanor. The group stood in bewilderment, questioning whether this entity was human or specter, a figure of animated earth and stone. Having heard of mutated creatures, one would hardly expect to encounter mutated stones. Upon emerging from the earth, Liemo found himself in an awkward predicament. His elemental form rendered him incapable of producing sound. Fortunately, he had previously learned a technique from the formidable Queen Bee, allowing him to communicate through mental transmission. How do you withstand the radiation? Liemo inquired mentally. Driven by curiosity, the individuals before him, clad in military uniforms without so much as protective gear, ventured into the radioactive zone, while even he, a third-tier ability user, had to maintain his elemental state to resist nuclear radiation. How are they managing it? We possess a special method. Are you human? Yang Qingwen narrowed her eyes, sidestepping Liemo's inquiry to pose her own pressing question. What exactly was this humanoid earthen figure before her? Why did his voice seem to resonate directly within her mind? It is quite impolite not to answer another's questions, particularly when that individual surpasses you in strength, Liemo replied calmly, his words laced with a subtle threat. In his perception, these individuals collectively paled in comparison to him, allowing him to issue his threat with confidence. Yang Qingyue's expression shifted. It was evident that she was at his mercy. Confronted with Liemo's imposing presence, she reluctantly responded, "My ability is related to nuclear radiation, which is why we can endure it here." "Oh, I see. Can you eliminate the nuclear radiation from objects?" Liemo's heart leapt with hope. If her powers pertained to nuclear radiation, then surely she could cleanse it from items as well. Indeed, it is quite feasible. After careful consideration, Yang Qingyue decided to speak the truth. She did not believe that this humanoid earthen entity would not comprehend the ability to eliminate nuclear radiation. After all, they were immune to it. Could they not also cleanse objects of nuclear contamination? Provoking this being would yield no benefit. She was unwilling to risk the lives of her companions. If it were to utter, "I cannot eliminate nuclear radiation from objects, thus you are of no use, perish," it would spell disaster. In truth, Yang Qingyue's intuition was remarkably astute. Had such words been spoken, Liemo would indeed have echoed them. It must be acknowledged that Yang Qingyue made a sagacious decision. "Perfect. Once we locate such an item, please assist me in purging the radiation from it. By the way, I am human, not the mutated monstrosity you may envision," Liemo conveyed through his mental energy. "He is human. This is reassuring," Yang Qingyue thought, feeling a measure of relief. As long as he was human, there remained a basis for negotiation. However, this individual appeared to be an elemental adept, likely possessing a significant mastery of his abilities. What sort of object would entice such a formidable being to venture into his zone of nuclear fallout? Given his demeanor, he must be aware of the nuclear detonation that had occurred. Could it be he too sought the crystal of the zombie king? Upon hearing Liemo's words, Yang Qingyue's mind raced with possibilities, and she quickly deduced his true intentions. Damn it, how am I to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger? Upon drawing this conclusion, Yang Qingyue felt a surge of frustration. It was evident that this individual was beyond the capabilities of her team. "How are you considering this?" Liemo's voice echoed in her mind, interrupting her thoughts with a tone of impatience. "Very well. I will accompany you, provided you spare my teammates." Reluctantly conceding, Yang Qingyue added, "Allow me a moment to speak with them." It was a compromise she felt compelled to make, for she could not guarantee what this person might do in the next instant. Fortunately, as this was Ouyang Bo's body, even if she sustained fatal injuries, she would not perish. It was merely Ouyang Bo who would suffer. "All right," Liemo responded, somewhat taken aback. This individual appeared surprisingly compliant. He had yet to issue a genuine threat, and yet she had already yielded so swiftly. All the menacing words he had prepared were rendered unnecessary. Perhaps he was indeed formidable, a person not to be trifled with, Liemo mused. Yang Qingyue's teammates observed their leader engaged in a peculiar dialogue with what seemed to be a humanoid figure made of earth and stone. Strangely, they could only see their captain speaking, while the figure remained silent, as if she were conversing with thin air. Confused yet resolute, they maintained their composure. Turning to her teammates, Yang Qingyue instructed, "You must leave at once. This mission has effectively failed. Depart swiftly." At her words, their expressions shifted dramatically. "What about you, Captain?" Wang Zhe could not restrain his inquiry. "I will be fine. He merely requires me to eliminate the nuclear radiation from a certain object. I will rejoin you shortly. Without my energy supply, the radiation shield won't hold for long. You must leave here quickly." Yang Qingyue spoke as if she were making arrangements for her final affairs. However, Mingwan looked at her with a hint of concern. "Stop hesitating. Hurry and go." Yang Qingyue waved her hand dismissively, turning her head away with an air of a hero venturing forth, knowing full well that she was speaking as Ouyang Bo's body. "Take care, Captain." Seeing Yang Qingyue's resolute determination, The others clasped their fists in salute before departing. "Let us go." Liemo cast a deep glance at Yang Qingwei, realizing that such a spirit of sacrifice was indeed rare in these apocalyptic times. Within the Hitchin base, Ouyang Bo woke, his mind foggy, only to discover that he had transformed into a female. He pinched his thigh, feeling an undeniable pain. This was no dream. Why have I become a woman? Panic surged through Ouyang Bo as he realized he could no longer sense his abilities, bewildered by the sudden change in his physical form. He had no recollection of the events leading to his unconsciousness, only remembering that Yang Qingwei had visited him before he inexplicably fell asleep. "Why are you awake? Go back to sleep." Yang Qingwei's confidant approached, administering another dose of anesthesia, and Ouyang Bo, barely awake for a minute, succumbed to slumber once more. "Alas, miss. Where are you?" The confidant's worried gaze lingered on Ouyang Bo, sighing deeply, plagued by concern for his mistress's safe return. Chapter 72. The Underground Ant Kingdom. Within the radiation zone, Yang Qingwei advanced along the fissures in the ground, beneath which lay Liemo in his earthen elemental form. Liemo maintained his earth-shifting state, maximizing his strength preservation. Along the way, he discovered numerous valuable items. Radioactive soil and metals were all brought under his extraordinary control. During this journey, he also unearthed several crystals, dislodged by the nuclear explosion and buried in the earth, varying in quality, with the majority being of the first-tier level. Liemo speculated that these crystals originated from the horde of zombies led by the zombie king, Suimo, most of whom perished in the nuclear blast. However, in reality, the losses suffered by Suimo's horde were minimal due to his foresight. In the dark, I successfully led the horde to retreat. These crystals were, in fact, remnants from the horde of Sun Bin, who had sought to profit from the chaos. Sun Bin, in his misguided endeavor, aimed to take advantage of the conflict between Suimo and the human military, but ended up severely affected by the nuclear explosion. Fortunately, some structures provided shelter, sparing him from death, although he lost numerous zombies, rendering him incapable of causing further disturbances for the time being. Upon locating the crystals, Liemo gathered them all, intending to have Yang Qingwei cleanse the radiation once they exited the hazardous zone. Lingering in the area to cleanse the radiation would only lead to exposure again. Thus, Yang Qingwei followed the fissures in the ground, occasionally heading east or west, while Liemo's movements were somewhat erratic, driven by the locations of necessary resources. Once underground, Liemo could also sense nearby resources that could be of use to him. However, at present, Liemo seems to have encountered a bit of trouble. He has burrowed into an underground anthill, which could hardly be described as merely a nest. It might more aptly be termed an ant kingdom. This vast subterranean expanse has been hollowed out by the diligent work of ants, with numerous specimens far exceeding the size of ordinary ants scurrying about. They appear to have well-defined roles. Some ants lack offensive appendages, yet their bodily structure is ideally suited for transporting goods. Ants, by nature, can carry objects many times their own weight, and following their mutations, their capacity has significantly increased. The subterranean constructions erected by this colony are remarkably robust. This location is perilously close to the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, yet the ants have survived unscathed, underscoring the extraordinary fortitude of their engineering. Within this ant kingdom, pillars abound, supporting the cavernous structure, which is divided into several distinct regions. One area serves as the queen's oviposition site, another as a hatching zone, where worker ants diligently tend to the unhatched eggs. A separate section is dedicated to the cultivation and nurturing of fungi, as ants inherently possess the ability to cultivate fungi and tend to certain insects, a skill that has been enhanced following their mutations. A vast area is filled with an abundance of plant stems, leaves, and the remains of mutated insects and animals, all utilized for cultivating edible fungi. In addition to this fungal cultivation, the ants also engage in supplementary food production, rearing mutated aphids within this region to harvest their nutritious honeydew. Some worker ants are tasked with maintaining this nurturing ground, providing sustenance for the entire colony. Naturally, the prey hunted by the soldier ants also constitutes a vital food source. Their indiscriminate diet is indeed a commendable trait, one that equips them well for survival. In terms of illumination, the worker ants have adorned the cavern with numerous luminescent plants, creating a radiant environment almost everywhere. Liemo burrowed to the periphery of this ant kingdom, sensing an abundance of life below. He cautiously extended his head and beheld the magnificent sight of the ant kingdom. The sheer number of ants below was staggering. And although Liemo had no intention of provoking this formidable assembly, he underestimated the prowess of the ant queen's psychic abilities. He had already been detected. "My subjects, intruders have breached our domain. Eliminate them," commanded the queen to her soldier ants. For these soldiers, spawned by the queen, Her orders were absolute. They would not hesitate, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. The soldier ants surged forth, guided by the Queen's psychic influence, swiftly honing in on Limeau's location. Who would wish to engage with you, ants? I can burrow through the earth. Farewell. Limeau smirked, indifferent to the prospect of confrontation with these ants. This was the Queen's territory. Who could fathom the extent of her hidden strengths? It was prudent to avoid a direct clash with her. Human, do not flee. Suddenly, the Queen unleashed a powerful psychic shockwave from her domain, forcibly ejecting Limeau from his burrowed state. The sudden mental shock that Limeau experienced left him utterly bewildered. The Ant Queen's power had undoubtedly reached the third transformation level. Otherwise, such a potent psychic wave would not have been possible. Human, do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? The Ant Queen's chilling voice echoed in Limeau's mind, conjuring memories of her bloodline inheritance awakened after gaining wisdom from infection. This ancestral memory revealed to her that humans were the sworn enemies of ants, having committed numerous heinous acts against them. Ants were treated like mere toys, squished and molded at human whims, their nests flooded with water or set ablaze for amusement. They were true demons. This deep-seated hatred had been passed down through generations of ants, yet previously, they lacked both wisdom and strength. What use was their anger if it was merely impotent rage? Now, endowed with intelligence, the Ant Queen was determined to exact revenge upon humanity. Moreover, the human before her was undoubtedly a substantial source of nourishment. Limeau curled his lip, dismissing the Ant Queen's threatening words entirely. He had planned to escape with an earth escape technique. Wait, I can't use it now? Limeau found himself ensnared within the ant's encirclement, initially intending to burrow away and seize the opportunity to ambush the Ant Queen. He realized that the psychic shock from her presence had rendered him unable to do so in the short term. He had been outmaneuvered. Limeau gazed at the imposing figure in the distance. Indeed, the leader of such a swarm of mutated creatures possessed formidable prowess. Human, without your frenzied, rat-like agility? Let's see how you will cope. The Ant Queen's slightly mocking words echoed in Limeau's mind, a hint of triumph in her tone. My subjects, eliminate this human. With her command, the soldier ants swiftly mobilized, a multitude charging towards Limeau. Alas, another massacre was about to commence. Limeau shook his head, lamenting his unwarranted misfortune. He had no intention of provoking this swarm today. Yet, since they were so audacious, he could not lag behind. Two forms, water and potassium. Limeau dispelled his earth elemental form, transforming instead into a fusion of potassium and water. The reactivity of potassium was indeed formidable, and the ensuing chemical reactions instantaneously sent many soldier ants flying. In this state, ordinary physical damage was of no concern to him. The sheer number of ants was futile against him. Without effective means to counter him, even the largest swarm would merely serve as fodder. Regrettably, I could not procure rubidium or cesium. Otherwise, I would have sent you soaring into the heavens, Limeau remarked, a tinge of disappointment in his voice after the explosion. The intensity of the reaction between potassium and water paled in comparison to that of the previous two elements. Nevertheless, the blast successfully created a breach in the encirclement of soldier ants. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed into steam, having previously determined that this form afforded him the greatest speed. With high-temperature steam capable of inflicting significant harm on the encroaching ants. Today I, shall present to you a delicacy, steamed ants. Some ants in close proximity to Limeau were instantly cooked by the scalding steam, a testament to the seriousness of the high temperatures. Limeau was relentless in his assault, while the Ant Queen remained unfazed. She orchestrated the deployment of special ice blue ants into the swarm, a breed she had meticulously cultivated for the colony frost ants. An introduction to the architectural prowess of ants, the mutated worker ants can secrete a substance that, when mixed with soil, solidifies into an extraordinarily resilient form of ant construction material. This building medium proves to be far sturdier than structures built from reinforced concrete, which explains how the ants' underground kingdom survived the nuclear explosion. Frost ants are a unique variant within the colony, capable of withstanding extreme cold, adorned with an ice blue exoskeleton, and endowed with ice-related abilities. Chapter 73, Slaying the Ant Queen. Those ants appear somewhat different, Limeau mused, having already noticed the frost ants concealed among the swarm. Their ice blue exoskeletons were unmistakably conspicuous. It seemed their powers were indeed tied to ice. How intriguing, attempting to counter my steam form, he thought, swiftly transforming into a pure fire elemental form. How many abilities does this human possess? The Ant Queen found herself bewildered, grappling with the sheer number of capabilities displayed by Limeau. She had assumed that with her colony and her mental influence, victory was assured. Yet Li Mo's array of tactics left her feeling uncertain. Time was of the essence. She needed to create an opportunity for her frost ants. The Queen Ant's immense psychic energy began to coalesce as she prepared to unleash an even more formidable mental assault on Li Mo, intent on shattering his elemental form. Without this, her vast army would prove futile against Li Mo's elemental state. A myriad of illusions emerged. The vivid phantasmagoria conjured by the Queen's colossal psychic force manifested terrifying entities before Li Mo's eyes, transforming the once familiar swarm into grotesque, indescribable apparitions, all clamoring to rend his flesh. What is this? Li Mo pondered, bewildered. His fiery elemental body gradually began to solidify. And some frost ant seized the opportunity to latch onto him, launching an assault on his now corporeal form. Just as the Queen believed she had triumphed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 5 elements within Li Mo surged and intertwined rapidly, enabling him to resist the onslaught of this psychic illusion. The cycle of the 5 elements, ever rejuvenating, rendered his mind serene. Ultimately, after expending considerable energy, Li Mo successfully shattered the Queen's illusion. His partially solidified form igniting once more as flames engulfed the frost ants clinging to him. No, it cannot be. Human, your psychic power is clearly inferior to mine. How could you? The Queen's mental resonance brimmed with disbelief, utterly astonished that this human, whom she had previously interrupted during his Earth escape, could so effortlessly break through her illusion, having been pierced through the veil of her deception. Her psychic energy sustained significant damage, rendering her unable to launch a second mental assault for the time being. Not only was the Ant Queen unaware of the reasons, but Li Mo was also perplexed. He had thought that when he was forcibly released from elemental transformation, his demise was imminent. Yet, the elemental forces within him surged forth and shattered the Queen's illusion. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, once again informing Li Mo that the cycle of the 5 elements could enhance the recovery speed of his abilities, break through illusions, and mitigate the damage from mental attacks. This was classified as his passive skill. The specific energy consumption for shattering an illusion was contingent upon its strength. A passive skill, indeed? How intriguing. A faint smile graced the corners of Li Mo's lips as he embraced the fire element. Now, his greatest concern had dissipated. All that remained was to eliminate the tempestuous Ant Queen. Li Mo, with his fiery gaze, locked onto the distant Queen, who felt a chill run down her spine as she sensed the lethal intent directed at her. She had never anticipated that this human could evoke such a profound sense of peril. In a desperate bid, the Ant Queen summoned a legion of frost ants, urging them to charge recklessly at Li Mo in a suicidal assault. Among them were even frost ants of the second transformation tier, which, upon nearing him, opted for self-detonation, vowing to exhaust him in battle. My abilities have already been significantly drained. I cannot afford to waste energy on these insignificant creatures. Realizing that his energy had diminished after breaking the illusion, Li Mo understood that he must swiftly deal with the Ant Queen. Wait a moment. It appears that the cyclical influence of the 5 elements has dispelled the Ant Queen's mental control over my Earth manipulation. If that is the case, a bold plan began to take shape in Li Mo's mind. Utilizing his fiery form, Li Mo charged recklessly through the swarm of ants, effectively eliminating any adversary in his path. No ant could withstand his might. Fiery pillars. Li Mo struck the ground with his fists, causing numerous columns of flame to erupt around him, incinerating the frost ants that dared to approach him into mere ashes. The explosion of fire sent a cloud of dust into the air, obscuring Li Mo's figure. Flame mirage. He conjured a fiery doppelganger that mirrored his own form. Serving as a deceptive ploy, should the frost ants leap toward it, they would be met with an explosive end. Meanwhile, Li Mo swiftly transitioned into his earth element form, burrowing underground and advancing towards the Ant Queen. What about the humans? Shortly after Li Mo disappeared beneath the ground, the Ant Queen realized that the figure left behind was merely a flame illusion. The frost ants that charged at it detonated instantaneously, while Li Mo's true self vanished without a trace. The human? Could it be underground? The Ant Queen suddenly grasped this revelation and hastily redirected her soldier ants towards her location. But it was too late. Li Mo erupted from the earth right beside the Ant Queen. Scorching metal storm. Li Mo entered the fiery golden form, wielding a multitude of searing metal blades, heated to a crimson glow, launching an assault upon the colossal figure of the Ant Queen. In Li Mo's eyes, the Ant Queen's immense and cumbersome body served as a living target. The metallic blades, enhanced by the flames, proved devastating, swiftly leaving her body charred and bloodied. With wounds gushing crimson, the Ant Queen emitted a series of anguished cries. Having been reduced to such a state, she was on the brink of defeat. Farewell. May you learn wisely in your next life, Li Mo declared, resolutely intent on ending her existence. However, a faint psychic tremor emanated from the ant queen. I can submit to you, human. I am capable of producing various types of ants and can wage war on your behalf, if only you would spare my life. I am willing to serve you loyally. With a swift thrust, Lemo's metallic blade pierced the ant queen's head, and thus, the formidable three-tiered monarch of the ant colony met her demise. What nonsense are you uttering? I have consumed your crystal. You shall serve me better for it, shall you not? After vanquishing the ant queen, Lemo deftly manipulated the metallic blade to extract her crystal. Ah, so this is a three-tiered crystal? Truly exquisite, he mused. Enraptured by the faint glow of the bioluminescent plants illuminating the crystal, he contemplated the crystalline object atop the ant queen's head. Realizing that adorning it would grant him command over the ant swarm and facilitate communication with them, all while enhancing his psychic capabilities. Yet, he noted, once it decayed, its effects would be lost. As the fortunate one, the information benefits arrived promptly. Oh, is there such a delightful item? Lemo wielded a metallic blade, decisively severing the peculiar appendage adorned with a pair of antennae from the queen ant's head and donned it upon his own. Once he adorned this curious artifact, the previously restless ant swarm became subdued, signaling their allegiance to Lemo. Ha. This certainly simplifies matters. In his elation, Lemo immediately activated his commanding abilities, directing the remaining ants to search for a crystal of energy level comparable to that of the queen ant. He waved the queen's crystal before the scouting ants, prompting them to relay a piece of news that turned Lemo's expression a shade of green. Days prior, following a massive explosion, they had scavenged several crystals for the queen, among which was a crystal of considerable energy that enabled her to achieve the third transformation. Damn, this fellow got a head start. Lemo glanced at the queen's crystal in his hand, having initially hoped to acquire 2/3 transformation crystals, only to find himself with but this solitary one after all his efforts. Weakness of elementalization. Elementalists, once transformed, are impervious to physical attacks. However, potent mental assaults can force them out of their elemental state, rendering them vulnerable to attacks. Chapter 74. Abundant Gains wearing the queen ant's crown. Lemo commanded the remaining ants underground as they busied themselves with their hauling tasks. These ants had indeed amassed quite a trove of valuable materials from their prey. The queen ant had deliberately ensured that the colony preserved its resources for future use. However, now that the queen has perished, these materials have become a shroud for Lemo. Within the ant kingdom, Lemo discovered certain delicacies reserved exclusively for the queen, items that only she could indulge in. Although their appearance was unappealing, resembling a glutinous mass upon tasting it, Lemo found its restorative properties to be far superior to those of the healing potions crafted from sweet acacia honey. What a remarkable find! He swiftly commanded the worker ants to carry these treasures upon their backs, as there was still a substantial stock remaining. He decided to name this exclusive delicacy ant dill. It was no wonder the queen thrived so magnificently on such fare. As Lemo gazed upon the lifeless form of the queen, he couldn't help but smirk. Despite her opulent diet, she had still met her demise at his hands. Contemplating the queen's immense body, he realized that now he could command the colony, and thus the queen's remains could also be dismantled and transported. The sustenance provided by the entire colony had imbued her body with energy, pure, abundant energy. The thought of instructing the ants to decompose the very queen they had fiercely protected was intriguing. Would they resist? With the queen's crown upon his head, Lemo felt a subtle movement of the antennae, signaling a mental command: dissect the queen's body. The colony hesitated momentarily, but then sprang into action. After all, their intelligence was largely derived from the queen. With her absence, their wisdom had diminished considerably. The mental command bestowed by the queen's crown was indeed paramount. Despite the considerable number of ants that fell victim to Lemo's assault, the vastness of the ant colony rendered the fatalities relatively insignificant. Under the meticulous guidance of the queen ant's crown, the ants proceeded with their tasks in an orderly fashion, some dismembering the fallen, while others transported the remains. Through their diligent efforts, the ants swiftly dismantled the colossal body of the queen. The worker ants, burdened with fragments of the queen's carcass, lined up patiently awaiting Lemo's commands. Meanwhile, the remaining workers busied themselves with preparations to relocate the provisions stored within the ant kingdom. For their sustenance was a matter they must attend to themselves. Lemo had no inclination to provide them with food. After issuing his orders, Lemo settled cross-legged upon the ground to recuperate his extraordinary abilities, which had been significantly depleted during the recent skirmish. He understood the necessity of restoring himself to full capacity before consuming the queen's crystal. As he focused on rejuvenating his powers, The antennae of the queen ant's crown atop his head wiggled comically, adding a touch of humor to the scene. With the aid of the cyclical flow of the 5 elements, Liemo swiftly regained his full abilities. The crown's enhancement of mental acuity also contributed positively to his powers. Although a voice in his mind warned him that the crown would become unusable upon decay, Liemo quickly devised a solution to prevent its deterioration altogether. Rather than resorting to traditional preservation methods, he contemplated a novel approach, ensuring the crown remained as vibrant as possible, for he was reluctant to part with such a formidable tool. Liemoma's elemental ability allows the Ant Queen's hat to remain active and unspoiled. As long as Liemomu periodically channels life energy into the Ant Queen's hat using his wood element abilities, he can prevent its decay. It is time to act. After restoring his extraordinary powers, Liemomu consumed the third-order crystal of the Ant Queen. A surge of evolutionary energy flooded into his being, and he sensed a notable enhancement in his mental strength, given that the Ant Queen's mental prowess had been formidable in her previous life. Thus, the produced evolutionary crystal naturally contributed significantly to the enhancement of his mental faculties. With this consumption of the crystal, Liemomu's strength increased considerably. Yet he still faced a considerable journey towards the 4th order. The distance from the 3rd to the 4th order was markedly greater than before, and advancing to the 4th order would require considerable arduous cultivation. Once he had absorbed the crystal and the ant swarm completed their transport tasks, Liemomu rose to command the Ant Legion as they majestically departed the Ant Kingdom through the underground passages, steering clear of the surface radiation zones. These underground passages were evidently constructed under the Ant Queen's careful direction, as she recognized the dangers posed by the surface radiation and thus devised extensive tunnels to evade it. The worker ants displayed remarkable excavation abilities, crafting wide and sturdy tunnels. Liemomu had essentially acquired a diligent workforce, intending to entrust the excavation tasks of the 5-element city to this industrious group of ants. As for Yang Qingyue, whom he had previously captured, Liemomu had little inclination to concern himself with her. After having lingered underground for such a prolonged period, she would have surely fled if she possessed any sense, rendering any further effort on that matter unnecessary. In any case, Liemo's capture of her was merely to cleanse the radiation from the crystal. The Zombie King's crystal had long been devoured by that Ant Queen, rendering Yang Qingyue unnecessary. Indeed, as Liemo had surmised, the fissures created by his earth shifting on the surface suddenly vanished. Yang Qingyue lingered at the spot for a while, then concluded that it was highly likely Liemo had encountered some misfortune underground, prompting her to make a decisive escape. She successfully withdrew from the radiation zone, and her teammates, displaying commendable loyalty, waited for her outside the hazardous area. Once in the vehicle, her companions could not contain their curiosity about her experiences. After Yang Qingyue recounted the events, they exchanged bewildered glances. Was that it? He was merely underground, tunneling, and then abruptly vanished? And the captain returned unscathed? Captain, if that is the case, should we not venture back in for further exploration? Qiao Xingzhou inquired tentatively, feeling that returning empty-handed would be rather embarrassing. He reasoned that since the creature had disappeared, it would be prudent to delve deeper. After all, if they were to uncover the Zombie King's crystal, it would be an extraordinary windfall. Alas, the prized possession was long gone, and even if they dug 3 feet into the earth, they would find nothing of worth, at most. Some ordinary crystals. Very well, let us venture back in. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Qingyue resolved to explore the radiation zone once more, buoyed by the confidence of not having to risk her own safety. Unless she were exceedingly unfortunate, she mused, the odds of encountering Liemo again should be quite slim. Yang Qingyue once again equipped her teammates with radiation shields and re-entered the radiation zone for exploration. This time, however, they intentionally avoided the area where Liemo had previously vanished. There was undoubtedly something peculiar beneath the surface, and caution was paramount. Meanwhile, Liemo, whom they believed to have met with misfortune, emerged confidently from the underground, adorned with a comical Ant Queen hat. The antennae perched atop his head added to his absurd appearance. Yet, the formidable swarm of ants that followed him from the underground passage lent him an air of authority. With this ludicrous Ant Queen hat atop his head, he strode boldly towards 5-element city, unperturbed by the threat of zombies, should they approach. It would only lead to their demise. Some oblivious zombies attempted to assault Liemo, only to be swiftly annihilated by the ants under his command. With a mere command, a legion of ants surged forth, reducing the zombies to mere bones. These mutated ants, possessing formidable mandibles, regarded the disorganized zombies as mere offerings. Thus, Liemo triumphantly returned to 5-element city, contributing once again to its development. Ant Queen hat description. a unique piece of equipment fashioned from the head of a mutated ant queen. Essentially, it serves as a tool for the queen to command her swarm and is also used by the ants to perpetuate their lineage. The ants within the colony can consume it to gain the right to ascend as a queen, albeit with powers far inferior to that of the original queen. If the ant queen's crown is obtained by an outsider, a person of lesser strength than the ant queen who dons the crown will inevitably be assimilated by the will of the ant queen contained within. Their body will gradually transform into that of an ant, ultimately becoming the new ant queen, while the original will of the outsider will vanish, leaving only the intent to serve the ant colony. Limeau's elemental cycle grants immunity against the assimilation of the ant queen's will, which is why nothing occurs when he wears the crown. Chapter 75. The Ant Project. Limeau returned to Elemental City with a formidable army of ants. The inhabitants of Elemental City had long since grown accustomed to Limeau's peculiar endeavors, having previously brought back an ice dragon. He now returned with an impressive legion of ants. Each time the leader returned, he brought with him intriguing treasures. However, this time, what was that peculiar object on his head? Those antennae bore a striking resemblance to ant antennae. Some soldiers, upon spotting Limeau approaching the city gates, couldn't suppress their laughter at the sight. Yet, recalling that this was the merciless leader, they quickly stifled their amusement, though the corners of their mouths remained curled in suppressed mirth. Limeau, oblivious to the soldiers' reactions, directed the ants into the city, preparing to unload their bounty. The ants had nearly stripped the underground ant kingdom of everything that could be carried, with the flesh and blood of the ant queen being the piece de resistance. This energy-rich sustenance was a delicacy for those with supernatural abilities, allowing for rapid replenishment of their energy when consumed, far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary food. However, this delicacy was only suitable for those with abilities, as ordinary individuals lacked the viral resistance possessed by the empowered, making consumption potentially fatal. Moreover, that frenzied energy is not something an ordinary individual could possibly assimilate. The flesh of the ant queen was distributed to the logistics department. Now, amidst the biting cold, there is no need to fret about the preservation of the meat. Limeau intended to transform this ant queen meat into jerky, providing a much-deserved reward for his subordinates, the capable individuals who have toiled so diligently for an extended period. It is high time they received a token of appreciation. Beyond the portion allocated for this purpose, Limeau placed the remaining ant queen flesh in the supply exchange center, where the capable ones could procure it for themselves at the price of 10 elemental coins per pound, a cost steep enough to deter most. Thoughtfully, Limeau instructed the staff at the exchange center to create a sign indicating that only the capable could make purchases. After the ants unloaded their cargo from the storeroom, Limeau directed them to depart. Through the ant queen's cap, Limeau learned of the ants' unique abilities. They excelled in subterranean construction, and their underground kingdom could withstand the force of a nuclear explosion, thanks to a special substance secreted solely by worker ants. Limeau requested the worker ants to reinforce his underground projects and instructed them to prepare to establish their own nests around the perimeter of Elemental City, ensuring they would be the first to detect any external disturbances. Soon, those working underground witnessed a remarkable spectacle. Numerous large ants began to spray a peculiar substance onto the cave walls, which enveloped every inch of the cavern. Fortunately, this substance was odorless. Otherwise, the scent within the cave could have been quite overwhelming. Observing the industrious ants at work, Limeau couldn't help but lament how wonderful it would be if his subordinates were as diligent as these creatures. These mutated ants truly epitomized the finest laborers. They responded unerringly to commands. When directed east, they would unhesitatingly march eastward, never veering west. They embodied the essence of unwavering obedience, executing orders without a trace of doubt. If humanity possessed the unity and diligence of ants, perhaps we would have already embarked upon an interstellar era. As Limeau watched the tireless ants, a sigh escaped his lips. He then shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He forcibly suppressed the ants' latent aggression towards humans, even upon entering the city gates. He sensed their perception of humanity as a formidable foe. They harbored intentions to attack, yet Limeau quelled these impulses. He consistently instilled in them a singular belief that humans are friends to the ants, and thus, they should not strike against mankind. This ideology resonated with the ants, as Limeau, adorned in the ant queen's crown, commanded their utmost respect. They restrained their murderous urges and commenced their tasks with diligence. Witnessing them abandon their aggressive inclinations and dutifully engage in their respective roles brought satisfaction to Limeau. Ants that solely focus on their labor are the only commendable ants. Any thoughts of malice towards humans must be utterly eradicated. Some worker ants remained within the confines of the 5-element city, while the rest ventured beyond its borders to delve underground, commencing the construction of their new abode. After the soldier ants finished unloading their supplies, they promptly exited the city, not lingering within its confines. Instead, they followed the foraging worker ants outside to diligently fulfill their protected duties. It is truly remarkable that even amidst mutations, the ant colony lacks any semblance of autonomy. Otherwise, Limo would undoubtedly bestow upon them a model worker award, for they exemplify tireless dedication. Once he had ensured the well-being of the ants, Limo decided to rest. Having been out for such an extended period, he found himself more fatigued than the ants. He needed a moment of respite. Hanging a Do Not Disturb sign on the office door, Limo soon fell into a deep slumber. Rest assured, no one would dare to intrude upon his rest. Anyone who disturbed his repose would face dire consequences. Previously, a young woman who aspired to cultivate a relationship with Limo, upon spotting the Do Not Disturb sign, felt a surge of elation, as it indicated that the leader was resting, presenting her with an opportunity. However, the unexpected transpired. She met her demise, her beautiful visage frozen in astonishment, as if she could not fathom that Limo would take her life. It is worth noting that for an ordinary person to present themselves attractively in a post-apocalyptic world, seeking to engage with Limo is inherently suspicious. How could an ordinary individual manage to maintain such a polished appearance amidst the chaos of the world? It is highly probable that there were ulterior motives at play, but Limo was entirely unfazed by such tactics. Following this incident, many were dissuaded from harboring inappropriate intentions, and henceforth, Limo's slumber would remain undisturbed. In the radiation zone, Yang Qingyue's team scoured the area thoroughly yet found no trace of the Zombie King's crystal. Only several first-tier crystals. They felt a sense of despondency. Having risked their lives, they had only managed to acquire a meager amount of resources. As dusk approached, they resolved to depart hastily. Inside the vehicle, Yang Qingyue deliberated on the possible reasons for not locating the Zombie King's crystal. First, it might have been blasted away by the nuclear explosion, in which case we could simply expand our search radius. Second, it is possible that someone has already claimed it. Similar to the previously encountered humanoid soil, I believe their target was likely the crystal of the Zombie King. Third, there exists the grim possibility that the Zombie King did not perish within the nuclear blast. This would be the worst-case scenario. After all, during the nuclear detonation, Grandfather Yu's, General Yu's forces had already retreated, leaving them unaware of what transpired at the scene. Yang Qingyue organized the information in her mind and derived several conclusions. The captain's words resonated profoundly. Mingwan concurred and subsequently offered her perspective. Everyone, do you not find it curious that the location of the nuclear explosion seems somewhat inconsistent with the intelligence we received? Was it not reported that the explosion occurred within the confines of the Anqing base? Yet, why do we not see the ruins of the Anqing base in the area where radiation is most concentrated? Mingwan's keen observation had uncovered this anomaly. What you say? Indeed holds some merit. It is quite possible that the nuclear device was deliberately relocated to a site distant from the tide of corpses. Yang Qingyue furrowed her brow, arriving at this horrifying conclusion. Could it be that there is a traitor among General Yu's ranks? Xiao Xingzhou exclaimed in astonishment. Uncertain. Yet I do not dismiss the possibility. Upon my return, I must discuss this matter with General Yu, Yang Qingyue remarked, expressing her suspicion that a traitor might have infiltrated Yu Mingxian's forces, resulting in the nuclear explosion's location deviating from the predetermined site. Chapter 76, Report and Banquet. Are you suggesting that the nuclear explosion did not occur at the Anqing base, but rather may have been relocated elsewhere? In Yang Juanhao's office, Yu Mingxian absorbed this information from the now-revived Yang Qingyue. Yes, Grandfather Yu, we were unable to locate the crystal of the Zombie King. And the area where we detected the most severe radiation is not the ruins of the Anqing base, but rather a considerable distance away from the city. Yang Qingyue detailed. I trust Ye's judgment. It is quite probable that the nuclear blast did not align with your original deployment, old Yu. Naturally, Yang Juanhao had faith in his granddaughter's assessment. She would not make unfounded claims, and her words were surely grounded in reason. Old Yu, as Ye mentioned, the Zombie King may not truly be dead. While it is plausible that someone has taken the Zombie King's crystal, I doubt anyone would venture into that radiation zone for excavation work, Yang Juanhao speculated. Grandfather, in fact, I encountered an ability user in the radiation zone. Yang Qingyue hesitated for a moment before revealing the encounter with the humanoid entity composed of earth and stone. He appeared as though he were a being of stone, seemingly mastering the elemental force of earth. The sense of oppression he exuded was formidable. He He was undoubtedly far superior to me, likely a person capable of shattering the third barrier of supernatural abilities. A powerful earth elementalist? Yu Mingjin's expression grew peculiar. He indeed recognized someone proficient in earth elemental abilities, yet that individual possessed mastery over all 5 elemental forces and was terrifyingly strong. Grandfather Yu, do you know this person? Yang Qingwei perceptively noted Yu Mingjin's unusual demeanor and promptly inquired. I am acquainted with a formidable earth elementalist, but he is not limited to just earth abilities. He commands all 5 elements, which does not quite align with your description of him. Has he demonstrated any other types of powers before you? If he possesses other attributes, then it must be him, Yu Mingjin replied. None at all. He solely utilized earth elemental abilities from beginning to end. Yang Qingwei recalled the situation, stating that Li Mo had not revealed his true form nor exhibited any other elemental powers. Indeed, apart from him, I cannot fathom any other potent earth elementalist in the vicinity of Anqing. It must be him. Aside from that lunatic, no one would brazenly wander about in the radiation zone, Yu Mingjin concluded based on his understanding of Li Mo. He is likely also in search of the zombie king crystal. You would not stand a chance against that madman. Fortunately, you did not provoke him. Otherwise, your survival upon returning would have been in jeopardy. Yu Mingjin gazed at Yang Qingwei, seemingly lamenting her fortune. Grandfather Yu, who is that person? Yang Qingwei inquired with a hint of curiosity. That individual is Li Mo, the lord of the 5-element city, the very mastermind behind the annihilation of my 301st Regiment. Subsequently, due to the prevailing circumstances, I was compelled to adopt a cordial demeanor towards him. During the zombie siege, he assisted us in vanquishing numerous undead. Initially, I had intended to eliminate this madman with a nuclear explosion, but to my dismay, he appeared to sense the impending danger and fled prematurely. I was unable to see him perish in the blast, Yu Mingjin concluded, a trace of regret lingering in his voice. Old Yu, you're rather quick to abandon allies. Aren't you? He previously aided you against the zombies, yet you would wish for him to meet his end in a nuclear explosion? Yang Juanhao teased, unable to suppress a smirk. Were it not for this common enemy of the zombie tide, he would undoubtedly become our adversary, leaving me with potential future troubles. Which is not my style. Alas, having suffered defeat now, it seems that Li Mo will reign supreme in city from this point forward. Yu Mingjin sighed deeply, the melancholy in his eyes unmistakable. My apologies for digressing. If, as you suggested, the coordinates of the nuclear explosion were indeed flawed, it is highly plausible that there exists a traitor among my ranks. I shall conduct a thorough investigation, Yu Mingjin stated, attempting to regain his composure. Old Yu, just handle it as you see fit. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. There's no need for formality, Yang Juanhao offered generously, patting his chest without a moment's hesitation. Thank you, old Yang. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now, Yu Mingjin replied. After Yang Qingwei completed her report, she did not linger any longer, leaving the remaining matters to her grandfather. The 5-element city. I seem to have heard of it from those fleeing from Incity. It is said to be the most prosperous base currently developing in Incity. I shall seize the opportunity to visit and meet the Lord of 5-element city. As Yang Qingwei walked along the path, memories of being threatened by Li Mo surged back, causing her to grit her teeth in indignation. As the daughter of a general, she had never before experienced such intimidation, which dealt a significant blow to her proud spirit. Once I elevate my soul exchange level, I shall test whether your elemental abilities are as formidable as the rumors suggest. A fierce determination ignited within Yang Qingwei. With the support of abundant resources from the River City base, she firmly believed in her capability to achieve this. In the outskirts of Incity, the long-missing Sun Bin reappeared, having witnessed many of his zombie minions perish in the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. He dared not linger in the radiation zone, lest he meet an untimely demise. He mused that dealing with such unorganized humans was indeed easier. Sun Bin lamented that some of humanity's wisdom proved true. One must indeed seek the softest persimmons to squeeze. Reflecting on his previous adversaries, one was the zombie king Suimo, who commanded the zombie tide in Incity. Sun Bin had always regarded him as a madman, willing to go to any lengths for the cause of the undead, feeling like a lost dog in his presence. However, now that Suimo was dead, the immense burden that had loomed over Sun Bin had vanished. One was Li Mo, who established the 5-element city, a formidable individual capable of wielding the 5 elemental forces. His strength was such that the mutated rhinoceroses he dispatched became mere stepping stones for his ascension, effortlessly scattering the horde of corpses. Such military strategy proved futile. Is this not a case of the clam and the snipe contending, leaving the fishermen to reap the benefits? Why is it that I am always the one to suffer injuries? Sun Bin lamented in exasperation. Each time he had prepared to seize the opportunity, he found himself brutally defeated. The last nuclear explosion had nearly claimed his life, and the memory still sent shivers down his spine. What is the point of employing military tactics? I would be better off launching a direct assault. I may not be able to provoke the larger human settlements, but can I not handle these smaller ones? After suffering multiple setbacks, Sun Bin resolved to abandon such fanciful strategies and opted for straightforward action. The village was utterly incapable of withstanding his onslaught, and soon its defenses crumbled, unleashing a gruesome feast for his undead minions. Look at your crude behavior. One must possess taste and elegance, do you not understand? Sun Bin admonished his zombie subordinates, pointing out the blood splattered across their faces as they devoured their grotesque meal. We are not short on time. We zombies too deserve a life of refinement, akin to that of humans. He chastised them for their lack of decorum, noting the way one had splattered blood with every bite, while another had left a trail of gore in their wake. Alas, it seems I must personally attend to my own sustenance. Allowing those buffoons to handle it would surely result in a mess. Sun Bin then turned his gaze toward a woman bound to a tree, still alive. Upon being caught in Sun Bin's gaze, she involuntarily shivered, and soon thereafter, fear compelled her to cry out. However, with her mouth covered, only muffled sounds escaped her lips. My movements were swift, do not be afraid. Sun Bin revealed a devilish grin, one hand wielding a knife while the other clutched a booklet entitled Introduction to the Slaughtering Process of Pigs, as he slowly approached the woman bound to the tree. Chapter 77. The Harvest of Fear. Sun Bin's desire to vivisect a human stemmed from both his malicious inclinations and his unique psychic ability, fear harvesting. This extraordinary power allowed him to manifest the fears of those he had previously harvested, requiring the consumption of fear energy for release. These fear manifestations retained a portion of the abilities of those whose fears had been absorbed. Even at the pinnacle of his second transformation, Sun Bin could summon no more than 2 fear entities at once. He had honed this ability to the apex of the second transformation, and it could not be elevated through evolution crystals. Only by absorbing the negative emotional energy of fear could he progress. Nevertheless, consuming evolution crystals was not without merit, as it could enhance his physical strength. In the apocalyptic world, fear was in abundant supply. Throughout his journey, Sun Bin absorbed the fears of countless humans. Wherever his undead army marched, an overwhelming amount of fear energy was generated for him to absorb, significantly accelerating his accumulation of psychic power. The generation of fear energy, both in quality and quantity, is intrinsically linked to the entity from which it emanates. The fear energy produced by those with special abilities far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. However, to transcend, one requires a more refined and higher quality of fear. For instance, would the terror experienced by a living being witnessing their own dissection not be of superior quality? The woman selected by Sun Bin is indeed an extraordinary individual within the village, possessing the ability of allure. This enchanting power is not limited to humanity. Any being weaker than the charm wielder falls prey to their mental influence. Remarkably, she even managed to turn some of Sun Bin's minions against their own comrades. Yet, her powers posed little threat to Sun Bin, who, having just reached the second transformation, could hardly rival the peak of the second transformation that he embodied. With ease, Sun Bin overpowered her and bound her, intending to absorb the fear emanating from this extraordinary being to ascend to the third transformation. His accumulation was already substantial. He merely sought a catalyst to breach the barriers of the third transformation. Thus, the unfortunate woman became the sacrificial pawn for Sun Bin's advancement. It must be noted that this woman, awakened to her alluring abilities, possessed a captivating charm, a rare gem of beauty. Despite the apocalyptic backdrop, she adorned herself splendidly. And with the aid of her charm, many fell under her control. She endeavored to feign vulnerability, employing her alluring powers. Yet none of her abilities could thwart Sun Bin's advance. Regrettably, Sun Bin was not human. He was a zombie, and to him, humanity was merely sustenance. It would be inconceivable for him to harbor desire towards a mere meal. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. As Sun Bin absorbed an increasing amount of fear energy, the barrier surrounding him grew ever thinner. At last, amidst the woman's anguished screams, he transcended to the third transformation. I have finally accomplished it. Sun Bin retracted the frenzied expression from his face, as if the deranged zombie he had just been was a mere stranger. He gazed at the woman, now unrecognizable as a human, and casually waved his hand, signaling the zombies beside him to partake of her. The nearby zombies, having watched their leader's sluggish manner of consumption, were filled with impatience. Upon receiving their leader's cue, they lunged forward eagerly, beginning to devour the woman's body. This woman, being of the second transformation level, was a considerable boon for the other zombies. Meanwhile, Sunbin endeavored to release the fear entity he had acquired from consuming the woman's terror. To Sunbin, the fear entity appeared as a dark, ink-like being, while to others, it resembled the woman in her former life. For instance, this fear entity retained the woman's enchanting abilities. Though invoking such powers would deplete Sunbin's fear energy, the fear entity seemed somewhat dazed, resembling a soulless puppet. After all, no matter how lifelike, it was merely an extension of Sunbin's capabilities. However, if Sunbin concentrated fully on controlling it, the fear entity would gain vitality and presence, shedding its puppet-like appearance. Enchanting abilities? This could be an opportunity. Sunbin recalled the beauty stratagem from the 36 stratagems, and fortuitously, he now possessed a beauty at his disposal to execute this plan. Previously, he was unable to execute this scheme. It is unlikely that any mere human would fall for the allure of a beautiful corpse. It requires an authentic beauty to succeed. As for the target of this ploy, Sunbin has set his sights on the Five-Element City, a place where he had previously suffered humiliation at the hands of a formidable Esper. This time, he is determined to redeem himself. However, to ensure a greater chance of success, he resolves to seek assistance, refusing to fight alone. He has learned the drawbacks of solitary combat, and the advantage of forming alliances is that in the event of defeat, he need only outrun his allies, not the enemy. His chosen ally is the long-dormant new zombie king, Dark Ice. Sunbin discovered Dark Ice's location in the heart of An City, a territory that has long been claimed by the undead. The foundation laid by Suemo for Dark Ice is exceptionally solid, allowing him to inherit all that Suemo had established. Just because Suemo disdains him does not imply that Dark Ice shares the same sentiment. Sunbin believes this collaboration holds great promise. Do you wish to ally with me to assault the human Five-Element City? With the identity of a chosen one and his remarkable innate abilities, Dark Ice has now ascended to the third transformation level. At this moment, he listens attentively as Sunbin outlines his grand ambitions, including the alluring strategy involving a captivating entity endowed with the power of seduction. I will employ her to entice the Lord of Five-Element City, thereby disrupting their high-level decision-making. With our combined efforts, victory shall be within our grasp. Sunbin spoke of his plans with great satisfaction, seemingly eager to showcase his own intellect. Fool, do you think the Lord of Five-Element City is a creature governed by base instincts? And being scolded, exasperated by Sunbin's navet. What kind of foolish scheme are you concocting? Attempting to seduce Liemo will only alert him and deplete our own forces. It serves no purpose whatsoever. Aren't human males easily swayed by beauty? This woman possesses an enchanting allure. Bewitching a human should be child's play, Sunbin remarked, puzzled. That won't suffice. That human is far more complex. I have crossed swords with him in the past, and he is not one to be easily beguiled. Moreover, his potential surpasses mine. You don't seriously believe that only you have progressed, do you? And Bing replied, laced with sarcasm. Meanwhile, the formation zombie cast a furtive glance at their leader. Pondering how highly Bing regarded that human, he had never received such commendation from Bing himself. But consider this, if you cannot deceive the Lord, can you not sway his subordinates? Sunbin pressed on, undeterred by Bing's indifference. Dismiss him, Bing declared, issuing an order for Sunbin to leave. No longer wishing to engage in conversation. With no recourse, Sunbin departed with a disgruntled air. After seeing him off, the formation zombie turned to Bing, inquiring, Boss, Five-Element City poses a significant threat to us in this region. Why not seize the opportunity to unite against him? Eliminate him? Such a fanciful notion. That fellow is not someone whom Sunbin and his trifling plans can contend with. Let us observe and see what tricks Sunbin has up his sleeve. It will afford me a chance to gauge my old rival's capabilities. The dark icy figure scoffed, expressing his disdain. It was evident that he held no faith in Sunbin. Chapter 78, Infiltration. Curse Dark Ice. Sunbin muttered curses as he departed from the territory of the icy figure. Why was it that his military strategies were perpetually dismissed? Although he had made a few missteps in the past, he firmly believed that his alluring scheme would ultimately succeed. The icy figure refused to take action, and Sunbin lacked the audacity to assault the city of Five Elements directly, as that would spell his demise. He resolved to first send the entity of fear to infiltrate the city of Five Elements, enhanced by his third-tier abilities. The entity of fear had attained a high degree of anthropomorphism. As long as it did not engage with human supernatural beings, its true identity should remain concealed. For convenience's sake, Sunbin promptly bestowed upon the entity the name Su-Rong, to ensure that Su-Rong did not remain a mere puppet in a state of inertia. Sunbin allocated a portion of his mental energy to her, endowing Su Rong with sufficient intelligence and power. Now, Su Rong was quite capable of handling second-tier supernatural beings without issue. As a consequence, Sun Bin's mental energy limit diminished somewhat. Unless Su Rong perished or he chose to relinquish the power of fear, this portion of mental energy would never be restored. Fortunately, Sun Bin possessed a substantial reservoir of mental energy, so the loss was not particularly detrimental. He assigned Su Rong the task of diligently gathering intelligence within the City of Five Elements, aiming to ascertain the internal layout and the hierarchy of power within the city, enabling him to make appropriate preparations. After all, as the adage of military strategy states, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Sun Bin reflected on the misfortune he had previously suffered due to a lack of adequate intelligence, resolving that next time he would ensure the information was meticulously gathered before making any decisions to engage. He gestured for Su Rong to depart, signifying that their communication required no words. She was merely an extension of his capabilities, and their connection was established through mental communication. He had already transmitted all the tasks he required her to undertake, as well as imparting a wealth of knowledge regarding humanity. Su Rong bowed respectfully, indicating her understanding of Sun Bin's orders, before turning to leave, following the route ingrained in her memory to reach the City of Five Elements. There is a saying among humans, 1,000-mile dike collapses from an anthill. I wonder just how much damage my anthill can inflict upon this monumental dike? The thought amuses him greatly. Sun Bin watched Su Rong's retreating figure, laughing maniacally, eagerly anticipating the day she would wreak havoc upon the City of Five Elements. Su Rong sped along, swiftly exiting the urban area as she made her way to the suburban five-element city. The journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any obstacles. The zombies showed no interest in a fear entity that lacked the sin of flesh and blood, thus posing no hindrance to her passage. Moreover, the frigid temperatures did not affect the fear entities, so the icy, snowy environment had little impact on Su Rong. Before long, she arrived near the City of Five Elements. I certainly do not appear to be a refugee at all. Near the five-element city, Su Rong recalled the sight of some human refugees she had previously encountered. They were covered in filth, their garments riddled with numerous holes, shivering in the frigid air. She glanced down at her own attire and her skin, smooth and flawless as jade, devoid of any trace of dirt. Her radiant appearance seemed worlds apart from that of the refugees. Should she enter in this manner, she would undoubtedly arouse suspicion regarding her status as a special ability user. Entering as one of those with powers would alleviate concerns about her attire. Yet the rarity of such individuals might draw the attention of the upper echelons. If her true identity were to be discovered by the elite of Five-Element City, it would spell disaster. Thus, she resolved to avoid such a perilous gamble. Realizing this, Su Rong understood the necessity of disguising herself before she could proceed. Striding confidently into the city would certainly provoke doubts among the humans. She needed to diminish her presence as much as possible, blending in as an ordinary refugee. With her second-tier charm abilities and the peculiar nature of fear itself, her self-preservation would be assured. One must not shy away from danger if one seeks to gain valuable intelligence. This entity of fear had inherited the beauty-loving heart of its former self. Yet under the influence of Sun Bin's will, that vanity flickered momentarily before fading away. Su Rong rolled about in a pile of filthy snow, deliberately soiling her previously pristine form and tearing her clothes to create numerous ragged holes. In an instant, her demeanor transformed dramatically. The once enchanting and alluring figure was now reduced to that of a grimy, unrefined girl, without invoking her enchanting abilities. No one would take an interest in this filthy individual. Observing her own grotesque appearance, Su Rong nodded in satisfaction, deeming it fitting to the circumstances. She staggered toward the City of Five Elements, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary refugee. To ensure her ruse was foolproof, she even concocted a tragic backstory. She portrayed herself as a female university student from Anshin University, who had been holed up in her dormitory since the apocalypse erupted, surviving on scant supplies. Eventually, she was abducted by a human faction during a sweep for recruits. Due to her striking beauty, she became an object of release for those wretched souls. During her servitude, she learned of the existence of Five-Element City, rumored to be a sanctuary guarded by formidable supernatural beings. She believed that this city would herald her new dawn and subsequently seized an opportunity to escape, seeking refuge beneath this formidable bastion of humanity. The essence of her tale was steeped in tragedy. After all, in a world ravaged by calamity, a poignant narrative was often the only ticket to survival. Her primary objective was to avoid revealing her abilities at the city walls to evade detection. Once Su Rong was prepared, she approached the city gates. After a routine inspection by the guards, who found no cause for concern, she was instructed to undergo a blood draw. A blood draw? Su Rong had not anticipated this oversight. As an entity of fear, she possessed no blood for the humans to extract. At this juncture, she had no choice but to reluctantly activate her powers. Fortunately, the one conducting the blood draw was merely an ordinary person, not a supernatural being. Su Rong's enchanting prowess proved remarkably effective. With effortless grace, she persuaded the inspector to draw a vial of blood from his own arm. Subsequently, she received a wooden token inscribed with the designation Temporary Resident Number 57. The official responsible for distributing these tokens cautioned her that she must secure a position contributing to the prosperity of the five-element city within 1 month. Failure to do so would result in her expulsion, as the city does not harbor idlers, even the elderly, the infirm. And women without the capacity to labor are not exempt from this rule. If no one is willing to work on their behalf, the city will categorically refuse them. A strategy devised by Liemo. The official then presented Su Rong with a map of the five-element city, delineating various locations frequented by ordinary citizens, such as the supply exchange, the temporary residential area, shops, and entrances to underground passages. However, more clandestine locations like the storage rooms and Liemo's office were conspicuously absent from the map, as ordinary folk had no need to venture into such realms. Taking possession of the map, Su Rong stepped into the five-element city, a realm forged by Liemo, recalling the memories of Sun Bin. She pondered the city as formidable strength prior to its prolonged development and wondered what state it had now achieved. The residency policy of the five-element city categorizes inhabitants into 2 groups, formal residents and temporary residents. Liemo's city has welcomed numerous refugees, and in the interest of efficient management and equitable resource distribution, he has meticulously classified the populace into these 2 categories, with wooden tokens crafted by his own hands serving as proof of their status. This wooden plaque was crafted by Liemo using his wood element abilities. It absorbs a fragment of the holder's essence. If someone else possesses a plaque that does not belong to them, it emits a red glow, while only the rightful owner's plaque radiates a green light. Official residents. Abilities holders can directly become official residents, whereas ordinary individuals and evolved beings without powers must secure employment to attain official residency. Upon becoming official residents, each person is allocated a support quota, for instance. An abilities holder can support 3 individuals, allowing them to become official residents without the need for employment. Evolved beings can support 2 individuals, while ordinary people have only 1 support quota. Only official residents are entitled to their own housing, while temporary residents do not possess this privilege. The size of the housing is determined by the level of contribution made. Temporary residents, newly arrived refugees, are typically labeled as temporary residents, living in rudimentary tents and having to fend for their own meals, as the five-element city does not provide assistance. The city has a designated area for temporary residents, commonly referred to as the refugee zone. Each month, inspectors assess the conditions of the refugees. If individuals fail to find employment or a sponsor, they are promptly expelled. Chapter 79. Paving a new path. Su Rong followed the map's guidance to locate the temporary residents' living area, which consisted of tents gathered from various sources. The tents were relatively orderly, yet their number was limited. This implies that if there were an influx of refugees within a month, there would not be an abundance of tents available. With no tents available, one could either rely on their own provisions or succumb to the cold. If one survives the frost, it may simply be their fortune. Those who can be defeated by the elements are hardly worthy of shelter within the confines of the five-element city. Unfortunately, Su Rong was unable to locate an unoccupied tent. It was evident that the influx of refugees over the past month had overwhelmed the available resources, leaving the tents fully claimed. Su Rong wandered through the temporary settlement, seeking someone captivating to glean information about the surroundings. The absence of a tent was of little concern to her, for she remained impervious to the chill. Those who had failed to secure a tent huddled together in various corners of the settlement, seeking warmth, as the biting cold was relentless. Most of the inhabitants of these temporary shelters were ordinary folk. Few were evolved beings who, unlike supernatural entities, could not easily attain permanent residency. Nevertheless, with their enhanced capabilities, it was not particularly arduous for them to seek employment. As Su Rong entered the refugee zone, several individuals took note of her alluring figure, though she appeared disheveled. A good wash would likely reveal a striking beauty. Their minds were not preoccupied with desires for companionship. Rather, they were facing the dire threats of freezing and starvation. Employment opportunities were scarce and not readily available. Therefore, alternative strategies became paramount. The absence of work could lead to expulsion from the five-element city, a fate they wished to avoid, especially when it meant facing the perils of the undead. In their minds, presenting a beautiful woman to the evolved beings as a means to secure employment seemed a rather promising approach. After all, with their meager possessions, it was unlikely that any extraordinary beings would take an interest in them. The only viable gift they could offer was this. "Sister, can't you find a tent? You are welcome to come here. It's cold outside, so why not come in and sit?" A man with a scarred face stood near a tent, calling out to Su Rong with a friendly smile. To him, Su Rong represented an opportunity for employment. As Su Rong turned to face the scarred man, she was already contemplating whom to approach, and this man had conveniently presented himself. She strode directly towards his tent, and upon seeing her approach, the scarred man's smile widened, as if he envisioned work beckoning him. "Sister, please come in," he urged, quickly lifting the tent flap to invite her inside. Once inside, the scarred man retrieved a towel, dampened with icy snowmelt, and gestured for Su Rong to wipe the dust from her face. Su Rong glanced at the towel in his hand, then took it, immediately detecting a pungent odor, leading her to suspect that the man had used it for his feet. However, her curiosity about the man's intentions prevented her from using her charm on him immediately. Instead, she wiped away the grime from her face with the somewhat off-putting towel. Upon revealing her stunning beauty, the scarred man nodded repeatedly, marveling as he exclaimed, "Indeed, sister, you are naturally exquisite. This gives me great confidence in what is to come." The scar-faced man, after speaking, turned his gaze towards the son nestled within the sleeping bag. Following his line of sight, Su Rong noticed the presence of a child. "You did not summon me merely to observe my appearance, did you? Speak plainly. What is it that you desire?" Su Rong inquired, her gaze withdrawing, laced with an air of indifference. She had come to realize that the scar-faced man was not motivated by mere lust for beauty, but sought something else entirely. "Oh, young lady, please take a seat. Allow me to fetch you something to eat." The scar-faced man, despite his fearsome demeanor, exhibited a surprising warmth. He rummaged through his backpack and, upon discovering 2 cans of yellow croaker fish, hesitated momentarily before resolutely deciding to proceed. He retrieved 1 can, opened it, and presented it before Su Rong. Sitting cross-legged, Su Rong observed the scar-faced man as he busied himself. Her curiosity piqued regarding the intentions behind his actions. "My dear, as a newcomer, you must be aware of the rules of Wuxing City upon your arrival, correct?" he remarked, also settling cross-legged opposite her. "Indeed, I understand that without employment, one is to be expelled after a month." Su Rong nodded in acknowledgement. "Are you aware that finding work in Wuxing City is quite a formidable challenge?" he continued. "It may have been easier in the past, but now many employment opportunities are saturated, while those with abilities and evolvers have less difficulty securing jobs. For ordinary individuals like us, it is an arduous task indeed. In our quest for employment, we must await the approach of recruiters. However, the formidable productivity brought forth by the gifted and evolved individuals has rendered many positions less available. For those of us lacking specialized skills and merely possessing physical strength, it becomes exceedingly challenging to find work that sustains our livelihoods. Therefore, what is the purpose of your lengthy discourse?" Su Rong inquired slowly, observing the lamenting man with a scarred face. "Ahem, my dear sister, do not take offense at the unvarnished words of an elder brother." The scarred man, sensing that he had laid sufficient groundwork, continued, "My dear sister, you are undeniably beautiful and exude an admirable grace. Coincidentally, a friend of mine has recently become an empowered individual, possessing the means to support 3 individuals. He, shall we say, has a particular fondness for the fairer sex. Thus, might you consider residing with him?" Noticing Su Rong's unchanging expression, the scarred man hastily added, "Rest assured, if you were to accompany him, your sustenance would be assured. The treatment of empowered individuals in the 5-element city is quite favorable, and supporting you would pose no challenge. Should you express interest, I would gladly introduce you to my friend, allowing me to work under him and provide for both myself and my son." The sincerity of the scarred man's words resonated deeply. Through her acute emotional perception, enhanced by her fear entity, Su Rong discerned that he spoke the truth. By facilitating her introduction to this empowered individual, Su Rong would secure her basic needs, while the scarred man would also gain employment, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. "Isn't that your friend? Can't you simply ask him to help you find a job?" Su Rong suddenly inquired. The scarred man had traversed such a vast circle, all in pursuit of employment. Why not directly request his friend to assist him? His words, alas, merely evoke sorrow. To be candid, the only way I obtained that position was by promising to introduce him to a beautiful girl like you. Otherwise, he wouldn't give a thought to our lives. The scarred man confessed with a hint of melancholy. Aren't you two friends? Su-Rong continued to probe. Friends? What does friendship even mean? My dear, I suspect you haven't yet graduated from university, have you? He replied, his agitation palpable. All right, I understand now. Su-Rong nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. So, what do you think, my dear? The scarred man asked with genuine concern, as this was pivotal for his career and his son's future. I'm on board. I've had enough of this uncertain existence. I yearn for a better life, even if it means sacrificing everything. Su-Rong exclaimed passionately, as she had been yearning for an opportunity to connect with those possessing extraordinary abilities. It was as if a pillow had appeared just when she felt drowsy. Excellent. You are a straightforward person. It's settled then. I shall reach out to my friend. When the time comes, make sure to present yourself beautifully. For you must capture his attention. The scarred man expressed with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness, as in just a few days, without securing employment, he would be expelled from Five Elements City. Chapter 80. Yuchi's Nightmare. Inside the scarred man's tent, Scarface retrieved some cosmetics left behind by his late wife. Initially, he intended to keep them as a memento, but the time had come when their use became necessary. Although these cosmetics held sentimental value, the sanctity of life undeniably took precedence. Su-Rong gazed with keen interest at the items Scarface produced, based on the knowledge imparted to her by Sun Bin regarding humanity. She understood these were magical tools that could enhance one's beauty. It was said that some individuals transformed entirely before and after makeup application. Sister, you are naturally beautiful. A light touch of makeup would suffice. Scarface handed the cosmetics and a small mirror, also left by his wife, to Su-Rong. She accepted them. Intrigued by the wonders of human makeup artistry, I still need to fetch some water for you to wash off the grime, Scarface observed, noting Su-Rong's dusty appearance. He procured a bucket and filled it from the water reservoir in the Five Elements City, where the water remained at a comfortable temperature even amidst the harshest winter. Thanks to continuous supervision and heating. Sister, the conditions are quite rudimentary. Make do with a quick wipe. He placed the bucket down and offered her a rag that resembled a dish rag, turning away gentlemanly to afford her some privacy. Su-Rong glanced at the rag, a shiver of revulsion passing over her. She truly wished to avoid touching that foul cloth any further. She lifted the bucket and poured the water directly over her head, washing away the grime from her body. The sound of the splashing water drew the attention of the scar-faced man, who turned to see Su-Rong drenched and, alarmed, hurriedly removed his coat to drape it over her. Are you out of your mind? Sister, you'll catch a fever pouring water on yourself in this weather, he exclaimed, disregarding his own discomfort, worried that Su-Rong was contemplating something dire. It's fine. I can withstand the cold, Su-Rong replied calmly. Sister, it hasn't been easy for you to live this long, the scar-faced man remarked, casting a deep glance at Su-Rong, his voice tinged with helplessness. Enough of that. Let us focus on preparing quickly. Since encountering Li Mo at the Ice Dragon's lair, Yuchi had been significantly impacted, struggling to comprehend why. Despite possessing the advantages of reincarnation, he was unable to surpass that individual and was, in fact, weaker. At that moment, Yuchi lacked even the courage to confront Li Mo, feeling just as powerless and frail as in his previous life. He repeatedly recalled the memories of his past life, specifically the moment he and his beloved, Xiaoqing, met their demise at the hands of the Five Elements King. To ensure his escape, Xiaoqing had stayed behind, utilizing her unique ability to cast a curse that would slow the Five Elements King's pursuit. However, her curse had little effect on the Five Elements King. Once he activated the cycle of the Five Elements, he was impervious to all forms of attack and untainted by any malevolence, rendering Xiaoqing's curse ineffective, leading to her swift demise at his hands. In a state of unwillingness and indignation, he traversed into the spatial interstice near the Elemental King, biding his time to launch a surprise attack with the spatial blade to slay the Elemental King. However, the Elemental King was entirely harmonized with the environment. Nature itself stood in his favor, repelling him from the space. He was expelled from the spatial interstice like a stray dog. As he clumsily tumbled out of the interstice, he sought to escape through spatial transmission. Alas, he was ensnared by the soul-pinning nails, a manifestation of the Elemental King's golden abilities, which immobilized his soul, leaving him utterly trapped. Numerous soul-pinning nails were driven deep into his being, rendering him incapable of harnessing any power. At that moment, he was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Who granted you the audacity to seek me out? The Elemental King's indifferent voice resonated, as if confronting not a renowned spatial adept, but merely a wild dog on the roadside. Elemental King, you have ruthlessly refined thousands into your elemental puppets. You have transformed them into mere puppets that heed your commands. Why do you resort to such cruelty? With his soul pinned, Yuchi realized his fate was sealed. In a moment of desperation, he boldly confronted the Elemental King, raising his voice in inquiry. Is that the reason? Liemo interjected, seemingly amused. As if he had heard something laughable. When did Yuchi become so concerned for the lives of others? Seeing Liemo's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Yuchi's fury. He could not fathom how this individual could be so dismissive of human life. Why do you act so? Do you not know that my father is among them? Previously, the city where my father resided fell victim to a horde of zombies. They had a chance to escape. Were it not for you, how could they have met their demise there? Yuchi bellowed in fury. Look, you hardly care about the lives of others. Your concern lies solely with your father. Why adorn yourself with the mantle of righteousness? Moreover, the bounty on my head could likely purchase an entire city. Why parade around as if you were a paragon of virtue, sworn to combat evil to the bitter end? Liemo ruthlessly laid bare Yuchi's hypocrisy. Furthermore, was your father's action truly a retreat? It was nothing but a cowardly flight. Abandoning his soldiers to flee ahead, he deserved his fate. I merely allowed him to expend his final energy. Liemo shrugged, claiming his actions were benevolent. Yuchi was momentarily speechless. In truth, Liemo spoke no falsehoods. His father's deeds were indeed questionable. Out of words, are we? Spare me your drivel about the noble cause of humanity. A coward is simply a coward. Liemo mocked. Your father and his companions have gradually melded with nature under my influence. Is that not a blessing? Liemo thrust yet another verbal dagger into Yuchi's heart. At this moment, Yuchi was utterly devoid of fighting spirit, his will to live extinguished. Very well. A rare wielder of spatial abilities. I trust you will soon become a part of my puppet army. Liemo waved his hand. No longer inclined to engage in further discourse with Yuchi. A sharp blade pierced through this once mighty figure who had dominated the apocalyptic landscape. Every time Yuchi recalls the scene of his past life's demise, a cold sweat breaks out upon him. Ever since he encountered Liemo, who remains formidable, the dread that Liemo instilled in him resurfaces. Currently, he remains at the pinnacle of the second transformation, yet he has yet to break through to the third. His mental state has suffered considerable blows, hindering his advancement. Rising from bed, he splashes water on his face and gazes into the mirror, where he sees a visage marked by desolation. A bitter smile escapes his lips. He no longer possesses the vigor he had upon his rebirth, but rather an overwhelming sense of despair. He lacks even the courage to meet Liemo's gaze, let alone seek revenge. As he stares at his dispirited reflection, his frustration mounts, prompting him to shatter the mirror with a punch, heedless of the glass shards that embed themselves in his hand. It seems he believes that by breaking the mirror, he can also shatter his own despondency and impotence. He cannot continue down this path. He must swiftly ascend to the third transformation. Given the current circumstances, it is likely that many zombies have evolved to the second transformation, making them ideal nourishment for his own advancement to the third. Gritting his teeth, Yuchi declares that he can no longer tolerate his current state of despair. His beloved is still missing, and a bright future awaits him. He cannot allow himself to languish any longer. In contrast to Yuchi's despondency, Liemo enjoys a leisurely and comfortable existence. Unbeknownst to him, he has unwittingly caused considerable distress to another individual without even taking action. The ants have established their own nests around the periphery of the five-element city, though their scale is undoubtedly smaller than what Liemo had previously witnessed. After all, many ants had fallen to Liemo's blade. To command the ants, Liemo must perpetually don the Ant Queen's crown, however. It is impractical for him to wear this crown continuously within the confines of Five-Element City, as the crown's influence wanes beyond a certain distance. Liemo has ascertained through experimentation that the crown possesses the ability to assimilate individuals whose strength is inferior to that of the Ant Queen. He once attempted to bestow the crown upon another, only to discover that the individual was forcibly transformed into an ant, losing all discernment and commencing an assault on humanity. This was utterly unacceptable. Liemo swiftly terminated the assimilated ant, furrowing his brow at the crown's excessively domineering assimilation capability. Yet, an idea dawned upon him. He could employ the life-affirming wood element to inhibit the crown's assimilation function. The wood element emanating from within Liemo is vibrant and replete with vitality, making it a promising candidate to counteract the crown's overpowering influence. It is imperative, however, to maintain a delicate balance, opting for experimental subjects who are ordinary individuals devoid of special abilities. This will allow Liemo to effectively infuse them with the wood element's power while mitigating the risk of conflicting forces within a single body. Fortunately, ordinary individuals are not difficult to find. Liemo instructed the logistics department to procure a few subjects, and soon, the scarred-faced man arrived alongside several others, his countenance brimming with delight. After escorting Su Rong to his friend in the logistics department, he eagerly awaited the call to commence his duties. Before long, his friend, an extraordinary individual, informed him that Lord Li, the ruler of Five Element City, required assistance and requested his presence. The scarred-faced man was overwhelmed with joy. He had finally secured employment, and to be sought after by the Lord himself, surely the remuneration would be exceptional. He exuberantly embraced his son, exclaiming, "My dear child, your father has found a job. Soon, I shall earn enough to buy you some meat." His son, equally delighted, clung to his father with glee. However, upon observing his father's disheveled and soiled appearance, he quickly interjected, "Father, you cannot meet the Lord looking like this." The scarred man's beard had grown untamed. His hair was in disarray, and his clothes were covered in dust, with several areas already tattered beyond repair. His shoes were no better, with some parts coming apart at the seams. This opportunity, painstakingly secured by his extraordinary friend, could not be squandered due to his unkempt appearance. "Indeed, you are right. My son," he realized, "how could I possibly present myself to the Lord in such a state? This chance is rare, and I cannot afford to lose it over my appearance. Wait here, my child. I shall tidy myself up at once." The scarred man hurriedly dashed out, seeking to borrow some items from his fellow residents in the temporary shelter. "Old Zhang, may I borrow your razor?" "What for?" you ask. "Well, to be honest, I have found a job, a position working alongside the Lord himself." "How impressive is that?" "Old who? Do you not have a clean set of clothes? Hurry, lend me something to wear." "What? Do you find me unclean? How do you speak to someone who is destined to be a favored individual beside the city lord?" The scar-faced man had pieced together a relatively decent outfit, borrowing from here and there, and had even styled his hair with some setting mousse. He had also changed into a pair of intact shoes. Although this attire was far from splendid, it was a rare find in the post-apocalyptic world. Yet, he worried that the city lord might look down upon his scarred visage. The scar-faced man touched the scar on his face, fearing that the city lord might dismiss him because of it. "Ah, but this is the end of the world. Who among us lacks a few scars? Surely, the esteemed city lord would not concern himself with such trivialities," he thought to himself. Upon arriving at the designated gathering place, the scar-faced man noticed that none of the others had dressed as neatly as he had, and he could not help but curl his lip in disdain. "Humph. In such a disheveled state, how could you possibly catch the city lord's eye?" He also spotted his ability-wielding friend and Su Rong not far away, with Su Rong blissfully nestled against her ability-wielding companion. He greeted the two, and Su Rong offered a slight nod in response, while her companion appeared somewhat dazed and did not return the greeting. The scar-faced man paid it no mind. After all, he had secured a job, and whether or not he received a response was of little consequence. In truth, the man had been utterly captivated by Su Rong's charm, having become her puppet, a situation that the scar-faced man had inadvertently facilitated. What the scar-faced man remains oblivious to is that what awaits him is not the Lord's favor and a bright future, but rather the grim fate of becoming a test subject. Liemo awaits in a vacant plot within the Five Element City for the logistics department to deliver the individuals to him, and soon, the team to which the scarred-faced man belongs arrives. To alleviate any feelings of trepidation, Liemo instructs the logistics personnel to escort them to a nearby building, which offers a warm hearth and the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafting through the air. A few bottles of cola sit invitingly beside them. Upon sighting the sweet potatoes, the eyes of the scarred-faced man and his companions glimmer with desire. They often endure hunger for several meals before feasting, so the sight of roasted sweet potatoes elicits uncontainable excitement. The long-forgotten cola further tantalizes their appetites. The supervisor informs them that the food within is theirs to enjoy, and when their names are called, they are to step outside. The windows are obscured by opaque paper, preventing any view of the outside world. The scarred-faced man and his companions nod enthusiastically, pledging their compliance, still unaware of the fate that awaits them as test subjects. They rush forward, eagerly dividing the sweet potatoes and cola among themselves. The scarred-faced man secures 3 sweet potatoes and a bottle of cola, relishing a piece of sweet potato that momentarily fills his long empty stomach. He then discreetly slips 2 sweet potatoes into his pocket, stowing the cola safely in his bosom, intending to bring them home for his son, who adores cola more than anything. In the past, I never allowed him to drink, But now, even if he desires it, it has become a challenge to quench his thirst. The scarred man smiled faintly, seemingly envisioning the delight on his son's face upon seeing him return with a cola. Those 2 pieces of sweet potato would surely suffice for his son as hearty meal. The wait was not lengthy. Soon, the person in charge summoned the scarred man outside. As he stepped out, he noticed something peculiar on a small cart not far away. His keen eyes discerned that the cart bore a body. The scarred man's pupils constricted. Something felt amiss, yet he found himself inextricably bound to proceed. He followed the person in charge until he stood before Liemo, listening as the official reported to the city lord. Then, he was ordered to don a peculiar hat still stained with blood, the Ant Queen's crown. Upon wearing the Ant Queen's hat, a fog of confusion enveloped the scarred man. The will of the mutated Ant Queen was not something an ordinary person could withstand. This time, I adjusted the infusion ratio of the wood element based on previous failures. It must succeed, Liemo murmured, placing his hand on the increasingly dazed scarred man. As the wood element began to flow into him, striving to counteract the assimilation of the Ant Queen's hat. In truth, it was not difficult for the power of the wood element to suppress the assimilation by the Ant Queen's hat. The real challenge lay in preserving the hat's abilities. Otherwise, an excessive infusion of the wood element would merely obliterate the powers of the hat. Achieving this required reaching a delicate balance of strength. This time, Liemo successfully exerted control, having gleaned valuable experience from previous failures. Gradually, the scarred face began to manifest the exoskeleton and antennae characteristic of ants. However, as the process progressed, the assimilative force reached a delicate equilibrium with Liemo's wood elemental power, preventing further expansion of the ant-like features on the scarred face. The Ant Queen's crown seamlessly integrated into his head, becoming an intrinsic part of him. After a brief moment, the scarred face opened his eyes, which had transformed to resemble those of an ant, enhancing his sensory perception. He had become a hybrid of man and ant, retaining his intelligence while, due to Liemo's wood elemental power, experiencing an innate closeness and loyalty towards him. Henceforth, you shall be known as Mr. Ant, Liemo declared, bestowing upon him a name. Mr. Ant rose to his feet, bowing his head, with his 2 antennae gently drooping downwards in a gesture of loyalty to Liemo. Chapter 82. The Mysteries of Life. It appears that the wood element possesses significant potential in the creation of new life. Liemo pondered thoughtfully as he regarded Mr. Ant, recognizing this ant human as a novel being. Although Mr. Ant's power was merely at the initial stage of the second transformation, lacking the formidable presence of the Ant Queen in her third transformation, Liemo understood that transforming an ordinary individual into a second transformation expert was commendable. Now, even if Liemo were to depart, there would be someone to continue the command of the ants outside the city. Liemo dispatched Mr. Ant to the outskirts of the city, allowing him to continue directing the colony of ants in their labor, while he himself would manage his own needs. Initially, Liemo harbored concerns about Mr. Ant's potential defiance following his successful fusion with the Ant Queen's crown, yet it seems those fears were unfounded. Observing Mr. Ant's retreating figure, Liemo marveled at the wonders of life, exclaiming how truly extraordinary it is. The successful experiment of the Ant-Man fusion felt akin to unlocking Pandora's box. Perhaps the realms of life, previously deemed inaccessible, could be explored further in this era of superhuman abilities. If the Ant-Man could come into existence, why not other hybrids? Creatures such as Mantis Man, Dung Beetle Man, Leopard Man, and Elephant Man could also be realized. Furthermore, Liemo was intrigued by the notion of a half-human, half-corpse entity. It might yield a being of unprecedented strength. However, he cast a glance at the logistics team wheeling away a cart laden with corpses. A grim reminder of the countless failures that accompany such endeavors, each failure signifying a life lost. Yet, Liemo believed that while such experiments might have faced resistance before the apocalypse, the outbreak had ignited an insatiable thirst for power among the populace. Everyone yearned for strength, even if it meant paying the ultimate price of life, especially the ordinary individuals devoid of power. Should Liemo choose to expand his efforts, the inevitable failures would be impossible to conceal, yet he was unperturbed by any dissent that might arise. It seems that in the future, whenever I encounter peculiar and bizarre objects, I shall attempt to see if they can merge with humanity, thus contributing to the foundation of my 5-element city. Liemo pondered and suddenly recalled the ice dragon he had previously dismantled. Alas, it was likely reduced to mere bones now, making any attempt at life fusion impractical. If only there were remnants of ice dragon blood, he thought, perhaps he could experiment with the creation of a dragon man. The diversity of life is indeed vast, providing me with numerous options. Liemo resolved to return to his office and document his flashes of inspiration. As Mr. Ant journeyed beyond the city limits, he felt a sense of constriction in his attire and, with a decisive motion, tore it open, reassured by his carapace that he had no fear of the external chill. Upon rending his garments, he inadvertently dislodged a can of cola and 2 sweet potatoes, which tumbled to the ground. Glancing at these items, Mr. Ant felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if he had forgotten something of great significance. Shaking his head to dispel the strange sensation, he reminded himself that the master's orders were of utmost importance. He quickened his pace, departing from the confines of Five Elements City to command the ants outside. Within the makeshift encampment, the scar-faced man's tent housed his son, who nestled in his sleeping bag, eagerly awaiting his father's return with delectable treats. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber, dreaming of the time before the apocalypse when their family of 3 shared meals together, such a blissful memory. Alas, the advent of the apocalypse shattered all that was once beautiful. Father, why haven't you returned yet? I miss you. I miss Mother. Please come back soon. Father, I am so cold, and I am so hungry. Please hurry back. Days later, when the officials arrived at the tent of the scarred-faced man for an inspection, they discovered he had succumbed to the cold. Strangely, a serene smile graced his face, as if he had departed this world while lost in a beautiful dream. The officials, witnessing this scene, sighed silently and signaled for the personnel to remove the frozen body. They had grown accustomed to such sights. Alas, this cursed apocalypse. Liemo was oblivious to the events unfolding within the confines of Five Elements City, and his subordinates would not report such trivial matters to him. Incidents of this nature were far too common in the apocalypse, and managing them was an impossible task. How is the transaction market developing? Liemo inquired from behind his spacious desk, reclining in his comfortable swivel chair, addressing Zhang Yuhao, the head of logistics, who stood before him. While formidable before his subordinates, Zhang Yuhao appeared as timid as a fledgling chick in Liemo's presence. His rapid thought processes momentarily slowed. He bowed his head deeply before Liemo, dutifully reporting on his work. The transaction market had always been under Zhang Yuhao's arrangement. Following the forced withdrawal of military forces from its city, the tide of zombies led by the Zombie King had suffered heavy losses, and even the Zombie King had perished. This led to the emergence of numerous human-sized factions in Anqing, akin to mushrooms sprouting after a rain. With the arrival of winter, productivity significantly declined, necessitating a marketplace for trade. At this juncture, Liemo decisively stepped forward, instructing the Minister of Logistics under his command to commence the establishment of a trading market, initially for internal use to assess its effectiveness, before opening it up externally. Liemo was not a benevolent figure merely providing a trading venue for these factions. Rather, his aim was to expand the influence of the Five Elements coin, aspiring for it to become the most sought-after currency in the entire region surrounding Anqing. The strength of the Five Elements City was sufficient to support such endeavors, for with Liemo's presence, it could be said to possess an unparalleled strength. The other human factions were utterly powerless to contend with Liemo's might. Dissenting against his strategies would be tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. Hence, transactions within the trading market of the Five Elements City could only be conducted using the Five Elements coin, a regulation they begrudgingly accepted. Moreover, the marketplace contained an array of dazzling goods. Certainly, various factions could not only purchase items here, but also sell them, set up stalls, and rent spaces for commerce, as long as payment was made in Five Elements coins. In pursuit of his plan, Liemo spared no effort, with his chief enforcer, Minister Song-Su, rigorously implementing Liemo's orders. Should anyone dare to defy, they would be swiftly dealt with and expelled from the city. However, killing was not an option. Liemo sought sustainable development rather than the exploitation of resources. In the face of those ignorant of the rules, a small punishment served as a stern warning. However, Song-Su further elaborated on Liemo's orders. While minor punishments were to be expected, there remained a necessity for financial compensation to avert disaster. Those individuals, compelled by the might of the Five Elements City, had no choice but to relinquish their valuables to Song-Su. Such occurrences were well known among the denizens of Five Elements City, yet none dared to voice their discontent, as he was Liemo's foremost sycophant. After all, one must regard the master when chastising the dog, and moreover, Song-Su was not a feeble and easily intimidated pup, but rather a fierce wolf dog. Zhang Yuhao meticulously recounted the various matters associated with the establishment of the trading market, which included Song-Su's dealings. Upon hearing of Song-Su's acceptance of benefits from those who flouted the rules, Liemo furrowed his brow. Zhang Yuhao, adept at reading the room, quickly discerned the shift in Liemo's demeanor. Assuming it was due to Liemo's intolerance for transgressions, he cautiously inquired, "Are you dissatisfied with Song-Su's actions, my lord?" No, Song-Su is capable of such conduct. But Li Mo's tone shifted. I instruct that those merchants exchange all offerings for 5 elements coins before presenting them to him. This aligns better with our development. He should cease collecting other items and only accept 5 elements coins as remuneration, Li Mo commanded. Understood. Zhang Yuhao gazed at Li Mo with a complex expression, taken aback by this unexpected outcome. These merchants had anticipated profiting, only to encounter a true vampire. Chapter 83. Su Rong's revelation. What? The Lord did not pursue my actions but merely instructed me to refrain from accepting goods and to only accept 5 elements coins? Song-Su gazed in astonishment at Zhang Yuhao, who sat opposite him. He had anticipated that this fellow would report him, leading to repercussions. However, to his surprise, Li Mo had not pursued any accountability. Instead, he had merely imposed an additional regulation. Indeed, consider yourself fortunate, as this is truly the directive of our superior. Zhang Yuhao replied with an impassive expression, feeling somewhat displeased that he had not managed to outmaneuver his counterpart. Ha ha ha, the superior indeed treats me generously. Song-Su chuckled a few times, but soon his laughter faded, replaced by a serious demeanor as he scrutinized Zhang Yuhao. You, my friend, seem devoid of any goodwill. Is it a problem that I took a few things? Zhang Yuhao chuckled non-committally. Although Song-Su's words lacked politeness, he felt no fear of the implied threat. As department heads, who was afraid of whom? They were merely sycophants serving Li Mo, regardless of their rank. I am only alleviating the burdens of our superior, ensuring that his foundation is not undermined by certain pests, Zhang Yuhao remarked, narrowing his eyes with insinuation. What a lofty pretext. Everyone understands your intentions. The superior has tacitly approved my actions. Why pretend to be a dominant wolf? Aren't we all serving the superior? Song-Su retorted with a hint of scorn. Ah, young man, you fail to comprehend. Remember, a 1,000-mile dike can collapse due to an ant hole. The fortress painstakingly established by our superior must not fall to such trivial matters. Currently, the superior may allow you some leeway, but in the future, he will surely. Suddenly, Zhang Yuhao shouted in alarm, seeing a fist rapidly expanding before his eyes. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yuhao was sent flying by a punch from Song-Su. At this moment, the peak of his skills could not compare to the already advanced Song-Su, who had reached the 2nd transformation level. I absolutely detest your pompous demeanor. Before the apocalypse, I was powerless to retaliate, but now, anyone who dares to lecture me shall face my wrath. Song-Su exhaled onto his fist and silently added, Of course, I must heed the leader's counsel. Ultimately, those who rely solely on brute force to resolve conflicts are merely individuals of brawn without intellect. Brushing off the dirt from his clothes, Zhang Yuhao stood up, still attempting to project an air of superiority. Yet the imprint of Song-Su's fist on his face rendered him rather ludicrous. Perhaps you should tend to your nosebleed before boasting further, Song-Su scoffed, bemused by Zhang Yuhao's audacity despite his weaker fists. He chose not to engage with him any longer, turning away to focus on replenishing his wallet. Cunning rogue, Zhang Yuhao muttered as he wiped his nosebleed. Watching Song-Su depart. What did you say? Song-Su, not far off, turned back to glare at Zhang Yuhao, who was momentarily struck with fear and hurriedly waved his hands. I said nothing. Just go on your way. You had better. Song-Su shot him a disdainful glance, choosing not to entangle himself further. Once I achieve a breakthrough, I shall challenge you. Zhang Yuhao gritted his teeth, determined to return home and utilize his reserves to exchange for crystals to reach the 2nd transformation. He could no longer endure the indignities inflicted by this cunning rogue. After captivating the ability user, Su Rong began to gather intelligence, using this individual as her anchor point. The individual endowed with extraordinary abilities is named Yang Jiaowei, a 1st-tier supernatural being whose power is invisibility. He is employed in the logistics department, primarily overseeing the management of the Resource Exchange Center, a lucrative position abundant with opportunities for personal gain. Even the head of the combat department, Song-Su, must cultivate a favorable rapport with him. Yang Jiaowei's ascent to this role can be attributed to his remarkable ability to remain unseen. To win his favor, Zhang Yuhao bestowed upon him this coveted position within the logistics department, expecting diligent service in return. Yang Jiaowei, understanding the dynamics at play, promptly conveyed his dedication to Zhang Yuhao, expressing a willingness to serve loyally. Zhang Yuhao, feeling a sense of satisfaction, believed he had found a promising protege. However, he later regretted assigning someone with the temperament of a rogue to such a critical role. Yang Jiaowei began to exploit the advantages of the Resource Exchange Center, seeking illicit pleasures and even setting his sights on Mayu, the head of the medical department. Mayu, a striking beauty in a position of significant authority, attracted the attention of many within the base. Yet, she maintained her integrity, showing no interest in Yang Jiaowei's advances. Moreover, Mayu harbored feelings for Liemo. Aligning with him would grant her considerable influence within the base. Unfortunately for Yang Jiaowei, Liemo seemed oblivious to such pursuits, singularly focused on the quest for power. Following the demise of a reckless young woman at Liemo's hands, Mayu was left considerably shaken. Her fear stemmed from a similar reckless desire she had entertained, which she had fortunately abandoned when someone else faced the consequences. Nevertheless, she continued to uphold her virtuous conduct, ever mindful of the unpredictable nature of fate. What if one day Liemo has a change of heart? Would that not present her with an opportunity? Subsequently, it is unclear whether Yang Jiaowei had become overly arrogant or if something else had transpired, as he brazenly began to threaten Mayu, stating that if she did not agree to be with him, he would raise the prices whenever she came to exchange goods. Amused by his audacity, Mayu could only laugh in disbelief at his arrogance. Perhaps the leader had indulged certain ability users too much, allowing them to exhibit such frivolity. Although Mayu possessed limited combat prowess, as the head of the medical department, her connections were unparalleled. She immediately summoned the head of the combat department to deal with Yang Jiaowei. Naturally, he was not killed, for every ability user belonged to the five-element city. And Liemo would never permit non-combat casualties among her subordinates. Yang Jiaowei had several of his teeth knocked out. Being an invisibility user, he was no match for Song Su. After delivering a thorough beating, Song Su also extracted an entire vial of his blood before relenting. Following this, Song Su and Mayu conspired to impose conditions upon him. Whenever he exchanged goods, he must provide extra 5 elements coins, or else he would be met with a beating each time they encountered him. As for how he would handle the subsequent inquiries, that was his concern alone. They would not intervene. Under the pressure of Song Su's iron fist, Yang Jiaowei reluctantly acquiesced to this unequal pact. However, he was quite shameless, opting not to use his own funds, but rather choosing to exploit others. For instance, when someone came to exchange 5 elements coins, he would purchase an item that was originally worth 3 coins for only 2, pocketing the coin that was meant for the exchanger. He subtly adjusted the prices of certain items. Although some noticed his underhanded tactics, they dared not voice their dissent for fear of retribution from Yang Jiaowei. Naturally, after receiving a thrashing, Yang Jiaowei became much more compliant and no longer dared to entertain reckless notions. The only individuals capable of posing a threat to him were the supernatural beings within the base, and he facilitated their exchanges for supplies. Recognizing that such beings were few in number, and those willing to assist them were even scarcer. In contrast, when dealing with ordinary individuals and evolved beings lacking abilities, Yang Jiaowei donned a different persona, exhibiting a cruel disposition that suggested he would extract every last ounce from them, resembling a tyrannical figure from a post-apocalyptic world. However, the wicked are ultimately met with their comeuppance. Due to his petty faults, he became a puppet under Su Rong's enchantment. His advantageous position enabled Su Rong to amass extensive intelligence within the 5-element city, even acquiring information regarding individuals of Song Su's caliber. Yet, regarding the most enigmatic figure, the Lord of 5-element city, Su Rong only knew that Liemo could manipulate 5 elements, and her understanding of his power levels and abilities remained limited, lacking the depth required to construct genuinely actionable intelligence. Su Rong's presence beside Yang Jiaowei went unnoticed, primarily because the women surrounding him changed every few days, rendering them somewhat unremarkable. However, the arrival of one individual, Song Su, discerned Yang Jiaowei's peculiarities, thus exposing Su Rong. On that day, Song Su arrived at the material exchange center, carrying a few items, as he had done previously. The discount operation could not be conducted overtly. Instead, he personally entered a small room in the exchange center, where Yang Jiaowei was present. As Song Su entered the room, he was taken aback to find both Su Rong and Yang Jiaowei inside. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something amiss. Why would Yang Jiaowei allow a woman into such a place? Typically, regardless of his affections for any woman, he would never permit them entry into this room. Song Su remained cautious and deliberately inquired, "Have you prepared the 25 elements coins as promised for this transaction?" Yang Jiaowei smiled in response, "Of course. I would never forget what I promised Minister Song. You are indeed hiding something." Song Su tossed aside his belongings, producing a test tube containing Liemo's blood, and downed it in one gulp, immediately entering a combat stance. He turned to Su Rong, coldly demanding, "Speak. What are your intentions in controlling him?" "Minister Song, please don't be so agitated. This is merely me." Yang Jiaowei, still under the enchantment, attempted to conceal the truth. However, Song Su swiftly enveloped himself in flames and launched a punch at Su Rong. How did you discover it? Su Rong's body manifested a black shield of fear, successfully blocking the blow. With a hint of confusion, she asked, "Wait until I capture you. Then we can have a proper discussion." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Song Su's eyes as he charged forward once more, demonstrating that he had no inclination to explain himself to his adversaries. Chapter 84. Defeating Su Rong. Enchantment. Su Rong immediately unleashed her enchanting power, intending to bring Song Su under her control. With the enhancement of Sun Bin's spiritual energy, her charm was exceptionally potent, capable of captivating even those skilled in the second tier of enchantment. However, it was unfortunate that the target of her enchantment was Song Su, who had imitated the elemental abilities. At that time, Liemo, in his third tier, had managed to withstand the psychic assault of the Ant Queen, who specialized in spiritual power by leveraging the cycle of the 5 elements. Consequently, this tactic posed little threat to Song Su. When confronted with Su Rong's allure, Song Su found his mind momentarily entranced, and for an instant, he perceived the woman before him as extraordinarily beautiful, compelling him to heed her every command. Observing the dazed look in Song Su's eyes, Su Rong nodded in satisfaction. Having gained control over the minister of the battle department of the 5-element city was a significant achievement, one that she believed would surely please her master. However, just moments later, clarity returned to Song Su's gaze, as the cycle of the 5 elements successfully liberated him from Su Rong's grasp. Rather than launching an immediate attack, Song Su opted to play along, feigning submission as he slowly approached Su Rong. "Minister Song Su, you are already in my clutches. Come. Let me extract the intelligence from your mind. Wait. Why are you coming so close?" Su Rong had intended to directly question Song Su for information, only to realize that he was advancing toward her without her command. "Of course, to obliterate you." Song Su grinned menacingly, raising his fist as flames once again enveloped it, revealing a multitude of metallic blades behind him. The ground began to rise in jagged spikes, obstructing Su Rong's movements and preventing her escape. Yang Jiahui, who was attempting a stealthy assault from the side, found himself ensnared by the potted plants within the room. Song Su had been vigilant against this fellow. With the mastery of wood elemental power, he effortlessly controlled the foliage to counter the low-level Karami. "How could you?" Su Rong exclaimed in panic, managing only to conjure a fleeting shield of fear around herself. However, Song Su had anticipated this move. To shatter her protective barrier, he unleashed a barrage of metallic blades directed at her shield. Although Su Rong wished to escape, the spikes protruding from the floor thwarted her attempts to flee. Gradually, cracks began to form on the surface of her fierce shield, culminating in its shattering. With the shield broken, Song Su's long-prepared flame fist was primed for action. He struck Su Rong's defenseless face with immense force, obliterating her once beautiful visage and revealing the dark, fearsome essence beneath. The might of his blow was so formidable that even Su Rong's fear entity could not withstand it. Black fear liquid oozed from her face, creating a grotesque spectacle that stripped away her previous allure. Seizing the moment, Song Su employed his metal elemental abilities to conjure several long spikes, pinning Su Rong firmly to the ground to prevent her escape. The spikes penetrated her body, serving as a double assurance. He then unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes until she was left barely clinging to life, gasping for breath. What perplexed Song Su was the fact that, despite sustaining such severe injuries, the woman still clung to life. He had paused several times, fearing he might inadvertently kill her. Clearly, there was something extraordinary about this woman. He needed to thoroughly interrogate her to uncover the truth of her situation. After completing his thoughts, Song Su shook his arm and spat a mouthful of phlegm directly onto the disheveled face of Su Rong, cursing, "Do you really think you can control me? Have you even considered who you were trying to dominate?" It was then that he noticed Yang Jiahui, who, owing to the grievous blow dealt to Su Rong, was gradually regaining consciousness. However, upon seeing the man's dazed expression, a wave of inexplicable anger surged within Song Su. This fellow certainly knew how to stir up trouble. After causing such a mess, he had been rendered unconscious, and now it fell upon Song Su to clean up after him. In a fit of frustration, Song Su approached Yang Jiahui and unleashed a flurry of slaps across his face, determined to bring him back to his senses. The familiar sting of pain radiated from his cheek as Yang Jiahui focused his gaze and realized it was once again the same person inflicting this punishment. He hastily exclaimed, "Minister Song, stop. The matter with Minister Ma has already passed. Why are you still hitting me? How dare you still speak?" Song Su retorted, gripping Yang Jiahui by the collar with one hand while pointing furiously at Su Rong with the other. Upon glancing at Su Rong, now a shadow of her former self, and witnessing the dark, fearsome liquid oozing from her body, Yang Jiaowei was suddenly taken aback. How could the beautiful woman sent to him by his old friend end up in such a grotesque state? Minister Song, I have been wronged. I was manipulated by her. Yang Jiaowei exclaimed, realizing the gravity of his situation. Oh, not foolish after all? You are aware of your own manipulation? Song Su sneered, causing Yang Jiaowei's face to flush with embarrassment. Despite his thick skin, he found it difficult to maintain his composure when bested by a woman. Had I not uncovered the slightest hint, by the time she wreaked havoc, you would have perished alongside your beloved beauty. Song Su berated him fiercely. In truth, he did not wish for Yang Jiaowei's demise. After all, he had finally encountered someone capable of exchanging resources for a greater quantity of 5 elements coins. If he were to lose this individual, he would have to start from scratch. If you cannot control yourself in the future, I shall render you useless. Do you understand? Song Su threatened ominously. You are absolutely right. I apologize, Yang Jiaowei replied, his face swollen from Song Su's slap. Yet, he dared not voice any complaints. The predicament he had created was severe, and had it not been for Song Su's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. The thought of the lord of the city, Li Mo, with his devilish smile sent shivers down his spine. He genuinely feared the lord. If Li Mo were to pursue the matter, 10 heads would not suffice. I have cleaned up your mess this time. Remember to act wisely from now on, understood? Song Su implied. Understood, understood. I will surely convey my gratitude at the appropriate time. Yang Jiaowei nodded vigorously, not daring to express any dissent. His love for wealth paled in comparison to the preservation of his life. Speaking of which, who is this woman? Such a formidable ability. Yet I have never heard of her before. After completing his personal matters, Song Su was ready to commence his official duties. This woman, possessing a second-tier level of prowess, was undoubtedly no ordinary figure. Yet, why had he heard nothing prior? There must be some ulterior motive at play. Such occurrences could undermine the very foundation of Wuxing City. Despite his greed, Song Su remained acutely aware of the critical distinctions between right and wrong. He understood precisely from whom he derived his current standing and was resolute in his commitment to safeguard that individual and their legacy at any cost. Minister Song, I am uncertain. All I know is that this friend of mine, a refugee, sent me to curry favor with you, hoping you could assist him in securing employment. Yang Jiaowei explained, scratching his head. Where has your friend gone? What does he look like? Call him over. I wish to meet him personally, Song Su pressed. He bears the visage of a scarred face. Wasn't the city lord seeking individuals to go to a certain location a few days ago? I sent him there. I have no idea where he is now, Yang Jiaowei replied candidly. You fool. Never mind, you are not to blame for your ignorance. Song Su cast a glance at Yang Jiaowei. While Yang Jiaowei was oblivious to Li Mo's intentions, Song Su was fully aware. Mr. Ant had emerged from that very experiment. It was said that only Mr. Ant survived that ordeal, while all others perished. Thus, it was imperative to consult the leader to discern whether that Mr. Ant bore a scarred face. With a plan forming in his mind, Song Su turned to Yang Jiaowei and stated, I must report this matter to the leader. You, my boy, ought to keep a low profile for the next few days and refrain from causing any trouble, understood? Minister Song, how could I dare? Yang Jiaowei sighed helplessly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. After enduring several harrowing incidents, he no longer dared to leap about, fearful that one day he might meet a fatal end. Well, I shall take this person with me. Take care of yourself. Remember to express your gratitude in person, Song Su advised. Before conjuring a lengthy iron hook that pierced the battered neck of Su Rong, dragging her away like a lifeless dog. At this moment, Su Rong could hardly maintain her human form, having transformed into a fearsome entity resembling black ink, rendering the scene less dramatic. Chapter 85, The Researcher of the Aftermath, Li Mo Song Su, dragging Su Rong as if she were a deceased animal, approached Li Mo's office. Upon reaching the door and noticing the absence of a Do Not Disturb sign, he exhaled in relief, for he would not have to waste any more time. In the eyes of the Five-Element City, Li Mo's Do Not Disturb sign held considerable authority. The leader's rest was sacrosanct. With one hand still clutching Su Rong, Song Su gently knocked on the office door. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, he pushed the door open and pulled Su Rong inside. Concerned about the fear-inducing liquid seeping from Su Rong's body potentially staining the office, which would surely earn him reprimands, Song Su preemptively sealed all of her wounds with a branding iron that had been tempered by flames, apart from the discomfort experienced by the injured. This method of treatment was nothing short of impeccable. Upon entering Li Mo's office, Song Su observed that his leader remained with his head bowed, engrossed in writing something in a notebook. Hesitant to disturb Li Mo's train of thought, Song Su stood obediently to the side. However, he couldn't help but glance at the items adorning Li Mo's desk, all seemingly related to biology. Was it possible that the leader had recently developed an interest in this field? Song Su pondered, wondering why one would delve into such studies in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, it was clear that Li Mo was not merely idling away his time. The success of the last Ant-Man fusion experiment had sparked considerable inspiration within him. He believed he could cultivate various types of warriors. The challenge lay in how to direct this cultivation and determine the characteristics of the warriors he wished to create. A task that Li Mo would need to explore further. Since acquiring his abilities, Li Mo had somewhat neglected the scientific knowledge he possessed prior to the apocalypse. Now, he was contemplating whether it was possible to integrate his powers with certain scientific principles from before the world changed. If feasible, he felt that his abilities could experience significant growth. In fact, Li Mo had previously combined scientific knowledge with his powers, as evidenced by his water element ability manifested as a water blade, a product of the knowledge he had stored in his mind. Furthermore, the explosive reaction resulting from the combination of potassium and water in the water golden stance illustrated his application of scientific understanding to his abilities. Now, Li Mo was shifting his focus towards the realm of life, a path that promised to be arduous. Nevertheless, he was patient. His powers were becoming increasingly formidable, and the potential for development and application would only expand. After a brief wait, Li Mo finally closed his notebook, the cover emblazoned with the bold characters' life notes. Within its pages, he had recorded a plethora of ingenious ideas and reflections on the previous Ant-Man experiment. "Speak, what is it?" Li Mo inquired calmly, casting a glance at Song Su. Stepping forward, Song Su recounted the events surrounding Su Rong in their entirety, purposely omitting the fact that he had been seeking Yang Jiawei for illicit dealings when he first noticed something amiss with Su Rong. Instead, he portrayed himself as a keen observer who had astutely detected the irregularities. He then brandished the iron chain in his hand, indicating that he had successfully captured Su Rong. Li Mo listened intently to Song Su's account, before responding, "Indeed, there was a scar-faced individual during that experiment. He was the successful subject of that day, the Ant-Man. Without further ado, summon that Ant-Man back. As for this individual," he gestured towards Su Rong, "let her be bound to me." Following Li Mo's directive, Song Su promptly secured Su Rong, reinforcing her restraints with additional iron spikes for good measure. "Take my token. The Ant-Man will likely only recognize me as his master, so your presence may not suffice." With a flick of his wrist, Li Mo conjured a wooden token imbued with his elemental energy, knowing that the Ant-Man, a creation influenced by his wood element, would undoubtedly recognize its true master. "Understood, leader." Song Su accepted the token and exited Li Mo's office. "Now, let me observe this intriguing life form," Li Mo mused. Li Mo wore a smile as he gazed upon the battered Su Rong, who resembled a being that straddled the line between human and inhuman. While others might have failed to perceive it, Li Mo, having reached the third tier of his abilities, found that his connection to the wood element granted him a profound sense of life perception. Strangely, he sensed no trace of vitality emanating from this creature. Yet it persisted in existence, enduring immense harm without succumbing, although it was evident that Song Su had held back. Any ordinary person subjected to such injuries would surely meet their demise without proper care. Yet, she remained unscathed. Li Mo concluded that this entity was not a true life form. The integrity of his life perception through the wood element could not be in error. Thus, what else could it be? He speculated that this being might be a construct of some ability user, for merely being an ability creation would denote a second-tier level, suggesting that its creator must be at least at the pinnacle of the second tier, if not reaching the third tier. Such formidable individuals were scarce in its city. However, Li Mo recalled that a new zombie king had emerged from the horde. Could it be connected to him? He was uncertain. Had he encountered the new zombie king, he would have been able to ascertain that it was not the work of that particular entity, for he had sparred with the former being known as Dark Ice, whose abilities bore no resemblance to this peculiar construct. In truth, Su Rong felt no pain. Song Su's earlier actions had merely restrained her movements, unable to inflict genuine suffering. At this moment, she felt an uncomfortable sensation under Li Mo's gaze, which seemed to perceive her as a curious novelty. The oppressive aura emanating from him was palpable, even more intense than that of her master. It was no wonder that even a master adept in military strategies like her own could not contend with him, necessitating her to gather intelligence instead. "Who is your master?" Li Mo suddenly inquired. Su Rong chose silence, refusing to respond. After all, She did not possess the capacity for pain, rendering the great memory recovery technique ineffective against her. Not speaking, are we? How cold, Liemo chuckled, not overly concerned. He intended to conduct another experiment soon, but preferred to wait for Mr. Ant's arrival to avoid any unfortunate mishap that might lead to her demise. After a while, Song-Su returned with Mr. Ant. Upon entering the office, Mr. Ant bowed to Liemo, expressing his respect. Observing Mr. Ant's behavior, Song-Su felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't anticipated that this Ant-Man would display such finesse. Subsequently, Liemo asked Mr. Ant to examine Su-Rong, hoping he could recall something. However, Mr. Ant furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the dark figure before him for an extended period. Yet he could not remember anything. Song-Su suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that Su-Rong was once in a humanoid form when she had met the scar-faced man, not in her current shadowy appearance. He promptly kicked Su-Rong, exclaiming, "Hey, transform back into your humanoid form. Don't remain in this dark guise." Su-Rong cast a glance at Song-Su, choosing to disregard his request. Upon witnessing Su-Rong's absurd demeanor, Song-Su was overwhelmed by a surge of anger. "You truly..." "I am compelled to," he began, but was interrupted by Liemo, who gestured for Song-Su to step aside. With the leader's command issued, Song-Su, regardless of his frustration, was obliged to suppress it. Nevertheless, his gaze towards Su-Rong was laden with hostility. "Transform into your human form, or I shall resort to contacting your master to engage in a candid discussion," Liemo threatened in a nonchalant manner. In truth, he possessed no such means. His words were merely a ruse intended to intimidate Su-Rong. Yet, anxiety clouded her judgment, and she accepted Liemo's assertion, believing that a human stronger than her master must possess undisclosed methods to reach him. While she dismissed Song-Su's words, she found credence in Liemo's threat. With great effort, Su-Rong forced a portion of her power to reshape into her human form, albeit this transformation was precarious, her form marred by numerous fissures, a testament to her grievous injuries. Mr. Ant observed her for a moment, his pupils narrowing as a recollection surfaced. He remembered her as the woman he encountered in the makeshift refugee camp, her attire tattered and indistinguishable from that of an ordinary refugee. It was for the sake of his own plans that he had taken her in. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ant recounted everything that had come to mind. Yet Liemo felt a tinge of disappointment. There was nothing of value within this information. At most, he now knew that she had infiltrated their ranks under the guise of a refugee. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Liemo signaled for Mr. Ant to take his leave. Then Mr. Ant bowed and departed from Liemo's office. Once outside, he hurriedly made his way to the temporary settlement. A sudden realization flooding his mind, he had a son waiting for him there. However, after scouring the settlement, he found no trace of his child until he learned from the staff that a few days prior, a boy had tragically frozen to death alone in a tent. Panic seized Mr. Ant as a foreboding feeling washed over him. He insisted that the staff guide him to the tent where the child had perished. Though puzzled, the staff dared not oppose the command of an extraordinary being and led Mr. Ant to the site. "Sir, this is the very tent where it happened." "Oh, sir. Why are you crying?" Chapter 86. A turn of events. It's nothing. Mr. Ant wiped away the tears seeping from his compound eyes and took several deep breaths to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. Since his transformation into an Ant-Man, much of his humanity had dissipated, and he was gradually adopting an ant-like existence, existing solely to serve the master who had created him. Had it not been for the encounter with Su-Rong rekindling some memories, he would have found it nearly impossible to recall them at all. Now he understood that his son had died from the cold, not at the hands of another. He bore no ill will towards anyone in this wretched world. He blamed only himself for his inadequacy, lamenting his inability to protect his own child. After becoming Mr. Ant, influenced by the will of the Ant Queen, he momentarily forgot about his son, resulting in his son's demise during the harsh winter. Now, he is indeed consumed by guilt. However, it is not long before even this feeling of remorse begins to dissipate slowly. The human emotions within Mr. Ant have dwindled significantly, and this might be the last flicker of sentiment ignited within him. Mr. Ant wiped away his tears and departed from the temporary settlement, choosing not to linger, as he must continue to fulfill the task assigned by the leader to command the ant colony, yet lacking the formidable reproductive capacity of the Ant Queen. The ants he commands are akin to a resource without a source, perishing one after another. Nevertheless, Mr. Ant feels no sorrow for these ants, nor does Liemo. They are merely tools in the development of the five-element city. Once brought to the city by Liemo, their fate of perpetual toil until their demise was sealed. Mr. Ant firmly believes that under the leadership of Liemo, the tragedy of his son will gradually diminish. He aspires to become the right-hand man of the city lord, aiding him in achieving this goal, ensuring that such tragedies do not recur. Ironically, the tragedy of Mr. and Son is inextricably linked to Li Mo's ruthless policies in this apocalyptic world. Li Mo's formidable strength could well support a more lenient approach. There is ample food available. The power of the wood element at the third transformation level is no trifling matter, if Li Mo so desires. Ensuring that everyone is adequately fed would not pose a challenge. However, such actions would inevitably impact his own strength, and there is no guarantee that gratitude would follow. Li Mo would never act in such a manner. What reason would he have? After painstakingly establishing his dominion and engaging in countless life and death battles against the undead, why should he selflessly contribute for others? Li Mo's perspective is not without merit. The power rests in his hands, and no one can justly contest that. What he requires is a pack of ravenous wolves willing to fight alongside him, rather than a horde of parasitic leeches that merely drain his resources. Li Mo is acutely aware of the principle of reciprocal benefit, particularly in this post-apocalyptic era, where he is reluctant to overestimate human nature. Currently, his wolf pack has begun to take shape. His iron-fisted policies have proven effective, eliminating most individuals unable to adapt to this harsh new world, leaving behind a core group sufficient for his needs. Interestingly, he learned from a portion of the populace that fled the military-established sanctuary base that the army treated them quite well, providing food and shelter. Even those lacking extraordinary abilities or skills received a minimal standard of living from the military, ensuring their basic survival. They inadvertently revealed various preferential policies implemented by the military, hoping that Li Mo might find them worthy of emulation. However, Li Mo dismissed their suggestions, stating, "You speak your piece, and I shall pursue my own course. If you disagree, you may as well perish." His policies have led some to privately refer to him as the Iron-Blooded Lord. At this moment, the Iron-Blooded Lord Li Mo is engaged with his chief subordinate, Song Su, contemplating how to extract information from Su Rong. In the interrogation room, Li Mo muses. Dealing with someone devoid of pain perception truly poses a challenge, as he observes Su Rong, now resembling a porcupine from the numerous metallic blades that have pierced her. Beside him, Song Su found himself at a loss. This matter proved resistant to both gentle persuasion and forceful tactics. He had exhausted every means at his disposal. Yet Su Rong remained obstinately silent, her fiery gaze fixed upon Li Mo and himself, as if her eyes could unleash flames. "Leader, what shall we do?" Song Su inquired, his own options dwindling. As Li Mo pondered the situation, Su Rong's form suddenly began to dissipate, leaving behind only a pool of fear-infused liquid. It seemed that something had gone awry with her master. Li Mo raised an eyebrow, deducing the circumstances. "So, leader, have we labored in vain?" Song Su remarked in frustration, having hoped to discreetly unearth the mastermind behind it all, only to inadvertently alert them. Not entirely without merit. At the very least, I have encountered a novel biological form. Li Mo replied, a fervent glint in his eyes. "Song Su, collect the black liquid she left behind and deliver it to my office." With that directive, Li Mo departed, intent on investigating the nature of that substance. "Understood, leader." Su Rong's abrupt vanishing was, of course, a consequence of issues with Sun Bin. In his effort to restore a portion of his mental limits, he had been compelled to retract Su Rong. The moment he retrieved her, an unprecedented wave of pain surged through him, nearly overwhelming his willpower. Indeed, the cost of an entity born from fear was that when reclaimed, it transmitted the sensation of pain experienced by the fear entity back to its origin, though it merely manifested as excruciating agony without any corresponding injuries. Su Rong had endured an excessive amount of torment in the Five-Element City, and the accumulation of pain almost caused Sun Bin to roll his eyes in agony. It was truly unbearable. This suffering was not merely physical, but also deeply psychological, making it all the more challenging to alleviate. After a considerable period, he managed to regain his composure. The reason he had suddenly retrieved Su Rong was that he had discovered his horde of corpses had recently been subjected to relentless slaughter by humans, and he had been complicit in the killings. When had humanity dared to provoke him thus? He soon realized that the group of humans was led by an elusive figure, exhibiting an exceptionally high efficiency in their killings, seemingly a rare spatial ability user. Sun Bin dared not underestimate this threat, due to Su Rong's influence. He had lost a portion of his spiritual power limit, preventing him from reaching his peak strength. Confronted with this rare spatial ability user, he exerted all his might, fully aware that a sudden teleportation for a surprise attack could spell his doom. Ultimately, after retrieving Su Rong, he grimaced in pain, nearly pushed to his limits. Upon glimpsing Su Rong's memories, Sun Bin was left in awe. His so-called beauty trap had failed to enchant even a senior official of the Five-Element City, capturing only a minor leader. Fortunately, he had managed to extract a considerable amount of intelligence through this minor leader, which was somewhat satisfactory. However, the most enigmatic figure, the Lord of the Five-Element City, remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, now was not the time for such contemplations. He had already restored his third-tier strength limit, and with a bit more time, he would regain his peak power. Sun Bin awaited this moment, eager to eliminate the rare spatial ability user and forge them into a new entity of fear. The entity endowed with spatial abilities evokes a thrill of excitement. Yuchi gasped for breath, having exerted himself through multiple spatial transfers to eliminate the zombies, which left him somewhat fatigued. In his pursuit to maximize his killing efficiency, he targeted a second-tier zombie amidst the horde, accompanied by a multitude of its minions. Utilizing his elusive spatial capabilities, Yuchi deftly maneuvered around the throngs of zombies and launched a surprise attack, successfully dispatching the second-tier zombie. Upon acquiring the second-tier crystal, he did not hesitate to consume it. Had it been a pinnacle second-tier crystal, he could have directly ascended to the third tier. However, this was merely an ordinary second-tier crystal, and he found himself still lacking, requiring an additional second-tier crystal to achieve his breakthrough. This horde likely harbors no more second-tier zombies. We should depart, Yuchi remarked, surveying his spoils. He had also procured a considerable number of first-tier crystals, sufficient to distribute among the abilities users of his team. Where are you headed? Sun Bin materialized before Yuchi, his body adorned with the distinctive traits of the fear entity. This was his ultimate technique, a fusion with the fear entity he had absorbed, allowing him to utilize their powers and enhance his physical prowess for a time. Sun Bin harbored no doubts regarding Yuchi's survival abilities. Therefore, he immediately unleashed his most formidable form and orchestrated a ring of zombies to encircle Yuchi, compelling him to stay. While Yuchi could escape via spatial transfer, his subordinates could not. Sun Bin was convinced that Yuchi would not have the luxury of time to transport each individual to safety. Summary of Li Mo's life notes: Ant Queen Hat fusion experiment in order to ensure the normal functioning of the ant colony after my departure. I must pass on the Ant Queen Hat to others. Throughout the experiment, the Ant Queen had exhibited exceptional aggressiveness. Without sufficient strength, one could easily become an ant. By a stroke of serendipity, I discovered the neutralizing effect of wood elemental power, which is best applied to ordinary individuals, as they lack intrinsic strength and are less prone to power conflicts. As for how I came to acquire this knowledge, it is with a wry smile that I acknowledge the loss of an extraordinary subordinate. Indeed, experience breeds wisdom. Nevertheless, that was his fate. Many ordinary individuals utilized for fusion experiments have met with demise. Yet the successful fusion with the scar-faced man revealed that his remarkably strong will played a significant role in the process. Out of curiosity, I delved into his background and found that he has a son. How intriguing. Could it be that his love for his son influenced the outcome? Perhaps I ought to place greater emphasis on the impact of human emotions in my experiments. Chapter 87. Yuchi's Resolution, the Lord of Fear? Yuchi recognized Sun Bin. His distinctive powers were unmistakable to him. This was a particularly formidable zombie, only slightly weaker than the king-level powerhouses of later generations, a towering figure in that era. It is rumored that he is one of the most brutal zombies, unleashing a feast upon breaching human strongholds, with the intent of absorbing fear to augment his strength. What fear, Lord? Are you referring to me? Sun Bin was perplexed, feeling as though this human recognized him, and wondering when he had acquired such a title. Yuchi narrowed his eyes slightly as the blade of space materialized. He was not in the habit of explaining himself to his adversaries. Yet he understood that the Lord of Fear was currently beyond his capabilities to confront. The blade of space was merely a tool to intimidate. How rude, indeed. Sun Bin chuckled softly, finding the human's lack of courtesy rather appalling, as he consistently disregarded the words of others. It was said that the Lord of Fear was not particularly strong in his true form, but once fused with his embodiment of fear, his power would increase significantly. Presently, he was likely in that fused state, and being at the third transition level, while Sun Bin was merely at the pinnacle of the second transition. Compounded by the presence of his undead minions, defeating him seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yuchi meticulously recalled the intelligence he had gathered about the Lord of Fear in his previous life, analyzing it with great care. Ultimately, he concluded that direct confrontation was futile, and retreat was the only viable option. Fully aware of his limitations, Yuchi would not foolishly engage in a head-on clash with the undead. His first thought was to swiftly teleport away. He could not afford to linger here. and his current spatial transport could carry only one person at a time. He turned to look at his companions, whose faces bore resolute expressions, prepared to engage in combat with the undead. Ichi understood that without his guidance, their chances of breaking through were slim. With him, at least one could be saved. Having lived 2 lives, he quickly made his decision. He would rescue Zhou Ming, the Earth Elemental ability user, as he was a vital component in his alchemical endeavors. Upon making a resolute decision, Ichi instantaneously materialized beside Zhou Ming, promptly grasping his hand. He then activated his abilities, causing both of them to vanish from sight, leaving the remaining team members encircled by zombies. Witnessing their captain and Zhou Ming swiftly disappear, the expressions of the remaining teammates turned pale. They realized they had been forsaken and began to curse Ichi, whom they had once regarded as a commendable leader, wishing him a most unfortunate fate. Sun Bin, bewildered, pondered how a human could abandon their comrades so readily. Oh, but wait, he had taken one teammate with him. Yet, what had the others left behind? This was hardly the way to conduct oneself. Humans, you needn't hide. I am fully aware that you are lurking nearby, poised to ambush me. Come forth. Surely, you cannot abandon your companions without a care? Sun Bin called out tentatively, discreetly directing some of the surrounding zombies to scour the vicinity. The outcome was predictable. Nothing was found, for Yi Chi had long since fled. How dreary, utterly dreary. Sun Bin lamented, astonished at how effortlessly and naturally betrayal could unfold among humans. He sighed, conceding to his minions, well, my little ones, consider this a feast, let us dine. With Yi Chi's departure, the remaining individuals posed no significant threat. Sun Bin waved his hand, and the horde of zombies surged forward, treating these few as mere morsels. How disappointing. He had anticipated a formidable entity with spatial abilities, yet ultimately gleaned nothing. Disheartened, Sun Bin departed, having hoped for a substantial gain, only to find Yi Chi exceedingly elusive, refusing even to engage in combat. In an open area, a spatial portal materialized, and Yi Chi and Zhou Ming emerged. Yi Chi surveyed the surroundings and, noticing the absence of zombies, settled down and retrieved 2 bottles of beverages from his ability space, offering one to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming accepted the drink, his gaze filled with complexity as he gulped down the contents in one go. Only after Yi Chi finished his drink did he realize that Zhou Ming had not touched his at all. Why aren't you drinking, Lao Zhou? Yi Chi asked, puzzled. Brother Yi, is it truly all right for us to proceed like this? Zhou Ming hesitated before voicing his concern. Having lived 2 lives, Yi Chi could discern Zhou Ming's thoughts at a glance. He understood that his friend was still grappling with the moral implications of abandoning their teammate earlier. However, Zhou Ming felt reluctant to confront Yi Chi, who had just saved him. He patted Zhou Ming on the shoulder. Lao Zhou, do not overthink it. That zombie we faced was of the 3rd transformation level. Our entire team combined would not have stood a chance against it. Thus, it was prudent to ensure the survival of our remaining forces. After all, as long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood, right? But Zhou Ming still felt a twinge of guilt. A shadow flickered in Yi Chi's eyes. If Zhou Ming were not a vital asset, he would have been indifferent to this overly sentimental fellow. Enough of the buts. At least we survived and can seek vengeance for them. What will become of our forces if we were to face total annihilation? What about our younger siblings? You've survived. What more is there to ponder? Yi Chi suddenly leaned close to Zhou Ming's face, questioning him word by word. You are correct, Brother Yi. I have indeed been overly verbose. Zhou Ming was taken aback by Yi Chi's sudden proximity, but upon reflection, he acknowledged the truth of his words. He had a beautiful little wife waiting for him at the base, and he was still in the prime of his life. What purpose did it serve to confront Brother Yi here? If Brother Yi were to perish, the base would inevitably falter. It thrived solely through his efforts. Without him, it would surely fracture, and when the zombies eventually breached their defenses, who would be left unscathed? Zhou Ming, possessing commendable emotional resilience, emerged from his moral dilemma after Yi Chi's probing. All right, let's drink this beverage. Now, it's just the 2 of us. Let us recuperate, and thereafter we shall hunt a 2nd-tier zombie. I feel I am on the verge of reaching the 3rd tier. Observing that Zhou Ming had grasped his intention, Yi Chi nodded, relinquishing his role as a psychological counselor. He then retrieved some pills from his spatial storage. As an elemental ability user of the 5 elements, he had already identified 2, Zhou Ming, the earth elemental user, and Jiang Mingyue, the wood elemental user. With Yi Chi's assistance, Zhou Ming had already attained the 2nd tier, while Jiang Mingyue remained at the 1st. However, hailing from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, her concoctions, complemented by her wood element abilities, exhibited remarkable restorative properties. She had become the chief pharmacist of Yuchi's faction, dedicated to providing restorative herbal pills for the ability users venturing outside, which they referred to as the Great Tonics. It was purely by chance that Yuchi encountered Jiang Mengwei. He never imagined that the cliché trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress, so frequently portrayed in various works, would unfold in his own life. The storyline was rather trite. While exploring the outside world, Yuchi stumbled upon Jiang Mengyue's team, besieged by zombies while searching for supplies. Her comrades fought valiantly to shield her escape, yet the overwhelming number of zombies rendered any chance of escape impossible for Jiang Mengwei. Initially, Yuchi was disinterested. After all, the apocalypse claimed lives every moment. However, upon discovering that Jiang Mengyue was an elemental ability user of the wood element, he felt a surge of determination and rushed to her rescue. At that moment, Jiang Mengyue was in tears, pleading for help for her teammates, hoping Yuchi would assist her. Yet, he swiftly rendered her speechless with just a few decisive moves. It was absurd. He saved her for her utility, not for the sake of her comrades. Aside from his former lover, Shaoqing, Yuchi owed no one anything. Just when Yuchi expected Jiang Mengwei to lash out, she unexpectedly leaned gently against his back and softly uttered, "I'm sorry, I did not consider the consequences. I have no right to put you in danger." The girl was quite perceptive. Yuchi silently commended her in his heart and promptly teleported them back to the base. Thus, from that encounter, Jiang Mengwei became Yuchi's little admirer, sweetly calling him Brother Yu whenever she saw him. Her petite and adorable appearance, combined with her soft, enticing voice, incited envy among the inhabitants of the base towards Yuchi. However, he remained unfazed. After all, who would truly develop feelings for mere alchemical materials? Each time Yuchi ventured out, Jiang Mengwei would thoughtfully prepare a medical kit for him, filled with the most potent restorative pills. Occasionally, beneath the pills lay a love letter, yet each missive was discarded by Yuchi as mere waste paper. She was a good girl, but alas, to me, she was ultimately just a resource. As Yuchi consumed the specially formulated restorative pills prepared by Jiang Mengwei, he thought ungratefully. Chapter 88. The Zombie Breeding Grounds. After ingesting the restorative pills, Yuchi and his companions regained their abilities and resumed their search around Anqing. Yuchi understood that in the territory of the undead, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous. Thus, he adopted a cunning approach, aiming to eliminate isolated foes while retreating from those he could not defeat. With his spatial abilities, evasion was a feat others found challenging. Originally, he had set out to hone the skills of his subordinates, but fate dealt a cruel hand when they encountered the Fear Lord, leading to the demise of the entire team. Yuchi lamented the misfortune that had befallen him. Who could have anticipated that while hunting a second-tier zombie, he would also attract the attention of a third tier? The peak strength of a second tier, coupled with the rare spatial abilities, had unexpectedly drawn forth a third-tier zombie. Yuchi felt rather unfortunate of late. Henceforth, he resolved to proceed with caution. With fewer companions, his maneuvers became more manageable, and he still excelled at leading an escape. Once I break through to the third tier and master the ability of spatial slicing for long-range assaults, I shall see how you maintain your arrogance. Yuchi found himself yearning for the spatial slicing abilities he had mastered during the third transformation in his previous life. In that past existence, he had to toil extensively to hone this skill, but now it was far more convenient. He could simply wield it upon reaching the third transformation without the need to contemplate the proficiency of his powers. Accompanied by Zhoming, Yuchi scoured the surroundings and soon stumbled upon a second transformation zombie. This particular zombie was once a formation zombie, currently making its way toward a certain destination amidst a throng of zombie guardians, specifically the former Anqing Zoo. What could this zombie possibly be up to? Although Yuchi had previously exchanged a few blows with the formation zombie that he had ensnared within the 5 elements formation on the corpses, he had never actually encountered what a formation zombie truly looked like, making it impossible for him to recognize it now. It struck him as peculiar. Why did this zombie not exude the formidable physical strength typically associated with its kind? Yuchi furrowed his brow, sensing an oddity. The zombies he had previously encountered were generally characterized by their robust physical prowess, yet this one appeared rather lethargic, lacking the fierce aura of a second transformation zombie. There must be something amiss. Yuchi